He was interrupted by a protester who was calling for a ceasefire. Take a listen.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
The protester was later identified as Jessica Rosenberg, a rabbi from Minneapolis, and the president replied to that during the speech, saying that he believes that there should be a pause, not a ceasefire, a pause in the war between Hamas and Israel to let prisoners, more prisoners, that's what he called people stuck in Gaza, out of there. Now, that means only for now foreign nationals, as we've learned, but also injured Palestinians who need urgent medical care, as we've seen many of them leaving ambulances yesterday. All the rest will have to continue to endure and survive the continuous pounding, the airstrikes by Israel, including the threat of a ground assault, especially considering the controversy that was caused by a report that was leaked by drafted by the Israeli Research Ministry that said that there was a plan to transfer all the millions, the 2 million Palestinians to Egypt in the Sinai Peninsula. Back to you guys.
Oh, well, Netanyahu stands firm that there will be no ceasefire. Okay, Claudio, thank you.
Let's turn now to Capitol Hill, where the budget battle continues over sending aid to Israel. The plan, introduced by the new House Speaker, is facing growing scrutiny over its price tag, even though it does cut out funding for Ukraine. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from D.C. Chris, good morning. So why the criticism on costs if there are cuts in that bill?
Right. Yeah. Good morning, Philip. A new analysis of this bill is raising concerns about the true cost of it. This plan is backed by new House Speaker Mike Johnson, and it would give over $14 billion in aid to Israel, and it takes the same amount away from the IRS. But according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the proposal would actually grow the deficit. Its calculations found that the cuts to the IRS would cut revenue brought in by the federal government by more than $26 billion. Speaker Johnson told reporters he's not surprised by the findings.
Not surprised at all. Only in Washington, when you cut spending, do they call it an increase in the deficit.
The Speaker should start over, this time without terrible partisan poison bills.
Meanwhile, America's top diplomat is headed back over to Israel and the Middle East, where he'll have to walk a fine line among U.S. allies. Secretary of State Antony Blinken travels today to Tel Aviv to discuss Israel's right to defend itself, while also discussing how to get those hostages, about 240 of them held by Hamas, released. He's also scheduled to go to Jordan, where he will work to reduce tensions caused by U.S. support for Israel. He will reiterate the importance and priority of safeguarding civilian lives and getting more aid into Gaza. Philip?
And more aid where it's desperately needed. Chris, thank you.
With the 2024 election just a year and 3 days away, President Biden is trying to sell his economic message. He's kicking off a new campaign in Minnesota to try and reach rural voters. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in the North Star State, where he heard from voters about their concerns.
At his Iowa farm, Dave Struthers has been producing pork for decades. But these last few years, he says, have been a struggle.
We've had high costs, and our product we produce has not risen in value correspondingly.
Inflation has hit rural households harder than the rest of the country. According to researchers at Iowa State University, rural households spent an extra $5,500 last year.
We're the people that produce the food and manufacture a lot of the goods. We seem to be ignored just because we don't have the population.
Meanwhile, researchers at Cornell estimate that 94% of the nation's job growth has happened in urban counties since the year 2000. Here in Minnesota, President Biden literally barnstorming, kicking off a 2-week blitz of rural America.
It's about restoring pride in the rural communities that have been left behind for far too long.
The administration touting more than $5 billion in federal funding to help create jobs, connect more rural areas to broadband, as well as promote farming techniques that fight climate change. The new push is urgent and could be critical to Democrats in 2024.
Despite what everyone is saying, the economy's been humming along pretty well.
Dairy farmers Stephen and Jody Olson-Reed think the president is on the right track.
I don't blame Biden for inflation. I blame corporate greed.
But former President Trump has kept widening his lead among rural voters. And according to Pew Research, Republicans got 69% of the rural vote in the 2022 midterms. Back to you.
Gabe, thank you.
Congressman George Santos is still representing New York this morning. Overnight, he survived a vote to expel him from the House. Santos, who has been indicted on multiple charges, had asked his colleagues not to pass judgment without due process.
I'm not claiming a victory. I'm just saying that this is a victory for the process. Due process won today, not George Santos.
Santos faces serious allegations, including wire fraud, money laundering, and theft of public funds. He has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges.
The governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy, is raising eyebrows by how he's been using his expense account. Since being elected in 2018, the Democrat has spent nearly $12,000 on food and drinks at the MetLife Stadium venue, including a Taylor Swift concert. Politico obtained public records documenting the extravagant concession stand purchases, and it was all covered by New Jersey taxpayers after the Democratic State Committee refused. The governor has a yearly $95,000 expense account, but it's barred from using it for personal purposes.
About 4,000 people in Southern California were ordered to evacuate their homes. A wildfire known as the Highland Fire quickly spread in Riverside County. It's burned roughly 2,500 acres, and as of Wednesday, it was only 15% contained. Evacuation orders and warnings are still in place, and officials warn that some power lines and guardrails have been damaged and could be dangerous to the public.
A good thing the West is looking at cooler temps and possibly snow in the Northwest. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking the colder weather on the way for much of the country. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. And you're exactly right. We've got cold for the eastern half of the country. We've got some milder conditions out west, but dealing with heavy rain for the Pacific Northwest that could lead to a flood risk through the next couple of days. Let's start with that cold, though, because we are waking up chilly. We've got millions of people included in these mostly freeze warnings, but a couple of frost advisories out there as well for portions of the southeast extending out towards the plains. That's the region we're really looking at. Mid-Atlantic included in that as well, with temperatures from the 20s to the 30s. We've got a couple of record lows possible through the morning hours. Right now sitting at into the 20s for Cincinnati, the upper 30s for Washington, D.C. Columbia sits at 32 degrees right now. By this afternoon, a bit of a warm up. Will be a little closer to where we should be compared to where we were yesterday afternoon, but still just barely into the 50s in Indianapolis, upper 50s in Nashville, and high 50s in Atlanta, too. By the time we get into the later parts of tomorrow, we'll start to slowly see that gradual warm up, and we start to see the milder conditions getting back into the picture just in time for early next week. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures into the low to mid 80s across portions of Arizona. 66 degrees for Jackson, Mississippi today. 46 in Pittsburgh with some clouds around. 50 degrees and full sunshine expected in Philadelphia today. 49 degrees with a whole lot of sunshine as well in New York. And that is a look at your forecast, guys. Back to you.
All right, Angie, thank you. Well, it is November, of course. The skating rink right out there at 30 Rock, it's open, but it's not truly the holiday season without a certain big tree. And on Wednesday, it was announced that this year's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree has been selected from Vestal, New York. The 12-ton Norway spruce will be felled next Thursday before it makes its way here to Manhattan. And of course, it'll be lit and topped to the star right here on the plaza on November 29th.
Hey, Early Today is back in 1 minute with a report on a rise in gun sales. It's happening among Jewish communities. Another impact from the ongoing war.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Anti-Semitic hate crimes are on the rise around the world, and here at home, the growing fear of violence is prompting some in the Jewish community to rethink owning a gun. NBC's Sam Brock reports.
Let it go.
Between the sounds of gunfire,
Right, go ahead whenever you're ready.
and the gasps of what they produce.
So I got pretty close.
Here in South Florida, some members of the Jewish community arming themselves following Hamas's brutal attack on October 7th and the anti-Semitic threats that have followed.
Graffiti inside of the neighborhood which says "Free Gaza, kill all the Jews." And I'm a Jewish, and I have 2 little kids, and I just want to be able to defend myself.
Sahar Kaner, one of many Jewish mothers we met, now trying out firearms after seeing violent rhetoric creep onto their streets. One mom, Michelle, worries about her kids walking home from school.
Who isn't upset over everything that's happening, and any innocent life that's being destroyed is horrific. But screaming for the death, my death, because I'm a Jew? No.
This firearm instruction class in the Miami area is led by gun store owner David Kowalski.
It's one of those things that you don't want to need and not have.
How many of you never thought you would ever personally own or use a gun?
The class featuring a profile of people you might not expect to find. Grandmothers and guns, not always an obvious pairing.
I'm like having an out-of-body experience sitting here.
But as Israel's campaign in Gaza grows more deadly, so too does the fear of backlash.
Every single country, every single town is demonstrating against our people. We feel terrified.
Well, it's going to be loud. It's going to go.
Kowalski says his classes have gone from 1 or 2 a week to 1 or 2 a day.
After the Hamas invasion, did you see an immediate change at your business?
Yes, absolutely. There was definitely an uptick in Jewish Americans wanting to learn how to protect themselves and their families.
For many of the firearms newcomers we met, there are still reservations.
No, scary.
Very good.
It's scary.
Very good.
But for others, there is no longer a choice.
People who can't respect human life, how can you think that they're going to care about yours?
A concern that's growing in Jewish communities all over the country. Sam Brock, NBC News, South Florida.
And still to come, the Rangers rejoice. Game 5 of the World Series brings the baseball season and a championship drought to a hard-fought close. We break it down right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
In their 63rd season. It's happening! The Texas Rangers win the World Series!
We are back to break down the latest in sports, where the Road Warriors of the MLB postseason scored the biggest win in franchise history on Wednesday. The Texas Rangers won their first ever World Series title with their 5-0 Game 5 victory over the Arizona Diamondbacks. After a quiet first half, the Rangers offense exploded late in the game. During the commissioner's trophy presentation, shortstop Corey Seager was named World Series MVP. And for this franchise and for the fans who've never once experienced this, you know, you're cheering them on. Got to be happy for them having that experience.
I mean, it's the Astros' main rival, basically. But it is cool to see a team win. You know, they got one now, so they're good, I think.
Yeah, and the kids, the parents, the grandparents who've never seen it happen, they can celebrate it together.
All right, turning now to the first sideline sacking of the NFL season. Las Vegas Raiders head coach Josh McDaniels was fired on Halloween night, along with general manager Dave Ziegler. McDaniels had been with Vegas since the 2022 season, but he had not seen that much on-field success during that tenure. The Raiders named linebackers coach Antonio Pierce as interim head coach for the rest of the season. He will make his debut at home Sunday against the New York Giants. And frankly, Josh McDaniels, Ziegler, and really Bill Belichick, all three of them with the Patriots, and all three have not seen that much success since when Tom Brady left a few years ago.
The Broncos know that very, very well, with the spying allegations in 2010, and then you got the Colts right before he's about to start. It's like, because he's going to be the head coach, and then
he bailed.
Backs out. This morning, the world is remembering a titan of college basketball. Bob Knight, best known for his 30-year tenure at the University of Indiana, died at the age of 83 Wednesday, according to his family. Knight won 3 NCAA men's basketball titles with the Hoosiers, but he was known for his temper as he was for his successes. Knight infamously got into skirmishes on the sidelines during games, and he was fired from Indiana in 2000 after violating the school's zero-tolerance behavior policy. Even with that ending with Indiana, they were able to put out a statement, you know, referencing his brilliance, as they put it, calling him a giant in basketball. That cannot be denied.
No, he was the last coach to head coach a team that went undefeated for the season. So there's no question how legendary he was as a coach. He also had a legendary temper, and he had this famous quote. You can look it up later. He said, "When I die, I want to be buried upside down, so like my critics can kiss my behind." You know, so he was a one of a kind.
That's the general right there.
That's it. When we come back, Howard University is making history.
And if you have a RAV4, you'll want to stay tuned for an important recall information on that.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Top Story
is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail deliveries.
All right, it just fit too.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Toyota is recalling nearly 1.9 million of its RAV4 SUVs over a battery issue that could lead to fires. The recall impacts model years 2013 through 2018. To check if your car is involved, you can go to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration website.
A Pennsylvania court has just ruled that state can enforce a regulation to enforce power plant owners to pay for greenhouse gas emissions. Environmental advocacy groups are urging Governor Shapiro to appeal the decision.
Howard University is making history as the first historically black university to have a college figure skating program. It's divided into different levels so experienced skaters can learn and fine-tune their skills.
A week after the mass shooting in Maine that left 18 dead, James Taylor performed the national anthem at the Lewiston High School football game.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Spooky season is over, but climate change continues to haunt many forests. With sea levels rising, salt water is overtaking the fresh water that trees rely on. And lurking beneath the soil, undead wildfires waiting to spark back to life. National climate reporter Chase Kane has more on ghost forests and zombie wildfires.
Down a dirt road through a forest still very much alive, Delaware Bay is haunted by death, a ghost forest.
As the salt comes in, it poisons things, it floods the soils and saturates it, and it kills these forests.
As sea level rise accelerates, it brings salt water farther inland, creating fields of wooden tombstones, ghost forests. Estimates vary, but potentially millions of acres of coastal forest have been lost to saltwater intrusion, accelerated by climate change.
Ghost forests are a double whammy because living trees absorb carbon dioxide, right? And a healthy forest is also a carbon sink, storing carbon and keeping it out of the atmosphere and out of our oceans. So when an entire forest dies, whether from saltwater or wildfires, all that stored carbon is released back into the atmosphere, further heating our planet.
Wildfires of the past can also come back to haunt the present. They're known as zombie fires.
And they have this zombie behavior. They go underground in the fall and winter months, and they can carry over in terms of continuing to combust in the ground fuels, sometimes right underneath the snowpack, right through the winter, and then they emerge like a zombie the following spring.
Merritt Turetsky studies zombie fires across Canada and Alaska, and she wants to find out if climate change is helping more undead fires rise from an icy grave each spring.
So what it means is through this zombie burning, fire years may not be totally independent on the landscape. One fire year might actually affect the next fire season, particularly given the extreme amount of resources and just human stress and toil and capital that went into fighting the fires across Canada in 2023. Truly an epic fire year.
Which produced those eerie orange skies no one wants to live through again. In New York, I'm National Climate Reporter Chase Kane.
Wow, I mean, this really highlights the importance of healthy trees. I had never heard of zombie fires. I didn't know they could reemerge.
It is a whole new aspect of it. You think the fire's there, the threat is there, what you can do to prevent it, but leading up to it, you never know that, again, it could literally spark back up.
Yeah, and all these forests, these ghost forests, they're found in nearly every coastal state, so it wasn't just that one.
Always a threat.
Yep. Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you tomorrow.
A critical crossing opens between Gaza and Egypt. Americans and other foreign nationals rushing through to safety as Israeli airstrikes rain down on a Gaza refugee camp. Now President Biden has called for a pause as the Secretary of State heads back to the region. We'll have a live report from the nation's capital straight ahead.
1 year after Mahsa Amini died after being detained by Iran's morality police, another young girl lost her life after not wearing a headscarf on the subway. We examined the two deaths and the rising push for change in the country.
A verdict in Kansas City could change the future of home buying in America. We break down how a shift in commission structure will impact U.S. real estate markets.
Firefighters in Southern California face a wildfire threatening thousands of homes. We have the latest on their progress to protect the state.
From a prison yard to the New York Marathon, one man's race to redemption 20 years in the making. It's Thursday, November 2nd. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The new House Speaker is facing an uphill battle when it comes to his plan for Israel. The bill, introduced by Speaker Mike Johnson, is facing growing scrutiny this morning over its price tag, even though it does cut funding out for Ukraine. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from D.C. Chris, good morning. So despite these cuts in the bill, there's still a lot of criticism.
Yeah, Philip and Francis, good morning to you. That's right. A new analysis is raising concerns about the true cost of this bill. Now, the plan is proffered by new House Speaker Mike Johnson. It would give over $14 billion in aid to Israel, and it takes the same amount of money away from the IRS. But according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the proposal would actually grow the deficit. Its calculations found that the cuts to the IRS would cut revenue by more than $26 billion. Speaker Johnson told reporters he's not surprised by the findings.
Not surprised at all. Only in Washington, when you cut spending, do they call it an increase in the deficit.
The Speaker should start over, this time without terrible partisan poison bills.
As that's happening on the Hill today, America's top diplomat is headed back over to Israel and the Middle East, where he's going to walk a fine line among U.S. allies. Secretary of State Antony Blinken travels today to Tel Aviv to discuss Israel's right to defend itself, while also trying to figure out how to get all those hostages held by Hamas released. He's also scheduled to go to Jordan, where he will work to reduce tensions caused by U.S. support of Israel, and he will reiterate the importance and priority of safeguarding civilian lives and get more of that much-needed aid into Gaza. Philip and Francis, back to you.
All right, Chris Pallone starting us off from Washington this morning. Thank you, Chris.
Just as the Israel-Hamas war is entering its second month, Gaza's southern border is finally unsealed. Here we see the gate at Rafah crossing open, with hundreds of foreigners flooding out of an active war zone and into Egypt, Americans among them. Let's go live now to Claudia Lavanga, who's following developments for us. Claudia, good morning. Do we know if these evacuations will continue going forward?
Francis, Philip, good morning. Well, the deal reached by Israel, Hamas and Egypt covers several days, so we do expect a lot more people to come out today and also in the coming days. Now, yesterday, about 500 people left Gaza through Rafah Gate on the border with Egypt, including 5 American aid workers. Now, according to President Biden, more Americans will come out in the coming days. President Biden, who was yesterday in Minnesota, who during a speech there, he was interrupted by a protester who demanded a ceasefire. Take a listen.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
The protester was later identified as Jessica Rosenberg, a rabbi from Minneapolis. And after that interruption, the president said that he believes there should be a pause in the Israel-Hamas war to allow more prisoners, this is how he called people who are stuck in Gaza, to come out. But for now, as we've seen, only foreigners are allowed to get out, and also injured Palestinians who may need urgent medical care. We've seen many being taken away by ambulance yesterday. All the rest, well, they will have to endure and try to survive, of course, the continuous pounding, the airstrikes by the Israeli military, especially considering the controversy surrounding the report by the Israel Research Ministry that was leaked, that was planning a transfer of more than 2 million people living in Gaza to Egypt in the Sinai Peninsula. Now, the Egyptian Prime Minister yesterday reacted to that by saying that Egypt is ready to sacrifice millions of lives to protect its land and its sovereignty. Philip, Francis?
Okay, Claudia, thank you.
American officials are accusing Hamas of hoarding fuel for war while hospitals are starting to run out. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told Congress that Hamas is refusing to share its fuel with hospitals that need it for their generators. Blinken did not provide any evidence for that. Israeli military officials estimate that the Islamic militant group has 200,000 gallons of diesel on hand. The IDF yesterday published audio of an alleged Hamas commander saying that they're taking fuel from hospital stocks, but NBC News has not independently authenticated that audio.
House Republican Ken Buck of Colorado will not seek re-election. The congressman says he has made that decision in part because he's disappointed in his party.
I'm always have been disappointed with our inability in Congress to deal with major issues, and I'm also disappointed that the Republican Party continues to, rely on this lie that the 2020 election was stolen.
Republican Kate Granger of Texas will also announce she will not run for re-election. Granger, who is 80 years old, says she wants younger people to take up leadership positions in D.C.
On Friday, President Biden and the First Lady will visit Lewiston, Maine, the site of a major gun massacre just over a week ago. The White House said in a statement that Mr. and Mrs. Biden will, quote, pay respects to the victims of this horrific attack and grieve with families and community members, as well as meet with first responders, nurses, and others on the front lines of the response. 18 people in total were killed in a shooting at a bowling alley and later at a bar in Lewiston last Wednesday. It was the deadliest gun massacre in the state's history.
Police are investigating a string of opioid overdoses at a Virginia high school. The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office says 8 students at Parkview High School overdosed in the past 3 weeks. While none were fatal, all required some form of medical intervention, including naloxone, CPR, or even hospitalization. The Sheriff's Office believes the cases involve fentanyl since the students took round blue pills that were marked M30.
About 4,000 people in Southern California were ordered to evacuate their homes. A wildfire known as the Highland Fire quickly spread in Riverside County. It's burned roughly 2,500 acres, and as of Wednesday, it was only 15% contained. Evacuation orders and warnings are still in place, and officials warn that some power lines and guardrails have been damaged and could be dangerous to the public.
It took over 6 decades, but the Astros are no longer the only World Series champions in the Lone Star State.
In their 63rd season.
The Rangers took home their first ever World Series title with their 5-0 Game 5 victory over the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Rangers pitching shut out the D-backs while their offense exploded late in the game, sealing the victory with a 4-run 9th inning. It is the team's first championship in its 63-year existence.
That series wrapping up just in time for people to avoid the cold weather that is sweeping across the states. Another round of freeze alerts are in place this morning. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman has her eye on the frost that is headed our way. Morning, Angie.
Hey, good morning, guys. Jackets, coats, they're all needed for a lot of folks, most of the eastern half of the country, really. But we've got 66 million people that are included in some of these alerts that you see. What's in the bright pink is the freeze warning, the frost advisory in that lighter pink. So temperature is sitting anywhere from 20s to 30s. Extra layers are going to be needed for you and the kids as you head out the door. Upper 30s right now in Washington, D.C., 28 degrees in Cincinnati at this hour, and Atlanta sitting at 38 degrees. We'll take a run at maybe some record lows this morning, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But by later this afternoon, we're really only getting into the 50s in a lot of spots. Places like Nashville barely staying into the 50s, but still chilly there. Indianapolis hits 50 degrees. Pittsburgh expected to be 48 degrees, while New York will sit at 49 this afternoon. A little warmer across this region here as we get into tomorrow, but really by the time we get into the weekend and into early next week, you'll see a big warm up back to the kind of typical temperatures you expect for this time of year. Mid 60s in St. Louis, or in Louisville rather, here as we get into Saturday and Sunday, and back to the 70s by Monday. Taking a look out west, we've got another atmospheric river event, a weak one, but it is unfolding and bringing heavy rain and even some snow across this region. So we'll watch for the potential for some flooding through the next couple of days. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Back to the 80s in Phoenix today, 85 for the high there, 67 for San Angelo with a lot of sunshine in the forecast. We'll hit 50 degrees in Chicago with some partly cloudy skies, 53 for Washington, D.C. this afternoon, and 49 degrees with a whole lot of sunshine expected in New York today. And that is a look at your forecast, guys. Back to you.
Angie, thank you. Coming up after the break, Fed Chair Jerome Powell keeps the interest rate unchanged.
CNBC's Sylvia Amaro joins us live to tell us why the Federal Reserve is in a holding pattern right now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man delivering.
All right, it just fit too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Major jury verdict handed down this week could change the way Americans buy and sell homes. NBC's senior business correspondent Christine Romans has more on what this means for America's housing market.
A big win for homeowners as a federal jury in Kansas City found a system rigged against them. The jury's verdict siding with plaintiffs and against the National Association of Realtors, along with 2 brokerage firms. The case argued that forcing home sellers to pay the commission for the buyer's broker is an anti-competitive restraint and requires those sellers to pay an inflated amount. Jared Bright was a plaintiff in the class action suit. He understood he'd need to pay a seller's commission, but the buyer's agent too?
Someone that I had never met, I will never meet, and did nothing for me.
The jury awarded plaintiffs nearly $1.8 billion in a case led by attorney Michael Ketchmark.
It's the only system, it's the only industry in the United States where 2 competitors get together, they set the compensation, and they split it.
Here's how it works. When you sell your home, you agree to pay a commission to your agent and the buyer's agent, usually 6% of the home price. But this case argued that the buyer should pay their own agent and be able to negotiate that fee. The National Association of Realtors says it will appeal the verdict and that its rules prioritize consumers, support market-driven pricing, and promote business competition. But with housing now the least affordable it's been in a generation, the industry is facing increased scrutiny.
Our thanks to Christine Romans for that report.
And one of the reasons housing is so expensive right now is because of those high interest rates. But could this latest decision by the Fed bring us some hope of relief? CNBC's Sylvia Amaro joins us now. Hi, Sylvia. Good morning. So interest rates, they're staying the same for now. What does that mean for consumers?
Well, it means that for the time being, though, things are not changing for consumers in the United States. However, the U.S. Federal Reserve left the door open to potential further rate hikes in the future. Now, we know that economic activity in the U.S. during the third quarter was actually quite positive, but we know as well that the Fed is following inflation dynamics quite closely, and they said that if they see any sort of upward movement there, then we could actually see further rate hikes in the future. Now, what is the financial community thinking at this stage following that Fed meeting? Well, for the time being, most investors are expecting that the Fed will keep rates unchanged once again at the December meeting. But the huge question mark, guys, goes, what is the Fed going to do into 2024? With some market players actually expecting that the Fed will have to cut rates in the first 6 months of 2024. So huge uncertainty still when it comes to monetary policy in the U.S., guys.
A lot of people waiting on buying that house for that very reason. Sylvia, thank you.
Still to come, Usher saying, I don't mind if fans want to help shape his Super Bowl halftime performance. We break it down right after this.
Yeah, man.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Even as the guidance counselor, I was still getting schooled.
Gruel? Huh? What's gruel?
Oh, it's nothing.
Man, I don't have to sex some.
This is gonna be so fetch. Stop trying to make fetch happen, Mom. It's still not gonna happen.
We're back to break down the latest in entertainment. The Plastics are back to sell you on some sweet savings. The cast of Mean Girls reunited for a new ad for Walmart's upcoming Black Friday deals. The spot checks in on the characters nearly 20 years on from the classic comedy, and it features several references from the Burn Book to Gretchen Wiener still trying to make fetch happen. I mean, it is such a classic, and I would watch a full-length show about this.
This commercial full-length is so good. I shared it so many times. Rachel McAdams, Regina George herself, not in this. And you got Page Six reporting when she was asked why. She just said, I don't want to. So, you know, it's so fun. And I can't wait for everything Mean Girls, including the musical that's coming up next.
I don't want to. It's such a Mean Girls response, right? Perfect.
All right, Usher dropped by Studio 1A just across the street on Wednesday morning. The R&B superstar who will headline the Super Bowl halftime show said he was open to fan suggestions for his set list and potential guests. Now, Today.com is giving fans that power. You can go online and weigh in on how Usher should put together his halftime show. Polls asked what guests he should bring on, with one contest between Jay-Z and Drake, and what songs he should perform, including a matchup between Yeah and Love in the Club. In this club, I should say. He said that his son, 14-year-old son, is his musical director, and his son is the one putting together the set list and the entire performance, so we'll see.
I mean, he had the musical gene. I mean, this guy he's only 45 years old, but he's been at it since, what, the 90s? So 25 years. There's a lot there.
A lot of pressure for Justin Bieber, too. Justin's saying, I don't know, he might want the stage for his own down the road.
We'll see on the Super Bowl. Well, 20 years ago today, we learned that there's always money in the banana stand. Arrested Development premiered on Fox on November 2nd, 2003, and while the story of the wealthy and dysfunctional Bluth family was plagued by low ratings and was canceled after 3 seasons, it was an instant critical success, and it's now regarded as one of the greatest sitcoms of all time. Fan demand eventually resulted in the show being revived on Netflix. It had a 2-season run back in 2013. Great show.
I'm watching it because of you, your recommendation.
Good one.
We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Armida Garavan, that is the name of this 17-year-old Kurdish-Iranian girl who died this weekend, a martyr for freedoms we might take for granted in this country. She had apparently refused to wear the mandatory Islamic headscarf, the hijab, on the subway in Tehran. And for this, rights groups say Iran's so-called morality police beat her, sending her into a coma she never came out of. Iranian authorities have said she fainted after a drop in blood pressure and hit her head. Armida's fate recalls that of another Kurdish girl, Mahsa Amini. You might remember her name. A little over a year ago, she died in a hospital after being detained by regime henchmen, enforcing modesty codes for women. Her death sparked the most widespread anti-state protests Iran had seen in over a decade. Well, that uprising was quelled by brutal force, with hundreds of people killed by security forces. Iran has closed the book on both deaths. But as Armida Garavan is laid to rest in Iranian Kurdistan, time will tell if her death ignites another movement, or if these tragic fates will bookend another dark period of repression in Iran. Meantime, these are ways to show support. You're urged by many organizations to follow human rights groups out there. They say to amplify voices on Iranians on social media, and above all, say their names. Early today, we'll be right back.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
On Sunday, 50,000 people will run through the streets of New York for the annual New York City Marathon. For one of those runners, the path to the starting line marks a years-long journey of redemption. NBC's Kate Snow shares his story.
For Rasan Thomas, running feels like freedom. The native New Yorker training for the city's upcoming marathon after 22 years behind bars.
My first marathon was in San Quentin State Prison. It was 105 laps around a prison yard.
In 2000, Rasan was locked up for shooting and killing a man during a drug deal. But while facing a life sentence, he turned his own life around. In prison, Rasan got an associate's degree and started writing for the San Quentin News.
It's something to be really proud of.
He even co-hosted a podcast about prison life that was a finalist for a Pulitzer Prize. It's also where he met volunteer teacher Claire Gelbert.
And we just sort of hit it off during switch.
The two made a pact to one day run the New York City Marathon.
So you make this deal that when you get out, if you get out, you're going to do it together.
Yes.
What's up, James? What's up?
Rasan's sentence was commuted by California's governor for dedicating himself to his rehabilitation, and he was released this February.
You aren't healed up yet?
He and Claire now running with a new mission for Empowerment Avenue, a group Rasan founded to help publish the work of incarcerated writers and artists.
If you just treat people like human beings, you change their hearts, you change their minds.
His hope to change the American prison system one step at a time.
For people that hear you're running and hear your story and think, but wait a second, he killed someone.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
First, I say I'm sorry. And then I would say, I can't pay my debt sitting in the cell. If I can make people who once harmed society love society, that's the best way I can pay for my crimes.
You can't ever undo the past.
There's no way to restore that justice. The only thing I can do is pay it forward.
Kate Snow, NBC News, New York.
I mean, I've never ran. I have mad respect for all the people who have, but that's one of the reasons why I love the marathon. 50,000 people, give or take, run it, and 50,000 stories. Not all identical, but all of them involve perseverance and determination.
And what a redemption story for him, too. We're going to be cheering him on. Now for a look ahead, this third hour of the Today Show, here's Al Roker.
This morning on the third hour of Today, inside the newest TikTok feature that lets you shop right inside the app. What to know before you buy. Then with the holidays coming, we're going to help you try to be the ultimate host. And in our series, Life Lessons, how to be selfish in a good way. All that and more coming up this morning on the third hour of Today.
Yeah, there's a reason why they call it me time. Sometimes it's good for you.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you for Friday.
Right now on Morning News Now, renewed calls for a ceasefire in Gaza after another Israeli airstrike on a packed refugee camp, the second in just 2 days. Well, on the border, the first wave of civilians crossing the Rafah border into Egypt, several of them Americans.
We'll see more of this process going on in the coming days. Working nonstop to get Americans out of Gaza as soon and as safely as possible.
All this as loved ones hold out hope for the 200-plus hostages still held captive by Hamas. We have team coverage. Also this morning, Donald Trump Jr. back in court in the civil fraud case against the Trump Organization. The eldest son of the former president denying his involvement in preparing his father's financial statements. More from his first day of testimony as his brother Eric prepares to take the stand. Plus, infant mortality rates on the rise in America. We'll explore what's behind the largest spike in 2 decades, plus what the statistics reveal about disparities in race. And the Texas Rangers waking up as champions after winning the World Series for the first time ever. More on the thrilling Game 5 win, ending a 6-decade drought. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off this morning. We begin this hour in Gaza, where Israel is stepping up its aerial and ground assault on the sealed-off Palestinian territory. Yesterday, Israeli warplanes bombed the Jabalia refugee camp for a second straight day, drawing widespread condemnation from aid and rights groups. Officials inside Gaza say at least 195 people were killed in both attacks, while the Israeli military says it targeted and killed Hamas commanders. Today, more foreign nationals are critically injured, and critically injured Palestinians are expected to leave Gaza through the Rafah border crossing with Egypt. The limited evacuation began on Wednesday and is set to continue for the next few weeks. Speaking in Minnesota yesterday, President Biden said he does believe there should be a pause in order to get hostages out of Gaza. He said the U.S. was working nonstop to try and get Americans out and to support humanitarian efforts in the besieged Strip.
The United States is going to continue to drive humanitarian support for innocent people in Gaza who need help, and they do need help. We're going to continue to affirm that Israel has the right to responsibility to defend its citizens from terror, and it needs to do so in a manner that is consistent with international and humanitarian law that prioritizes protection of citizens.
In a few moments, we will speak with the president of the U.S. Middle East Project and former Israeli negotiator of the Oslo Accords, Daniel Levy. But let's begin with the latest on the ground and our correspondent, Jay Gray, who is near the Gaza border. Jay, first of all, what's happening where you are right now?
Yeah, and Joe, we've just seen a series of what are firefights. You've got the Israeli Defense Forces trying to push Hamas back from the border just about 2 miles or so behind us here. A lot of explosions, a couple of flares in the air, so they are actively working in this area again to make a defensive front and continue to push inward toward Gaza.
Jay, we know Israel again bombed the Jabalia refugee camp yesterday. Walk us through what we know about that and some of the reaction we're hearing.
Well, the IDF continues to say that they are targeting what are Hamas leadership and operational headquarters, and some of them buried, they say, in areas where civilians are. They say that that is a tactic of Hamas and something that they continue to try and root out. The response, though, overall and globally continues to climb. There continues to be an echo of problems with the number of civilians that appear to be injured as a result of these attacks. Let's listen to what one human rights organization had to say.
We are very concerned about settler violence in the West Bank. We find it incredibly destabilizing. We find it counterproductive to Israel's long-term security, in addition to, of course, being extremely harmful to the Palestinians living in the West Bank. And we have sent a very clear message to them that it's unacceptable, it needs to stop, and those responsible for it need to be held accountable.
Yeah, and look, it's just another example of how this seems to be spreading across the region, Joe. There continue to be flare-ups in and around that area as well. So it's a very serious situation, one that's getting much worse.
Jay, let's talk about what's happening at another border, the border with Egypt, and that limited evacuation out of Gaza through the Rafah crossing. It continues today. How many people are expected to leave, and is humanitarian aid getting in?
Yeah, it's been a big change at the Rafah border with Egypt, and we have seen more humanitarian aid rolling in. Yesterday was the biggest day yet for the number of trucks that made their way through with medicine, water, and food, desperately needed items there in Gaza. But we're seeing people for the first time go the other way, including Americans. One of the estimates right now is that about 7,000 foreign nationals are prepared to cross at Rafah and into Egypt and then on to their countries. We know that there were a handful of Americans yesterday, hundreds more expected to cross today. And this is something that's been going on since this war began, the negotiations back and forth, Israel, Egypt, Hamas involved, and of course Qatar is the middleman in all of this, and finally facilitating that yesterday. And as we heard the president, as he mentioned at the beginning of all of this, we expect this to continue for the next couple of days, Jim.
And a moment ago, we heard from Secretary of State spokesman Matthew Miller talking about violence in the occupied West Bank. The UN says it was already the deadliest year for Palestinians in 15 years, with around 200 killed. Since October 7th, they say 121 have been killed. Real quickly, talk to us about the situation there and concerns from the international community.
Yeah, there's no question that it is becoming more and more violent and volatile in the West Bank. There continue to be age groups that are focused on that area, but it's difficult because of the violence, obviously, and so it's something that they continue to watch closely and continue to have very real concern about. We know that there's a very strong divide in that area, and so it's become very problematic, and as you described, very deadly over the last couple of weeks.
All right, Jay Gray reporting from the border near Gaza. Please continue to stay safe. Let's bring in Daniel Levy. He is the president of the U.S. Middle East Project, a group that works to bring about a lasting Israeli-Palestinian peace. He was an advisor to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Thank you for joining us, Daniel. On October 14th, you co-wrote a piece for the Irish Times. The headline was, "The outside world must walk Israel back from the abyss. It cannot be part of the choir of incitement." In the article, you say, quote, "If the international community does not intervene to stop what is coming, we could be watching a combination of mass killing and forced expulsion in real time." Fast forward to today, what's your assessment of what's happening right now? Is what you wrote about a couple weeks ago, do you fear it's playing out now? And is the international community doing enough right now?
Unfortunately, what myself and my co-author Zaha Hassan discussed there, well, what the images are on the screen, you can see for yourselves, that is what's playing out. I think half of the Palestinian population of 2.3 million in Gaza approximately are displaced. They're displaced still within the Gaza Strip at this stage. What happened on October 7th was horrendous. What has happened subsequently in the way Israel has gone about this military operation in Gaza and the Palestinian civilian casualties are something that really should shake us and needs to be stopped now. And I would say that what this is doing in terms of the anger this is generating through generations, and by the way, not just of Palestinians, is something that is absolutely antithetical to Israel's long-term security. We're talking numbers of dead Palestinian children that it is hard to wrap one's head around. 6, 7 times the number of children killed in Ukraine in 20 months. That's the magnitude of this. And so, no, the short answer is the efforts to end this, the efforts to bring this in to dimensions that are actually about security. But most important now, the efforts to bring a ceasefire are inadequate. I hope that what is going on in private looks very different to what is being said in public. And maybe I'm allowing myself some optimism that President Biden, in a almost slip of the tongue yesterday, is speaking to a more serious effort.
Daniel, we know you were part of the Israeli negotiating team behind the Oslo Accords. Many see that agreement as really one of the closest moments we came to peace in the region. What would it take to get back to that? Is it even possible?
It's a good question. I don't think we can go back to it. It was almost a quarter century ago where we came possibly close. I'd like to think so. It wouldn't have been a perfect peace. Many people would have said that there were issues not dealt with. Now, this has been such a shock to the system, such a disruptive event, that the last thing we should want to do is go back to October 6th. Sure, I wish we could have all those lives back. But on October 6th, what we were doing was ignoring the fact that millions of Palestinians were living without their basic rights and freedoms, and this was a pressure cooker, and it exploded. And we can't put it back in the pressure cooker. The first thing to do is to humanize each other again, and the second thing to do is to get to the root causes, make sure that Palestinians have their rights, have their freedoms, and living in equality and dignity, because that's the path not just to Palestinian security, but to Israeli security. You can't defeat an oppressed people militarily. We need a political solution, and it's well past time to push for one.
Danielle Levy from the U.S. Middle East Project, thank you for your time this morning. We do appreciate it. On Capitol Hill, the Democratic-led Senate passed several bills with bipartisan support aiming to prevent a government shutdown ahead of the November 17th deadline. That deadline's fast approaching. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. The Senate overwhelmingly passed those funding bills yesterday by a vote of 82 to 15. Meanwhile, the Republican-controlled House, led by new Speaker Mike Johnson, also passed spending bills, but they're looking to cut spending and break off aid to Israel, passing that as a separate measure. The Senate's Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, a Democrat, says such partisan efforts will go nowhere.
The House GOP proposal is not going anywhere. It's dead before it even is voted on. The Speaker should start over, this time without terrible partisan poison bills, this time sitting down with Democrats and working this issue through.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with more. So, Julie, what are going to be the challenges on Capitol Hill with the government shutdown now just over 2 weeks away? Just how far apart are the Senate and the House?
Extremely far apart. You heard Majority Leader Schumer on the floor there. He was talking about the Israel bill only, and the reason he was calling it partisan is because House Speaker Mike Johnson tied spending cuts to the IRS in order to pay for the Israel bill. Now, the White House said that was a non-starter. Schumer, you heard him there saying it's dead before it was even voted on in the House. That vote still expected to happen this week. But that bill, like so many others, going nowhere in the Senate. And then you have the overall problem of government funding, which is just around the corner in 2 weeks. It's more than certain that it is going to need a short-term government funding measure. Speaker Johnson said as much yesterday in the Senate Republican lunch. But Majority Leader Schumer also touching on another subject that the Senate took up later in the night. Take a listen to this.
We absolutely must ensure that our military is fully staffed and fully equipped to defend the American people. And it begins by confirming these vital nominations that are currently on hold. Every day that Senator Tuberville continues his blanket holds, our military preparedness is degraded.
A long night in the Senate last night. Tuberville's Republican colleagues actually tried to force votes on those nominees. Remember, he's been holding up for 9 months now, hundreds of military promotions, which of course are vital to national security, especially when you have those two dueling wars going on overseas.
Yeah, some strong words from his fellow Republicans yesterday. Let's talk about something else happening in the House. Embattled New York Congressman George Santos, he survived an expulsion vote, with some Democrats even voting against expulsion. So where do things stand now with Santos?
Yeah, dramatic night in the Senate, also a dramatic night in the House. Santos, sitting in the back of the chamber, spared this time around 179 only, far less than the simple majority needed to expel him. Voted actually, 2/3 majority needed to expel him, but 179, far less than even the simple majority, voted against expelling Santos, with the majority of Republicans actually voting to keep him around in the House. That might have something to do with that very narrow margin that they're working with, or it might have to do with the fact that the House Ethics Committee, that is also probing Santos in addition to his federal charges that he's facing, said, hold on a second, we'll be ready with our report and our findings potentially in 2 weeks. We heard from the House Speaker Mike Johnson last week, who said that it's not time to expel Santos until and unless he's been indicted or they have findings from the Ethics Committee. Perhaps when that comes down, Santos will have another go potentially at expelling him, but so far he's safe.
All right, Julie Sirkin, another busy week on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. Donald Trump Jr. will be back in a New York courtroom today for more testimony. He'll take the stand again in that $250 million civil fraud trial against the former president's family and their company. Yesterday, he faced questions about his involvement with financial documents that the New York Attorney General's office says were purposely inflated to benefit the company. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has more on his day in court.
The former president's eldest son inside a Manhattan courtroom. Donald Trump Jr., the first of his siblings to testify in a $250 million civil fraud lawsuit against the family's real estate business. New York's Attorney General accusing the Republican frontrunner, his sons, and his company of inflating assets to get better terms on loans and insurance, pointing to Don Jr.'s signature on documents certifying the accuracy of the company's financial statements, which include assets like Mr. Trump's apartment in Manhattan, listed as 30,000 square feet, when it's actually a third of that size. He was pressed by the state about his role as executive vice president of the Trump Organization. Don Jr. saying he relied on outside accountants who prepared the financial statements. He's blasted the suit from the Democratic Attorney General and the judge, also a Democrat, as a partisan kangaroo court.
It doesn't matter what general practices in business would be. It doesn't matter. They have a narrative, they have an end goal, and they'll do whatever it takes to get there.
The judge has already ruled in the state's favor on the central fraud claim. Much of the trial is to determine what, if any, punishment should be handed down. Meanwhile, the former president has said he's done nothing wrong, and again slamming the judge, posting, quote, "Leave my children alone."
Our thanks to Laura Jarrett for that report. There is some other Trump legal news in his classified documents trial. That's a federal case out of Florida. The judge there signaled she may push the trial date. The case currently set to begin in May of next year, but the judge noted Trump also faces a separate trial in March. That's for the election interference case in Washington. Civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden joins us now with more on this New York civil case. So, Kristen, Don Jr., he basically argued, well, his name was on those financial statements, and there seems to be language suggesting he was responsible in part for them. He left things up to the accountant. So is that going to fly? What else stood out in Don Jr.'s testimony?
Well, you know, his testimony did not really present any significant surprises. It really did meet all of my expectations. You know, with him being the first member of the family to really testify, he maintained that stance that you just said, where he blindly trusted the money experts. And that's the narrative that they consistently have held, really deflecting responsibility for this alleged fraudulent asset inflation to external accountants. But this really underlines their tactical move, which is aimed at undermining the prosecution's efforts to really establish that element of intent for the intentional fraud, because they're basically saying that they adhered to all the business or standard business practices and financial reporting protocols. But this stance really does not only face scrutiny against the judge's prior rulings, as you talked about before in this segment, that the defendants did in fact fraudulently overvalue these assets. But keep in mind, you know, after Trump won that presidency, his sons, Donald and Eric, really kind of propelled to high roles within the organization. Donald Jr. was a trustee, while Eric Trump really ran over the daily control of the family business. So his testimony also illuminated the managerial capacities of both of them. And really the prosecution is going to be able to utilize that to argue liability, really emphasizing their inherent duty of oversight, which is really going to bolster their claims to be able to show that intentionality behind the fraud.
So, Kristen, we have to remember this is a case where the judge is the jury, and the judge has already fined the former president for breaching a gag order. How big of a deal is the family's testimony in this case? What is at stake right now?
You know, it's a big deal. And what is at stake really is money, money, money. The stakes are really high here. You know, the defense really needs that consistent narrative, which really, like you mentioned, begins with Donald Trump's testimony. But again, there's no guarantee that that narrative is going to hold up really throughout the case, because the penalties really, as Laura had talked about in that segment, deal with the valuation, how much of that fraud, because of the prior findings. They could potentially face a $250 million financial judgment with significant operational restrictions. So not only paying that amount, but then the dissolution of their ability to practice business in the state of New York could also affect their future abilities to make money and profit as well.
Quickly, Kristen, this is a civil trial. It's not a criminal trial. So what does that mean as far as what rights Trump's children have when they're testifying?
Well, they're going to have the same rights as any standard defendant. Keep in mind, Don Jr. and Eric are active defendants, while Ivanka, she was dismissed from the defendant list because, you know, her crime or her the allegations of fraud were too remote and they surpassed the statute of limitations. So her counsel is still trying to fight whether or not she's going to have to testify. So we may not hear from her. But with regard to Donald Jr. and Eric, they could absolutely opt to plead the fifth, which would avoid any testimony that could incriminate them for any future charges. But as you heard from the testimony, and it's continuing, and we expect Eric to testify. He's also been deposed. They have chosen to defend themselves, exercising their really constitutional rights to do so.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, as always, appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much. It is only November 2nd, yet it feels very much like winter in New York. And yes, more cold temps are headed for the east. So let's check your morning news now weather forecast with meteorologist Angie Lassman. I believe this morning that Mariah Carey has now been re-encased in ice because she stepped outside.
I think you are exactly correct, Joe. Yeah, and temperatures this morning in New York and up and down the East Coast and mostly the eastern half of the country are quite chilly, into the 30s, into the 20s for some. And even this afternoon, we're going to see that cold continuing. One note, we do have that flood risk remaining across the Pacific Northwest today because that atmospheric river is going to continue to dump heavy amounts of rain for folks there. But let's focus on the cold because more alerts. No surprise here. The frost and freeze alerts are up for 66 million people. This includes parts of the southern plains stretching up into the mid-Atlantic, Washington, D.C., Augusta, Montgomery, all the way out to Lufkin, Texas are included in this. And temperatures still ranging in the 20s to 30s with the potential for some record lows to be broken this morning. We'll have to wait and see once the morning is over exactly what record lows clock in. But either way, it is an extra layers kind of morning in places like Nashville, 29 degrees right now, 27 in Cincinnati, 34 degrees in Washington, D.C., and Montgomery sitting into the upper 20s. Atlanta at 36. By this afternoon, you'll slightly warm up back into the 50s, but quite cool for this time of year either way. Pittsburgh ends up at 46 for your high this afternoon, and New York just ends up at 50 degrees. Now, tomorrow, we'll start that kind of gradual warming trend. Along the East Coast, it'll still be a little chilly into the afternoon hours, but notice places like Oklahoma City, Kansas City back to normal, with Denver running warmer than normal for this time of year. And here's where the good stuff happens. If you're looking for some of that warmer air, you're not quite ready to jump into winter just yet. Richmond, you'll end up into the upper 60s on Saturday and low 70s by Sunday, but back to the mid 70s on Monday. So the weather can't decide what it wants to do. New York will sit into the low 60s through the weekend and into early next week. But here's the really good stuff, because guess what? The streak will be broken this weekend when it comes to rain across the Northeast. It'll be cool and crisp for tomorrow, and we'll still see those showers across the Pacific Northwest. But look at Saturday, a dry weekend ahead, a gem of a day across the South. We'll see plenty of sunshine. Really, the problematic area, even through the weekend, is going to be that Pacific storm that brings more rain and the flooding concern and even some mountain snow to folks in the Rockies.
My umbrella won't know what to do.
It's going to be so bored.
It's so bored. All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Turning now to some sad news for college basketball fans. Hall of Fame coach Bob Knight has died at the age of 83. Knight rose to fame while winning 3 national championship titles for Indiana University. His 1976 championship squad remains the last men's team to finish a season undefeated. His time as coach was not without controversy. Knight was accused of physically abusing several of his players and was fired from his coaching position after a run-in with a student on campus. Knight's family did not release an immediate cause of death. Some good sports news this morning. The Texas Rangers are on top of the baseball world for the first time ever. The Rangers handily defeated the Arizona Diamondbacks in last night's Game 5 of the World Series, winning their first ever championship. Going into this season, Texas was one of just 6 teams to have never won the Fall Classic. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joined us now from outside Globe Life Field in Arlington with more on the champion Rangers. Morgan, good morning. So let's talk about Game 5, which was not where you were. They were on the road in Phoenix. But how was Texas able to pull off really this memorable and somewhat dominant postseason run?
Yeah, Joe, really the one word on everyone's minds this morning, finally. They finally did it. It finally happened. The Rangers finally pulled it off. So much excitement here. They pulled it off really behind an incredible performance by their pitching staff, Joe. Particularly Game 5, they go in. It's 0-0 until the 7th inning. That is where their all-star Corey Seager was able to get the ball rolling for the Rangers, and he was able to score in the 7th to give a small lead over the Diamondbacks, but they padded that in the 9th inning, Joe. We had their other star, Simeon, hit a 2-run homer to go up 5-0, and they shut it down from there. And I have to tell you that the anticipation going into the 9th inning was incredible, because back in 2011, the Rangers were 1 strike, 1 out away from clinching another World Series that slipped through their fingers to the St. Louis Cardinals. who ended up winning a Game 6 and then a Game 7. So they'd been close before, but last night they were finally able to close it out. Joe?
So here's the thing, Morgan. It was just 2 years ago when the Rangers lost more than 100 games in a season. If you're not a baseball fan, that's just really bad. So how did they turn around their fortune so quickly?
Yeah, less than ideal, for sure. No, they brought some new talent onto their roster, and they had a steady hand of managing them as well, Joe. And that kind of gave them the leadership they needed to make a serious postseason run. After the game, you heard multiple players say their mentality going into the postseason was attack, attack, attack. And they absolutely did. Winning in 5 games, not wanting to chance a Game 6 or a Game 7 against the Diamondbacks that also had a strong postseason presence as well.
Real
Joe?
quickly, Morgan, I've got to assume they've got some big celebrations planned.
Parade happening tomorrow in Arlington. The route has already been shared. You can only imagine how many people are going to come out when you realize that it's been more than 6 decades. This team never won a World Series. Now they're going to have the rings. They already have the pride. So expect this area all around me to be covered with people in just a little bit more than 24 hours.
All right,
Joe?
something to look forward to there. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. More to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, holding steady. The Federal Reserve announcing it won't raise interest rates for the 2nd month in a row. We're going to break down that decision and what it means for you. First, though, after the break, chaos in the cockpit. A Delta pilot accused of pulling a gun on the plane's captain while in the air. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're back now with another report of a cockpit confrontation involving a commercial airline pilot. In this case, a Delta Airlines co-pilot is facing charges of pulling a gun and threatening to shoot the captain during an argument. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the details.
It happened on a Delta Airlines flight last year. Now, a federal grand jury has indicted First Officer Jonathan Dunn with using a dangerous weapon to assault and intimidate the captain, telling the captain he'd be shot multiple times if he diverted the flight due to a passenger's medical event. Dunn was trained and certified to carry a gun as a TSA flight deck officer. NBC News aviation analyst Captain John Cox was also certified.
The people that were really heavily into the I'm going to save the world and I've got a gun, those people didn't make it through.
NBC has been unable to reach Dunn. Delta says he no longer works for the airline. The indictment comes after an off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot riding in a cockpit jump seat last week allegedly tried to shut down the engines on a passenger plane. Joseph Emerson has pleaded not guilty to 83 attempted murder counts. He allegedly claimed he was in a mental health crisis and had consumed psychedelic mushrooms 2 days before the flight.
He had no intention to harm himself or anybody on the airplane when he acted.
The challenge for the FAA and airlines, screening pilots for signs of serious mental illness or aggression.
It's really hard to predict violence, even if somebody is experiencing mental health symptoms.
Both pilots face federal charges of interfering with a flight crew, a felony that carries up to 20 years in prison. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Devastating scenes are still coming out of Mexico a week after Hurricane Otis made landfall. Residents are struggling to get basic necessities like food and water as the death toll continues to climb and dozens remain missing. NBC's Valerie Castro has the latest.
A humanitarian crisis exploding in Acapulco, Mexico. After Hurricane Otis ripped through the beach resort town a week ago, destroying infrastructure and flooding streets and homes. Up and down the coastline, the horrifying evidence of Otis's wrath. Boats thrown like toys along the shore. Many residents now feeling as though they've been left to fend for themselves.
Queremos ayuda, ayuda. Se nos fue todo en el agua. No, no, no.
Clean drinking water becoming scarce. Authorities say just 35% of water service has been restored. Lines of desperate residents snaking through the streets, people waiting to collect it by the jugful. But the wait itself is dangerous.
¿Dónde está el gobierno? ¿Dónde está el apoyo del gobierno? Mire usted si quiere ver la fila. Nos dicen que desde las 8, nosotros estamos aquí desde la madrugada, 5 de la mañana, arriesgando que nos asalten, porque ahora están asaltando en las calles.
Looting in the days after the storm stripped store shelves bare. Food now coming from a government-backed community kitchen. NGOs like World Central Kitchen stepping up to meet the demand.
We are putting out 3,000 meals. Yesterday was 2,500, so each day we're looking to increase our output more and more.
Otis's rapid escalation from a tropical storm to a monster Cat 5 hurricane in just 12 hours, leaving residents like this woman with little time to prepare. She thought the rising floodwaters would be the death of her. Her husband keeping her calm through the worst of it. The couple surviving, but now struggling. Mexican president deploying more than 10,000 troops and 1,000 government workers to deal with the aftermath. Government officials unveiling a $3.4 billion recovery plan, but experts estimate the cost of the damage could be as high as $15 billion. The human cost of the storm continues to climb. At least 45 people killed, including one American. Loved ones of those lost seen waiting outside the morgue.
Por la falta de luz.
This funeral homeowner says he can't prepare bodies for burial until power is restored, now taking in more of the dead than he can handle, while families wait to lay their loved ones to rest.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. The official death toll is expected to continue rising, with at least 47 people still missing right now. The Navy is focused on searching through more than 30 boats that sank in Acapulco Bay on the night of the hurricane. Let's get more international news now with the latest out of Ukraine. The Russian offensive continues. More than 100 Ukrainian towns were hit in just 24 hours. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has that and other international news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. According to the Interior Minister of Ukraine, Russia bombarded about 118 cities and towns across Ukraine in the space of just 24 hours. That is more than any other day this year. Now, the minister also said that 10 out of Ukraine's 27 regions have come under major attack, with death tolls and injuries on the rise. And now officials say Russia is doubling down in the pursuit of Avdiivka, a town in the eastern Donetsk region of Ukraine. And local leaders say there have been more than 40 massive shelling attacks against the territorial community. This is the 88th week of this ongoing war. Let's travel over to Kenya, where King Charles III held a private meeting with the family of a Kenyan leader who was executed by the British. Dedan Kimathi was a former leader of the Kenyan rebellion against British colonial rule who was hanged by the British administration. The British High Commission says the meeting was a, quote, opportunity for the king to hear firsthand about the violence committed against Kenyans during their struggle for independence. King Charles expressed the greatest sorrow and the deepest regret for the violence of that era. We end this news tour of the world in Mexico for a celebration of the Day of the Dead, also known as the Dia de los Muertos. And it is truly a celebration. Bright colors and smells filled Mexico as this community honored their ancestors. It's a tradition that goes back thousands of years, and if you're a Disney fan, it's also featured in the popular movie Coco. Yesterday and today, celebrants believe that the spirits of the dead return home to spend time with their loved ones. Families welcome them with altars, sugar skulls, bright decorations, and candles to remember the deceased. So happy Dia de los Muertos to everyone.
Absolutely. Some beautiful celebrations. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, somber statistics from the CDC. Infant deaths are on the rise for the first time in 2 decades. We're going to look at the numbers, plus the groups most at risk. And fear in Jewish communities across America as the war in the Middle East continues, how some are looking to protect themselves. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with an alarming new report from the CDC on the rise of infant deaths in the U.S. That report says the country's infant mortality rate increased for the first time in 20 years. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now with a closer look at the findings. So first of all, remind us how infant mortality is measured and why did we see this rise in last year's numbers?
So the infant mortality rate is the number of deaths before 1 year per 1,000 live births. What was really critical about this report, and I want to be very, very clear about this, is that while the rate was increasing in white infants, Black infants disproportionately represent the absolute number. They are still more than twice as likely to die than their white counterparts. It depends on who you ask in terms of an explanation for why. But if you think about when something like this happens, you have to say what was happening in our world, in our country, that could affect women disproportionately versus men, especially women of reproductive age. And there's two things that stand out. Number one was the pandemic. That significantly reduced the access to prenatal care for so many women across this country. And the second one is the Dobbs decision. And this is really critically important, especially in those 4 states, Georgia, Missouri, Iowa, and Texas. 3 of them, all except Iowa, instated really strict abortion restriction laws right around this time. And that's felt to have completely impacted the care of the women who are pregnant, which will impact infant mortality rates.
We saw an increase in infants who died from pregnancy complications.
Yes, exactly.
Talk more about that.
So typically, we talk about infant mortality is related, number one, to congenital anomalies, things that happen you can't have any effect over, or preterm delivery. Those were not necessarily increased. What they did see were increased complications during pregnancy, as you said, one of them being something called cervical incompetency. That means the cervix opens before it should, and something else called premature rupture of your membranes, which basically your fluid ruptures. That can increase the risk of miscarriage, as well as infection, as well as preterm birth. And all of those things, aside from miscarriage, preterm and infection, can significantly impact the survival of an infant in the first year.
You mentioned the disparities in race. I just want to repeat this number because I think it's so important. The report found Black infants still dying at more than twice the rate of white infants.
Right.
This is not something new, but to see those numbers laid out this way, how do we move forward? What does this information tell us?
So it tells us that there were significant and anticipated repercussions from the Dobbs decision, and that women of color and minorities and communities of color that have always been impacted more by these social determinants of health, that this is still happening. It should be a wake-up call. I'm sure that all of my colleagues in the reproductive health care space are disheartened by this news, not necessarily surprised. And there are so many different places, society, education, access, that need to change. It's not a simple solution.
It's important we have these conversations, but we have to see change when it comes to this. All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much. Appreciate it. The sharp rise of anti-Semitic threats in the U.S. since Hamas's attack on Israel is leading to new fears of safety within Jewish communities across the country. And in South Florida, those concerns have become a literal call to arms, as NBC News correspondent Sam Brock reports.
Let it go.
Between the sounds of gunfire,
right, go ahead whenever you're ready,
and the gasps of what they produce.
So I got pretty close.
Here in South Florida, some members of the Jewish community arming themselves following Hamas's brutal attack on October 7th and the anti-Semitic threats that have followed.
Graffiti inside of the neighborhood which says "Free Gaza, kill all the Jews." And I'm a Jewish, and I have 2 little kids, and I just want to be able to defend myself.
Sahar Kaner, one of many Jewish mothers we met, now trying out firearms after seeing violent rhetoric creep onto their streets. One mom, Michelle, worries about her kids walking home from school.
Who isn't upset over everything that's happening, and any innocent life that's being destroyed is horrific. But screaming for the death, my death, because I'm a Jew? No.
This firearm instruction class in the Miami area is led by gun store owner David Kowalski.
It's one of those things that you don't want to need and not have.
How many of you never thought you would ever personally own or use a gun?
The class featuring a profile of people you might not expect to find. Grandmothers and guns, not always an obvious pairing.
I'm like having an out-of-body experience sitting here.
But as Israel's campaign in Gaza grows more deadly, so too does the fear of backlash.
single country, every single town is demonstrating against our people. We feel terrified.
Well, it's going to be loud. It's going to go.
Kowalski says his classes have gone from 1 or 2 a week to 1 or 2 a day.
After the Hamas invasion, did you see an immediate change at your business?
Yes, absolutely. There was definitely an uptick in Jewish Americans wanting to learn how to protect themselves and their families.
For many of the firearms newcomers we met, there are still reservations.
No, scary.
Very good.
It's scary.
Very good.
But for others, there is no longer a choice.
People who can't respect human life, how can you think that they're going to care about yours?
A concern that's growing in Jewish communities all over the country. Sam Brock, NBC News, South Florida.
Coming up, on hold, the Federal Reserve keeping interest rates on pause, at least for now. One of our favorite financial experts, Caleb Silver, is here to break down what it means for you. And, oh, Christmas tree, one of the most famous signs of the holiday season, now on its way to 30 Rock soon. I'll tell you more, all the details about it. You're watching Morning News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Federal Reserve once again holding off on raising interest rates. This is the second month in a row that the central bank has paused those rate hikes. For some context, the Fed began bumping up rates back in March of 2022 with the goal of taming inflation. Right now, interest rates are at the highest level we have seen in 23 years. For more on what this means, we're joined, of course, by Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. No surprise here with the pause. What does this signal to us?
Yeah, no surprise. We got what we expected, and kind of a gentler tone from Jerome Powell, the Fed chair. But he did say we may still raise rates again at that next meeting, which is coming up in December, data dependent. So there's going to be 2 jobs reports before that next meeting, 2 inflation reports reports before that next meeting. And what's the Fed watching? It's watching the labor market very closely, and it's watching overall inflation, which has come down, just not close enough to the Fed's target of 2.5%.
Really, we kind of knew there'd be a pause. What you were really listening for was what Powell said afterward, right?
Right.
And that's what you expected?
Yeah, and he did say something that I thought was interesting, which he said, we're not even thinking about cutting rates anytime soon. Now, a lot of people had expected the Fed to start cutting rates maybe by the end of the first quarter of next year or by mid-next year. They're not even thinking about it because they don't have economic conditions where they want, though they're trending in the right direction.
So interest rates are just one measure of our economic picture. The GDP is growing, inflation ticking up once again. What does this tell us right now about the overall direction of the economy, especially as we head into the holidays?
Yeah, well, things have definitely gotten better. Supply chain constraints are easing. Consumers continue to spend despite this rise in rates. So that's good. But the labor market has been exceptionally strong. Remember, back in September, there was 336,000 jobs added. We were not expecting that. And there's still a lot of jobs available when we look at the job openings and labor turnover survey. So a lot of job openings, a lot of hiring, and wages are still increasing just a little bit. These are all things that show the Fed that things are a little too hot still, and they may yet have to raise rates again or keep them this high for longer than we expected into next year.
Tomorrow's the jobs report, right? What are you looking for? What can we expect?
Yeah, we're probably going to get, we think, about 180,000 jobs added, which is a more normal state of hiring in this country. 336,000 is a huge number, and we weren't expecting that. So that's a steady state. The unemployment rate, we want to watch that closely. The Fed wants to keep maximum employment. That's between 3.5% and 4%. We're at 3.8%, so check on that. But if wages continue to rise, that puts pressure on companies, then companies make cutbacks, and the Fed doesn't want that to happen. So we're going to watch wages, and we're going to watch the sectors that have been hiring. If it's broad-based hiring, that's a good sign. But if it's in one area exclusively and wages take off, the Fed might have to raise rates in December at that meeting.
All right. Caleb Silver, as always, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Some more financial headlines now. Lyft and Uber shelling out some major cash over wage theft allegations in New York. CNBC's Silvana now has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, that's right. So Uber and Lyft will pay nearly $330 million combined to settle claims by New York's Attorney General they cheated drivers out of pay and benefits. More than 100,000 current and former ride-sharing drivers in the state could be eligible to receive money from the settlement. Current drivers will also be guaranteed minimum hourly rates and paid sick leave and be given notice and support to address issues about working conditions. Disney officially plans to buy the remaining 33% stake in Hulu it doesn't own. NBC Universal exercising its right to sell the stake after the window to do so opened up yesterday. Disney expects to pay roughly $8.6 billion for the streaming service. It gained the controlling stake in Hulu when it bought Fox's film and TV assets. Now, Hulu had more than 48 million subscribers at the end of Disney's last quarter. And Six Flags and Cedar Fair are joining forces. The Wall Street Journal confirming the companies are merging in a $2 billion deal to create a regional powerhouse in the theme park industry. The new company will have more than 40 amusement and water parks in 17 states, Canada and Mexico, which could help it compete with bigger rivals such as Disney and Universal Studios. Attendance at theme parks has yet to fully rebound to pre-pandemic levels.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it, Joe.
Well, it is official. We're heading into the holiday season, and what better way to really get into the spirit than with a Christmas tree, a really big Christmas tree. The Rockefeller Center Christmas tree, to be exact, which has now been chosen. It's an 80-foot tall Norway spruce weighing in at around 12 tons. Right now, it's still firmly rooted in Vestal, New York. It's about 3 hours from the Big Apple, but soon it will sit right in front of 30 Rock, overlooking that iconic skating rink in Rockefeller Plaza. The tree is set to arrive on the plaza November 11th. That's a week from this Saturday, and the lighting will take place after Thanksgiving on November 29th. Looking forward to that. Coming up, running for redemption. One man shares his inspiring journey from a prison cell to the starting line as he prepares to run the New York City Marathon.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. Members of the original Mean Girls cast have reunited for, get this, a new ad for Walmart, returning to the North Shore High School winter talent show as grown-ups. Take a look.
Ladies.
You take that one and you take that one.
I am such a good mom. I'm impressed. And I'm Karen.
That's right. Some of the movie's stars, including Lindsay Lohan, Amanda Seyfried, and Lacey Chabert, all appear in the Black Friday commercial, which recreates some of the 2004 movie's most famous scenes, notably missing Rachel McAdams. On top of that, a movie of the Mean Girls musical is due out in the new year. And of course, here on Morning News Now, we are still faithfully observing Pink Wednesdays. Finally this hour, a marathon is a major accomplishment for anyone. But for one runner who's lacing up their shoes this Sunday in the New York City Marathon, it's going to be a big step from where he started. NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow explains.
For Rasan Thomas, running feels like freedom. The native New Yorker training for the city's upcoming marathon after 22 years behind bars.
My first marathon was in San Quentin State Prison. It was 105 laps around a prison yard.
In 2000, Rasan was locked up for shooting and killing a man during a drug deal. But while facing a life sentence, he turned his own life around. In prison, Rasan got an associate's degree and started writing for the San Quentin News.
It's something to be really proud of.
He even co-hosted a podcast about prison life that was a finalist for a Pulitzer Prize. It's also where he met volunteer teacher Claire Gelbert.
And we just sort of hit it off. All right, switch.
The two made a pact to one day run the New York City Marathon.
So you make this deal that when you get out, if you get out, you're going to do it together.
Yes.
What's up, James? What's up, Mom?
Rasan's sentence was commuted by California's governor for dedicating himself to his rehabilitation, and he was released this February.
You aren't healed up yet?
He and Claire now running with a new mission for Empowerment Avenue, a group Rasan founded to help publish the work of incarcerated writers and artists.
If you just treat people like human beings, you change their hearts, you change their minds.
His hope to change the American prison system one step at a time.
For people that hear you're running and hear your story and think, but wait a second, he killed someone.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
First I say I'm sorry, and then I would say I can't pay my debt sitting in the cell. If I can make people who once harmed society love society, that's the best way I can pay for my crimes.
You can't ever undo the past.
There's no way to restore that justice. The only thing I can do is pay it forward.
Kate Snow, NBC News, New York.
It's so cool to see. We wish him the best. They've done a few stories on the Ear Hustle podcast. It's truly incredible to see what those guys are doing, including some of them now out of prison. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, stepped up violence in Gaza. Israeli forces launch a second strike on that refugee camp in the Gaza Strip in as many days, saying they've killed another Hamas commander. Meanwhile, a tense moment for President Biden overnight, interrupted by a protester at a campaign event in Minnesota who called for the violence overseas to stop.
Very fine people on this side.
Mr. President,
oh my
if you care
God.
about Jewish people, as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
We've got the president's response in just a moment. Plus, more on the first Americans to be evacuated from Gaza. Back stateside, it's another day in court for Donald Trump Jr. He's expected to return to the stand in that high-profile civil fraud case against the Trump Organization. We'll take you inside that New York courtroom for his testimony as we look ahead to appearances from his siblings, Eric and Ivanka. Plus, if you build it, history on the baseball diamond as the Texas Rangers best the Arizona Diamondbacks in 5. Now they're bringing the World Series title back to the Lone Star State for the first time in the club's history. And it's been a long and winding road for the Beatles. More than 50 years after the release of their final album, they're releasing one last song. We begin this hour in the Middle East, where Israeli ground forces are advancing inside Gaza. Israeli fighter jets are continuing to bombard the Palestinian enclave, yesterday hitting a densely populated refugee camp for a second straight day. The violence comes as, for the first time, President Biden called for a humanitarian pause. NBC's Raf Sanchez has the latest from southern Israel.
Guys, good morning. President Biden has been firm in his support of Israel's right to defend itself after Hamas's terror attack, and he has so far rejected calls for a ceasefire despite the rising death toll in Gaza. But he is now saying he would like to see at least temporary halts to the fighting to allow more time to get prisoners out.
Overnight, for the first time, President Biden calling for a humanitarian pause in the Israel-Hamas war.
Mr. President.
After being interrupted by a protester demanding a ceasefire, the president responding, quote, "I think we need a pause." Earlier, the president said the U.S. is working to get Americans out of Gaza.
Working nonstop to get Americans out of Gaza as soon and as safely as possible.
And this morning, documents obtained by NBC News show around 400 U.S. citizens have been cleared to pass through the Rafah crossing today into the safety of Egypt. The border opened to civilians Wednesday for the first time since the start of the war after painstaking negotiations. But only a handful of U.S. citizens made it out, including 71-year-old aid worker Ramona Akamara, who came to Gaza to make prosthetic limbs for children. For her family, deep relief.
I just want to throw my arms around her and hold on to her forever.
But for Palestinians without a foreign passport, the only ticket out is a serious injury. 8-year-old Salim was one of around 70 patients evacuated for urgent medical care in Egypt. His family says he was injured by an Israeli airstrike and tells us his parents and grandparents were killed. Yesterday, Israeli warplanes hit a refugee camp in northern Gaza for the second time in 2 days, targeting what Israel says was a military command center deliberately hidden underneath civilian homes. These images show the scale of the destruction. Today, Israeli troops continuing to push deeper into the Strip in their effort to crush Hamas, but also taking casualties, at least 16 soldiers killed since the start of the invasion. Yet more grief in a holy land that's already seen too much of it.
And Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is due to land here in Israel tomorrow for his third visit since October 7th. We're expecting him to carry a message of support, but also to push the Israelis to allow more aid into Gaza and to start working towards those humanitarian pauses. Guys.
All right, Raf, thank you so much. A major concern for Israeli soldiers continues to be the underground tunnel systems built by Hamas. Several hostage survivors are shedding light on the conditions of the tunnels, and officials fear they could prove difficult to attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman takes a closer look.
As Israel fights intense ground battles in Gaza, the greatest threat may be underground. Hamas tunnels, hundreds of them, promoted on their social media, some storing weapons and fighters, others command posts, concealed from Israel's drones and spy planes. Hamas claims it's built more than 300 miles of tunnels, half as long as New York's subway, crisscrossing an area just 25 miles long.
It smells, it's dark, it's closing on you, it's scary.
It's also where many of the 240 hostages are believed to be held.
We have to measure twice and 3 times that they are not in those tunnels that we are bombing.
One of the released hostages said she was held in a tunnel with 4 others.
It looks like a spider web.
In this Hamas video, fighters are seen popping out of tunnels, simulating an attack on Israeli tanks. It's a threat not unlike what the U.S. faced in Iraq, ISIS ambushing troops from tunnels under Mosul and Fallujah. Ben Milt, originally from Iowa, came face-to-face with Hamas when his IDF unit destroyed tunnels in the 2014 Gaza war.
We would fire at them, and then they would go into their tunnel and run and pop up in another location.
Israel says the tunnels have gotten more sophisticated, as deep as 230 feet, fortified by concrete, wired for electricity and ventilation, and booby-trapped. And no one knows exactly where they all are. Nobody but Hamas.
We have a good grasp of the network, but of course, it's only part of the picture.
Destroying them won't be easy. Israel says Hamas has built tunnels under homes and mosques, risking civilian lives. Experts say Israel could hit some with U.S.-made bunker-buster bombs, but likely with severe civilian casualties. Tunnels can also be flooded with seawater, and Israel could use new technology, a sponge bomb, described to NBC News by someone shown the device by the IDF. A mix of chemicals dropped into a tunnel creates a foam that expands, hardens, and seals the entrance, at least temporarily. Imperfect solutions to a lethal threat lurking underground. Josh Letterman, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Amid the violence in the Middle East, tensions are boiling over on college campuses here in the U.S., with rising incidents of hate being reported in both Muslim and Jewish communities. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us from Atlanta with more on this. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. I've spoken with a number of students who say that they have experienced a range of actions, from shouted chants on campus to troubling social media posts, even the defacing of a poster with Israeli hostages. All of it, they say, makes them feel unsafe on campus. Now, of course, all of this comes as both Jewish and Muslim leaders say that they're facing an unprecedented rise in threats of violence. Thousands of miles from the escalating violence in the Middle East, the cloud of war is smothering many college campuses here in the U.S. At Emory University in Atlanta, more than 100 Jewish students gathered Wednesday, one of at least 6 schools statewide, to hold solidarity walks after a rise in anti-Semitic incidents on campuses nationwide.
We had hung up posters of the hostages in Gaza, and there were students who went and vandalized them. As someone who knows people who are a part of that group of hostages, it's horrible.
What's your biggest concern?
My biggest concern, violence, obviously. And it's not unfounded. Violent threats.
Threats like those made at Cornell University, which has canceled classes Friday, citing extraordinary stress on campus. Patrick Dye, a 21-year-old junior at the Ivy League school, made his first court appearance Wednesday after authorities say he posted online threats to kill members of the school's Jewish community. He did not enter a plea. All of it comes as tensions are rising across the country. The Biden administration is vowing to fight a sharp rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents.
We are focusing our efforts on confronting and disrupting illegal threats wherever they arise.
Similar to reports of anti-Semitic incidents, which have skyrocketed in recent weeks, the Council on American Islamic Relations says it's seen a large uptick, noting many more often go unreported.
Overall, there is a sense of anxiety, uneasiness. Our community is on edge.
As the incidents of violent threats soar, many are just hoping for a common understanding.
There's been deaths on both sides, which is a horrible thing. There should be no deaths on any side at all.
Now, here in Georgia, the leader of a statewide organization for Jewish college students is calling on campuses across the state to increase security, writing in an open letter that students are literally afraid to be on campus. Joe.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. In other news, Donald Trump Jr. will be back in a New York courtroom today for more testimony. He's going to take the stand again in the $250 million civil fraud trial against the former president's family and their company. Yesterday, he faced questions about his involvement with financial documents that the New York Attorney General's office says were purposely inflated to benefit the company. Trump Jr. testified that while he signed off on financial documents, he was not involved in preparing them. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside the courthouse. So, Lindsay, what were some of the big takeaways from Don Jr.'s testimony yesterday?
Well, Joe, to start, he did appear very relaxed, and at a few times during the day, he even joked with the judge. At one point, the judge asking him to slow down, and he had joked and said, "I moved to Florida, but I kept the New York pace." Overall, though, he testified to his role as executive vice president of the Trump Organization and trustee, testifying to the titles and involvement in properties, like in securing loans for new developments, loans that in order to get, they would show these statements of financial condition. These are the documents the AG's office alleges contain these overvaluations that contain Don Jr.'s signature. And he testified that his father, the former president, was his supervisor until he left for the presidency. But he essentially pointed the finger at people like Donald Bender from Mazars, the accounting firm that would help them compile a lot of their documents that would contain their assets and those valuations. And also pointing the finger at former CFO Alan Weisselberg, who you'll remember served time at Rikers as part of the criminal Trump organization fraud trial that was essentially accusing the organization of giving off-the-books perks to employees. That was part of the allegation. And so today we can definitely expect to hear some more of that direct questioning from the state, and also more about his involvement. Now, the Attorney General overnight posted a video essentially saying that even though he had this big role with the company, he showed very little knowledge of the legal and accounting mechanics, a lot of things that he wasn't able to recall. So we can expect to hear more of that today, Joe.
Yeah, what else can we expect to hear today? We know Donald Trump Jr., also Eric Trump expected to testify. So what are you watching out for in court?
And so once we are done with the direct, then we will have the cross-examination of the defense team. Remember, Don Jr., Eric, the former president himself, Ivanka, these are being called as state witnesses, and so they are compelled to testify. And so once Don Jr. is done, then we can expect Eric Trump to be called to the stand. And Eric, according to the AG's office, is responsible for all aspects of the management and operation of the Trump organization, including new project acquisition, development, and construction, saying he actively spearheaded the growth of Trump Golf, including the addition of properties since 2006. We can expect to hear more about the properties like Seven Springs and Westchester that the AG's office says was overvalued as well. Remember, in his deposition, he said he couldn't recall a lot of details. He said that they happened years ago, that he and his brother had other things on their plate. So we can expect to hear some of that from his testimony, because we heard it in the deposition. And remember, Joe, he had invoked the Fifth Amendment in his deposition more than 500 times, according to sources. In this civil trial, if he or any of the other defendants or witnesses do invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege, then the judge can have a negative inference off of that, Joe.
And Lindsay, we just saw the calendar, the former president set to testify next week. And this is a trial that still has several weeks left, right?
Right. And so we're expecting to hear from the former president on Monday and then Ivanka on Wednesday. Ivanka is no longer a co-defendant. She was removed through an appeals court motion over the summer because of the statute of limitations. But these are the state's final witnesses. I mean, we heard from the state's only expert witness on disgorgement, this idea of how much was made off of an illegal activity. Remember, the judge has already found the defendants liable for fraud. And so a lot of this trial is the other causes like falsifying business documents, insurance fraud, but a lot of it is damages, Joe. The AG's office asking for $250 million. Yesterday, their expert testifying that banks lost out on $168 million in earned interest that they could have gotten had they charged higher interest rates with the higher risk, had they known some of these valuations. This is according to the AG's office. But, Joe, you asked how much longer it could go on. We're expecting it to go through December 22nd.
All right. Lindsay Reiser reporting from New York. Thank you so much. Another big legal story. Jury deliberations expected to get underway in the Sam Bankman-Fried trial today. The defense delivered closing arguments on Wednesday, saying the government is turning the FTX founder into a, quote, monster, and arguing that bad business decisions, which led to the downfall of his company, are not a crime. Today, the government will make its final case before the jury begins to deliberate. Bankman-Fried faces up to life in prison if convicted of criminal fraud. He denies the charges. Now to your morning News Now weather forecast. As the Pacific Northwest braces for a mix of some wet winter weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with that. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Ready or not, here it comes. The rain, the snow, we're dealing with it across the Pacific Northwest. And you can see it's quite a soggy morning in places like Seattle, but stretching all the way down into NorCal, you're seeing the rain. And if you move a little farther to the east across Idaho and into portions of Montana, we've got the snow falling and kind of that wintry mix that folks there are dealing with. And this is going to be something we watch over the next couple of days and even into the weekend as an atmospheric river event, a weak one, but still nonetheless an atmospheric river event continues to unfold. Here's the deal right now. This is a look through the rest of your Thursday. This kind of plume of moisture works its way slowly but surely inland. It's going to leave us with some gusty winds, some heavy rain in some spots, and the potential for some localized flooding. flooding, but notice again, there is some snow falling in some of those higher elevations in parts of the Rockies, so a heads up there. As we get into tomorrow, that snow will start to accumulate near Yellowstone, near Grand Teton. We'll see some of the showers, not a whole lot, but some of those showers working into portions of the northern plains as well. This is the area we're really focusing in on for flood risk and flash flood risk. At that, we could see hourly rainfall rates of 1/2 inch or higher, mostly in those higher elevations, but still watch for that with some really saturated grounds of what we've already dealt with yesterday, which was heavy rain. More rain on top of that isn't going to be hard to see some flooding concerns there. When it comes to the winter alerts, they're up across much of the region that I showed you that's going to be impacted with snow. We've got Missoula, Bozeman, all included in that. And you can see adding on some additional rainfall. Anywhere from 1 to 3 inches is what's likely. I think 3 inches is on the higher end. The more widespread amounts are going to be about 1/4 inch, so heads up there. Here's the snowfall totals. You'll end up with just an isolated couple of spots with some maybe 8 inches, but for the most part, Yellowstone, Jackson, going to be looking really gorgeous. Winter wonderland there over the next couple of days. And of course, the chill is in the air. 66 million people under these frost and freeze alerts, mostly across the southeast with temperatures right now. Look at Cincinnati, 27 degrees. It's only November 2nd. We're not ready for this. Nashville at 29, Montgomery at 30 degrees. So the extra layers are a must this morning. You'll be able to ditch them kind of as we get into the weekend, but you're still going to need them this afternoon. So keep those handy. But look ahead to Friday. Warm sunshine for the south. So you'll get those 70s back in the picture across Texas. It'll remain cool and crisp across the northeast, but a whole lot of sunshine for most of the country, except for the Pacific Northwest, where unfortunately, another round of rain is going to work in as we get into Saturday. The rest of the country, though, really gorgeous conditions, bright conditions, still a little chilly across the Midwest, but dry, which we love to hear on a Saturday in the Northeast. I think a lot of people are cheering at their TV screens right now when I say that. The mild highs will continue too, Joe. So it'll be a nice weekend, bright, and some really comfortable conditions here. 60s, not bad.
We'll take actual fall,
yes.
like real fall, which is great.
I'm going to be enjoying a pumpkin spice latte, probably.
There you go. I walked into Starbucks. They had the Christmas cups out today and all that.
That's
already.
right.
I know. So
maybe
there
peppermint mocha then.
There you go. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. For the first time in their 63-year history, the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. The Rangers lifted up the Commissioner's Trophy after beating the Arizona Diamondbacks in Game 5 last night to win the Fall Classic, capping off a perfect postseason on the road. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from outside the Rangers ballpark in Arlington, Texas. Morgan, good morning.
Joe, it is a great morning here in Dallas and in Arlington, all across Ranger Nation, because everyone's saying the one word, finally. It has finally happened. And to understand where this team has come from, you got to go back to 1961. They were the Washington Senators then. So 2 cities, 5 home ballparks, and 6 decades later, the Texas Rangers accomplished finally what they did last night, beating the Arizona Diamondbacks to win their first World Series title. This morning, for the first time in franchise history, the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. The Rangers winning the last 3 straight games against the Arizona Diamondbacks to take the series, capping off an unprecedented perfect postseason run on the road. Overnight in Arlington, fans going wild inside Globe Life Ballpark, even some crowd surfing. While in downtown Dallas, there was plenty of bubbling to go around.
I cannot imagine this series being any more memorable in my whole life than I can even imagine.
The game, a pure pitcher's duel for 7 innings before the Rangers broke out with the first hit of the night. But it was the 9th inning that sealed the deal, with Marcus Semien crushing a 2-run homer, putting Texas up 5-0. 3 outs later, Texas becoming World Series champs.
It's just emotional. Everything I've ever worked for is for this moment.
And after the game, even deeper emotion for Texas first baseman Nathaniel Lowe, with a message to his mom, who's battling cancer.
I love you to the moon and back, and I'm so proud of you for getting through your first round of chemo radiation. I can't wait to get home and see you.
But first, one Texas-sized celebration.
You guys just wrote history in Texas. Yes. Congrats, world champions.
History indeed. The Rangers had to avenge a little history too, Joe. Back in 2011, they were in the World Series playing the St. Louis Cardinals. In Game 6, they're one strike, one out away from clinching for the title. But a late game hit gave the Cardinals Game 6 and eventually Game 7. Rangers this time around not leaving anything to chance, shutting the Diamondbacks in Game 5.
Yeah, they didn't push it all the way to Game 7. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Got more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the Pentagon's new policy on reporting UFO sightings. But first, the former yoga instructor who's accused of killing an elite female cyclist last year, now back in court as that high-profile murder trial kicks off. We're going to bring you the opening statements after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. The trial of Caitlin Armstrong got underway yesterday. She's the former yoga instructor accused of killing an elite female cyclist in 2022. Prosecutors say the killing happened as a result of romantic jealousy. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, this trial almost didn't happen as authorities say Caitlin Armstrong went on the run almost immediately once she became a suspect. But now she's in court listening as prosecutors try to convince a jury this is all about a love triangle that turned deadly.
Anna Mariah Wilson was a rising star in the world of off-road cycling.
This is Mariah Wilson.
This morning, new details of the last moments of her life captured on audio.
Those screams are followed by ah, ah. 2 gunshots. One to the front of the head, one to the side of the head.
Prosecutors in opening statements portraying her accused killer, Caitlin Armstrong, as a woman consumed by jealousy.
One of the things you'll hear is she was not happy with this relationship, college.
Not happy, authorities say, after discovering she and Wilson were romantically involved with the same man, professional cyclist Colin Strickland. Prosecutors say Armstrong tracked Wilson's location using a fitness app and that surveillance footage puts her Jeep near the apartment where Wilson was staying. According to a police affidavit, investigators also received an anonymous tip after the shooting that Armstrong said months earlier she was so angry she wanted to kill Wilson. Armstrong, who has pleaded not guilty, now facing decades behind bars if convicted of first-degree murder. Her defense team arguing there is no proof she committed the crime.
You did not hear about any direct evidence showing Caitlin Armstrong is responsible for this crime because there isn't any.
Armstrong's legal team also battling accusations she fled the country after the murder and underwent plastic surgery to disguise her identity. Authorities say she used her sister's passport to travel to Costa Rica. A warrant was issued for her arrest, setting off a 43-day manhunt.
While in Costa Rica, she searched her name from her cell phone. News article.
Just weeks ago, this cell phone video appearing to show Armstrong trying to escape, running from corrections officers while at a doctor's appointment, later captured a mile away.
NBC News has reached out to attorneys on both sides for comment about this case, but the court has imposed a gag order preventing them from talking. We have also not heard back from the family members. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos for more on this. So let's pick it up with that last little bit of video there, the alleged escape attempt. This week, the judge says the prosecution can use that in their case. How could this affect the case?
It's just more evidence of what we call consciousness of guilt. The wicked person only fleeth because they are wicked. And I'm butchering, I think it's a Bible passage, but the point is that people who are guilty run away, and that's something prosecutors will show the jury, just as they did show and will show that she fled to Costa Rica. People don't do that. People don't run away if they're innocent. This is very common evidence to come in at a criminal trial, and it's really pretty devastating. It's very hard for the defense to counter that fact. If somebody ran away, moved to Costa Rica, got plastic surgery, innocent people don't do that. I'm almost giving a prosecutor's closing argument there, but that is exactly the point that we'll make.
Let's talk more about the opening argument from the prosecution. They made an emotional appeal describing Mo Wilson's final moments, talking about they plan to present video, cell phone, ballistic, DNA evidence in the trial. Thoughts on their opening statements and how they're approaching this case?
Opening statements are different from closing statements in that opening statements are really just a narrative. You can use the language the evidence will show, but I mean, really, it's just a recitation of the facts. You save your argument for the closing argument. And really, that's what the government, the prosecution's doing here. He's laying out point by point all the circumstantial evidence they have. Because the one thing, admittedly, they don't have is what's called direct evidence. There isn't an eyewitness. This is not that uncommon. People who commit crimes do so out of the eyesight of other people. They don't want eyewitnesses. So commonly, prosecutors only have circumstantial evidence, pieces of evidence that place together, put together the pieces of a puzzle. And there may still be a few pieces missing, but overall, you can figure out what the picture is, whether it's the Mona Lisa or it's something else.
The opening statement for the defense, there was some tension. There were a lot of objections during it. But basically, in the end, the defense is arguing, hey, you had tunnel vision here. You didn't look at anyone else. Is this the argument you expect? What do you make of the defense's case?
The old tunnel vision chestnut. I've used it many times myself. Look, if you're reading between the lines, what this seems to me is a case that probably the defense at some point said to their client, you should really think about a plea. This is a really tough case. I see all of the classic markers, and I think you'll see it in closing, of a really difficult case for the defense, which is, hey, there may be all this circumstantial evidence, but ladies and members of the jury, no one actually saw this crime take place. That's a tough argument to make. I expect you'll see a lot of time devoted to the prosecution as the burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's the argument you make on the defense when you don't have a whole lot else. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of that and them hammering down on the whole tunnel vision thing. I do it myself. And the point that there weren't any eyewitnesses to this crime, because other than that, they don't have a lot else.
All right. Danny Ceballos, thank you so much. Appreciate it. International headlines now. A major storm is slamming Western Europe this morning. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga has more on that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Storm Ciarán has arrived on the English coast last night, bringing heavy rain and high winds to the area. And now the whole of Western Europe is bracing for some of the highest wind speeds it has seen in decades in this region. Flights and public transportation across the region have been cancelled, and now residents are taking cover as the storm tracks through northwestern France. Now let's head over to Pakistan, where hundreds of thousands of undocumented Afghan migrants are facing deportation. The Pakistani government gave a surprise announcement last month over plans to arrest and deport an estimated 1.7 million undocumented people starting November 1st, yesterday. Now, the United Nations Human Rights Office says the move could cause a human rights catastrophe. On Wednesday, dozens of Afghans were already rounded up and deported. And according to the Pakistan Interior Ministry, some 140,000 have left already the country in recent weeks, fearing arrest and heading towards an uncertain future. And we end our short tour of the world in Hong Kong, where the FinTech conference is happening this week. The theme for the flagship event is FinTech Redefined, where global leaders gather to help shape the future of technology and finance. Just today, it was announced that early next month, people in Hong Kong and Thailand will be able to use a digital payment system that will eliminate the need to exchange currencies. Hundreds of speakers are attending the conference to talk about big topics like this, and plus the magic of artificial intelligence and the green finance. Back to you, John.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, we are remembering a larger-than-life college basketball coach this morning, Bob Knight, who passed away at the age of 83. After the break, a look back at the life and legacy of the General.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Basketball fans across the country are mourning the loss of an icon this morning. Hall of Fame coach Bob Knight has died at the age of 83. Also known as the General, Knight led Indiana University to 3 national championships over his 30-year career. But it was not without controversy. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Ohio State with more on his legacy. Jesse, that wasn't a mistake. I just said you're at Ohio State. You can explain why.
Yeah, so Joe, a lot of people might be scratching their heads at that at first because, of course, he is known for having been the coach of Indiana University. But long before that, Bobby Knight was a player here in Columbus at The Ohio State University. Years later, he became a legendary coach across multiple decades, someone known for having a flair for the dramatic.
When Bobby Knight was coaching, his sideline antics were often as wild as the action on the floor.
You got that?
The legendary college basketball coach, known for his fiery temper, got the most out of his players, but at times with questionable methods. The man who would become known as the General began his coaching career at Army, but he'll be remembered for his nearly 3-decade run at Indiana University, where his Hoosiers won 3 national titles.
My first thought is what these kids have done,
including with the last men's team to go undefeated in 1976. Despite the trophies, Knight's time at IU was marred by controversy, from repeated offensive comments to this outburst during a game in 1985.
Look at here. Bobby Knight just threw his chair clear across the free throw lane.
Multiple players also accusing Knight of physical abuse, including claims that he choked a player during practice.
I'm not going to talk about it because I'm sure that one time or another I grabbed a lot of kids.
The university eventually fired Knight in 2000 after a run-in with a student on campus. The Hall of Famer poking fun at his infamous temper in the Adam Sandler comedy Anger Management.
Well, the hell with this. I'm going home.
Knight later moved on to Texas Tech, where he became the winningest coach ever at the time. After 2 decades, Knight's frosty relationship with Indiana began to thaw. He even attended a game in 2020 where fans and former players gave him a standing ovation. Overnight, the Hoosier women's basketball team holding a pregame moment of silence. And another legendary coach, Duke's Mike Krzyzewski, who played for and coached under Knight, remembering the man who had a profound impact on my career and in my life, calling his death a tremendous loss for our sport.
Beyond his infamous temper, Knight was also known for his commitment to the fundamentals of basketball as well as to academics. He also helped lead the 1984 U.S. men's Olympic team to a gold medal. He will go down in history, the General, as one of the most polarizing and memorable figures in all of sports. Bobby Knight was 83 years old. Joe.
No doubt about that. I didn't know about the connection with Coach K there. Wow. All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much. Appreciate it. The World Health Organization says an estimated 1 in 6 people globally are affected by infertility. And here in the U.S., Americans struggling with infertility can face big bills for fertility treatments. Well, now we're seeing a new trend of people taking on second jobs just for the fertility benefits. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent, News Now anchor Vicki Nguyen joins us with more. Hey, Vicki, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. It is great to be with you. Yeah, fertility treatments like IVF can be really expensive, anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 per attempt. And many of those costs end up coming out of pocket because insurance typically does not cover them. So some women have found a strategy to fund those costs, taking on side hustles.
Ordering a visit from the store.
Wheel of Fortune turns.
If only having a baby were that easy. A common misconception, as 1 in 6 adults worldwide experiences infertility. In the U.S. alone, 1 in 7 women struggle to get pregnant or carry a pregnancy to term. Some turning to expensive fertility treatments for a chance at growing their families.
The standard of care, which is often in vitro fertilization, can cost somewhere between $15,000 to $20,000.
Betsy Campbell of the National Infertility Association Resolve says many employers do not offer fertility benefits. The gap in coverage prompting some full-time employees to take on side hustles at companies like Amazon, Starbucks, Target, and Walmart, all of which now provide fertility benefits to part-time workers.
What do you make of women who are taking on these additional side jobs just for the benefits?
I wish it weren't necessary. They should have access to all family building options, and it shouldn't matter who your employer is, what state you live in, the size of your bank account.
In 2021, more than half of employers reported providing some level of fertility benefits, with 25% now offering in vitro fertilization or IVF coverage.
I have a great party skill. I can make lattes and espressos.
Just one of the perks Jennifer Arenas Cardenas still enjoys after side hustling at this Starbucks in Tucson, Arizona. A school psychologist by day, Jennifer became a barista by night and weekends, working 20 hours a week to earn the benefits to cover a round of IVF estimated at $20,000.
Either we're going to drain our savings or we're going to have to find another way to pay for it.
How did you figure this out?
I Googled it.
Starbucks health insurance covers up to $35,000 for fertility services and prescriptions. The coffee giant also offers reimbursement of up to $40,000 for adoption and surrogacy. Employees reaching eligibility after just 5 months on the grind.
We're creating a more inclusive and equitable environment.
Sarah Kelly says Starbucks sees a venti-sized return through employee attraction and retention. And 97% of employers surveyed say offering fertility benefits did not result in a big bump to their medical plan costs.
Our employees, we believe in investing in them so that they can thrive, will enable our business to thrive.
Do you think people should be required to disclose if they're coming for those fertility benefits when they apply for a job at Starbucks?
No, I do not.
Jennifer moonlighted at Starbucks for more than a year and left once she and her husband received a double shot of their own. Last year, twins Gael and Rosalinda were born.
They are my pride and joy. I love them.
What do you say to people who might look at this and think, wow, you sort of gamed the system?
The system is really gaming us. Infertility is a medical diagnosis. This should absolutely be covered by insurance companies.
Only 21 states plus Washington, D.C. have passed laws requiring insurers to offer at least some fertility coverage.
I am forced to work multiple jobs to make my dream of being a mom come true.
In 2020, Jennifer spoke in front of an employee benefits trust board, which quickly approved fertility benefits for her entire district.
So you've changed things for the better for other women and families.
I have.
While Jennifer no longer needs a side hustle, she remains thankful to the one that helped her land the job she always wanted, being a mom, filling her cup in more ways than one.
That double shot there. Well, Jennifer tells us she plans to undergo another round of IVF in January. And by the way, what does part-time mean? Well, it varies by company, but it can range from 10 to 30 hours a week, Joe.
So during the interview process, did Jennifer disclose, hey, I'm doing this because I want the benefits?
I think that's a great question. I asked her the same thing because she was asked by the interviewers, you're already a school psychologist. Why do you want to come work for Starbucks? She did say it was for the benefits, not specifically the fertility benefits. But as you heard the Starbucks executive saying, they don't expect that you have to disclose that. They know they offer great benefits to attract people, and that's okay. I think the key here is if you want to go to your employer and say, we need to be offering this, go to Resolve. They have a whole template and a checklist for how you can start that conversation with human resources. And ultimately, it affects the bottom line in a positive way for these companies.
Great story, important story, too. All right, Vicki, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, is the truth really out there? Well, after the break, we're going to probe a new policy from the Pentagon on reporting UFO sightings to the government. Stick around, that's next.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. This week we saw a big verdict against the National Association of Realtors and some of the largest real estate brokerage firms in the country. The ruling could potentially transform the way people buy or sell their homes. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans has the details.
A big win for homeowners as a federal jury in Kansas City found a system rigged against them. The jury's verdict siding with plaintiffs and against the National Association of Realtors, along with two brokerage firms. The case argued that forcing home sellers to pay the commission for the buyer's broker is an anti-competitive restraint and requires those sellers to pay an inflated amount. Jared Bright was a plaintiff in the class action suit. He understood he'd need to pay a seller's commission, but the buyer's agent too?
Someone that I had never met, I will never meet, and did nothing for me.
The jury awarded plaintiffs nearly $1.8 billion in a case led by attorney Michael Ketchmark.
It's the only system, it's the only industry in the United States where two competitors get together, they set the compensation, and they split it.
Here's how it works. When you sell your home, you agree to pay a commission to your agent and the buyer's agent, usually 6% of the home price. But this case argued that the buyer should pay their own agent and be able to negotiate that fee. The National Association of Realtors says it will appeal the verdict and that its rules prioritize consumers, support market-driven pricing, and promote business competition. But with housing now the least affordable it's been in a generation, the industry is facing increased scrutiny.
That was Christine Romans reporting. When it comes to buying and selling homes, the way real estate agents earn their money and even whether home sellers will pay commissions in the future, that is now in question. More financial headlines now. Live Nation still in the hot seat as the Justice Department reportedly probes how the company plans its venues and its artists. CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Yeah, so the Justice Department's investigation of Live Nation is focusing on whether the company uses anti-competitive deals with venues and other partners to book top talent and serve as the ticket service for those shows. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports the government is also exploring whether those deals restrict a venue's ability to work with other promoters. Now, the probe picked up steam last year after Ticketmaster crashed during the fan pre-sale for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. Competitors say Live Nation pays artists more than other promoters can afford. Subaru is hopping on the Tesla bandwagon. The automaker will adopt Tesla's North American charging standard for certain electric vehicles starting in 2025. It will also supply charging adapters to customers who own or lease a vehicle with the standard charging system. Subaru has been slow to adopt EVs, currently only selling one model in partnership with Toyota. Tesla opened up its charging network last year. Asia is home to the majority of the world's most family-friendly airlines. The Family Vacation Guide compiled a list of more than 30 airlines based on factors such as pre-boarding options and free seat selection. Japan Airlines scored the highest, followed by Korean Air, China's Hainan Airlines, and Qantas. Now, all of the top 10 offer kids meals and free entertainment and allow strollers to be checked for free. Only one U.S. airline, that's Hawaiian, made the top 10, Joe.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, the Pentagon is launching a brand new way to report UFOs. It's an online form which allows government employees or service members to share any information they have on government activity related to UFOs. It's the latest addition to the Pentagon's website, dubbed the one-stop shop for public records on unidentified phenomena. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now with more. I think, Courtney, a few years ago, the fact that we'd be talking about this with the Pentagon would have been hard to fathom. But tell us about this new online tool, what type of information can be reported here, and how it's different from other ways of reporting UFO sightings.
Yeah, Joe, you make an excellent point. This is almost becoming more mainstream. This talk of what the military, the Pentagon, the U.S. government calls UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. Now, this new reporting structure, it's a website, is only for U.S. government employees, current and former U.S. government contractors, former and current service members. And the idea is these are people who claim to have some knowledge of U.S. government or government programs that may have involved some sort of unidentified aerial phenomena. This is a much more coordinated and a coordinated way for these employees, these people, former and current, to put together information that then the U.S. government will look into. It includes their contact information. They have to have verification that they have, in fact, worked for the U.S. government at some point and may have this level of knowledge. And the idea here is they're trying to essentially create a database of all of these things and then look not only at current potential UAPs, but they're looking back as far as about 80 years, back to the 1940s, to see if they can establish any kind of a historical precedent for any kind of a UAP program within the U.S. government, Joe.
So a reminder, the Pentagon has what's called the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and that office reported in October they've received more than 800 total reports of unidentified phenomena. What have we learned so far?
Yeah, we've learned once again that the Pentagon finds something like UFOs and finds a really confusing name for the office, right? So that we have to call it an acronym. But in this case, we've learned, frankly, in 2 words, very little about what any of those unidentified phenomena were. We do know that the U.S. is looking into them. They're trying to verify every single claim. I know, according to officials, that many of them, candidly, just have not been verified. But they're not only looking to verify, but they're looking to declassify as much as they can. We may even get, in the coming weeks or months, more information about some of those historical programs that may have existed from people who claim that they were a part of them, Joe.
And I want to say it again, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the head of it, is preparing to release, quote, a lot of new material. What exactly can we expect going forward?
Yeah, so if you go on this website, which is actually relatively new, and I should say this is all congressionally mandated, right? So Congress started looking into this a couple of years ago. I mean, candidly led by the intelligence community. The Department of DNI put out the first report on this almost 3 years ago now. And so there has been a real push in the U.S. government to try to figure out what some of these videos and these claims from people are of really unexplained flying objects, videos, firsthand accounts. The idea here, though, is now it's all going to live on this one database, and the hope is that they will start releasing more videos, some testimonials, historical documents, that we may get a better sense. Now, I also should say, I don't think that people should hear or listen to this and say, well, we're going to start learning about alien life. The vast majority of these things that we have learned about have actually been weather balloons, strange phenomena dealing with light refracting off of various parts of the atmosphere. But the hope is that we will learn a little bit more about maybe some government programs, U.S. or others, and that might give us a sense of some of these other historical sightings, Joe.
Whatever you call them, UFOs, UAPs, ET, it's fascinating stuff. All right, Courtney Cubie, thank you so much. Coming up, the so-called final act for the Fab Four. One last original track from the Beatles released today with a little help from more than just a few friends. Some impressive technology joining the mix. We're going to explain after this.
country in war looks like.
You came to give blood. It's not an incoming shell.
So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Magnolia Bakery's famous desserts are getting an extra ingredient. The New York bakery has partnered with edibles company Incredibles to launch THC-infused bars. They're available in banana pudding and red velvet cake flavors. Will go on sale in Illinois, Nevada, and Massachusetts, priced from $18 to $30. According to one study, edibles now make up 12% of the multi-billion-dollar cannabis market. It's an exciting day for Beatles fans, and who would have thought we'd be saying this? The band releasing what they're calling their final song, their first new Beatles track in nearly 3 decades. NBC's Molly Hunter has all the details. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. This is really cool and it's really poignant, and it uses some very cool technology. As you said, it is the final, the very last, we think, Beatles song that the world will ever get. It's called Now and Then. Take a listen.
This morning, the band is back together. Well, sort of. More than 50 years after their final performance, the Beatles dropping their final song with a little help from their friends in artificial intelligence. In a new documentary out overnight, Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr reveal how they put together the song called Now and Then. The first version of the song, originally recorded back in 1978, a home demo by John Lennon. After his death, his widow, Yoko Ono, sent the cassette tape to Paul.
We were pretty excited. A new John song. Amazing.
To hear John's voice, that's the thing that we should cherish.
It was the closest we'll ever come to having him back in the room.
In the 90s, the 3 surviving Beatles started working with John's recording, but abandoned it. Later, after George Harrison's death in 2001, Paul and Ringo returned to the project. But to fully remix the song really required separating John's vocals from his piano on the demo.
So in the mix, we could lift John's voice without lifting the piano, which had always been one of the problems. Now we could mix it and make a proper record of it.
The different parts remixed with John's 1978 recorded voice, George's 1995 guitar, and finally, it sounds like the quality we all know and love from the Beatles.
Joe, it's actually really poignant. I have some goosebumps listening to that song. It sounds like the Beatles we know and love. Now, the AI technology required to separate the vocals and the piano was not available in the 90s, definitely available now. And in that documentary, Paul McCartney talks about how exciting this technology was and how he thinks actually all the Beatles, all 4 of them, would have been very interested in pushing this new kind of technology, Joe.
It's so incredible to see, and I love that they put out this documentary so that we can understand how this all worked and actually hear from Paul and Ringo about the whole process.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool.
All right.
Definitely worth a watch, Joe.
Definitely. All right, Molly, thank you so much. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, renewed calls for a ceasefire in Gaza after another Israeli airstrike on a packed refugee camp, the second in just 2 days. Well, on the border, the first wave of civilians crossing the Rafah border into Egypt, several of them Americans.
We'll see more of this process going on in the coming days. Working nonstop to get Americans out of Gaza as soon and as safely as possible.
All this as loved ones hold out hope for the 200-plus hostages still held captive by Hamas. We have team coverage. Also this morning, Donald Trump Jr. back in court in the civil fraud case against the Trump Organization. The eldest son of the former president denying his involvement in preparing his father's financial statements. More from his first day of testimony as his brother Eric prepares to take the stand. Plus, infant mortality rates on the rise in America. We'll explore what's behind the largest spike in 2 decades, plus what the statistics reveal about disparities in race. And the Texas Rangers waking up as champions after winning the World Series for the first time ever. More on the thrilling Game 5 win, ending a 6-decade drought. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off this morning. We begin this hour in Gaza, where Israel is stepping up its aerial and ground assault on the sealed-off Palestinian territory. Yesterday, Israeli warplanes bombed the Jabalia refugee camp for a second straight day, drawing widespread condemnation from aid and rights groups. Officials inside Gaza say at least 195 people were killed in both attacks, while the Israeli military says it targeted and killed Hamas commanders. Today, more foreign nationals are critically injured, and critically injured Palestinians are expected to leave Gaza through the Rafah border crossing with Egypt. The limited evacuation began on Wednesday and is set to continue for the next few weeks. Speaking in Minnesota yesterday, President Biden said he does believe there should be a pause in order to get hostages out of Gaza. He said the U.S. was working nonstop to try and get Americans out and to support humanitarian efforts in the besieged Strip.
The United States is going to continue to drive humanitarian support for innocent people in Gaza who need help, and they do need help. We're going to continue to affirm that Israel has the right to responsibility to defend its citizens from terror, and it needs to do so in a manner that is consistent with international and humanitarian law that prioritizes protection of citizens.
In a few moments, we will speak with the president of the U.S. Middle East Project and former Israeli negotiator of the Oslo Accords, Daniel Levy. But let's begin with the latest on the ground and our correspondent, Jay Gray, who is near the Gaza border. Jay, first of all, what's happening where you are right now?
Yeah, and Joe, we've just seen a series of what are firefights. You've got the Israeli Defense Forces trying to push Hamas back from the border just about 2 miles or so behind us here. A lot of explosions, a couple of flares in the air, so they are actively working in this area again to make a defensive front and continue to push inward toward Gaza.
Jay, we know Israel again bombed the Jabalia refugee camp yesterday. Walk us through what we know about that and some of the reaction we're hearing.
Well, the IDF continues to say that they are targeting what are Hamas leadership and operational headquarters, and some of them buried, they say, in areas where civilians are. They say that that is a tactic of Hamas and something that they continue to try and root out. The response, though, overall and globally continues to climb. There continues to be an echo of problems with the number of civilians that appear to be injured as a result of these attacks. Let's listen to what one human rights organization had to say.
We are very concerned about settler violence in the West Bank. We find it incredibly destabilizing. We find it counterproductive to Israel's long-term security, in addition to, of course, being extremely harmful to the Palestinians living in the West Bank. And we have sent a very clear message to them that it's unacceptable, it needs to stop, and those responsible for it need to be held accountable.
Yeah, and look, it's just another example of how this seems to be spreading across the region, Joe. There continue to be flare-ups in and around that area as well. So it's a very serious situation, one that's getting much worse.
Jay, let's talk about what's happening at another border, the border with Egypt, and that limited evacuation out of Gaza through the Rafah crossing. It continues today. How many people are expected to leave, and is humanitarian aid getting in?
Yeah, it's been a big change at the Rafah border with Egypt, and we have seen more humanitarian aid rolling in. Yesterday was the biggest day yet for the number of trucks that made their way through with medicine, water, and food, desperately needed items there in Gaza. But we're seeing people for the first time go the other way, including Americans. One of the estimates right now is that about 7,000 foreign nationals are prepared to cross at Rafah and into Egypt and then on to their countries. We know that there were a handful of Americans yesterday, hundreds more expected to cross today. And this is something that's been going on since this war began, the negotiations back and forth, Israel, Egypt, Hamas involved, and of course Qatar is the middleman in all of this, and finally facilitating that yesterday. And as we heard the president, as he mentioned at the beginning of all of this, we expect this to continue for the next couple of days, Jim.
And a moment ago, we heard from Secretary of State spokesman Matthew Miller talking about violence in the occupied West Bank. The UN says it was already the deadliest year for Palestinians in 15 years, with around 200 killed. Since October 7th, they say 121 have been killed. Real quickly, talk to us about the situation there and concerns from the international community.
Yeah, there's no question that it is becoming more and more violent and volatile in the West Bank. There continue to be age groups that are focused on that area, but it's difficult because of the violence, obviously. And so it's something that they continue to watch closely and continue to have very real concern about. We know that there's a very strong divide in that area, and so it's become very problematic. And as you described, very deadly over the last couple of weeks.
All right, Jay Gray reporting from the border near Gaza. Please continue to stay safe. Let's bring in Daniel Levy. He is the president of the U.S. Middle East Project, a group that works to bring about a lasting Israeli-Palestinian peace. He was an advisor to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Thank you for joining us, Daniel. On October 14th, you co-wrote a piece for the Irish Times. The headline was, "The outside world must walk Israel back from the abyss. It cannot be part of the choir of incitement." In the article, you say, quote, "If the international community does not intervene to stop what is coming, we could be watching a combination of mass killing and forced expulsion in real time." Fast forward to today. What's your assessment of what's happening right now? Is what you wrote about a couple weeks ago, do you fear it's playing out now? And is the international community doing enough right now?
Unfortunately, what myself and my co-author Zaha Hassan discussed there, well, with the images are on the screen, you can see for yourselves, that is what's playing out. I think half of the Palestinian population of 2.3 million in Gaza approximately are displaced. They're displaced still within the Gaza Strip at this stage. What happened on October 7th was horrendous. What has happened subsequently in the way Israel has gone about this military operation in Gaza, and the Palestinian civilian casualties are something that really should shake us and needs to be stopped, and needs to be stopped now. And I would say that what this is doing in terms of the anger this is generating through generations, and by the way, not just of Palestinians, is something that is absolutely antithetical to Israel's long-term security. We're talking numbers of dead Palestinian children that it is hard to wrap one's head around. 6-7 times the number of children killed in Ukraine in 20 months. That's the magnitude of this. And so, no, the short answer is the efforts to end this, the efforts to bring this in to dimensions that are actually about security. But most important now, the efforts to bring a ceasefire are inadequate. I hope that what is going on in private looks very different to what is being said in public. And maybe I'm allowing myself some optimism that President Biden, in a almost slip of the tongue yesterday, is speaking to a more serious effort.
Daniel, we know you were part of the Israeli negotiating team behind the Oslo Accords. Many see that agreement as really one of the closest moments we came to peace in the region. What would it take to get back to that? Is it even possible?
It's a good question. I don't think we can go back to it. It was almost a quarter century ago where we came possibly close. I'd like to think so. It wouldn't have been a perfect peace. Many people would have said that there were issues not dealt with. Now, this has been such a shock to the system, such a disruptive event, that the last thing we should want to do is go back to October 6th. Sure, I wish we could have all those lives back. But on October 6th, what we were doing was ignoring the fact that millions of Palestinians were living without their basic rights and freedoms, and this was a pressure cooker, and it exploded. And we can't put it back in the pressure cooker. The first thing to do is to humanize each other again, and the second thing to do is to get to the root causes, make sure that Palestinians have their rights, have their freedoms, are living in equality and dignity, because that's the path not just to Palestinian security, but to Israeli security. You can't defeat an oppressed people militarily. We need a political solution, and it's well past time to push for one.
Danielle Levy from the U.S. Middle East Project, thank you for your time this morning. We do appreciate it. On Capitol Hill, the Democratic-led Senate passed several bills with bipartisan support aiming to prevent a government shutdown ahead of the November 17th deadline. That deadline's fast approaching. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. The Senate overwhelmingly passed those funding bills yesterday by a vote of 82 to 15. Meanwhile, the Republican-controlled House, led by new Speaker Mike Johnson, also passed spending bills, but they're looking to cut spending and break off aid to Israel, passing that as a separate measure. The Senate's Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, a Democrat, says such partisan efforts will go nowhere.
The House GOP proposal is not going anywhere. It's dead before it even is voted on. The Speaker should start over, this time without terrible partisan poison bills, this time sitting down with Democrats and working this issue through.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with more. So, Julie, what are going to be the challenges on Capitol Hill with the government shutdown now just over 2 weeks away? Just how far apart are the Senate and the House?
Extremely far apart. You heard Majority Leader Schumer on the floor there. He was talking about the Israel bill only, and the reason he was calling it partisan is because House Speaker Mike Johnson tied spending cuts to the IRS in order to pay for the Israel bill. Now, the White House said that was a non-starter. Schumer, you heard him there saying it's dead before it was even voted on in the House. That vote still expected to happen this week. But that bill, like so many others, going nowhere in the Senate. And then you have the overall problem of government funding, which is just around the corner in 2 weeks. It's more than certain that it is going to need a short-term government funding measure. Speaker Johnson said as much yesterday in the Senate Republican lunch. But Majority Leader Schumer also touching on another subject that the Senate took up later in the night. Take a listen to this.
We absolutely must ensure that our military is fully staffed and fully equipped to defend the American people. And it begins by confirming these vital nominations that are currently on hold. Every day that Senator Tuberville continues his blanket holds, our military preparedness is degraded.
A long night in the Senate last night. Tuberville's Republican colleagues actually tried to force votes on those nominees. Remember, he's been holding up for 9 months now, hundreds of military promotions, which of course are vital to national security, especially when you have those two dueling wars going on overseas.
Yeah, some strong words from his fellow Republicans yesterday. Let's talk about something else happening in the House. Embattled New York Congressman George Santos, he survived an expulsion vote, with some Democrats even voting against expulsion. So where do things stand now with Santos?
Yeah, a dramatic night in the Senate, also a dramatic night in the House. Santos, sitting in the back of the chamber, spared this time around 179 only, far less than the simple majority needed to expel him. Voted actually, 2/3 majority needed to expel him, but 179, far less than even the simple majority, voted against expelling Santos, with the majority of Republicans actually voting to keep him around in the House. That might have something to do with that very narrow margin that they're working with, or it might have to do with the fact that the House Ethics Committee, that is also probing Santos in addition to his federal charges that he's facing, said, hold on a second, we'll be ready with our report and our findings potentially in 2 weeks. We heard from the House Speaker Mike Johnson last week, who said that it's not time to expel Santos until and unless he's been indicted or they have findings from the Ethics Committee. Perhaps when that comes down, Santos will have another go potentially at expelling him, but so far he's safe.
All right, Julie Sirkin, another busy week on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. Donald Trump Jr. will be back in a New York courtroom today for more testimony. He'll take the stand again in that $250 million civil fraud trial against the former president's family and their company. Yesterday, he faced questions about his involvement with financial documents that the New York Attorney General's office says were purposely inflated to benefit the company. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has more on his day in court.
The former president's eldest son inside a Manhattan courtroom. Donald Trump Jr., the first of his siblings to testify in a $250 million civil fraud lawsuit against the family's real estate business. New York's Attorney General accusing the Republican frontrunner, his sons, and his company of inflating assets to get better terms on loans and insurance, pointing to Don Jr.'s signature on documents certifying the accuracy of the company's financial statements, which include assets like Mr. Trump's apartment in Manhattan, listed as 30,000 square feet, when it's actually a third of that size. He was pressed by the state about his role as executive vice president of the Trump Organization. Don Jr. saying he relied on outside accountants who prepared the financial statements. He's blasted the suit from the Democratic Attorney General and the judge, also a Democrat, as a partisan kangaroo court.
It doesn't matter what general practices in business would be. It doesn't matter. They have a narrative, they have an end goal, and they'll do whatever it takes to get there.
The judge has already ruled in the state's favor on the central fraud claim. Much of the trial is to determine what, if any, punishment should be handed down. Meanwhile, the former president has said he's done nothing wrong, and again slamming the judge, posting, quote, "Leave my children alone."
Our thanks to Laura Jarrett for that report. There is some other Trump legal news in his classified documents trial. That's a federal case out of Florida. The judge there signaled she may push the trial date. The case currently set to begin in May of next year, but the judge noted Trump also faces a separate trial in March. That's for the election interference case in Washington. Civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden joins us now with more on this New York civil case. So, Kristen, Don Jr., he basically argued, well, his name was on those financial statements, and there seems to be language suggesting he was responsible in part for them. He left things up to the accountant. So is that going to fly? What else stood out in Don Jr.'s testimony?
Well, you know, his testimony did not really present any significant surprises. It really did meet all of my expectations. You know, with him being the first member of the family to really testify, he maintained that stance that you just said, where he blindly trusted the money experts. And that's the narrative that they consistently have held, really deflecting responsibility for this alleged fraudulent asset inflation to external accountants. But this really underlines their tactical move, which is aimed at undermining the prosecution's efforts to really establish that element of intent for the intentional fraud, because they're basically saying that they adhered to all the business or standard business practices and financial reporting protocols. But this stance really does not only face scrutiny against the judge's prior rulings, as you talked about before in this segment, that the defendants did in fact fraudulently overvalue these assets. But keep in mind, you know, after Trump won that presidency, his sons, Donald and Eric, really kind of propelled to high roles within the organization. Donald Jr. was a trustee, while Eric Trump really ran over the daily control of the family business. So his testimony also illuminated the managerial capacities of both of them. And really the prosecution is going to be able to utilize that to argue liability, really emphasizing their inherent duty of oversight, which is really going to bolster their claims to be able to show that intentionality behind the fraud.
So, Kristen, we have to remember this is a case where the judge is the jury, and the judge has already fined the former president for breaching a gag order. How big of a deal is the family's testimony in this case? What is at stake right now?
You know, it's a big deal. And what is at stake really is money, money, money. The stakes are really high here. You know, the defense really needs that consistent narrative, which really, like you mentioned, begins with Donald Trump's testimony. But again, there's no guarantee that that narrative is going to hold up really throughout the case, because the penalties really, as Laura had talked about in that segment, deal with the valuation, how much of that fraud, because of the prior findings. They could potentially face a $250 million financial judgment with significant operational restrictions. So not only paying that amount, but then the dissolution of their ability to practice business in the state of New York could also affect their future abilities to make money and profit as well.
Quickly, Kristen, this is a civil trial. It's not a criminal trial. So what does that mean as far as what rights Trump's children have when they're testifying?
Well, they're going to have the same rights as any standard defendant. Keep in mind, Don Jr. and Eric are active defendants, while Ivanka, she was dismissed from the defendant list because, you know, her crime or her the allegations of fraud were too remote and they surpassed the statute of limitations. So her counsel is still trying to fight whether or not she's going to have to testify. So we may not hear from her. But with regard to Donald Jr. and Eric, they could absolutely opt to plead the fifth, which would avoid any testimony that could incriminate them for any future charges. But as you heard from the testimony, and it's continuing, and we expect Eric to testify. He's also been deposed. They have chosen to defend themselves, exercising their really constitutional rights to do so.
All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, as always, appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much. It is only November 2nd, yet it feels very much like winter in New York. And yes, more cold temps are headed for the east. So let's check your morning news now weather forecast with meteorologist Angie Lassman. I believe this morning that Mariah Carey has now been re-encased in ice because she stepped outside.
I think you are exactly correct, Joe. Yeah, temperatures this morning in New York and up and down the East Coast and mostly the eastern half of the country are quite chilly, into the 30s, into the 20s for some. And even this afternoon, we're going to see that cold continuing. One note, we do have that flood risk remaining across the Pacific Northwest today because that atmospheric river is going to continue to dump heavy amounts of rain for folks there. But let's focus on the cold because more alerts, no surprise here. The frost and freeze alerts are up for 66 million people. This includes parts of the southern plains stretching up into the mid-Atlantic, Washington, D.C., Augusta, Montgomery, all the way out to Lufkin, Texas are included in this. And temperatures still ranging in the 20s to 30s with the potential for some record lows to be broken this morning. We'll have to wait and see once the morning is over exactly what record lows clock in. But either way, it is an extra layers kind of morning in places like Nashville, 29 degrees right now, 27 in Cincinnati, 34 degrees in Washington, D.C., and Montgomery sitting into the upper 20s. Atlanta at 36. By this afternoon, you'll slightly warm up back into the 50s, but quite cool for this time of year either way. Pittsburgh ends up at 46 for your high this afternoon, and New York just ends up at 50 degrees. Now, tomorrow, we'll start that kind of gradual warming trend. Along the East Coast, it'll still be a little chilly into the afternoon hours, but notice places like Oklahoma City, Kansas City back to normal, with Denver running warmer than normal for this time of year. And here's where the good stuff happens. If you're looking for some of that warmer air, you're not quite ready to jump into winter just yet. Richmond, you'll end up into the upper 60s on Saturday and low 70s by Sunday, but back to the mid 70s on Monday. So the weather can't decide what it wants to do. New York will sit into the low 60s through the weekend and into early next week, but here's the really good stuff, because guess what? The streak will be broken this weekend when it comes to rain across the Northeast. It'll be cool and crisp for tomorrow, and we'll still see those showers across the Pacific Northwest. But look at Saturday, a dry weekend ahead, a gem of a day across the South. We'll see plenty of sunshine. Really, the problematic area, even through the weekend, is going to be that Pacific storm that brings more rain and the flooding concern and even some mountain snow to folks in the Rockies.
My umbrella won't know what to do.
It's going to be so bored.
It's so bored. All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Turning now to some sad news for college basketball fans. Hall of Fame coach Bob Knight has died at the age of 83. Knight rose to fame while winning 3 national championship titles for Indiana University. His 1976 championship squad remains the last men's team to finish a season undefeated. His time as coach was not without controversy. Knight was accused of physically abusing several of his players and was fired from his coaching position after a run-in with a student on campus. Knight's family did not release an immediate cause of death. Some good sports news this morning. The Texas Rangers are on top of the baseball world for the first time ever. The Rangers handily defeated the Arizona Diamondbacks in last night's Game 5 of the World Series, winning their first ever championship. Going into this season, Texas was one of just 6 teams to have never won the Fall Classic. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joined us now from outside Globe Life Field in Arlington with more on the champion Rangers. Morgan, good morning. So let's talk about Game 5, which was not where you were. They were on the road in Phoenix. But how was Texas able to pull off really this memorable and somewhat dominant postseason run?
Yeah, Joe, really the one word on everyone's minds this morning, finally. They finally did it. It finally happened. The Rangers finally pulled it off. So much excitement here. They pulled it off really behind an incredible performance by their pitching staff, Joe. Particularly Game 5, they go in. It's 0-0 until the 7th inning. That is where their all-star Corey Seager was able to get the ball rolling for the Rangers, and he was able to score in the 7th to give a small lead over the Diamondbacks, but they padded that in the 9th inning, Joe. We had their other star, Simeon, hit a 2-run homer to go up 5-0, and they shut it down from there. And I have to tell you that the anticipation going into the 9th inning was incredible, because back in 2011, the Rangers were 1 strike, 1 out away from clinching another World Series that slipped through their fingers to the St. Louis Cardinals. who ended up winning a Game 6 and then a Game 7. So they'd been close before, but last night they were finally able to close it out. Joe?
So here's the thing, Morgan. It was just 2 years ago when the Rangers lost more than 100 games in a season. If you're not a baseball fan, that's just really bad. So how did they turn around their fortune so quickly?
Yeah, less than ideal, for sure. No, they brought some new talent onto their roster, and they had a steady hand of managing them as well, Joe. And that kind of gave them the leadership they needed to make a serious postseason run. After the game, you heard multiple players say their mentality going into the postseason was attack, attack, attack. And they absolutely did. Winning in 5 games, not wanting to chance a Game 6 or a Game 7 against the Diamondbacks that also had a strong postseason presence as well.
Real quickly, Morgan, I've got to assume they've got some big celebrations planned.
Parade happening tomorrow in Arlington. The route has already been shared. You can only imagine how many people are going to come out when you realize that it's been more than 6 decades. This team never won a World Series. Now they're going to have the rings. They already have the pride. So expect this area all around me to be covered with people in just a little bit more than 24 hours.
All right, something to look forward to there. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. More to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, holding steady. The Federal Reserve announcing it won't raise interest rates for the 2nd month in a row. We're going to break down that decision and what it means for you. First, though, after the break, chaos in the cockpit. A Delta pilot accused of pulling a gun on the plane's captain while in the air. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with another report of a cockpit confrontation involving a commercial airline pilot. In this case, a Delta Airlines co-pilot is facing charges of pulling a gun and threatening to shoot the captain during an argument. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the details.
It happened on a Delta Airlines flight last year. Now, a federal grand jury has indicted First Officer Jonathan Dunn with using a dangerous weapon to assault and intimidate the captain, telling the captain he'd be shot multiple times if he diverted the flight due to a passenger's medical event. Dunn was trained and certified to carry a gun as a TSA flight deck officer. NBC News aviation analyst Captain John Cox was also certified.
The people that were really heavily into the I'm going to save the world and I've got a gun, those people didn't make it through.
NBC has been unable to reach Dunn. Delta says he no longer works for the airline. The indictment comes after an off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot riding in a cockpit jump seat last week allegedly tried to shut down the engines on a passenger plane. Joseph Emerson has pleaded not guilty to 83 attempted murder counts. He allegedly claimed he was in a mental health crisis and had consumed psychedelic mushrooms 2 days before the flight.
He had no intention to harm himself or anybody on the airplane when he acted.
The challenge for the FAA and airlines, screening pilots for signs of serious mental illness or aggression.
It's really hard to predict violence, even if somebody's experiencing mental health symptoms.
Both pilots face federal charges of interfering with a flight crew, a felony that carries up to 20 years in prison. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Devastating scenes are still coming out of Mexico a week after Hurricane Otis made landfall. Residents are struggling to get basic necessities like food and water as the death toll continues to climb and dozens remain missing. NBC's Valerie Castro has the latest.
A humanitarian crisis exploding in Acapulco, Mexico. After Hurricane Otis ripped through the beach resort town a week ago, destroying infrastructure and flooding streets and homes. Up and down the coastline, the horrifying evidence of Otis's wrath. Boats thrown like toys along the shore. Many residents now feeling as though they've been left to fend for themselves.
Queremos ayuda, ayuda. Se nos fue todo en el agua. No, no, no.
Clean drinking water becoming scarce. Authorities say just 35% of water service has been restored. Lines of desperate residents snaking through the streets, people waiting to collect it by the jugful. But the wait itself is dangerous.
¿Dónde está el gobierno? ¿Dónde está el apoyo del gobierno? Mire usted si quiere ver. La fila, nos dicen que desde las 8, nosotros estamos aquí desde la madrugada, 5 de la mañana, arriesgando que nos asalten, porque ahora están asaltando en las calles.
Looting in the days after the storm stripped store shelves bare. Food now coming from a government-backed community kitchen. NGOs like World Central Kitchen stepping up to meet the demand.
We are putting out 3,000 meals. Yesterday it was 2,500, so each day we're looking to increase our output more and more.
Otis's rapid escalation from a tropical storm to a monster Cat 5 hurricane in just 12 hours, leaving residents like this woman with little time to prepare. She thought the rising floodwaters would be the death of her. Her husband keeping her calm through the worst of it. The couple surviving, but now struggling. Mexican president deploying more than 10,000 troops and 1,000 government workers to deal with the aftermath. Government officials unveiling a $3.4 billion recovery plan, but experts estimate the cost of the damage could be as high as $15 billion. The human cost of the storm continues to climb. At least 45 people killed, including one American. Loved ones of those lost seen waiting outside the morgue.
Por la falta de luz.
This funeral homeowner says he can't prepare bodies for burial until power is restored, now taking in more of the dead than he can handle, while families wait to lay their loved ones to rest.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. The official death toll is expected to continue rising, with at least 47 people still missing right now. The Navy is focused on searching through more than 30 boats that sank in Acapulco Bay on the night of the hurricane. Let's get more international news now with the latest out of Ukraine. The Russian offensive continues. More than 100 Ukrainian towns were hit in just 24 hours. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has that and other international news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. According to the Interior Minister of Ukraine, Russia bombarded about 118 cities and towns across Ukraine in the space of just 24 hours. That is more than any other day this year. Now, the minister also said that 10 out of Ukraine's 27 regions have come under major attack, with death tolls and injuries on the rise. And now officials say Russia is doubling down in the pursuit of Avdiivka, a town in the eastern Donetsk region of Ukraine. And local leaders say there have been more than 40 massive shelling attacks against the territorial community. This is the 88th week of this ongoing war. Let's travel over to Kenya, where King Charles III held a private meeting with the family of a Kenyan leader who was executed by the British. Dedan Kimathi was a former leader of the Kenyan rebellion against British colonial rule who was hanged by the British administration. The British High Commission says the meeting was a, quote, opportunity for the king to hear firsthand about the violence committed against Kenyans during their struggle for independence. King Charles expressed the greatest sorrow and the deepest regret for the violence of that era. We end this news tour of the world in Mexico for a celebration of the Day of the Dead, also known as the Dia de los Muertos. And it is truly a celebration. Bright colors and smells filled Mexico as this community honored their ancestors. It's a tradition that goes back thousands of years, and if you're a Disney fan, it's also featured in the popular movie Coco. Yesterday and today, celebrants believe that the spirits of the dead return home to spend time with their loved ones. Families welcome them with altars, sugar skulls, bright decorations, and candles to remember the deceased. So happy Dia de los Muertos to everyone.
Absolutely. Some beautiful celebrations. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, somber statistics from the CDC. Infant deaths are on the rise for the first time in 2 decades. We're going to look at the numbers, plus the groups most at risk. And fear in Jewish communities across America as the war in the Middle East continues, how some are looking to protect themselves. This is Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with an alarming new report from the CDC on the rise of infant deaths in the U.S. That report says the country's infant mortality rate increased for the first time in 20 years. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now with a closer look at the findings. So first of all, remind us how infant mortality is measured and why did we see this rise in last year's numbers?
So the infant mortality rate is the number of deaths before 1 year per 1,000 live births. What was really critical about this report, and I want to be very, very clear about this, is that while the rate was increasing in white infants, Black infants disproportionately represent the absolute number. They are still more than twice as likely to die than their white counterparts. It depends on who you ask in terms of an explanation for why. But if you think about when something like this happens, you have to say what was happening in our world, in our country, that could affect women disproportionately versus men, especially women of reproductive age. And there's two things that stand out. Number one was the pandemic. That significantly reduced the access to prenatal care for so many women across this country. And the second one is the Dobbs decision. And this is really critically important, especially in those 4 states, Georgia, Missouri, Iowa, and Texas. 3 of them, all except Iowa, instated really strict abortion restriction laws right around this time. And that's felt to have completely impacted the care of the women who are pregnant, which will impact infant mortality rates.
We saw an increase in infants who died from pregnancy complications.
Yes, exactly.
Talk more about that.
So typically, we talk about infant mortality is related, number one, to congenital anomalies, things that happen you can't have any effect over, or preterm delivery. Those were not necessarily increased. What they did see were increased complications during pregnancy, as you said, one of them being something called cervical incompetency. That means the cervix opens before it should, and something else called premature rupture of your membranes, which basically your fluid ruptures. That can increase the risk of miscarriage, as well as infection, as well as preterm birth. And all of those things, aside from miscarriage, preterm and infection, can significantly impact the survival of an infant in the first year.
You mentioned the disparities in race. I just want to repeat this number because I think it's so important. The report found Black infants still dying at more than twice the rate of white infants.
Right.
This is not something new, but to see those numbers laid out this way, how do we move forward? What does this information tell us?
So it tells us that there were significant and anticipated repercussions from the Dobbs decision, and that women of color and minorities and communities of color that have always been impacted more by these social determinants of health, that this is still happening. It should be a wake-up call. I'm sure that all of my colleagues in the reproductive health care space are disheartened by this news, not necessarily surprised, and there are so many different places, society, education, access, that need to change. It's not a simple solution.
It's important we have these conversations, but we have to see change when it comes to this. All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much. Appreciate it. The sharp rise of anti-Semitic threats in the U.S. since Hamas's attack on Israel is leading to new fears of safety within Jewish communities across the country. And in South Florida, those concerns have become a literal call to arms, as NBC News correspondent Sam Brock reports.
Let it go.
Between the sounds of gunfire,
right, go ahead whenever you're ready,
and the gasps of what they produce.
So I got pretty close.
Here in South Florida, some members of the Jewish community arming themselves following Hamas's brutal attack on October 7th and the anti-Semitic threats that have followed.
Graffiti inside of the neighborhood which says "Free Gaza, kill all the Jews." And I'm a Jewish, and I have 2 little kids, and I just want to be able to defend myself.
Sahar Kaner, one of many Jewish mothers we met, now trying out firearms after seeing violent rhetoric creep onto their streets. One mom, Michelle, worries about her kids walking home from school.
Who isn't upset over everything that's happening, and any innocent life that's being destroyed is horrific. But screaming for the death, my death, because I'm a Jew? No.
This firearm instruction class in the Miami area is led by gun store owner David Kowalski.
It's one of those things that you don't want to need and not have.
How many of you never thought you would ever personally own or use a gun?
The class featuring a profile of people you might not expect to find. Grandmothers and guns, not always an obvious pairing.
I'm like having an out-of-body experience sitting here.
But as Israel's campaign in Gaza grows more deadly, so too does the fear of backlash.
Every single country, every single town is demonstrating against our people. We feel terrified.
Well, it's going to be loud. It's going to go.
Kowalski says his classes have gone from 1 or 2 a week to 1 or 2 a day.
After the Hamas invasion, did you see an immediate change at your business?
Yes, absolutely. There was definitely an uptick in Jewish Americans wanting to learn how to protect themselves and their families.
For many of the firearms newcomers we met, there are still reservations.
No, scary. scary.
Very good.
But for others, there is no longer a choice.
People who can't respect human life, how can you think that they're going to care about yours?
A concern that's growing in Jewish communities all over the country. Sam Brock, NBC News, South Florida.
Coming up on hold, the Federal Reserve keeping interest rates on pause, at least for now. One of our favorite financial experts, Caleb Silver, is here to break down what it means for you. And, oh, Christmas tree, one of the most famous signs of the holiday season, now on its way to 30 Rock soon. I'll tell you more, all the details about it. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Federal Reserve once again holding off on raising interest rates. This is the second month in a row that the central bank has paused those rate hikes. For some context, the Fed began bumping up rates back in March of 2022 with the goal of taming inflation. Right now, interest rates are at the highest level we have seen in 23 years. For more on what this means, we're joined, of course, by Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. No surprise here with the pause. What does this signal to us?
Yeah, no surprise. We got what we expected and kind of a gentler tone from Jerome Powell, the Fed chair. But he did say we may still raise rates again at that next meeting, which is coming up in December, data dependent. So there's going to be 2 jobs reports before that next meeting, 2 inflation reports before that next meeting. And what's the Fed watching? It's watching the labor market very closely, and it's watching overall inflation, which has come down, just not close enough to the Fed's target of 2.5%.
Really, we kind of knew there'd be a pause. What you were really listening for was what Powell said afterward, right?
Right.
And that's what you expected?
Yeah, and he did say something that I thought was interesting, which he said, we're not even thinking about cutting rates anytime soon. A lot of people had expected the Fed to start cutting rates maybe by the end of the first quarter of next year or by mid-next year. They're not even thinking about it because they don't have economic conditions where they want, though they're trending in the right direction.
So interest rates are just one measure of our economic picture. The GDP is growing, inflation ticking up once again. What does this tell us right now about the overall direction of the economy, especially as we head into the holidays?
Yeah, well, things have definitely gotten better. Supply chain constraints are easing. Consumers continue to spend despite this rise in rates, so that's good. But the labor market has been exceptionally strong. Remember, back in September, there was 336,000 jobs added. We were not expecting that. And there's still a lot of jobs available when we look at the job openings and labor turnover survey. So a lot of job openings, a lot of hiring, and wages are still increasing just a little bit. These are all things that show the Fed that things are a little too hot still, and they may yet have to raise rates again or keep them this high for longer than we expected in the next year.
Tomorrow's the jobs report, right? What are you looking for? What can we expect?
Yeah, we're probably going to get, we think, about 180,000 jobs added, which is a more normal state of hiring in this country. 336,000 is a huge number, and we weren't expecting that. So that's a steady state. The unemployment rate, we want to watch that closely. The Fed wants to keep maximum employment. That's between 3.5% and 4%. We're at 3.8%, so check on that. But if wages continue to rise, that puts pressure on companies, then companies make cutbacks, and the Fed doesn't want that to happen. So we're going to watch wages, and we're going to watch the sectors that have been hiring. If it's broad-based hiring, that's a good sign. But if it's in one area exclusively and wages take off, the Fed might have to raise rates in December at that meeting.
All right. Caleb Silver, as always, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Some more financial headlines now. Lyft and Uber shelling out some major cash over wage theft allegations in New York. CNBC Silvana now has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, that's right. So Uber and Lyft will pay nearly $330 million combined to settle claims by New York's Attorney General they cheated drivers out of pay and benefits. More than 100,000 current and former ride-sharing drivers in the state could be eligible to receive money from the settlement. Current drivers will also be guaranteed minimum hourly rates and paid sick leave and be given notice and support to address issues about working conditions. Disney officially plans to buy the remaining 33% stake in Hulu it doesn't own. NBC Universal exercising its right to sell the stake after the window to do so opened up yesterday. Disney expects to pay roughly $8.6 billion for the streaming service. It gained the controlling stake in Hulu when it bought Fox's film and TV assets. Now, Hulu had more than 48 million subscribers at the end of Disney's last quarter. And Six Flags and Cedar Fair are joining forces. The Wall Street Journal confirming the companies are merging in a $2 billion deal to create a regional powerhouse in the theme park industry. The new company will have more than 40 amusement and water parks in 17 states, Canada and Mexico, which could help it compete with bigger rivals such as Disney and Universal Studios. Attendance at theme parks has yet to fully rebound to pre-pandemic levels.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it, Joe.
Well, it is official. We're heading into the holiday season, and what better way to really get into the spirit than with a Christmas tree, a really big Christmas tree. The Rockefeller Center Christmas tree, to be exact, which has now been chosen. It's an 80-foot tall Norway spruce weighing in at around 12 tons. Right now, it's still firmly rooted in Vestal, New York. It's about 3 hours from the Big Apple, but soon it will sit right in front of 30 Rock, overlooking that iconic skating rink in Rockefeller Plaza. The tree is set to arrive on the plaza November 11th. That's a week from this Saturday, and the lighting will take place after Thanksgiving on November 29th. Looking forward to that. Coming up, running for redemption. One man shares his inspiring journey from a prison cell to the starting line as he prepares to run in the New York City Marathon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Members of the original Mean Girls cast have reunited for, get this, a new ad for Walmart, returning to the North Shore High School Winter Talent Show as grown-ups. Take a look.
Ladies.
You take that one and you take that one.
I am such a good mom. I'm impressed. And I'm Karen.
That's right. Some of the movie's stars, including Lindsay Lohan, Amanda Seyfried, and Lacey Chabert, all appear in the Black Friday commercial, which recreates some of the 2004 movie's most famous scenes, notably missing Rachel McAdams. On top of that, a movie of the Mean Girls musical is due out in the new year. And of course, here on Morning News Now, we are still faithfully observing Pink Wednesdays. Finally this hour, a marathon is a major accomplishment for anyone. But for one runner who's lacing up their shoes this Sunday in the New York City Marathon, it's going to be a big step from where he started. NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow explains.
For Rasan Thomas, running feels like freedom. The native New Yorker training for the city's upcoming marathon after 22 years behind bars.
My first marathon was in San Quentin State Prison. It was 105 laps around a prison yard.
In 2000, Rasan was locked up for shooting and killing a man during a drug deal. But while facing a life sentence, he turned his own life around. In prison, Rasan got an associate's degree and started writing for the San Quentin News.
It's something to be really proud of.
He even co-hosted a podcast about prison life that was a finalist for a Pulitzer Prize. It's also where he met volunteer teacher Claire Gelbert.
And we just sort of hit it off. All right, switch.
The two made a pact to one day run the New York City Marathon.
So you make this deal that when you get out, if you get out, you're going to do it together.
Yes.
What's up, James? What's up?
Rasan's sentence was commuted by California's governor for dedicating himself to his rehabilitation, and he was released this February.
You aren't healed up yet?
He and Claire now running with a new mission for Empowerment Avenue, a group Rasan founded to help publish the work of incarcerated writers and artists.
If you just treat people like human beings, you change their hearts, you change their minds.
His hope to change the American prison system one step at a time.
For people that hear you're running and hear your story and think, but wait a second, he killed someone.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
First I say I'm sorry, and then I would say I can't pay my debt sitting in the cell. If I can make people who once harmed society love society, that's the best way I can pay for my crimes.
You can't ever undo the past.
There's no way to restore that justice. The only thing I can do is pay it forward.
Kate Snow, NBC News, New York.
It is so cool to see. We wish him the best. They've done a few stories on the Ear Hustle podcast. It's truly incredible to see what those guys are doing, including some of them now out of prison. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, stepped up violence in Gaza. Israeli forces launch a second strike on that refugee camp in the Gaza Strip in as many days, saying they've killed another Hamas commander. Meanwhile, a tense moment for President Biden overnight, interrupted by a protester at a campaign event in Minnesota who called for the violence overseas to stop.
Very fine people.
Mr. President,
Oh
if
my
you care
God.
about Jewish people, as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
We've got the president's response in just a moment. Plus, more on the first Americans to be evacuated from Gaza. Back stateside, it's another day in court for Donald Trump Jr. He's expected to return to the stand in that high-profile civil fraud case against the Trump Organization. We'll take you inside that New York courtroom for his testimony as we look ahead to appearances from his siblings, Eric and Ivanka. Plus, if you build it, history on the baseball diamond as the Texas Rangers best the Arizona Diamondbacks in 5. Now they're bringing the World Series title back to the Lone Star State for the first time in the club's history. And it's been a long and winding road for the Beatles. More than 50 years after the release of their final album, they're releasing one last song. We begin this hour in the Middle East, where Israeli ground forces are advancing inside Gaza. Israeli fighter jets are continuing to bombard the Palestinian enclave, yesterday hitting a densely populated refugee camp for a second straight day. The violence comes as, for the first time, President Biden called for a humanitarian pause. NBC's Raf Sanchez has the latest from southern Israel.
Guys, good morning. President Biden has been firm in his support of Israel's right to defend itself after Hamas's terror attack, and he has so far rejected calls for a ceasefire despite the rising death toll in Gaza. But he is now saying he would like to see at least temporary halts to the fighting to allow more time to get prisoners out.
Overnight, for the first time, President Biden calling for a humanitarian pause in the Israel-Hamas war.
Mr. President,
after being interrupted by a protester demanding a ceasefire, the president responding, quote, "I think we need a pause." Earlier, the president said the U.S. is working to get Americans out of Gaza.
Working nonstop to get Americans out of Gaza as soon and as safely as possible.
And this morning, documents obtained by NBC News show around 400 U.S. citizens have been cleared to pass through the Rafah crossing today into the safety of Egypt. The border opened to civilians Wednesday for the first time since the start of the war after painstaking negotiations. But only a handful of U.S. citizens made it out, including 71-year-old aid worker Ramona Akamara, who came to Gaza to make prosthetic limbs for children. For her family, deep relief.
I just want to throw my arms around her and hold on to her forever.
But for Palestinians without a foreign passport, the only ticket out is a serious injury. 8-year-old Salim was one of around 70 patients evacuated for urgent medical care in Egypt. His family says he was injured by an Israeli airstrike and tells us his parents and grandparents were killed. Yesterday, Israeli warplanes hit a refugee camp in northern Gaza for the second time in 2 days, targeting what Israel says was a military command center deliberately hidden underneath civilian homes. These images show the scale of the destruction. Today, Israeli troops continuing to push deeper into the Strip in their effort to crush Hamas, but also taking casualties, at least 16 soldiers killed since the start of the invasion. Yet more grief in a holy land that's already seen too much of it.
And Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is due to land here in Israel tomorrow for his third visit since October 7th. We're expecting him to carry a message of support, but also to push the Israelis to allow more aid into Gaza and to start working towards those humanitarian pauses. Guys.
All right, Raf, thank you so much. A major concern for Israeli soldiers continues to be the underground tunnel systems built by Hamas. Several hostage survivors are shedding light on the conditions of the tunnels, and officials fear they could prove difficult to attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman takes a closer look.
As Israel fights intense ground battles in Gaza, the greatest threat may be underground. Hamas tunnels, hundreds of them, promoted on their social media, some storing weapons and fighters, others command posts, concealed from Israel's drones and spy planes. Hamas claims it's built more than 300 miles of tunnels, half as long as New York's subway, crisscrossing an area just 25 miles long.
It smells, it's dark, it's closing on you, it's scary.
It's also where many of the 240 hostages are believed to be held.
We have to measure twice and 3 times that they are not in those tunnels that we are bombing.
One of the released hostages said she was held in a tunnel with 4 others.
It looks like a spider web.
In this Hamas video, fighters are seen popping out of tunnels, simulating an attack on Israeli tanks. It's a threat not unlike what the U.S. faced in Iraq, ISIS ambushing troops from tunnels under Mosul and Fallujah. Ben Milch, originally from Iowa, came face-to-face with Hamas when his IDF unit destroyed tunnels in the 2014 Gaza war.
We would fire at them, and then they would go into their tunnel and run and pop up in another location.
Israel says the tunnels have gotten more sophisticated, as deep as 230 feet, fortified by concrete, wired for electricity and ventilation, and booby-trapped. And no one knows exactly where they all are. Nobody but Hamas.
We have a good grasp of the network, but of course, it's only part of the picture.
Destroying them won't be easy. Israel says Hamas has built tunnels under homes and mosques, risking civilian lives. Experts say Israel could hit some with U.S.-made bunker-buster bombs, but likely with severe civilian casualties. Tunnels can also be flooded with seawater, and Israel could use new technology, a sponge bomb, described to NBC News by someone shown the device by the IDF. A mix of chemicals dropped into a tunnel creates a foam that expands, hardens, and seals the entrance, at least temporarily. Imperfect solutions to a lethal threat lurking underground. Josh Letterman, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Amid the violence in the Middle East, tensions are boiling over on college campuses here in the U.S., with rising incidents of hate being reported in both Muslim and Jewish communities. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us from Atlanta with more on this. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. I've spoken with a number of students who say that they have experienced a range of actions, from shouted chants on campus to troubling social media posts, even the defacing of a poster with Israeli hostages. All of it, they say, makes them feel unsafe on campus. Now, of course, all of this comes as both Jewish and Muslim leaders say that they're facing an unprecedented rise in threats of violence. Thousands of miles from the escalating violence in the Middle East, the cloud of war is smothering many college campuses here in the U.S. At Emory University in Atlanta, more than 100 Jewish students gathered Wednesday, one of at least 6 schools statewide, to hold solidarity walks after a rise in anti-Semitic incidents on campuses nationwide.
We had hung up posters of the hostages in Gaza, and there were students who went and vandalized them. As someone who knows people who are a part of that group of hostages, it's horrible.
What's your biggest concern?
My biggest concern, violence, obviously. And it's not unfounded. Violent threats.
Threats like those made at Cornell University, which has canceled classes Friday, citing extraordinary stress on campus. Patrick Dye, a 21-year-old junior at the Ivy League school, made his first court appearance Wednesday after authorities say he posted online threats to kill members of the school's Jewish community. He did not enter a plea. All of it comes as tensions are rising across the country. The Biden administration is vowing to fight a sharp rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents.
We are focusing our efforts on confronting and disrupting illegal threats wherever they arise.
Similar to reports of anti-Semitic incidents, which have skyrocketed in recent weeks, the Council on American Islamic Relations says it's seen a large uptick, noting many more often go unreported.
Overall, there is a sense of anxiety, uneasiness. Our community is on edge.
As the incidents of violent threats soar, many are just hoping for a common understanding.
There's been deaths on both sides, which is a horrible thing. There should be no deaths on any side at all.
Now, here in Georgia, the leader of a statewide organization for Jewish college students is calling on campuses across the state to increase security, writing in an open letter that students are literally afraid to be on campus. Joe.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. In other news, Donald Trump Jr. will be back in a New York courtroom today for more testimony. He's going to take the stand again in the $250 million civil fraud trial against the former president's family and their company. Yesterday, he faced questions about his involvement with financial documents that the New York Attorney General's office says were purposely inflated to benefit the company. Trump Jr. testified that while he signed off on financial documents, he was not involved in preparing them. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside the courthouse. So, Lindsay, what were some of the big takeaways from Don Jr.'s testimony yesterday?
Well, Joe, to start, he did appear very relaxed, and at a few times during the day, he even joked with the judge. At one point, the judge asking him to slow down, and he had joked and said, "I moved to Florida, but I kept the New York pace." Overall, though, he testified to his role as executive vice president of the Trump Organization and trustee, testifying to the titles and involvement in properties, like in securing loans for new developments, loans that in order to get, they would show these statements of financial condition. These are the documents the AG's office alleges contain these overvaluations that contain Don Jr.'s signature. And he testified that his father, the former president, was his supervisor until he left for the presidency. But he essentially pointed the finger at people like Donald Bender from Mazars, the accounting firm that would help them compile a lot of their documents that would contain their assets and those valuations. And also pointing the finger at former CFO Alan Weisselberg, who you'll remember served time at Rikers as part of the criminal Trump Organization fraud trial that was essentially accusing the organization of giving off-the-books perks to employees. That was part of the allegation. And so today we can definitely expect to hear some more of that direct questioning from the state, and also more about his involvement. Now, the Attorney General overnight posted a video essentially saying that even though he had this big role with the company, he showed very little knowledge of the legal and accounting mechanics, a lot of things that he wasn't able to recall. So we can expect to hear more of that today, Joe.
Yeah, what else can we expect to hear today? We know Donald Trump Jr., also Eric Trump expected to testify. So what are you watching out for in court?
And so once we are done with the direct, then we will have the cross-examination of the defense team. Remember, Don Jr., Eric, the former president himself, Ivanka, these are being called as state witnesses, and so they are compelled to testify. And so once Don Jr. is done, then we can expect Eric Trump to be called to the stand. And Eric, according to the AG's office, is responsible for all aspects of the management and operation of the Trump Organization, including new project acquisition, development, and construction, saying he actively spearheaded the growth of Trump Golf, including the addition of properties since 2006. We can expect to hear more about the properties like Seven Springs and Westchester that the AG's office says was overvalued as well. Remember, in his deposition, he said he couldn't recall a lot of details. He said that they happened years ago, that he and his brother had other things on their plate. So we can expect to hear some of that from his testimony, because we heard it in the deposition. And remember, Joe, he had invoked the Fifth Amendment in his deposition more than 500 times, according to sources. In this civil trial, if he or any of the other defendants or witnesses do invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege, then the judge can have a negative inference off of that, Joe.
And Lindsay, we just saw the calendar, the former president set to testify next week. And this is a trial that still has several weeks left, right?
Right. And so we're expecting to hear from the former president on Monday and then Ivanka on Wednesday. Ivanka is no longer a co-defendant. She was removed through an appeals court motion over the summer because of the statute of limitations. But these are the state's final witnesses. I mean, we heard from the state's only expert witness on disgorgement, this idea of how much was made off of an illegal activity. Remember, the judge has already found the defendants liable for fraud. And so a lot of this trial is the other causes like falsifying business documents, insurance fraud, but a lot of it is damages, Joe. The AG's office asking for $250 million. Yesterday, their expert testifying that banks lost out on $168 million in earned interest that they could have gotten had they charged higher interest rates with the higher risk, had they known some of these valuations. This is according to the AG's office. But, Joe, you asked how much longer it could go on. We're expecting it to go through December 22nd.
All right. Lindsay Reiser reporting from New York. Thank you so much. Another big legal story. Jury deliberations expected to get underway in the Sam Bankman-Fried trial today. The defense delivered closing arguments on Wednesday, saying the government is turning the FTX founder into a, quote, monster, and arguing that bad business decisions, which led to the downfall of his company, are not a crime. Today, the government will make its final case before the jury begins to deliberate. Bankman-Fried faces up to life in prison if convicted of criminal fraud. He denies the charges. Now to your morning News Now weather forecast. As the Pacific Northwest braces for a mix of some wet winter weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with that. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Ready or not, here it comes. The rain, the snow, we're dealing with it across the Pacific Northwest. And you can see it's quite a soggy morning in places like Seattle, but stretching all the way down into NorCal, you're seeing the rain and And if you move a little farther to the east across Idaho and into portions of Montana, we've got the snow falling and kind of that wintry mix that folks there are dealing with. And this is going to be something we watch over the next couple of days and even into the weekend as an atmospheric river event, a weak one, but still nonetheless an atmospheric river event continues to unfold. Here's the deal right now. This is a look through the rest of your Thursday. This kind of plume of moisture works its way slowly but surely inland. It's going to leave us with some gusty winds, some heavy rain in some spots, and the potential for some localized flooding. But notice again, there is some snow falling in some of those higher elevations in parts of the Rockies. So a heads up there. As we get into tomorrow, that snow will start to accumulate near Yellowstone, near Grand Teton. We'll see some of the showers, not a whole lot, but some of those showers working into portions of the northern plains as well. This is the area we're really focusing in on for flood risk and flash flood risk at that. We could see hourly rainfall rates of a ½ an inch or higher, mostly in those higher elevations, but still watch for that with some really saturated grounds of what we've already dealt with yesterday, which was heavy rain. More rain on top of that isn't going to be hard to see some flooding concerns there. When it comes to the winter alerts there, up across much of the region that I showed you that's going to be impacted with snow, we've got Missoula, Bozeman, all included in that. And you can see adding on some additional rainfall. Anywhere from 1 to 3 inches is what's likely. I think 3 inches is on the higher end. The more widespread amounts are going to be about 1/4 of an inch, so heads up there. Here's the snowfall totals. You'll end up with just an isolated couple of spots with some maybe 8 inches, but for the most part, Yellowstone, Jackson, going to be looking really gorgeous. Winter wonderland there over the next couple of days. And of course, the chill is in the air. 66 million people under these frost and freeze alerts, mostly across the southeast with temperatures right now. Look at Cincinnati, 27 degrees. It's only November 2nd. We're not ready for this. Nashville at 29, Montgomery at 30 degrees. So the extra layers are a must this morning. You'll be able to ditch them kind of as we get into the weekend, but you're still going to need them this afternoon. So keep those handy. But look ahead to Friday. Warm sunshine for the south. So you'll get those 70s back in the picture across Texas. It'll remain cool and crisp across the Northeast, but a whole lot of sunshine for most of the country, except for the Pacific Northwest, where unfortunately, another round of rain is going to work in as we get into Saturday. The rest of the country, though, really gorgeous conditions, bright conditions, still a little chilly across the Midwest, but dry, which we love to hear on a Saturday in the Northeast. I think a lot of people are cheering at their TV screens right now when I say that. The mild highs will continue to, Joe. So it'll be a nice weekend, bright, and some really comfortable conditions here. 60s, not bad.
We'll take actual fall,
yes.
like real fall, which is great.
I'm going to be enjoying a pumpkin spice latte, probably.
There you go. I walked into Starbucks. They had the Christmas cups out today and all that.
That's
already.
right.
I know. So
maybe
there you
peppermint
go.
mocha then.
There you go. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. For the first time in their 63-year history, the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. The Rangers lifted up the Commissioner's Trophy after beating the Arizona Diamondbacks in Game 5 last night to win the Fall Classic, capping off a perfect postseason on the road. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from outside the Rangers ballpark in Arlington, Texas. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, it is a great morning here in Dallas and in Arlington, all across Ranger Nation, because everyone's saying the one word, finally. It has finally happened. And to understand where this team has come from, you got to go back to 1961. They were the Washington Senators then. So 2 cities, 5 home ballparks, and 6 decades later, the Texas Rangers accomplished finally what they did last night, beating the Arizona Diamondbacks to win their first World Series title. This morning, for the first time in franchise history, the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. The Rangers winning the last 3 straight games against the Arizona Diamondbacks to take the series, capping off an unprecedented perfect postseason run on the road. Overnight in Arlington, fans going wild inside Globe Life Ballpark, even some crowd surfing. While in downtown Dallas, there was plenty of bubbling to go around.
I cannot imagine this series being any more memorable in my whole life than I can even imagine.
The game, a pure pitcher's duel for 7 innings before the Rangers broke out with the first hit of the night. But it was the 9th inning that sealed the deal, with Marcus Semien crushing a 2-run homer, putting Texas up 5-0. 3 outs later, Texas becoming World Series champs.
It's just emotional. Everything I've ever worked for is for this moment.
And after the game, even deeper emotion for Texas first baseman Nathaniel Lowe
with a message to his mom, who's battling cancer.
I love you to the moon and back, and I'm so proud of you for getting through your first round of chemo radiation. I can't wait to get home and see you.
But first, one Texas-sized celebration.
You guys just wrote history in Texas. Yes. Congrats, world champions.
Yeah, history indeed. The Rangers out to avenge a little history too, Joe. Back in 2011, they were in the World Series playing the St. Louis Cardinals. In Game 6, they're one strike, one out away from clinching for the title. But a late game hit gave the Cardinals Game 6 and eventually Game 7. Rangers this time around not leaving anything to chance, shutting the Diamondbacks in Game 5.
Yeah, they didn't push it all the way to Game 7. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Got more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the Pentagon's new policy on reporting UFO sightings. But first, the former yoga instructor who's accused of killing an elite female cyclist last year, now back in court as that high-profile murder trial kicks off. We're going to bring you the opening statements after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Welcome back. The trial of Caitlin Armstrong got underway yesterday. She's the former yoga instructor accused of killing an elite female cyclist in 2022. Prosecutors say the killing happened as a result of romantic jealousy. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, this trial almost didn't happen as authorities say Caitlin Armstrong went on the run almost immediately once she became a suspect. But now she's in court listening as prosecutors try to convince a jury this is all about a love triangle that turned deadly.
Anna Mariah Wilson was a rising star in the world of off-road cycling.
This is Mariah Wilson.
This morning, new details of the last moments of her life captured on audio.
Those screams are followed by
2 gunshots. One to the front of the head, one to the side of the head.
Prosecutors in opening statements portraying her accused killer, Caitlin Armstrong, as a woman consumed by jealousy.
One of the things you'll hear is she was not happy with this relationship. Colin.
Not happy, authorities say, after discovering she and Wilson were romantically involved with the same man, professional cyclist Colin Strickland. Prosecutors say Armstrong tracked Wilson's location using a fitness app, and that surveillance footage puts her Jeep near the apartment where Wilson was staying. According to a police affidavit, investigators also received an anonymous tip after the shooting that Armstrong said months earlier she was so angry she wanted to kill Wilson. Armstrong, who has pleaded not guilty, now facing decades behind bars if convicted of first-degree murder. Her defense team arguing there is no proof she committed the crime.
You did not hear about any direct evidence showing Caitlin Armstrong is responsible for this crime, because there isn't any.
Armstrong's legal team also battling accusations she fled the country after the murder and underwent plastic surgery to disguise her identity. Authorities say she used her sister's passport to travel to Costa Rica. A warrant was issued for her arrest, setting off a 43-day manhunt.
While in Costa Rica, she searched her name on her cell phone. News article.
Just weeks ago, this cell phone video appearing to show Armstrong trying to escape, running from corrections officers while at a doctor's appointment, later captured a mile away.
NBC News has reached out to attorneys on both sides for comment about this case, but the court has imposed a gag order preventing them from talking. We have also not heard back from the family members. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on this. So let's pick it up with that last little bit of video there, the alleged escape attempt. This week, the judge says the prosecution can use that in their case. How could this affect the case?
It's just more evidence of what we call consciousness of guilt. The wicked person only fleeth because they are wicked. And I'm butchering, I think it's a Bible passage, but the point is that people who are guilty run away, and that's something prosecutors will show the jury, just as they did show and will show that she fled to Costa Rica. People don't do that. People don't run away if they're innocent. This is very common evidence to come in at a criminal trial, and it's really pretty devastating. It's very hard for the defense to counter that fact. If somebody ran away, moved to Costa Rica, got plastic surgery, innocent people don't do that. I'm almost giving a prosecutor's closing argument there, but that is exactly the point they will make.
Let's talk more about the opening argument from the prosecution. They made an emotional appeal describing Mo Wilson's final moments, talking about they plan to present videos, cell phone, ballistic, DNA evidence in the trial. Thoughts on their opening statements and how they're approaching this case?
Opening statements are different from closing statements, and that opening statements are really just a narrative. You can use the language the evidence will show, but I mean, really, it's just a recitation of the facts. You save your argument for the closing argument. And really, that's what the government, the prosecution's doing here. He's laying out point by point all the circumstantial evidence they have. Because the one thing, admittedly, they don't have is what's called direct evidence. There isn't an eyewitness. This is not that uncommon. People who commit crimes do so out of the eyesight of other people. They don't want eyewitnesses. So commonly, prosecutors only have circumstantial evidence, pieces of evidence that put together the pieces of a puzzle. And there may still be a few pieces missing, but overall, you can figure out what the picture is, whether it's the Mona Lisa or it's something else.
The opening statement for the defense, there was some tension. There were a lot of objections during it, but basically in the end, the defense is arguing, hey, you had tunnel vision here. You didn't look at anyone else. Is this the argument you expect? What do you make of the defense's case?
The old tunnel vision chestnut. I've used it many times myself. Look, if you're reading between the lines, what this seems to me is a case that probably the defense at some point said to their client, you should really think about a plea. This is a really tough case. I see all of the classic markers, and I think you'll see it in closing, of a really difficult case for the defense, which is, hey, there may be all this circumstantial evidence, but ladies and members of the jury, no one actually saw this crime take place. That's a tough argument to make. I expect you'll see a lot of time devoted to the prosecution as the burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's the argument you make on the defense when you don't have a whole lot else. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of that and them hammering down on the whole tunnel vision thing. I do it myself. And the point that there weren't any eyewitnesses to this crime, because other than that, they don't have a lot else.
All right, Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it. International headlines now. A major storm is slamming Western Europe this morning. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has more on that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Storm Ciarán has arrived on the English coast last night, bringing heavy rain and high winds to the area. And now the whole of Western Europe is bracing for some of the highest wind speeds it has seen in decades in this region. Flights and public transportation across the region have been cancelled, and now residents are taking cover as the storm tracks through northwestern France. Now let's head over to Pakistan, where hundreds of thousands of undocumented Afghan migrants are facing deportation. The Pakistani government gave a surprise announcement last month over plans to arrest and deport an estimated 1.7 million undocumented people starting November 1st, yesterday. Now, the United Nations Human Rights Office says the move could cause a human rights catastrophe. On Wednesday, dozens of Afghans were already rounded up and deported. And according to the Pakistan Interior Ministry, some 140,000 have left already the country in recent weeks, fearing arrest and heading towards an uncertain future. And we end our short tour of the world in Hong Kong, where the FinTech conference is happening this week. The theme for the flagship event is FinTech Redefined, where global leaders gather to help shape the future of technology and finance. Just today, it was announced that early next month, people in Hong Kong and Thailand will be able to use a digital payment system that will eliminate the need to exchange currencies. Hundreds of speakers are attending the conference to talk about big topics like this, and plus the magic of artificial intelligence and the green finance. Back to you, John.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, we are remembering a larger-than-life college basketball coach this morning, Bob Knight, who passed away at the age of 83. After the break, a look back at the life and legacy of the General.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Basketball fans across the country are mourning the loss of an icon this morning. Hall of Fame coach Bob Knight has died at the age of 83. Also known as the General, Knight led Indiana University to 3 national championships over his 30-year career. But it was not without controversy. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Ohio State with more on his legacy. Jesse, that wasn't a mistake. I just said you're at Ohio State. You can explain why.
Yeah, so Joe, a lot of people might be scratching their heads at that at first because, of course, he is known for having been the coach of Indiana University. But long before that, Bobby Knight was a player here in Columbus at The Ohio State University. Years later, he became a legendary coach across multiple decades, someone known for having a flair for the dramatic.
When Bobby Knight was coaching, his sideline antics were often as wild as the action on the floor.
You got that?
The legendary college basketball coach, known for his fiery temper, got the most out of his players, but at times with questionable methods. The man who would become known as the General began his coaching career at Army, but he'll be remembered for his nearly 3-decade run at Indiana University, where his Hoosiers won 3 national titles.
My first thought is what these kids have done,
including with the last men's team to go undefeated in 1976. Despite the trophies, Knight's time at IU was marred by controversy, from repeated offensive comments to this outburst during a game in 1985.
Look at here. Bobby Knight just threw his chair clear across the free throw lane.
Multiple players also accusing Knight of physical abuse, including claims that he choked a player during practice.
I'm not going to talk about it because I'm sure that one time or another I grabbed a lot of kids.
The university eventually fired Knight in 2000 after a run-in with a student on campus. The Hall of Famer poking fun at his infamous temper in the Adam Sandler comedy Anger Management.
Well, the hell with this. I'm going home.
Knight later moved on to Texas Tech, where he became the winningest coach ever at the time. After 2 decades, Knight's frosty relationship with Indiana began to thaw. He even attended a game in 2020 where fans and former players gave him a standing ovation. Overnight, the Hoosier women's basketball team holding a pregame moment of silence. And another legendary coach, Duke's Mike Krzyzewski, who played for and coached under Knight, remembering the man who had a profound impact on my career and in my life, calling his death a tremendous loss for our sport.
Beyond his infamous temper, Knight was also known for his commitment to the fundamentals of basketball as well as to academics. He also helped lead the 1984 U.S. men's Olympic team to a gold medal. He will go down in history, the General, as one of the most polarizing and memorable figures in all of sports. Bobby Knight was 83 years old. Joe.
No doubt about that. I didn't know about the connection with Coach K there. Wow. All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much. Appreciate it. The World Health Organization says an estimated 1 in 6 people globally are affected by infertility. And here in the U.S., Americans struggling with infertility can face big bills for fertility treatments. Well, now we're seeing a new trend of people taking on second jobs just for the fertility benefits. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent, News Now anchor Vicki Nguyen joins us with more. Hey, Vicki, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. It is great to be with you. Yeah, fertility treatments like IVF can be really expensive, anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 per attempt. And many of those costs end up coming out of pocket because insurance typically does not cover them. So some women have found a strategy to fund those costs, taking on side hustles.
Ordering a visit from the store.
Wheel of Fortune turns.
If only having a baby were that easy. A common misconception, as 1 in 6 adults worldwide experiences infertility. In the U.S. alone, 1 in 7 women struggle to get pregnant or carry a pregnancy to term. Some turning to expensive fertility treatments for a chance at growing their families.
The standard of care, which is often in vitro fertilization, can cost somewhere between $15,000 to $20,000.
Betsy Campbell of the National Infertility Association Resolve says many employers do not offer fertility benefits. The gap in coverage prompting some full-time employees to take on side hustles at companies like Amazon, Starbucks, Target, and Walmart, all of which now provide fertility benefits to part-time workers.
What do you make of women who are taking on these additional side jobs just for the benefits?
I wish it weren't necessary. They should have access to all family building options, and it shouldn't matter who your employer is, what state you live in, the size of your bank account.
In 2021, more than half of employers reported providing some level of fertility benefits, with 25% now offering in vitro fertilization or IVF coverage.
I have a great party skill. I can make lattes and espressos.
Just one of the perks Jennifer Arenas Cardenas still enjoys after side hustling at this Starbucks in Tucson, Arizona. A school psychologist by day, Jennifer became a barista by night and weekends, working 20 hours a week to earn the benefits to cover a round of IVF estimated at $20,000.
Either we're going to drain our savings or we're going to have to find another way to pay for it.
How did you figure this out?
I Googled it.
Starbucks health insurance covers up to $35,000 for fertility services and prescriptions. The coffee giant also offers reimbursement of up to $40,000 for adoption and surrogacy. Employees reaching eligibility after just 5 months on the grind.
We're creating a more inclusive and equitable environment.
Sarah Kelly says Starbucks sees a venti-sized return through employee attraction and retention. And 97% of employers surveyed say offering fertility benefits did not result in a big bump to their medical plan costs.
Our employees, we believe in investing in them so that they can thrive, will enable our business to thrive.
Do you think people should be required to disclose if they're coming for those fertility benefits when they apply for a job at Starbucks?
No, I do not.
Jennifer moonlighted at Starbucks for more than a year and left once she and her husband received a double shot of their own. Last year, twins Gael and Rosalinda were born.
They are my pride and joy. I love them.
What do you say to people who might look at this and think, wow, you sort of gamed the system?
The system is really gaming us. Infertility is a medical diagnosis. This should absolutely be covered by insurance companies.
Only 21 states plus Washington, D.C. have passed laws requiring insurers to offer at least some fertility coverage.
I am forced to work multiple jobs to make my dream of being a mom come true.
In 2020, Jennifer spoke in front of an employee benefits trust board, which quickly approved fertility benefits for her entire district.
So you've changed things for the better for other women and families.
I have.
While Jennifer no longer needs a side hustle, she remains thankful to the one that helped her land the job she always wanted, being a mom, filling her cup in more ways than one.
That double shot there. Well, Jennifer tells us she plans to undergo another round of IVF in January. And by the way, what does part-time mean? Well, it varies by company, but it can range from 10 to 30 hours a week, Joe.
So during the interview process, did Jennifer disclose, hey, I'm doing this because I want the benefits?
I think that's a great question. I asked her the same thing because she was asked by the interviewers, you're already a school psychologist. Why do you want to come work for Starbucks? She did say it was for the benefits, not specifically the fertility benefits. But as you heard the Starbucks executive saying, they don't expect that you have to disclose that. They know they offer great benefits to attract people, and that's okay. I think the key here is if you want to go to your employer and say, we need to be offering this, go to Resolve. They have a whole template and a checklist for how you can start that conversation with human resources. And ultimately, it affects the bottom line in a positive way for these companies.
Great story, important story, too. All right, Vicki, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, is the truth really out there? Well, after the break, we're going to probe a new policy from the Pentagon on reporting UFO sightings to the government. Stick around, that's next.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This week we saw a big verdict against the National Association of Realtors and some of the largest real estate brokerage firms in the country. The ruling could potentially transform the way people buy or sell their homes. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans has the details.
A big win for homeowners as a federal jury in Kansas City found a system rigged against them. The jury's verdict siding with plaintiffs and against the National Association of Realtors, along with two brokerage firms. The case argued that forcing home sellers to pay the commission for the buyer's broker is an anti-competitive restraint and requires those sellers to pay an inflated amount. Jared Bright was a plaintiff in the class action suit. He understood he'd need to pay a seller's commission, but the buyer's agent too?
Someone that I had never met, I will never meet, and did nothing for me.
The jury awarded plaintiffs nearly $1.8 billion in a case led by attorney Michael Ketchmark.
It's the only system, it's the only industry in the United States where two competitors get together, they set the compensation, and they split it.
Here's how it works. When you sell your home, you agree to pay a commission to your agent and the buyer's agent, usually 6% of the home price. But this case argued that the buyer should pay their own agent and be able to negotiate that fee. The National Association of Realtors says it will appeal the verdict and that its rules prioritize consumers, support market-driven pricing, and promote business competition. But with housing now the least affordable it's been in a generation, the industry is facing increased scrutiny.
That was Christine Romans reporting. When it comes to buying and selling homes, the way real estate agents earn their money and even whether home sellers will pay commissions in the future, that is now in question. More financial headlines now. Live Nation still in the hot seat as the Justice Department reportedly probes how the company plans its venues and its artists. CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Yeah, so the Justice Department's investigation of Live Nation is focusing on whether the company uses anti-competitive deals with venues and other partners to book top talent and serve as the ticket service for those shows. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports the government is also exploring whether those deals restrict a venue's ability to work with other promoters. Now, the probe picked up steam last year after Ticketmaster crashed during the fan pre-sale for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. Competitors say Live Nation pays artists more than other promoters can afford. Subaru is hopping on the Tesla bandwagon. The automaker will adopt Tesla's North American charging standard for certain electric vehicles starting in 2025. It will also supply charging adapters to customers who own or lease a vehicle with the standard charging system. Subaru has been slow to adopt EVs, currently only selling one model in partnership with Toyota. Tesla opened up its charging network last year. Asia is home to the majority of the world's most family-friendly airlines. The Family Vacation Guide compiled a list of more than 30 airlines based on factors such as pre-boarding options and free seat selection. Japan Airlines scored the highest, followed by Korean Air, China's Hainan Airlines, and Qantas. Now, all of the top 10 offer kids meals and free entertainment and allow strollers to be checked for free. Only one U.S. airline, that's Hawaiian, made the top 10, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, the Pentagon is launching a brand new way to report UFOs. It's an online form which allows government employees or service members to share any information they have on government activity related to UFOs. It's the latest addition to the Pentagon's website, dubbed the one-stop shop for public records on unidentified phenomena. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now with more. I think, Courtney, a few years ago, the fact that we'd be talking about this with the Pentagon would have been hard to fathom. But tell us about this new online tool, what type of information can be reported here, and how it's different from other ways of reporting UFO sightings.
Yeah, Joe, you make an excellent point. This is almost becoming more mainstream. This talk of what the military, the Pentagon, the U.S. government calls UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. Now, this new reporting structure, it's a website, is only for U.S. government employees, current and former U.S. government contractors, former and current service members. And the idea is these are people who claim to have some knowledge of U.S. government or government programs that may have involved some sort of unidentified aerial phenomena. This is a much more coordinated and a coordinated way for these employees, these people, former and current, to put together information that then the U.S. government will look into. It includes their contact information. They have to have verification that they have, in fact, worked for the U.S. government at some point and may have this level of knowledge. And the idea here is they're trying to essentially create a database of all of these things and then look not only at current potential UAPs, but they're looking back as far as about 80 years, back to the 1940s, to see if they can establish any kind of a historical precedent for any kind of a UAP program within the U.S. government, Joe.
So a reminder, the Pentagon has what's called the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and that office reported in October they've received more than 800 total reports of unidentified phenomena. What have we learned so far?
Yeah, we've learned once again that the Pentagon finds something like UFOs and finds a really confusing name for the office, right? So that we have to call it an acronym. But in this case, we've learned, frankly, in 2 words, very little about what any of those unidentified phenomena were. We do know that the U.S. is looking into them. They're trying to verify every single claim. I know, according to officials, that many of them, candidly, just have not been verified. But they're not only looking to verify, but they're looking to declassify as much as they can. We may even get, in the coming weeks or months, more information about some of those historical programs that may have existed from people who claim that they were a part of them, Joe.
And I want to say it again, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the head of it, is preparing to release, quote, a lot of new material. What exactly can we expect going forward?
Yeah, so if you go on this website, which is actually relatively new, and I should say this is all congressionally mandated, right? So Congress started looking into this a couple of years ago. I mean, candidly led by the intelligence community. The Department of DNI put out the first report on this almost 3 years ago now. And so there has been a real push in the U.S. government to try to figure out what some of these videos and these claims from people are of really unexplained flying objects, videos, firsthand accounts. The idea here, though, is now it's all going to live on this one database, and the hope is that they will start releasing more videos, some testimonials, historical documents, that we may get a better sense. Now, I also should say, I don't think that people should hear or listen to this and say, well, we're going to start learning about alien life. The vast majority of these things that we have learned about have actually been weather balloons, strange phenomena dealing with light refracting off of various parts of the atmosphere. But the hope is that we will learn a little bit more about maybe some government programs, U.S. or others, and that might give us a sense of some of these other historical sightings, Joe.
Whatever you call them, UFOs, UAPs, ET, it's fascinating stuff. All right, Courtney Kuby, thank you so much. Coming up, the so-called final act for the Fab Four. One last original track from the Beatles released today with a little help from more than just a few friends. Some impressive technology joining the mix. We're going to explain after this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Magnolia Bakery's famous desserts are getting an extra ingredient. The New York bakery has partnered with edibles company Incredibles to launch THC-infused bars. They're available in banana pudding and red velvet cake flavors. Will go on sale in Illinois, Nevada, and Massachusetts, priced from $18 to $30. According to one study, edibles now make up 12% of the multi-billion-dollar cannabis market. It's an exciting day for Beatles fans, and who would have thought we'd be saying this? The band releasing what they're calling their final song, their first new Beatles track in nearly 3 decades. NBC's Molly Hunter has all the details. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. This is really cool and it's really poignant, and it uses some very cool technology. As you said, it is the final, the very last, we think, Beatles song that the world will ever get. It's called Now and Then. Take a listen.
This morning, the band is back together. Well, sort of. More than 50 years after their final performance, the Beatles dropping their final song with a little help from their friends in artificial intelligence. In a new documentary out overnight, Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr reveal how they put together the song called Now and Then. The first version of the song, originally recorded back in 1978, a home demo by John Lennon. After his death, his widow, Yoko Ono, sent the cassette tape to Paul.
We were pretty excited. A new John song. Amazing.
To hear John's voice, that's the thing that we should cherish.
It was the closest we'll ever come to having him back in the room.
In the 90s, the 3 surviving Beatles started working with John's recording, but abandoned it. Later, after George Harrison's death in 2001, Paul and Ringo returned to the project. But to fully remix the song really required separating John's vocals from his piano on the demo.
So in the mix, we could lift John's voice without lifting the piano, which had always been one of the problems. Now we could mix it and make a proper record of it.
The different parts remixed with John's 1978 recorded voice, George's 1995 guitar, and finally, it sounds like the quality we all know and love from the Beatles.
Joe, it's actually really poignant. I have some goosebumps listening to that song. It sounds like the Beatles we know and love. Now, the AI technology required to separate the vocals and the piano was not available in the 90s, definitely available now. And in that documentary, Paul McCartney talks about how exciting this technology was and how he thinks actually all the Beatles, all four of them, would have been very interested in pushing this new kind of technology, Joe.
It's so incredible to see, and I love that they put out this documentary so that we can understand how this all worked and actually hear from Paul and Ringo about the whole process.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool.
All right.
Definitely worth a watch, Joe.
Definitely. All right, Molly, thank you so much. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, stepped up violence in Gaza. Israeli forces launch a second strike on that refugee camp in the Gaza Strip in as many days, saying they've killed another Hamas commander. Meanwhile, a tense moment for President Biden overnight, interrupted by a protester at a campaign event in Minnesota who called for the violence overseas to stop.
Very fine people on both sides.
Mr. President,
oh
if
my
you care
God.
about Jewish people, as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
We've got the president's response in just a moment. Plus, more on the first Americans to be evacuated from Gaza. Back stateside, it's another day in court for Donald Trump Jr. He's expected to return to the stand in that high-profile civil fraud case against the Trump Organization. We'll take you inside that New York courtroom for his testimony as we look ahead to appearances from his siblings, Eric and Ivanka. Plus, if you build it, history on the baseball diamond as the Texas Rangers best the Arizona Diamondbacks in 5. Now they're bringing the World Series title back to the Lone Star State for the first time in the club's history. And it's been a long and winding road for the Beatles. More than 50 years after the release of their final album, they're releasing one last song. We begin this hour in the Middle East, where Israeli ground forces are advancing inside Gaza. Israeli fighter jets are continuing to bombard the Palestinian enclave, yesterday hitting a densely populated refugee camp for a second straight day. The violence comes as, for the first time, President Biden called for a humanitarian pause. NBC's Raf Sanchez has the latest from southern Israel.
Guys, good morning. President Biden has been firm in his support of Israel's right to defend itself after Hamas's terror attack, and he has so far rejected calls for a ceasefire despite the rising death toll in Gaza. But he is now saying he would like to see at least temporary halts to the fighting to allow more time to get prisoners out.
Overnight, for the first time, President Biden calling for a humanitarian pause in the Israel-Hamas war.
Mr. President,
After being interrupted by a protester demanding a ceasefire, the president responding, quote, "I think we need a pause." Earlier, the president said the U.S. is working to get Americans out of Gaza.
Working nonstop to get Americans out of Gaza as soon and as safely as possible.
And this morning, documents obtained by NBC News show around 400 U.S. citizens have been cleared to pass through the Rafah crossing today into the safety of Egypt. The border opened to civilians Wednesday for the first time since the start of the war after painstaking negotiations. But only a handful of U.S. citizens made it out, including 71-year-old aid worker Ramona Akamara, who came to Gaza to make prosthetic limbs for children. For her family, deep relief.
I just want to throw my arms around her and hold on to her forever.
But for Palestinians without a foreign passport, the only ticket out is a serious injury. 8-year-old Salim was one of around 70 patients evacuated for urgent medical care in Egypt. His family says he was injured by an Israeli airstrike and tells us his parents and grandparents were killed. Yesterday, Israeli warplanes hit a refugee camp in northern Gaza for the second time in 2 days, targeting what Israel says was a military command center deliberately hidden underneath civilian homes. These images show the scale of the destruction. Today, Israeli troops continuing to push deeper into the Strip in their effort to crush Hamas, but also taking casualties. At least 16 soldiers killed since the start of the invasion. Yet more grief in a holy land that's already seen too much of it.
And Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is due to land here in Israel tomorrow for his third visit since October 7th. We're expecting him to carry a message of support, but also to push the Israelis to allow more aid into Gaza and to start working towards those humanitarian pauses. Guys.
All right, Raph, thank you so much. A major concern for Israeli soldiers continues to be the underground tunnel systems built by Hamas. Several hostage survivors are shedding light on the conditions of the tunnels, and officials fear they could prove difficult to attack. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman takes a closer look.
As Israel fights intense ground battles in Gaza, the greatest threat may be underground. Hamas tunnels, hundreds of them, promoted on their social media, some storing weapons and fighters, others command posts, concealed from Israel's drones and spy planes. Hamas claims it's built more than 300 miles of tunnels, half as long as New York's subway, crisscrossing an area just 25 miles long.
It smells, it's dark, it's closing on you, it's scary.
It's also where many of the 240 hostages are believed to be held.
We have to measure twice and 3 times that they are not in those tunnels that we are bombing.
One of the released hostages said she was held in a tunnel with 4 others.
It looks like a spider web.
In this Hamas video, fighters are seen popping out of tunnels, simulating an attack on Israeli tanks. It's a threat not unlike what the U.S. faced in Iraq, ISIS ambushing troops from tunnels under Mosul and Fallujah. Ben Milt, originally from Iowa, came face-to-face with Hamas when his IDF unit destroyed tunnels in the 2014 Gaza war.
We would fire at them, and then they would go into their tunnel and run and pop up in another location.
Israel says the tunnels have gotten more sophisticated, as deep as 230 feet, fortified by concrete, wired for electricity and ventilation, and booby-trapped. And no one knows exactly where they all are. Nobody but Hamas.
We have a good grasp of the network, but of course it's only part of the picture.
Destroying them won't be easy. Israel says Hamas has built tunnels under homes and mosques, risking civilian lives. Experts say Israel could hit some with U.S.-made bunker buster bombs, but likely with severe civilian casualties. Tunnels can also be flooded with seawater. And Israel could use new technology, a sponge bomb, described to NBC News by someone shown the device by the IDF. A mix of chemicals dropped into a tunnel creates a foam that expands, hardens, and seals the entrance, at least temporarily. Imperfect solutions to a lethal threat lurking underground. Josh Letterman, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Amid the violence in the Middle East, tensions are boiling over on college campuses here in the U.S., with rising incidents of hate being reported in both Muslim and Jewish communities. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us from Atlanta with more on this. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. I've spoken with a number of students who say that they have experienced a range of actions, from shouted chants on campus to troubling social media posts, even the defacing of a poster with Israeli hostages. All of it, they say, makes them feel unsafe on campus. Now, of course, all of this comes as both Jewish and Muslim leaders say that they're facing an unprecedented rise in threats of violence. Thousands of miles from the escalating violence in the Middle East, the cloud of war is smothering many college campuses here in the U.S. At Emory University in Atlanta, more than 100 Jewish students gathered Wednesday, one of at least 6 schools statewide, to hold solidarity walks after a rise in anti-Semitic incidents on campuses nationwide.
We had hung up posters of the hostages in Gaza, and there were students who went and vandalized them. As someone who knows people who are a part of that group of hostages, it's horrible.
What's your biggest concern?
My biggest concern, violence, obviously. And it's not unfounded. Violent threats.
Threats like those made at Cornell University, which has canceled classes Friday, citing extraordinary stress on campus. Patrick Dye, a 21-year-old junior at the Ivy League school, made his first court appearance Wednesday after authorities say he posted online threats to kill members of the school's Jewish community. He did not enter a plea. All of it comes as tensions are rising across the country. The Biden administration is vowing to fight a sharp rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic Islamophobic incidents.
We are focusing our efforts on confronting and disrupting illegal threats wherever they arise.
Similar to reports of anti-Semitic incidents, which have skyrocketed in recent weeks, the Council on American Islamic Relations says it's seen a large uptick, noting many more often go unreported.
Overall, there is a sense of anxiety, uneasiness. Our community is on edge.
As the incidents of violent threats soar, many are just hoping for a common understanding.
There's been deaths on both sides, which is a horrible thing. There should be no deaths on any side at all.
Now, here in Georgia, the leader of a statewide organization for Jewish college students is calling on campuses across the state to increase security, writing in an open letter that students are literally afraid to be on campus. Joe.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. In other news, Donald Trump Jr. will be back in a New York courtroom today for more testimony. He's going to take the stand again in the $250 million civil fraud trial against the former president's family and their company. Yesterday, he faced questions about his involvement with financial documents that the New York Attorney General's office says were purposely inflated to benefit the company. Trump Jr. testified that while he signed off on financial documents, he was not involved in preparing them. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside the courthouse. So, Lindsay, what were some of the big takeaways from Don Jr.'s testimony yesterday?
Well, Joe, to start, he did appear very relaxed, and at a few times during the day, he even joked with the judge. At one point, the judge asking him to slow down, and he had joked and said, "I moved to Florida, but I kept the New York pace." Overall, though, he testified to his role as executive vice president of the Trump Organization and trustee, testifying to the titles and involvement in properties, like in securing loans for new developments, loans that in order to get, they would show these statements of financial condition. These are the documents the AG's office alleges contain these overvaluations that contain Don Jr.'s signature. And he testified that his father, the former president, was his supervisor until he left for the presidency. But he essentially pointed the finger at people like Donald Bender from Mazars, the accounting firm that would help them compile a lot of their documents that would contain their assets and those valuations. And also pointing the finger at former CFO Alan Weisselberg, who you'll remember served time at Rikers as part of the criminal Trump Organization fraud trial that was essentially accusing the organization of giving off-the-books perks to employees. That was part of the allegation. And so today we can definitely expect to hear some more of that direct questioning from the state, and also more about his involvement. Now, the Attorney General overnight posted a video essentially saying that even though he had this big role with the company, he showed very little knowledge of the legal and accounting mechanics, a lot of things that he wasn't able to recall. So we can expect to hear more of that today, Joe.
Yeah, what else can we expect to hear today? We know Donald Trump Jr., also Eric Trump expected to testify. So what are you watching out for in court?
And so once we are done with the direct, then we will have the cross-examination of the defense team. Remember, Don Jr., Eric, the former president himself, Ivanka, these are being called as state witnesses, and so they are compelled to testify. And so once Don Jr. is done, then we can expect Eric Trump to be called to the stand. And Eric, according to the AG's office, is responsible for all aspects of the management and operation of the Trump Organization, including new project acquisition, development, and construction, saying he actively spearheaded the growth of Trump Golf, including the addition of properties since 2006. We can expect to hear more about the properties like Seven Springs and Westchester that the AG's office says was overvalued as well. Remember, in his deposition, he said he couldn't recall a lot of details. He said that they happened years ago, that he and his brother had other things on their plate. So we can expect to hear some of that from his testimony, because we heard it in the deposition. And remember, Joe, he had invoked the Fifth Amendment in his deposition more than 500 times, according to sources. In this civil trial, if he or any of the other defendants or witnesses do invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege, then the judge can have a negative inference off of that, Joe.
And Lindsay, we just saw the calendar, the former president set to testify next week. And this is a trial that still has several weeks left, right?
Right. And so we're expecting to hear from the former president on Monday and then Ivanka on Wednesday. Ivanka is no longer a co-defendant. She was removed through an appeals court motion over the summer because of the statute of limitations. But these are the state's final witnesses. I mean, we heard from the state's only expert witness on disgorgement, this idea of how much was made off of an illegal activity. Remember, the judge has already found the defendants liable for fraud. And so a lot of this trial is the other causes like falsifying business documents, insurance fraud, but a lot of it is damages, Joe. The AG's office asking for $250 million. Yesterday, their expert testifying that banks lost out on $168 million in earned interest that they could have gotten had they charged higher interest rates with the higher risk, had they known some of these valuations. This is according to the AG's office. But, Joe, you asked how much longer it could go on. We're expecting it to go through December 22nd.
All right. Lindsay Reiser reporting from New York. Thank you so much. Another big legal story. Jury deliberations expected to get underway in the Sam Bankman-Fried trial today. The defense delivered closing arguments on Wednesday, saying the government is turning the FTX founder into a, quote, monster, and arguing that bad business decisions, which led to the downfall of his company, are not a crime. Today, the government will make its final case before the jury begins to deliberate. Bankman-Fried faces up to life in prison if convicted of criminal fraud. He denies the charges. Now to your morning News Now weather forecast as the Pacific Northwest braces for a mix of some wet winter weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with that. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Ready or not, here it comes. The rain, the snow, we're dealing with it across the Pacific Northwest, and you can see it's quite a soggy morning in places like Seattle, but stretching all the way down into NorCal, you're seeing the rain. And if you move a little farther to the east across Idaho and into portions of Montana, we've got the snow falling and kind of that wintry mix that folks there are dealing with. And this is going to be something we watch over the next couple of days and even into the weekend as an atmospheric river event, a weak one, but still nonetheless an atmospheric river event continues to unfold. Here's the deal right now. This is a look through the rest of your Thursday. This kind of plume of moisture works its way slowly but surely inland. It's going to leave us with some gusty winds, some heavy rain in some spots, and the potential for some localized flooding. But notice again, there is some snow falling in some of those higher elevations in parts of the Rockies. So a heads up there. As we get into tomorrow, that snow will start to accumulate near Yellowstone, near Grand Teton. We'll see some of the showers, not a whole lot, but some of those showers working into portions of the northern plains as well. This is the area we're really focusing in on for flood risk and flash flood risk at that. We could see hourly rainfall rates of a ½ an inch or higher, mostly in those higher elevations, but still watch for that with some really saturated grounds of what we've already dealt with yesterday, which was heavy rain. More rain on top of that isn't going to be hard to see some flooding concerns there. When it comes to the winter alerts, they're up across much of the region that I showed you that's going to be impacted with snow. We've got Missoula, Bozeman, all included in that. And you can see adding on some additional rainfall. Anywhere from 1 to 3 inches is what's likely. I think 3 inches is on the higher end. The more widespread amounts are going to be about 1/4 of an inch, so heads up there. Here's the snowfall totals. You'll end up with just an isolated couple of spots with some maybe 8 inches, but for the most part, Yellowstone, Jackson, going to be looking really gorgeous. Winter wonderland there over the next couple of days. And of course, the chill is in the air. 66 million people under these frost and freeze alerts, mostly across the southeast with temperatures right now. Look at Cincinnati, 27 degrees. It's only November 2nd. We're not ready for this. Nashville at 29, Montgomery at 30 degrees. So the extra layers are a must this morning. You'll be able to ditch them kind of as we get into the weekend, but you're still going to need them this afternoon. So keep those handy. But look ahead to Friday. Warm sunshine for the south. So you'll get those 70s back in the picture across Texas. It'll remain cool and crisp across the Northeast, but a whole lot of sunshine for most of the country, except for the Pacific Northwest, where unfortunately another round of rain is going to work in as we get into Saturday. The rest of the country, though, really gorgeous conditions, bright conditions, still a little chilly across the Midwest, but dry, which we love to hear on a Saturday in the Northeast. I think a lot of people are cheering at their TV screens right now when I say that. The mild highs will continue to, Joe. So it'll be a nice weekend, bright, and some really comfortable conditions here. 60s, not bad.
We'll take actual fall,
yes.
like real fall, which is great.
I'm going to be enjoying a pumpkin spice latte, probably.
There you go. I walked into Starbucks. They had the Christmas cups out today and all that.
That's
already.
right.
I know. So
maybe
there you
peppermint
go.
mocha then.
There you go. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. For the first time in their 63-year history, the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. The Rangers lifted up the Commissioner's Trophy after beating the Arizona Diamondbacks in Game 5 last night to win the Fall Classic, capping off a perfect postseason on the road. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from outside the Rangers ballpark in Arlington, Texas. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, it is a great morning here in Dallas and in Arlington, all across Ranger Nation, because everyone's saying the one word, finally. It has finally happened. And to understand where this team has come from, you got to go back to 1961. They were the Washington Senators then. So 2 cities, 5 home ballparks, and 6 decades later, the Texas Rangers accomplished finally what they did last night, beating the Arizona Diamondbacks to win their first World Series title. This morning, for the first time in franchise history, the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. The Rangers winning the last 3 straight games against the Arizona Diamondbacks to take the series, capping off an unprecedented, perfect postseason run on the road. Overnight in Arlington, fans going wild inside Globe Life Ballpark, even some crowd surfing. While in downtown Dallas, there was plenty of bubbling to go around.
I cannot imagine this series being any more memorable in my whole life than I can even imagine.
The game, a pure pitcher's duel for 7 innings before the Rangers broke out with the first hit of the night. But it was the 9th inning that sealed the deal, with Marcus Semien crushing a 2-run homer, putting Texas up 5-0. 3 outs later, Texas becoming World Series champs.
It's just emotional. Everything I've ever worked for is for this moment.
And after the game, even deeper emotion for Texas first baseman Nathaniel Lowe with a message to his mom, who's battling cancer.
I love you to the moon and back, and I'm so proud of you for getting through your first round of chemo radiation. I can't wait to get home and see you.
But first, one Texas-sized celebration.
You guys just wrote history in Texas. Yes. Congrats, world champions.
Yeah, history indeed. The Rangers had to avenge a little history too, Joe. Back in 2011, they were in the World Series playing the St. Louis Cardinals. In Game 6, they're 1 strike, 1 out away from clinching for the title. But a late game hit gave the Cardinals Game 6 and eventually Game 7. Rangers this time around not leaving anything to chance, shutting the Diamondbacks in Game 5.
Yeah, they didn't push it all the way to Game 7. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Got more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the Pentagon's new policy on reporting UFO sightings. But first, the former yoga instructor who's accused of killing an elite female cyclist last year, now back in court as that high-profile murder trial kicks off. We're going to bring you the opening statements after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The trial of Caitlin Armstrong got underway yesterday. She's the former yoga instructor accused of killing an elite female cyclist in 2022. Prosecutors say the killing happened as a result of romantic jealousy. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, this trial almost didn't happen as authorities say Caitlin Armstrong went on the run almost immediately once she became a suspect. But now she's in court listening as prosecutors try to convince a jury this is all about a love triangle that turned deadly.
Anna Mariah Wilson was a rising star in the world of off-road cycling.
This is Mariah Wilson.
This morning, new details of the last moments of her life captured on audio.
Those screams are followed by 2 gunshots. One to the front of the head, one to the side of the head.
Prosecutors in opening statements portraying her accused killer, Caitlin Armstrong, as a woman consumed by jealousy.
One of the things you'll hear is she was not happy with the relationship. Colin.
Not happy, authorities say, after discovering she and Wilson were romantically involved with the same man, professional cyclist Colin Strickland. Prosecutors say Armstrong tracked Wilson's location using a fitness app and that surveillance footage puts her Jeep near the apartment where Wilson was staying. According to a police affidavit, investigators also received an anonymous tip after the shooting that Armstrong said months earlier she was so angry she wanted to kill Wilson. Armstrong, who has pleaded not guilty, now facing decades behind bars if convicted of first-degree murder. Her defense team arguing there is no proof she committed the crime.
You did not hear about any direct evidence showing Caitlin Armstrong is responsible for this crime because there isn't any.
Armstrong's legal team also battling accusations she fled the country after the murder and underwent plastic surgery to disguise her identity. Authorities say she used her sister's passport to travel to Costa Rica. A warrant was issued for her arrest, setting off a 43-day manhunt.
While in Costa Rica, she searched her name from her cell phone. News article.
Just weeks ago, this cell phone video appearing to show Armstrong trying to escape, running from corrections officers while at a doctor's appointment, later captured a mile away.
NBC News has reached out to attorneys on both sides for comment about this case, but the court has imposed a gag order preventing them from talking. We have also not heard back from the family members. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on this. So let's pick it up with that last little bit of video there, the alleged escape attempt. This week, the judge says the prosecution can use that in their case. How could this affect the case?
It's just more evidence of what we call consciousness of guilt. The wicked person only fleeth because they are wicked. And I'm butchering, I think it's a Bible passage, but the point is that people who are guilty run away, and that's something prosecutors will show the jury, just as they did show and will show that she fled to Costa Rica. People don't do that. People don't run away if they're innocent. This is very common evidence to come in at a criminal trial, and it's really pretty devastating. It's very hard for the defense to counter that fact. If somebody ran away, moved to Costa Rica, got plastic surgery, innocent people don't do that. I'm almost giving a prosecutor's closing argument there, but that is exactly the point they will make.
Let's talk more about the opening argument from the prosecution. They made an emotional appeal describing Mo Wilson's final moments, talking about they plan to present videos, cell phone, ballistic, DNA evidence in the trial. Thoughts on their opening statements and how they're approaching this case?
Opening statements are different from closing statements, and that opening statements are really just a narrative. You can use the language the evidence will show, but I mean, really, it's just a recitation of the facts. You save your argument argument for the closing argument. And really, that's what the government, the prosecution's doing here, is laying out point by point all the circumstantial evidence they have. Because the one thing, admittedly, they don't have is what's called direct evidence. There isn't an eyewitness. This is not that uncommon. People who commit crimes do so out of the eyesight of other people. They don't want eyewitnesses. So commonly, prosecutors only have circumstantial evidence, pieces of evidence that place together, put together the pieces of a puzzle. And there may still be a few pieces missing, but overall, you can figure out what the picture is, whether it's the Mona Lisa or it's something else.
The opening statement for the defense, there was some tension. There were a lot of objections during it. But basically, in the end, the defense is arguing, hey, you had tunnel vision here. You didn't look at anyone else. Is this the argument you expect? What do you make of the defense's case?
The old tunnel vision chestnut. I've used it many times myself. Look, if you're reading between the lines, what this seems to me is a case that probably the defense at some point said to their client, you should really think about a plea. This is a really tough case. I see all of the classic markers, and I think you'll see it in closing, of a really difficult case for the defense, which is, hey, there may be all this circumstantial evidence, but ladies and members of the jury, no one actually saw this crime take place. That's a tough argument to make. I expect you'll see a lot of time devoted to the prosecution as the burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's the argument you make on the defense when you don't have a whole lot else. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of that and them hammering down on the whole tunnel vision thing. I do it myself. And the point that there weren't any eyewitnesses to this crime, because other than that, they don't have a lot else.
All right. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it. International headlines now. A major storm is slamming Western Europe this morning. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has more on that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Storm Ciarán has arrived on the English coast last night, bringing heavy rain and high winds to the area. And now the whole of Western Europe is bracing for some of the highest wind speeds it has seen in decades in this region. Flights and public transportation across the region have been cancelled, and now residents are taking cover as the storm tracks through northwestern France. Now let's head over to Pakistan, where hundreds of thousands of undocumented Afghan migrants are facing deportation. The Pakistani government gave a surprise announcement last month over plans to arrest and deport an estimated 1.7 million undocumented people starting November 1st, yesterday. Now, the United Nations Human Rights Office says the move could cause a human rights catastrophe. On Wednesday, dozens of Afghans were already rounded up and deported. And according to the Pakistan Interior Ministry, some 140,000 have left already the country in recent weeks, fearing arrest and heading towards an uncertain future. And we end our short tour of the world in Hong Kong, where the FinTech conference is happening this week. The theme for the flagship event is FinTech Redefined, where global leaders gather to help shape the future of technology and finance. Just today, it was announced that early next month, people in Hong Kong and Thailand will be able to use a digital payment system that will eliminate the need to exchange currencies. Hundreds of speakers are attending the conference to talk about big topics like this, and plus the magic of artificial intelligence and the green finance. Back to you, John.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, we are remembering a larger-than-life college basketball coach this morning, Bob Knight, who passed away at the age of 83. After the break, a look back at the life and legacy of the General.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Basketball fans across the country are mourning the loss of an icon this morning. Hall of Fame coach Bob Knight has died at the age of 83. Also known as the General, Knight led Indiana University to 3 national championships over his 30-year career, but it was not without controversy. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Ohio State with more on his legacy. Jesse, that wasn't a mistake. I just said you're at Ohio State. You can explain why.
Yeah, so Joe, a lot of people might be scratching their heads at that at first because, of course, he is known for having been the coach of Indiana University. But long before that, Bobby Knight was a player here in Columbus at The Ohio State University. Years later, he became a legendary coach across multiple decades, someone known for having a flair for the dramatic.
When Bobby Knight was coaching, his sideline antics were often as wild as the action on the floor.
You got that?
The legendary college basketball coach, known for his fiery temper, got the most out of his players, but at times with questionable methods. The man who would become known as the General began his coaching career at Army, but he'll be remembered for his nearly 3-decade run at Indiana University, where his Hoosiers won 3 national titles.
My first thought is what these kids have done,
including with the last men's team to go undefeated in 1976. Despite the trophies, Knight's time at IU was marred by controversy, from repeated offensive comments to this outburst during a game in 1985.
Looky here. Bobby Knight just threw his chair clear across the free throw lane.
Multiple players also accusing Knight of physical abuse, including claims that he choked a player during practice.
I'm not going to talk about it because I'm sure that one time or another I grabbed a lot of kids.
The university eventually fired Knight in 2000 after a run-in with a student on campus. The Hall of Famer poking fun at his infamous temper in the Adam Sandler comedy Anger Management.
Well, the hell with this. I'm going home.
Knight later moved on to Texas Tech, where he became the winningest coach ever at the time. After 2 decades, Knight's frosty relationship with Indiana began to thaw. He even attended a game in 2020 where fans and former players gave him a standing ovation. Overnight, the Hoosier women's basketball team holding a pregame moment of silence. And another legendary coach, Duke's Mike Krzyzewski, who played for and coached under Knight, remembering the man who had a profound impact on my career and in my life, calling his death a tremendous loss for our sport.
Beyond his infamous temper, Knight was also known for his commitment to the fundamentals of basketball as well as to academics. He also helped lead the 1984 U.S. men's Olympic team to a gold medal. He will go down in history, the General, as one of the most polarizing and memorable figures in all of sports. Bobby Knight was 83 years old. Joe.
No doubt about that. I didn't know about the connection with Coach K there. Wow. All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much. Appreciate it. The World Health Organization says an estimated 1 in 6 people globally are affected by infertility. And here in the U.S., Americans struggling with infertility can face big bills for fertility treatments. Well, now we're seeing a new trend of people taking on second jobs just for the fertility benefits. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent, News Now anchor Vicki Wynn joins us with more. Hey, Vicki, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. It is great to be with you. Yeah, fertility treatments like IVF can be really expensive, anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 per attempt. And many of those costs end up coming out of pocket because insurance typically does not cover them. So some women have found a strategy to fund those costs, taking on side hustles.
ordering a visit from the store.
Wheel of Fortune turns.
If only having a baby were that easy. A common misconception, as 1 in 6 adults worldwide experiences infertility. In the U.S. alone, 1 in 7 women struggle to get pregnant or carry a pregnancy to term. Some turning to expensive fertility treatments for a chance at growing their families.
The standard of care, which is often in vitro fertilization, can cost somewhere between $15,000 to $20,000.
Betsy Campbell of the National Infertility Association Resolve says many employers do not offer fertility benefits. The gap in coverage prompting some full-time employees to take on side hustles at companies like Amazon, Starbucks, Target, and Walmart, all of which now provide fertility benefits to part-time workers.
What do you make of women who are taking on these additional side jobs just for the benefits?
I wish it weren't necessary. They should have access to all family building options, and it shouldn't matter who your employer is, what state you live in, the size of your bank account.
In 2021, more than half of employers reported providing some level of fertility benefits, with 25% now offering in vitro fertilization or IVF coverage.
I have a great party skill. I can make lattes and espressos.
Just one of the perks Jennifer Arenas Cardenas still enjoys after side hustling at this Starbucks in Tucson, Arizona. A school psychologist by day, Jennifer became a barista by night and weekends, working 20 hours a week to earn the benefits to cover a round of IVF estimated at $20,000.
Either we're going to drain our savings or we're going to have to find another way to pay for it.
How did you figure this out?
I Googled it.
Starbucks health insurance covers up to $35,000 for fertility services and prescriptions. The coffee giant also offers reimbursement of up to $40,000 for adoption and surrogacy. Employees reaching eligibility after just 5 months on the grind.
We're creating a more inclusive and equitable environment.
Sarah Kelly says Starbucks sees a venti-sized return through employee attraction and retention. And 97% of employers surveyed say offering fertility benefits did not result in a big bump to their medical plan costs.
Our employees, we believe in investing in them so that they can thrive, will enable our business to thrive.
Do you think people should be required to disclose if they're coming for those fertility benefits when they apply for a job at Starbucks?
No, I do not.
Jennifer moonlighted at Starbucks for more than a year and left once she and her husband received a double shot of their own. Last year, twins Gael and Rosalinda were born.
They are my pride and joy. I love them.
What do you say to people who might look at this and think, wow, you sort of gamed the system?
The system is really gaming us. Infertility is a medical diagnosis. This should absolutely be covered by insurance companies.
Only 21 states plus Washington, D.C. have passed laws requiring insurers to offer at least some fertility coverage.
I am forced to work multiple jobs to make my dream of being a mom come true.
In 2020, Jennifer spoke in front of an employee benefits trust board, which quickly approved fertility benefits for her entire district.
So you've changed things for the better for other women and families.
I have.
While Jennifer no longer needs a side hustle, she remains thankful to the one that helped her land the job she always wanted, being a mom, filling her cup in more ways than one.
That double shot there. Well, Jennifer tells us she plans to undergo another round of IVF in January. And by the way, what does part-time mean? Well, it varies by company, but it can range from 10 to 30 hours a week, Joe.
So during the interview process, did Jennifer disclose, hey, I'm doing this because I want the benefits?
I think that's a great question. I asked her the same thing because she was asked by the interviewers, you're already a school psychologist. Why do you want to come work for Starbucks? She did say it was for the benefits, not specifically the fertility benefits. But as you heard the Starbucks executive saying, they don't expect that you have to disclose that. They know they offer great benefits to attract people, and that's okay. I think the key here is if you want to go to your employer and say, we need to be offering this, go to Resolve. They have a whole template and a checklist for how you can start that conversation with human resources. And ultimately, it affects the bottom line in a positive way for these companies.
Great story, important story, too. All right, Vicki, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, is the truth really out there? Well, after the break, we're going to probe a new policy from the Pentagon on reporting UFO sightings to the government. Stick around, that's next.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered to
All right, it just did too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. This week we saw a big verdict against the National Association of Realtors and some of the largest real estate brokerage firms in the country. The ruling could potentially transform the way people buy or sell their homes. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans has the details.
A big win for homeowners as a federal jury in Kansas City found a system rigged against them. The jury's verdict siding with plaintiffs and against the National Association of Realtors, along with 2 brokerage firms. The case argued that forcing home sellers to pay the commission for the buyer's broker is an anti-competitive restraint and requires those sellers to pay an inflated amount. Jared Bright was a plaintiff in the class action suit. He understood he'd need to pay a seller's commission, but the buyer's agent too?
Someone that I had never met, I will never meet, and did nothing for me.
The jury awarded plaintiffs nearly $1.8 billion in a case led by attorney Michael Ketchmark.
It's the only system, it's the only industry in the United States where 2 competitors get together, they set the compensation, and they split it.
Here's how it works. When you sell your home, you agree to pay a commission to your agent and the buyer's agent, usually 6% of the home price. But this case argued that the buyer should pay their own agent and be able to negotiate that fee. The National Association of Realtors says it will appeal the verdict and that its rules prioritize consumers, support market-driven pricing, and promote business competition. But with housing now the least affordable it's been in a generation, the industry is facing increased scrutiny.
That was Christine Romans reporting. When it comes to buying and selling homes, the way real estate agents earn their money and even whether home sellers will pay commissions in the future, that is now in question. More financial headlines now. Live Nation still in the hot seat as the Justice Department reportedly probes how the company plans its venues and its artists. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Yeah, so the Justice Department's investigation of Live Nation is focusing on whether the company uses anti-competitive deals with venues and other partners to book top talent and serve as the ticket service for those shows. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports the government is also exploring whether those deals restrict a venue's ability to work with other promoters. Now, the probe picked up steam last year after Ticketmaster crashed during the fan pre-sale for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. Competitors say Live Nation pays artists more than other promoters can afford. Subaru is hopping on the Tesla bandwagon. The automaker will adopt Tesla's North American charging standard for certain electric vehicles starting in 2025. It will also supply charging adapters to customers who own or lease a vehicle with the standard charging system. Subaru has been slow to adopt EVs, currently only selling one model in partnership with Toyota. Tesla opened up its charging network last year. Asia is home to the majority of the world's most family-friendly airlines. The Family Vacation Guide compiled a list of more than 30 airlines based on factors such as pre-boarding options and free seat selection. Japan Airlines scored the highest, followed by Korean Air, China's Hainan Airlines, and Qantas. Now, all of the top 10 offer kids meals and free entertainment and allow strollers to be checked for free. Only one U.S. airline, that's Hawaiian, made the top 10, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, the Pentagon is launching a brand new way to report UFOs. It's an online form which allows government employees or service members to share any information they have on government activity related to UFOs. It's the latest addition to the Pentagon's website, dubbed the one-stop shop for public records on unidentified phenomena. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now with more. I think, Courtney, a few years ago, the fact that we'd be talking about this with the Pentagon would have been hard to fathom. But tell us about this new online tool, what type of information can be reported here, and how it's different from other ways of reporting UFO sightings.
Yeah, Joe, you make an excellent point. This is almost becoming more mainstream. This talk of what the military, the Pentagon, the U.S. government calls UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. Now, this new reporting structure, it's a website, is only for U.S. government employees, current and former U.S. government contractors, former and current service members. And the idea is these are people who claim to have some knowledge of U.S. government or government programs that may have involved some sort of unidentified aerial phenomena. This is a much more coordinated and a coordinated way for these employees, these people, former and current, to put together information that then the U.S. government will look into. It includes their contact information. They have to have verification that they have, in fact, worked for the U.S. government at some point and may have this level of knowledge. And the idea here is they're trying to essentially create a database of all of these things and then look not only at current potential UAPs, but they're looking back as far as about 80 years, back to the 1940s, to see if they can establish any kind of a historical precedent for any kind of a UAP program within the U.S. government, Joe.
So a reminder, the Pentagon has what's called the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and that office reported in October they've received more than 800 total reports of unidentified phenomena. What have we learned so far?
Yeah, we've learned once again that the Pentagon finds something like UFOs and finds a really confusing name for the office, right? So that we have to call it an acronym. But in this case, we've learned, frankly, in two words, very little about what any of those unidentified phenomena are. We do know that the U.S. is looking into them. They're trying to verify every single claim. I know, according to officials, that many of them, candidly, just have not been verified. But they're not only looking to verify, but they're looking to declassify as much as they can. We may even get, in the coming weeks or months, more information about some of those historical programs that may have existed from people who claim that they were a part of them, Joe.
And I want to say it again, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the head of it, is preparing to release, quote, a lot of new material. What exactly can we expect going forward?
Yeah, so if you go on this website, which is actually relatively new, and I should say this is all congressionally mandated, right? So Congress started looking into this a couple of years ago. I mean, candidly led by the intelligence community. The Department of DNI put out the first report on this almost 3 years ago now. And so there has been a real push in the U.S. government to try to figure out what some of these videos and these claims from people are of really unexplained flying objects, videos, firsthand accounts. The idea here, though, is now it's all going to live on this one database, and the hope is that they will start releasing more videos, some testimonials, historical documents, that we may get a better sense. Now, I also should say, I don't think that people should hear or listen to this and say, well, we're going to start learning about alien life. The vast majority of these things that we have learned about have actually been weather balloons, strange phenomena dealing with light refracting off of various parts of the atmosphere. But the hope is that we will learn a little bit more about maybe some government programs, U.S. or others, and that might give us a sense of some of these other historical sightings, Joe.
Whatever you call them, UFOs, UAPs, ET, it's fascinating stuff. All right, Courtney Cubie, thank you so much. Coming up, the so-called final act for the Fab Four. One last original track from the Beatles released today with a little help from more than just a few friends, some impressive technology joining the mix. We're going to explain after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Magnolia Bakery's famous desserts are getting an extra ingredient. The New York bakery has partnered with edibles company Incredibles to launch THC-infused bars. They're available in banana pudding and red velvet cake flavors. Will go on sale in Illinois, Nevada, and Massachusetts, priced from $18 to $30. According to one study, edibles now make up 12% of the multi-billion-dollar cannabis market. It's an exciting day for Beatles fans, and who would have thought we'd be saying this? The band releasing what they're calling their final song, their first new Beatles track in nearly 3 decades. NBC's Molly Hunter has all the details. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. This is really cool and it's really poignant, and it uses some very cool technology. As you said, it is the final, the very last, we think, Beatles song that the world will ever get. It's called Now and Then. Take a listen.
This morning, the band is back together. Well, sort of. More than 50 years after their final performance, the Beatles dropping their final song with a little help from their friends in artificial intelligence. In a new documentary out overnight, Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr reveal how they put together the song called Now and Then. The first version of the song, originally recorded back in 1978, a home demo by John Lennon. After his death, his widow, Yoko Ono, sent the cassette tape to Paul.
We were pretty excited. A new John song. Amazing.
To hear John's voice, that's the thing that we should cherish.
It was the closest we'll ever come to having him back in the room.
In the 90s, the three surviving Beatles started working with John's recording, but abandoned it. Later, after George Harrison's death in 2001, Paul and Ringo returned to the project. But to fully remix the song really required separating John's vocals from his piano on the demo.
So in the mix, we could lift John's voice without lifting the piano, which had always been one of the problems. Now we could mix it and make a proper record of it.
The different parts remixed with John's 1978 recorded voice, George's 1995 guitar, and finally, it sounds like the quality we all know and love from the Beatles.
Joe, it's actually really poignant. I have some goosebumps listening to that song. It sounds like the Beatles we know and love. Now, the AI technology required to separate the vocals and the piano was not available in the 90s, definitely available now. And in that documentary, Paul McCartney talks about how exciting this technology was and how he thinks actually all the Beatles, all four of them, would have been very interested in pushing this new kind of technology, Joe.
It's so incredible to see, and I love that they put out this documentary so that we can understand how this all worked and actually hear from Paul and Ringo about the whole process.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool.
All right.
Definitely worth a watch, Joe.
Definitely. All right, Molly, thank you so much. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Thursday. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, November 2nd. Civilian cost. Israel's airstrikes on a heavily populated refugee camp are fueling new anger about the expanded ground operation in Gaza. More on the Biden administration's calls for a pause in the fighting.
Court appearance. Former President Donald Trump's son's taking the stand today in a trial that could have major implications for the family brand and the family organization. We're going to tell you how they're responding to allegations of inflating their company's assets.
Building a family. Treatments like IVF can be really expensive, costing upwards of $15,000 per try. The unusual tactics that some families are resorting to have a baby.
Running for redemption. A man who was behind bars for more than 2 decades, lacing up, get this, for the New York City Marathon. More on his mission to change the American prison system one step at a time.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. It's great to have you with us. We're going to start with the efforts to evacuate more Americans and injured civilians out of the war-torn Gaza Strip. Today, roughly 370 U.S. citizens are expected to cross the border into Egypt. This, according to a new list of foreign passport holders that NBC News has reviewed. The exact number of Americans is still unclear because some names on that list appear to be duplicates.
Now, this is all happening as Hamas just announced that nearly 200 people have died after Israeli airstrikes hit a refugee camp in Gaza twice in the past 2 days. NBC News cannot independently verify those exact numbers, but these new satellite images here on your screen right now, they show the scale of the destruction. Israeli officials insist the strikes were targeting Hamas commanders, but back in the U.S., President Biden last night called for a pause in the fighting after being interrupted by a protester at an event in Minnesota.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is live in Tel Aviv for us right now. Josh, look, the White House seems to be trying to sort of downplay the president's comments at this point, but sort of what are the Biden administration officials saying about this now today?
Well, Morgan, they're essentially saying there's no change here, nothing to see here. They're pointing to the fact that the White House and Secretary of State Antony Blinken have already been calling for a humanitarian pause or pauses to really try to accomplish two things. They're essentially suggesting Israel should not have a ceasefire. Everyone in the U.S. government has been saying they don't want to see a ceasefire, but they do want to see pauses in the fighting to get civilians out and humanitarian aid in. And now U.S. officials are pointing to the fact that when we saw those two Americans released from Hamas custody a little over a week ago, they say that that had followed a push by the U.S. to get the Israelis to temporarily pause airstrikes in the Gaza Strip long enough that those two Americans from the Illinois area could be released. But I do think that this speaks to the fact that the U.S. much more publicly than it was just a week or 2 weeks ago, Morgan, is now making clear what they want to see Israel do and not do. The first week of this conflict, it was largely Israel needs to do what it needs to do to defend itself, and the U.S. will stand up for Israel. Now we are seeing the U.S. much more publicly telling Israel what it thinks it should do and should not do.
To that point, Josh, some of that may be coming because of these two recent airstrikes that hit that refugee camp. They've sparked a lot of outrage, not just in Gaza, but around the world. Are we hearing this having an impact on Israel's ground operations, their military leaders considering a pause? Are you hearing anything about that?
To the contrary, Israel's government seems to be bristling at this pressure from outside of Israel, saying they're going to continue full bore with their goals. They say they are making progress toward their goal of eliminating Hamas and are actually preparing for the final stages of that effort. But certainly this is ricocheting across the Arab world to China, which has also condemned those strikes on the Jabalia refugee camp. And it's starting to chip away at some of the diplomatic progress that Israel had made during those Abraham Accords with some of those Middle Eastern countries.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman, thank you so much, Josh.
Well, Vicki, it is day 2 of testimony from former President Donald Trump's adult sons in their civil fraud trial. Prosecutors have accused all 3 members of the Trump family of exaggerating their real estate assets, allegations which they have denied. Don Jr. wrapped up his testimony just a few minutes ago, and now Eric is on the stand taking questions from prosecutors. The former president and his daughter Ivanka are expected to testify next week. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser has been following this all for us since the beginning outside of that courthouse here in Lower Manhattan. Lindsay, look, Don Jr. was asked about his role at the Trump organization, especially as it relates to those financial statements the prosecutor claims were purposefully inflated to benefit the company and basically make those properties look more valuable than they are. How did he respond on the stand?
Right, and he actually just left the courtroom, Morgan. He just addressed cameras across the street, so we'll work on getting more information about that. But on the stand, he testified to his titles and his role within the organization. And the state, remember, this is the state's witness here, so they would present documents, specifically these statements of financial condition that Don Jr. signed. These are the documents that they would present to banks to get loan terms that the AG's office says contains overvaluation. So the banks thought that the Trump organization and Trump family had more money than they did, and so they would charge lower interest rates because of the less risk. Yesterday, we heard a witness on the stand who testified that banks lost about $168 million in interest rate earnings that they could have made. But Don Jr. today essentially saying that even though his name was on those documents, he relied on other people for the information contained, people he trusted implicitly, and that he wasn't that involved. At one point, the judge asking him, Mr. Trump, did you have anything to do with the statements of financial condition? And he responded, no, I did not, Your Honor. However, he did repeatedly certify that the information contained is accurate. So the questioning of him did wrap up no cross for him, Morgan.
No cross, which was an interesting strategy. We know that Eric has only been testifying for a few minutes there behind you, but what are prosecutors essentially asking him today? I mean, is it sort of similar to the things they were asking Don Jr.?
So it's similar in the beginning in that they're trying to establish his role, what he did at the company, what he was tasked with, what his titles were, what his day-to-day jobs were. And it did come up already, though, these statements of financial condition in which Eric Trump said, I don't think I ever saw or worked on a statement of financial condition. I don't believe I would have known about it. It's not what he did. Now, remember, in the deposition, he said a lot of this stuff he didn't recall because he had other roles. He did invoke his Fifth Amendment more than 500 times in his deposition. We will be obviously keeping an eye if he does that in the courtroom as well, Morgan.
All right, MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser for us there from outside that courthouse here in Lower Manhattan. Lindsay, thank you.
Morgan, we're going to stay in court right now. The man Las Vegas police say orchestrated the drive-by killing of rapper Tupac Shakur back in 1996. He is being arraigned today. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was arrested and charged with the murder back in September, decades after Shakur's death. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. So, Dana, we know Davis has had multiple delays with these court appearances because of issues with his attorneys. Has that all gotten sorted out, and what is expected at the arraignment today?
Vicki, it has not gotten sorted out, at least not now. We know that the arraignment is happening as we speak, so hopefully we can get in there and get some more details about what is happening in court. So he was arrested in September. He had his first court appearance October 4th. That case had to be continued because he did not have an attorney. We saw him again 2 weeks later, October 19th, and the judge asked the man who was in court with him, attorney Ross Goodman, if he was in fact representing Dwayne Davis, and he said that he could not confirm at that time. Well, yesterday, Goodman released a brief statement, and he said that Davis was not able to reach terms of an agreement, and he wished him luck. So hopefully today he has either secured an attorney, maybe within a day, possible. If not, it's likely that this case could be continued once again, Vicki.
Dana, it's been almost 30 years. Take us back through this case and Davis's alleged role in Shakur's murder. Have police or prosecutors said why it took so long to make this arrest?
Well, I can tell you that Los Angeles investigators tell us that they've known for several years that Keefe D and 3 other co-conspirators who are all now dead were involved. But it's about what you can prove, not what you know. We know that Davis had a search warrant carried out on his home back during the summertime, so that may have also helped investigators. But I think the big point here is that Davis himself has made several public statements about his involvement in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And even if he wasn't the trigger man, investigators say that he was the shot caller and the guy that secured the gun that ultimately killed Tupac, and that's why he is being charged with his murder. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. jobless claims, they're climbing a bit higher. A number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits. That number rose last week to 217,000, marking a new 7-week high.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, the Labor Department also gave us new numbers today on job openings in the U.S. Take us through those numbers and what they mean for the overall strength of this labor market right now.
Vicki, Morgan, good morning. So job openings reached 9.5 million at the end of September. That's up 56,000 from the month before. The accommodation and food services industry had an additional 141,000 openings, and the arts and entertainment sector saw 39,000 vacancies. The numbers signal that the labor market is cooling off, but it's still warm. Meanwhile, Subaru is hopping on the Tesla bandwagon. The automaker will adopt Tesla's North American charging standard for certain electric vehicles starting in 2025. It'll also supply charging adapters to customers who own or lease a vehicle with the standard charging system. And finally, Six Flags and Cedar Fair are joining forces. The Wall Street Journal confirming the companies are merging in a $2 billion deal to create a regional powerhouse in the theme park industry. The new company will have more than 40 amusement and water parks in 17 states, Canada, and Mexico, which could help it compete with bigger rivals such as Disney and Universal Studios. Guys, lots of options for the kiddos.
Well, for the kiddos. What about, Deirdre, the adultos? The adultos also love a good ride, you know?
I can't do roller coasters anymore. I'm too old for it, but yes.
Oh, man. Well,
I feel
I'm
you,
too old for
Deirdre.
it and still love it. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa for us there. Deirdre, thanks.
Coming up, why some women are paying for infertility treatments like IVF by moonlighting as baristas and in other side hustles. We're going to break down the state of infertility benefits in the U.S. and how you can lobby your employer for better coverage. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
So starting a family is a dream for a lot of couples, but it can quickly turn into a nightmare when they struggle with infertility, which is a common medical diagnosis for many, adding to the stress, of course, then fertility treatments like IVF. It can be expensive, anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 per trial.
Yeah, and many of those costs come out of pocket because insurance typically does not cover them. As I learned, it is forcing some women to take on a side hustle just for the benefits.
Ordering a visit from the store.
Real as far as concerned.
If only having a baby were that easy. A common misconception, as 1 in 6 adults worldwide experiences infertility. In the U.S. alone, 1 in 7 women struggle to get pregnant or carry a pregnancy to term. Some turning to expensive fertility treatments for a chance at growing their families.
The standard of care, which is often in vitro fertilization, can cost somewhere between $15,000 to $20,000.
Betsy Campbell of the National Infertility Association Resolve says many employers do not offer fertility benefits. The gap in coverage prompting some full-time employees to take on side hustles at companies like Amazon, Starbucks, Target, and Walmart, all of which now provide fertility benefits to part-time workers.
What do you make of women who are taking on these additional side jobs just for the benefits?
I wish it weren't necessary. They should have access to all family building options, and it shouldn't matter who your employer is, what state you live in, the size of your bank account.
In 2021, more than half of employers reported providing some level of fertility benefits, with 25% now offering in vitro fertilization or IVF coverage.
I have a great party skill. I can make lattes and espressos.
Just one of the perks Jennifer Arenas Cardenas still enjoys after side hustling at this Starbucks in Tucson, Arizona. A school psychologist by day, Jennifer became a barista by night and weekends, working 20 hours a week to earn the benefits to cover a round of IVF estimated at $20,000.
Either we're going to drain our savings or we're going to have to find another way to pay for it.
How did you figure this out?
I Googled it.
Starbucks health insurance covers up to $35,000 for fertility services and prescriptions. The coffee giant also offers reimbursement of up to $40,000 for adoption and surrogacy. Employees reaching eligibility after just 5 months on the grind.
We're creating a more inclusive and equitable environment.
Sarah Kelly says Starbucks sees a venti-sized return through employee attraction and retention. And 97% of employers surveyed say offering fertility benefits did not result in a big bump to their medical plan costs.
Our employees, we believe in investing in them so that they can thrive, will enable our business to thrive.
Do you think people should be required to disclose if they're coming for those fertility benefits when they apply for a job at Starbucks?
No, I do not.
Jennifer moonlighted at Starbucks for more than a year and left once she and her husband received a double shot of their own. Last year, twins Gael and Rosalinda were born.
They are my pride and joy. I love them.
What do you say to people who might look at this and think, wow, you sort of gamed the system?
The system is really gaming us. Infertility is a medical diagnosis. This should absolutely be covered by insurance companies.
Only 21 states plus Washington, D.C. have passed laws requiring insurers to offer at least some fertility coverage.
I am forced to work multiple jobs to make my dream of being a mom come true.
In 2020, Jennifer spoke in front of an employee benefits trust board, which quickly approved fertility benefits for her entire district.
So you've changed things for the better for other women and families.
I have.
While Jennifer no longer needs a side hustle, she remains thankful to the one that helped her land the job she always wanted, being a mom, filling her cup in more ways than one.
And Morgan, Jennifer says she's going to do another round of IVF in January. We wish her well with that. As for what counts as part-time work with some of these companies, it really varies. It can be anywhere from 10 to 30 hours a week. And I think this is so important. What we learned is if you work for someone who doesn't offer these benefits, there's a whole template at Resolve's website. So they walk you through the way to approach this with your HR department and to make a case, because as we learned, so many families are affected by this.
So many families are affected by it. A lot of families you don't even realize. I know that I froze my eggs, and that was a very isolating experience. And then you start to find out it's not cheap, but you start to find out that other people are doing it and trying to sort of take care of themselves and their possibilities.
Yes.
All right, Vicki, great story. Let's take a turn now. One of the 5 former officers charged in the deadly beating of Tyree Nichols changed his plea to guilty in his federal criminal case, the possible terms of his agreement, and what this could mean for the other 4 officers who were involved. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Starting tomorrow, Panama Canal authorities will further restrict the number of ships that are actually allowed to pass through because of low water levels that have been caused by severe droughts.
Yeah, CNBC senior climate and real estate correspondent Diana Olick looks at the rising risks to shipping and all the goods that are brought to us. All this happening because of climate change.
In the Panama Canal this past summer, severe drought caused authorities to reduce the daily number of ships traveling through. That resulted in severe backups that hit supply chains. At the end of September, they did it again. A similar reduction in 2019 cost global shipping as much as $370 million. That same year, record low water levels in the Mississippi River disrupted transportation of agricultural goods, costing about $1 billion in losses. All of this is not lost on Maersk, the world's second largest container ship company.
We firmly believe that climate change poses a great threat to the shipping industry and the consumer overall. We are definitely seeing disruption happening all the time.
About 90% of traded goods are carried over water, and maritime trade volume is expected to triple by 2050 as demand increases. This as shipping is at increasing risk from tropical storms, inland flooding, sea level rise, drought, and extreme heat.
Well, actually imagine that if the port has an impact, that we are not able to unload the cargo here, there's a downstream impact to the supply chain and also towards the upstream. So it's all connected.
The impacts of climate change on ports alone, from damage to disruption, could cost the shipping industry up to $10 billion annually by 2050 and up to $25 billion by 2100.
Of all the transportation sectors, shipping is one of the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, whether it's out at sea, in canals and rivers, or even coming here into port. But shipping is also one of the slowest to cut carbon emissions.
In September, Maersk unveiled its first container ship powered by green methanol, which emits less CO2 than traditional vessels. 24 more are coming, but the fuel is both expensive and scarce.
The technology, you could say it's ready, it's there, but it's a major shift that is needed, and it will take a lot of time.
Wärtsilä is a global technology and energy company building engines for the marine industry.
Even if we have engines ready for new fuels, the fuel needs to be produced. There needs to be significant investments made, and it needs to be green fuels. It means it needs to be produced by green energy.
Shipping accounts for roughly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but it took until this past July for the international industry to finally agree to a net zero goal by 2050.
It's actually a big step compared to where countries wanted to go 5 years ago. But even with this big step, it's not the goals that has been set will not bring us to the Paris Agreement, not bring us to the 1.5 degrees. So you could rightfully so, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not enough.
And Diana is with us live now. So, hey, Diana, with these new restrictions going into effect, what does it mean for consumers, especially because we're seeing a lot more buying? This is the holiday season.
Yeah, it couldn't come at a worse time because this is all about costs and supply chain delays ahead of the holidays. The congestion is already increasing wait times by nearly 2 weeks, and that will now get worse. With fewer ships going through the canal, they have to turn to longer routes, which inevitably costs more. Losing volume at the canal also decreases the number of available ships globally as ships get stuck waiting. And guess what, ladies? All those shipping costs will funnel down to you, the consumer.
Which is something a lot of people are not looking forward to. But Diana, I mean, what do sort of the experts say actually needs to happen for things to return back to normal?
That's a tough one. I mean, you can't answer for it to return to normal. You have to have climate change be reversed, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. What needs to happen, you know, is either changing the way we go about shipping our goods, maybe looking at where some of the drought issues are worst and rerouting, or more planning. I mean, some of the experts I talked to said they're even starting to use AI to plan shipping routes depending on whether it's drought or storms or anything that would disrupt these supply chains.
All right, CBC senior climate and real estate correspondent Diana Olick joining us. Diana, thank you so much. And to our viewers, you're watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And really, wherever you stream, all of those places on your screen, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it, your news continues right after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back this Thursday, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. An Australian woman is being charged with murdering 3 people after she allegedly served them poisonous mushrooms at a family meal back in July. Police arrested and charged the 49-year-old with 3 counts of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder. Australian media have widely identified the woman as Erin Patterson, but police have so far declined to confirm that. She is due to appear in court on Friday.
Succession actor Alan Ruck was involved in a multi-car collision in Los Angeles earlier on this week, and police say the accident took place Tuesday night at a Hollywood intersection when a pickup truck struck 2 vehicles before crashing. That happened into a pizza shop. One person was taken to the hospital, although it is unclear if Ruck suffered any injuries.
And the Texas Rangers are now the World Series champs. They beat the Arizona Diamondbacks last night in Phoenix 5-0. It is the first World Series title for the team in their 63-year history. Congrats to the Rangers.
All right, well, one of the 5 former police officers charged in the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols has pleaded not guilty in a Memphis courtroom today. Desmond Mills is charged with federal civil rights violations and could face years behind bars.
Nichols died 3 days after a January 7th traffic stop where officers were seen on camera kicking, punching, and hitting him with a baton. We have NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton with us live today. Antonia, so this video of the incident, we remember, it is very difficult to watch. Nichols sustained those deadly injuries from the former officers. Mills originally pled guilty. Why did he change his plea? Or not guilty, rather. Why did he change his plea?
That's right. So former officer Desmond Mills changed his plea this morning. He just left the courtroom, and our team on the ground there described him as calm. And it appears he came to this agreement because it looks like it may carry less years that he may have been facing had he gone through with trial. The federal government is now going to be recommending about 15 years for sentencing for him. He would have been facing life. At one point, people were even pushing for the death penalty, although prosecutors didn't move for that. And so, you have to remember here, the prosecution had an overwhelming amount of evidence. There was about an hour worth of video of what we saw on the scene. Desmond Mills, for anyone who did watch, although I know many people couldn't stomach it, for anyone who did watch, he is the officer seen hitting Tyree Nichols repeatedly with a baton. And prosecutors allege that even after the events that unfolded right there, that he was not truthful in his statements about what transpired that night. And so Desmond Mills has, of course, like all 5 of the officers, been at the center of so much hurt and anger in the city. And, there's this federal criminal trial. There's also a state charge. It looks like he's now going to have to plead guilty to those charges as well as part of this agreement. But there is still a civil case facing all of these folks in the city.
You mentioned all of these folks. You mentioned the 5 officers. How does this plea now impact the other officers who were involved, who were on that video?
Well, we'll find out more about exactly how it impacts them soon. But usually when someone strikes a deal like this, it comes with an agreement that you perhaps maybe testify against the others involved if they do go to trial, or at least the statements that you provided to the federal government in the process can be used against them. So if you are one of the other 4 officers, you may be nervous about this because that means Desmond Mills has been cooperating and in discussion with, the federal government in some way or another. And, they're going to have to work with their attorneys to decide, does this change their move, their decision? And if not, those 4 are set to still go to trial in May of 2024.
Wow. All right. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. Antonia, as always, thank you so much. Turning now to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Today, more than 370 Americans were expected to evacuate southern Gaza through that Rafah crossing there just beside Egypt. And that's all according to a list seen by NBC News. But some people waiting to get out, they say it's been a slow and very frustrating process.
Meanwhile, Gaza health officials say 2 hospitals have completely run out of fuel and desperately need more aid to get through. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the very latest from the Egyptian side of the border.
For the second day in a row, the Rafah border crossing is open for foreign nationals to cross through into Egypt. A second list was published. We took a look at this list. Some 400 Americans are among the 600 nationals to be able to leave, 600 foreign nationals able to leave. And look, that's really significant. The majority of these people are Americans. It certainly is a testament to the diplomacy and the efforts by the United States. What this situation looks like, it's our understanding that folks on the ground in Gaza were notified that they could proceed to the Rafah border to be able to cross into Egypt. Once there, of course, there's a procedure where passports are checked. There's documentation that's verified. And according to the Ministry of Health in Egypt, there's also a medical examination that they undergo, checking their physical health and wellness. We know that children are also vaccinated. They then will pass through the Rafah border crossing into Egypt, where they board buses that take them to Cairo before on to their final destination. An agonizing decision for a lot of folks. A lot of people have family members that don't have United States passports. They're not on the list. So do they stay or do they go, as we just continue to see the death toll rising? But nevertheless, the doors are open for American citizens to pass through to finally escape the horrors that are unfolding inside Gaza after nearly a month. Reporting in Cairo, Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News.
Well, back here at home, embattled New York Congressman George Santos survived a bipartisan effort to expel him from the chamber despite admitting to lying about his background. Santos has also been indicted on federal charges of conspiracy, wire fraud, and making false statements. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Julie, this is a story that just sort of keeps delivering these twists and turns. We know that New York Republicans led this effort to oust Congressman Santos. So why then did it fail? I mean, when it was brought to the floor for a vote?
Well, a couple of reasons for that. You heard from Speaker Mike Johnson, who perhaps gave some cover to Republicans on this because, in short answer, they need George Santos's vote in this very tight and slim majority. Longer answer than that is the House Ethics Committee actually came out a couple hours before that vote and said, hold on a minute, we'll produce a report, we'll have findings to share potentially in 2 weeks on that November 17th date that we also keep talking about with the government funding deadline. Nonetheless, George Santos safe for now. Take a listen to what he said last night.
This is a victory for the process. Due process won today, not George Santos. Unless you're the ultimate end-all, be-all arbitrator of truth, then I'm not debating this in the press with you.
So here's the thing. You obviously had the votes fall far short from the 2/3 needed to actually expel him. I did talk to Republican New York Congressman Nick LaLota today, who told me he does expect this effort to come up again, especially after they see what's in that ethics report, and he expects then he'll get the votes to expel Santos.
And Julie, I mean, turning to the Senate, Republican lawmaker Tommy Tuberville, I mean, has blocked hundreds of high-level military promotions. You know, Tuberville says it's in protest of the Defense Department's policy on abortion travel. And now there's new reporting that Senate Democrats are launching an effort to bypass Tuberville's hold. What are they planning to do?
Well, they're actually planning on pursuing a one-time rules change, essentially to make it possible for them to bring up a group of these nominees and block essentially hundreds of these military nominees and folks up for promotions in one single fell swoop. The question is, will they get Republican support to do that? I have to tell you, it was not only a dramatic night in the House, it was also a dramatic night in the Senate. We saw for the first time a group of Republican senators, many of whom have served in uniform themselves, frustrated, angry at Tuberville that they gave him months to figure out his issues with these holds. Nothing has worked. They tried to voice vote a lot of these nominees through. That failed to happen. So now the question is, will these Republicans back that rules change and undercut Tuberville entirely? For example, I just talked to Senator Joni Ernst, who I've really never seen her this passionate and this fired up. She's usually very level-headed when she speaks. And she said that this is really an affront to these military families, that many of these nominees have nothing to do and no ability to change the abortion policy. So I think we're going to see some dominoes fall here in the coming days.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin for us there live from Capitol Hill. Julie, thank you.
Well, Morgan, 50,000 runners will take part in the New York City Marathon on Sunday. One of them is Rasan Thomas. He's a man who was released from prison in February after California Governor Gavin Newsom commuted his life sentence. Thomas talks with NBC News Now co-anchor Kate Snow about his commitment to turning his life around and helping others one step at a time.
For Rasan Thomas, running feels like freedom.
I mean, my body feels pretty decent.
The native New Yorker training for the city's upcoming marathon after 22 years behind bars.
My first marathon was in San Quentin State Prison. It was 105 laps around a prison yard.
In 2000, Rasan was locked up for shooting and killing a man during a drug deal. But while facing a life sentence, he turned his own life around.
I've been a victim of gun violence. I've been a perpetrator of gun violence. Now I'm stopping gun violence.
In prison, Rasan got an associate's degree and started writing for the San Quentin News.
It's something to be really proud of.
He even co-hosted a podcast about prison life that was a finalist for a Pulitzer Prize. It's also where he met volunteer teacher Claire Gelbert.
We just got to talking one day. I mentioned that I was training for my first marathon. He mentioned that he was training for his, and we just sort of hit it off. All right, switch.
The two made a pact to one day run the New York City Marathon.
So you make this deal that when you get out, if you get out, you're
We'll
going to do
run
it
it
together.
Yes.
And here you are.
Yes.
Yes.
How you doing? What's up, Ash?
Hey.
What's up, James? What's up?
Rasan's sentence was commuted by California's governor for dedicating himself to his rehabilitation, and he was released this February.
You aren't healed up yet?
He and Claire now running with a new mission.
Oh, okay.
They're racing for Empowerment Avenue, a group Rasan founded to help publish the work of incarcerated writers and artists.
If you give people the opportunity to be included in society instead of throwing them away, if you just treat people like human beings, you change their hearts, you change their minds.
His hope to change the American prison system one step at a time.
For people that hear you're running and hear your story and think, but wait a second, he killed someone.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
First, I say I'm sorry. And then I would say, I can't pay my debt sitting in the cell. If I can make people who once harmed society love society, that's the best way I can pay for my crimes.
You can't ever undo the past.
There's no way to restore that justice. The only thing I can do is pay it forward 1,000 times, God willing.
Kate Snow, NBC News.
Coming up next, substance abuse affects millions of Americans, but a new campaign is working to offer hope to those who are struggling. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, back in September, we spoke about recovering from addiction right here on the show. But today, we want to focus on the more than 46 million Americans over the age of 12 who are currently suffering from a substance use disorder.
That's all according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. But the Ad Council and the CDC are launching a new campaign aimed at inspiring the first step to living a clean and sober life. Take a look.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Courtney Lavelle joins us now. She's the Director of Practice Improvement and Consulting at the National Council for Mental Well-Being, which is also part of this campaign. Courtney, first, I want to thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. And if you can, just walk us through this new campaign. What exactly is it about? What does it involve?
Well, thank you so much for having me and covering this important topic. You know, at the National Council for Mental Well-Being, we acknowledge the deeply entrenched systemic injustices that exist around health equity. And we're working to dismantle them in all areas of mental well-being care. That includes access to substance use treatment. Unfortunately, substance use disorder affects Black and Hispanic individuals at similar rates as it does white individuals. Yet Black and Hispanic individuals are less likely to receive the care that they need. So this campaign is aiming to change that.
Courtney, can you tell us a little bit more about the how that this is happening? We understand the why, but with Black and Hispanic communities, what are some of the barriers that folks need to overcome so that they can actually get this help?
Unfortunately, there's a lot of systemic barriers to accessing care in all sorts of health and mental well-being cases. This is no different. Individuals who are struggling with substance use disorder need to have lower thresholds to be able to receive the care that they need. And this campaign, Start with Hope, or comienzoconesperanza.com, gives us resources to help those individuals find the help that they need.
You know, how is the Start with Hope campaign, though, different from past campaigns and, frankly, what we've seen before?
Yeah, I think historically we focused too extensively on the active addiction, the chaotic substance use, and not nearly on the reality of recovery. There are over 22 million Americans recovering from substance use disorder all around us, and that includes Black and Hispanic individuals. But we don't normally see that kind of messaging in our public media and our mass media. So in this campaign, we get to feature 3 real individuals living these beautiful, vibrant lives in recovery.
Courtney, data shows 66% of American adults have a personal or familial experience with substance use disorder. Talk about some of the resources that are available to family members who are watching this happen to their loved ones.
Yeah, substance use disorder and recovery are so much more prevalent than we may realize because it's been so stigmatized for so long. People aren't as willing to seek help. You may have family members around you or friends around you right now who are silently struggling with their substance use. And this resource, startwithhope.com, has information, has talking points, has referrals for low threshold options to help support your family, all the way through to treatment locators.
Speaking of that, you talk about people sort of struggling in silence. What are some of the best ways to support someone who may be experiencing a substance use disorder?
Substance use disorder is on a spectrum, anywhere from having a problematic relationship with alcohol or other substances to having a full diagnosable disorder. So showing your loved one, telling your loved one that you're there for them, you're supportive of them, if and when they become willing to seek help is a big step. Sometimes people aren't willing to stop their use completely. That doesn't mean that we can't help keep them alive and healthy until they get to a point where they are willing to seek more treatment.
Such an important conversation. You covered such great ground. Startwithhope.com is the website. Director of Practice Improvement and Consulting at the National Council for Mental Well-Being, Courtney Lavelle. Courtney, thank you so much for your time today.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Now, you've likely heard of Duolingo, or perhaps have even spent time using it. It's a popular app that's used by millions of people to learn a new language.
Yeah, a couple of kids in my household using it for Spanish. NBC News correspondent Emily Aqueda sat down with the company's founder to discuss what motivated him to create this user-friendly learning platform.
Leaning into all of the latest trends, chances are this oversized bright green owl has flown across your social media pages. It's the mascot for Duolingo, the largest online language learning platform in the world, co-founded by...
My name is Luis von An.
But this 45-year-old exec's journey began far from any tech hub. Von An was raised in Guatemala by a single mom who instilled the value of problem solving at an early age.
I begged her for a Nintendo because all my friends had a Nintendo, and she refused, and instead she came home one day with a computer, and I was very upset. Back then, computers were much harder to use. I mean, like, it didn't even have a mouse. It's just a keyboard.
There's nothing mobile about them.
No, there was nothing. There's a humongous keyboard that you plugged into the TV.
That clunky, unwanted computer would prove to be life-changing.
It came with a user manual. I had to figure out how to use it, and I was 8 years old. So I kind of spent a lot of afternoons trying to figure out how to use it, and over time, I just got good at it.
He got very good at it, good enough to eventually wind up at Duke University, and after that at Carnegie Mellon University to get his doctorate, where he would help create a way for websites to tell the difference between humans and bots.
How many of you have had to fill out some sort of web form where you've been asked to read a distorted sequence of characters like this? Yeah. How many of you found it really, really annoying? Okay, outstanding. So I invented that.
That invention would come to be known as CAPTCHA.
It stands for Completely Automated Public Turing Test to Tell Computers and Humans Apart. It's a mouthful.
I see why it's an acronym.
But Van On wanted those efforts to go beyond fighting spam. So he invented reCAPTCHA, where every time you type a word in a CAPTCHA's web form, it would help digitize books. That's when one of the big tech giants came calling.
So you sold that technology to Google, and then you transitioned into language.
Yes.
How did that come to be?
It was 2009. Google bought reCAPTCHA to help digitize books. And what that meant is that I really didn't have to work anymore. And I just wanted to do a project that was related to my passion, which has always been education.
2 years later, Van On, along with his PhD student at the time, Severin Hacker, would launch Duolingo.
Each exercise is about 15 to 20 seconds, and a lesson is about 2 minutes.
Offering 100 courses across more than 40 languages, and it's all free. Even Van On has used the language app to learn French, Portuguese, and Japanese.
So I formulated this next question with the help of Duolingo.
Okay.
¿Qué te motiva? What motivates you?
Oh, wow. Positive impact to the world, and large-scale positive impact, I think. The more I hear, large numbers of users actually learning something on Duolingo, that's very motivating. I grew up in Guatemala.
Yeah.
It is a poor country. In poor countries, they barely learn how to read and write, and therefore can never make a lot of money. So I wanted to do something that would give equal access to education to everyone.
Duolingo's reach soared well beyond Van On's hopes, with more than 74 million monthly active users this year, up 50% from the year before. Van On says there are users in every single country, from refugees to billionaires like Bill Gates.
It's very rare that you see the same thing being used by billionaires and by refugees. Usually billionaires have better stuff, but in here, it's kind of more money could not buy you a better education. So I was very proud of that.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
So cool.
Yeah.
You know those Duolingo streaks, they're addictive.
I like
where
it.
you keep doing it every day and then you build up over time.
That sounds very cool. I like that.
Almost have to forgive him for creating CAPTCHAs, which are annoying.
That was pretty funny.
All right, well, here is what is trending right now. All you need is love and one more Beatles song. Now and Then, featuring the voice of the late John Lennon, was released earlier today. Lennon wrote and recorded the song in the late 70s. It's being called the final Beatles song. The music video is set to be released this Friday.
Britney Spears' memoir, The Woman in Me, has already sold more than 1 million copies across the country. The highly anticipated book was just released last week. In a statement released by Gallery Books, the pop star says, "I poured my heart and soul into my memoir, and I am grateful to my fans and readers around the world for their unwavering support."
1 million copies.
I know.
And comedian Taylor Tomlinson is set to become the only female late-night TV show host in the United States. The 29-year-old will be filling James Corden's slot on CBS, hosting her own show next year. It'll be called After Midnight. Tomlinson is well known for her Netflix stand-up specials.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Good luck to her.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool. All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. Watch us for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, November 2nd, calling for a pause. President Biden urging Israel to scale back its assault on Hamas militants in Gaza to give more time for hostages to be released. What the White House is saying about those comments as more Americans are racing to evacuate.
Tupac murder case, the suspect charged in the 1996 killing of legendary rapper Tupac Shakur pleading not guilty in court today. Why it took so long to bring these charges.
Verdict watch. Jurors expected to begin deliberating today in the trial against FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried. The final remarks from prosecutors as the fate of the former crypto titan hangs in the balance.
TikTok shopping. The popular social media platform has rolled out a new way to buy and sell goods online. We're going to show you how it works and the new concerns about the future.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, and thank you so much for joining us. We start right now with the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, as President Biden is now calling for a pause in fighting. It's unclear if or when that could actually happen. Meanwhile, NBC News obtained a new list of foreign passport holders who are expected to cross the border from Gaza into Egypt as early as today. The list includes hundreds of U.S. citizens. This, of course, all comes as Israel's military continues to push deeper into Gaza. Earlier today, Palestinian health officials announced the death toll there has just topped more than 9,000.
They say 2 hospitals in northern Gaza no longer have power because they don't have any more fuel. One of them is near this refugee camp on your screen that has been hit by Israeli airstrikes twice in the past 2 days. Hamas now says those attacks killed nearly 200 people and wounded hundreds more. Israeli officials insist they were targeting senior Hamas commanders. NBC News cannot independently verify those claims. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is live in Tel Aviv for us once again today. Josh, it is good to see you. Walk us through the situation at the Rafah border crossing today. How many people are now getting through? And are we hearing anything in terms of progress on getting fuel into Gaza?
Well, we just heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who is making his way here to Israel, where he said this is a top priority for him, getting more of those Americans who are in the Gaza Strip out. And over the last 24 hours or so, we've heard Egyptian officials say they expected 7,000 foreign nationals to be able to leave Gaza today. NBC News obtaining a list of people approved to leave that included some 370 Americans. Of course, the big question is how many of them are actually going to successfully get out of Gaza today. That remains an open question, but I want you to hear what one dual U.S. national trying to get out of Gaza had to say about the experience. Take a look.
I'm not even excited to leave Gaza because we have so many people that we live and care about. We love and care about. So right now I'm between ice and fire. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to see the family that I left behind or the friends that I left behind. People are dying. Everybody's dying. Nobody's safe.
And in terms of that fuel, we just heard from Israel's military chief of staff saying, first of all, that they don't believe that they are out of fuel in the Gaza Strip. But he says that once they do run out of fuel, Israel will make sure that fuel can go into Gaza to be brought directly to those hospitals, but not until they run out of fuel. That is a bit of a shift for the Israeli government. But we also heard from Benny Gantz, who is one of the partners in Prime Minister Netanyahu's wartime coalition, saying as of yet, no decision has been made to formally allow fuel into the Gaza Strip.
You know, Josh, in the middle of all this, Israel is facing more scrutiny over its strikes on a refugee camp. What are you hearing from Israeli officials?
Well, Israeli officials are saying, look, we are going to target Hamas wherever they are, and the fact of the matter is they are embedded in civilian society, including refugee camps. But obviously, these recent strikes, including new reports of additional strikes today on refugee camps, are creating a torrent of international condemnation. It is one of the reasons that the White House and Secretary Blinken are now urging Israel to have humanitarian pauses that would allow more civilians to get out, more aid to get in, and more assistance for civilians who are struggling with this war.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, thank you very much.
Let's go in and bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who's live outside the White House there for us. Gabe, look, Biden says that he now wants a pause to, quote, get the prisoners out. Tell us about that and frankly, the timing of it and how the White House is approaching the war at this point.
Hi there, Morgan. Well, President Biden saying that the administration wants a humanitarian pause. And this is something that we've been actually hearing now for several days. The administration making a point of saying the word pause instead of a ceasefire, as many protesters have been calling for. The administration making it very clear they support Israel's right to defend itself, and they do not support any sort of ceasefire because, in their view, that would be a victory for Hamas. But over the last several days, and including last night when the president was asked about this, he did stress that there should be some sort of humanitarian pause to get hostages out. I want to play for you some of that exchange yesterday with a protester at a campaign event in Minnesota. Take a listen.
Mr. President, if you care about Jewish people as a rabbi, I need you to call for a ceasefire right now.
And again, the president listening to that protester who identified herself as a local rabbi, he said that a pause means time to get prisoners out. But again, the Biden administration, the White House, saying that this does not mean a major policy shift. The White House still supports Israel's right to defend itself and does not support a longer ceasefire. Morgan?
Gabe, we know the president will travel to Maine tomorrow in the wake of that mass shooting that left 18 people dead. Tell us more about what's expected for that trip.
Well, Vicki, this is the president being consoler-in-chief, going to the site of yet another mass shooting. The White House announcing yesterday that the president and the first lady would travel to Maine to meet with family members of the 18 people killed, as well as meet with local officials and first responders. Certainly, no doubt, will be a very emotional trip. But again, the White House says that the president getting ready to head there tomorrow. Vicki, Morgan.
All right, NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thanks.
The man Las Vegas police say orchestrated the drive-by killing of rapper Tupac Shakur back in 1996, pleading not guilty in court today.
Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was arrested and charged with murder back in September, decades after Shakur's death. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is live with us now. So, Dana, we're hearing that he entered that not guilty plea just about an hour ago.
That's correct, Vicki. He entered a plea of not guilty, and the judge appointed two special public defenders, Robert Arroyo and Charles Cano, who told our NBC News affiliate that they have no comment at this time. We've also learned through that affiliate that the state is not seeking the death penalty in this case, according to District Attorney Steve Wolfson. He said that this case just didn't meet that criteria. We know that Dwayne Davis will be back in court on November 7th for a status check. Now, what the defense is going to do in this case is we're going to have to see. You know, maybe he takes a plea deal. Maybe they go to trial. But it's interesting. He has been given two public defenders. We know that he tried to secure his own counsel, but that didn't work out for him. Morgan?
And Dana, look, it's been almost 30 years. I mean, a lot of us I was really young, but I even remember growing up sort of hearing about the ins and outs of this case. Take us back through what this case actually meant. I mean, what was Davis's alleged role in Shakur's murder? I mean, have police or prosecutors said, for example, why it's taken so long?
Yeah, this happened back in 1996, and Las Vegas police have not said much since they gave that press conference the day the grand jury indictment came out. But we know that, according to a former Los Angeles homicide detective, he tells me that they've known for years that Dwayne Davis was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur, but he says it's not what you know, it's what you can prove in court. Now, Dwayne Davis has made several public statements about his involvement, securing the weapon, who shot the weapon, or he wouldn't say exactly who, but the fact that it came from the back seat, we heard that commentary for several years now. And even though he wasn't the trigger man, investigators are still charging him with murder. So it'll be interesting to see what other evidence they've collected that could prove their case.
Yeah, all right.
Morgan?
A lot of people waiting a long time to get some answers. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there in LA. Dana, thanks.
All right, we want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Labor costs in the U.S. declined unexpectedly last quarter, dropping 0.8%. So while we did see an increase in hourly wages, good news, that was offset by a rise in productivity.
Luckily, we have CNBC reporter Silvana Enhow with us. Thank you so much, Silvana, for joining us. We know that U.S. labor productivity rose in the third quarter at the fastest pace since 2020. Why are we seeing productivity grow so quickly right now?
Hey, Morgan. Hey, Vicki. Yeah, so here's what's happening. So productivity dropped during the pandemic, but it has rebounded steadily since the economy reopened. Now, while productivity numbers are often volatile, the trend is a good sign for the Federal Reserve, which has been working to slow the economy and bring inflation down. And that's because increased productivity can relieve some wage pressures and raise standards of living. Uber and Lyft will pay nearly $330 million combined to settle claims by New York's Attorney General. They cheated drivers out of pay and benefits. More than 100,000 current and former New York drivers could be eligible to receive settlement money. Current drivers will also be guaranteed minimum hourly rates and paid sick leave. Disney is completing its takeover of Hulu. The company agreed to buy Comcast's $8.6 billion stake in Hulu, valuing the streaming service at $27.5 billion. The move comes as Disney focuses on streaming service objectives, including boosting subscriber numbers at Disney+. Vicki, Morgan?
A lot of choices for all that content. CNBC
Sure
reporter Silvana Henao. Silvana, great to see you. Thank you.
And a new poisoning plot now under investigation. What police say a woman was trying to get by killing her boyfriend with antifreeze. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made it too.
In North Dakota, prosecutors are accusing a woman of poisoning her longtime boyfriend with antifreeze. They say she did it to get to his inheritance money.
However, North Dakota police are now saying the money was actually never real. Here's NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett.
A North Dakota woman accused of poisoning her long-term boyfriend with antifreeze as part of an alleged plot to inherit part of a $30 million fortune. According to an arrest affidavit, Ina Thea Conoyer told police 51-year-old Stephen Riley Jr. had been drinking all day and had heat stroke after he fell ill and lost consciousness on September 3rd. The affidavit says Conoyer's friends told police she had made comments about wanting to poison him before, and then an autopsy showed ethylene glycol in Riley's system, a key ingredient in antifreeze.
We had received phone calls from some of the victim's friends who told us that they believed that he was possibly poisoned by Ina. So we started the investigation at that point.
According to the University of Florida Health, antifreeze, which is used in car radiators, is colorless, odorless, and can even taste sweet, making it easy to disguise in drinks. Authorities say traces of the substance were found inside the couple's home.
There were a couple containers. One was a Windex bottle. The other one was a beer bottle, believed to have antifreeze in them.
According to the affidavit, friends say that Riley believed he was about to inherit $30 million and told them he was going to leave Conoyer, who believed she was owed part of the money because she had been with him for 10 years.
There was a belief that if he wasn't in the picture, that she would be entitled to any settlement money through that common law marriage. That kind of changed as the investigators informed her that we don't have common law marriage in North Dakota.
Police also revealing there may have been no money after all.
Yeah, everything that we have indicates that that settlement doesn't exist. There wasn't a long-lost rich relative or any other type of settlement that would lead to $30 million going in the direction of the victim. But that was the belief. Both parties believed that, and had discussed it with friends, discussed it with family members.
This is just the latest case in a string of alleged poison plots. Connor Bowman, a former Mayo Clinic doctor, in court on second-degree murder charges for the death of his wife, Betty Bowman. Prosecutors have accused him of poisoning her with a drug to treat gout in an alleged effort to claim $500,000 from a life insurance policy.
I'm going to turn out a detective.
And in Utah, Corey Richens awaiting trial for allegedly poisoning her husband with fentanyl for life insurance money before she wrote a children's book about grief. She has denied those allegations. Maura Barrett, NBC News.
All right, well, staying in crime, the murder trial for former yoga instructor Caitlin Armstrong is underway in Texas, and she's accused of fatally shooting a professional cyclist back in 2022.
Yeah, prosecutors are arguing the murder was motivated by anger over an alleged love triangle. Armstrong has pleaded not guilty. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has our details.
Hey there, this trial almost didn't happen as authorities say Caitlin Armstrong went on the run almost immediately once she became a suspect. But now she's in court listening as prosecutors try to convince a jury this is all about a love triangle that turned deadly.
Anna Mariah Wilson was a rising star in the world of off-road cycling.
This is Mariah Wilson.
This morning, new details of the last moments of her life captured on audio.
Those screams are followed by 2 gunshots. One to the front of the head, one to the side of the head.
Prosecutors in opening statements portraying her accused killer, Caitlin Armstrong, as a woman consumed by jealousy.
One of the things you'll hear is she was not happy with the relationship. Colin.
Not happy, authorities say, after discovering she and Wilson were romantically involved with the same man, professional cyclist Colin Strickland. Prosecutors say Armstrong tracked Wilson's location using a fitness app and that surveillance footage puts her Jeep near the apartment where Wilson was staying. According to a police affidavit, investigators also received an anonymous tip after the shooting that Armstrong said months earlier she was so angry she wanted to kill Wilson. Armstrong, who has pleaded not guilty, now facing decades behind bars if convicted of first-degree murder. Her defense team arguing there is no proof she committed the crime.
You did not hear about any direct evidence
showing Caitlin Armstrong is responsible for this crime because there is a need.
Armstrong's legal team also battling accusations she fled the country after the murder and underwent plastic surgery to disguise her identity. Authorities say she used her sister's passport to travel to Costa Rica. A warrant was issued for her arrest, setting off a 43-day manhunt.
While in Costa Rica, she searched her name on her cell phone. News article.
Just weeks ago, this cell phone video appearing to show Armstrong trying to escape, running from corrections officers while at a doctor's appointment, later captured a mile away.
NBC News has reached out to attorneys on both sides for comment about this case, but the court has imposed a gag order preventing them from talking. We have also not heard back from the family members. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you. One of the 5 former officers charged in the deadly beating of Tyree Nichols changed his plea to guilty in his federal criminal case. The possible terms of his agreement and what this could mean for the other 4 officers involved. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Starting tomorrow, Panama Canal authorities will further restrict the number of ships that are actually allowed to pass through because of low water levels that have been caused by severe droughts.
Yeah, CNBC senior climate and real estate correspondent Diana Olick looks at the rising risks to shipping and all the goods that are brought to us. All this happening because of climate change.
In the Panama Canal this past summer, severe drought caused authorities to reduce the daily number of ships traveling through. That resulted in severe backups that hit supply chains. At the end of September, they did it again. A similar reduction in 2019 cost global shipping as much as $370 million. That same year, record low water levels in the Mississippi River disrupted transportation of agricultural goods, costing about $1 billion in losses. All of this is not lost on Maersk, the world's second largest container ship company.
We firmly believe that climate change poses a great threat to the shipping industry and the consumer overall. We are definitely seeing disruption happening all the time.
About 90% of traded goods are carried over water, and maritime trade volume is expected to triple by 2050 as demand increases. This as shipping is at increasing risk from tropical storms, inland flooding, sea level rise, drought, and extreme heat.
Well, actually imagine that if the port has an impact, that we are not able to unload the cargo here, there's a downstream impact to the supply chain and also towards the upstream. So it's all connected.
The impacts of climate change on ports alone, from damage to disruption, could cost the shipping industry up to $10 billion annually by 2050 and up to $25 billion by 2100.
Of all the transportation sectors, shipping is one of the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, whether it's out at sea, in canals and rivers, or even coming here into port. But shipping is also one of the slowest to cut carbon emissions.
In September, Maersk unveiled its first container ship powered by green methanol, which emits less CO2 than traditional vessels. 24 more are coming, but the fuel is both expensive and scarce.
The technology, you could say it's ready, it's there, but it's a major shift that is needed, and it will take a lot of time.
Wärtsilä is a global technology and energy company building engines for the marine industry.
Even if we have engines ready for new fuels, the fuel needs to be produced. There needs to be significant investments made, and it needs to be green fuels. It means it needs to be produced by green energy.
Shipping accounts for roughly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but it took until this past July for the international industry to finally agree to a net zero goal by 2050.
It's actually a big step compared to where countries wanted to go 5 years ago. But even with this big step, it's not the goals that has been set will not bring us to the Paris Agreement, not bring us to the 1.5 degrees. So you could rightfully so, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not enough.
And Diana is with us live now. So, hey, Diana, with these new restrictions going into effect, what does it mean for consumers, especially because we're seeing a lot more buying? This is the holiday season.
Yeah, it couldn't come at a worse time because this is all about costs and supply chain delays ahead of the holidays. The congestion is already increasing wait times by nearly 2 weeks, and that will now get worse. With fewer ships going through the canal, they have to turn to longer routes, which inevitably costs more. Losing volume at the canal also decreases the number of available ships globally as ships get stuck waiting. And guess what, ladies? All those shipping costs will funnel down to you, the consumer.
Which is something a lot of people are not looking forward to. But Diana, I mean, what do sort of the experts say actually needs to happen for things to return back to normal?
That's a tough one. I mean, you can't answer for it to return to normal. You have to have climate change be reversed, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. What needs to happen, you know, is either changing the way we go about shipping our goods, maybe looking at where some of the drought issues are worst and rerouting, or more planning. I mean, some of the experts I talked to said they're even starting to use AI to plan shipping routes depending on whether it's drought or storms or anything that would disrupt these supply chains.
All right, CBC senior climate and real estate correspondent Diana Olick joining us. Diana, thank you so much. And to our viewers, you're watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And really, wherever you stream, all of those places on your screen, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it, your news continues right after this.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
We are back now. It is 1:30 this Thursday. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Police are investigating a series of opioid overdoses at a single school in Sterling, Virginia. Officials say 8 students at Parkview High School have overdosed in just the last 3 weeks alone. According to the sheriff's office, none of those incidents were fatal, but each required medical intervention like CPR or a hospital visit. All of those overdoses are believed to have involved fentanyl.
Toyota is recalling nearly 1.9 million RAV4s here in the U.S. The company says the recall is to fix a problem with car batteries that can move during forceful turns and potentially cause a fire. The recall is voluntary and covers certain RAV4 models from 2013 through 2018.
And the Texas Rangers are now World Series champions. That's right. They beat the Arizona Diamondbacks last night in Phoenix 5-0. And this is the first World Series title for the team in its 63-year history. Go them.
Go them.
Go them.
Go Texas. All right, we're going to start this half hour in Lower Manhattan, where President Trump's son, Eric, was fielding questions on the stand before court broke for lunch just a few minutes ago. Prosecutors say that members of the Trump family exaggerated their assets for financial gain.
Now, Don Jr. wrapped up his testimony earlier on this morning, and take a listen to some of what he said while he was leaving the courthouse.
Before even having a day in court, I'm apparently guilty of fraud for relying on my accountant to do, wait for it, accounting. You pay experts millions of dollars to be experts. You sign off on what they give you, and you're liable.
MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside that same courthouse there in Lower Manhattan. Lindsay, what have we heard on the stand from Eric thus far?
And that did echo a lot of what Don Jr. said on the stand, but let's go ahead and talk about Eric. Right now, the court is in a lunch break, but we heard him start his testimony a lot like Don Jr., describing his titles, his work for the Trump Organization, but their styles are notably different. Don Jr. yesterday relaxed, at times even joking with the judge. Today, it seems like Eric grew a little bit more frustrated at one point, according to our producer in the courtroom, saying he got angry, raised his voice a little bit, and said he wasn't personally aware of any of those statements of financial condition and didn't work on any of those. Those are the documents that the Attorney General's office says contained overvaluations of assets that they would show to the banks to get better loan terms, so lower interest rates, for example. We can expect to hear more of the direct examination of Eric Trump after lunch. In terms of Don Jr., he also testified to the fact that while he signed many of these statements of financial condition, he was relying on people that had more expertise about finances and accounting and relying on people that they paid in order to come up with those documents. Now, you'll recall, though, at the beginning of the trial, Donald Bender, an accountant with Mazars, who's the former president's former accountant, testified that he was relying on information given to him by some of the defendants in this case. And so ultimately, the judge, who has already ruled some of the defendants liable for fraud, now is deciding some of the other counts that the Attorney General is making, including insurance fraud, falsifying of business documents, and ultimately damages, you guys.
Hey, Linz, looking ahead to the coming days of the trial, we're expecting to hear from the former president and his daughter, Ivanka. What's your sense of the timeline? How quickly could this wrap up?
So obviously, anything can happen in a case like this. This is unlike anything. We could be done hearing from Eric today. I mean, we heard the direct examination of Don Jr., and there was no cross from the defense attorneys. And so that could be similar. They could be wrapped up. He could come back tomorrow. Remember, Fridays are half days. We're supposed to hear from the former president on Monday. And remember, in a case like this civil trial, if they are called by the state as witnesses, they are compelled to testify. And then Ivanka is scheduled for Wednesday. But you guys, Ivanka did appeal having to testify, that subpoena to testify. Now, she is no longer a co-defendant in this case. An appeals court dropped her from the suit over the summer because of the statute of limitations. The judge still said he wanted to hear from her because she has personal knowledge of the case. We'll have to see what happens with that appeal. Morgan and Vicki.
All right, MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser. Lindsay, thank you.
One of the 5 former police officers charged in the killing of Tyre Nichols is now pleading guilty. Desmond Mills Jr. left federal court just a little while ago where he told a judge that he was in fact changing his plea.
Mills and 4 other former officers were seen on camera kicking, punching, and beating Nichols with a baton after they stopped him for a traffic issue back in January. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now. So we talked about this last hour. He is the first defendant to flip his plea. What do we know about the agreement? What did he get in exchange?
Well, he is pleading guilty, and in exchange, it sounds like the federal government is going to be recommending about 15 years of sentencing. That's still ultimately going to be up to a judge, though. But what that indicates to us is that 15 years must be what they view as a good deal, meaning that the other 4 officers who may or may not be continuing forward with trial and leaving their pleas as they are right now may be looking at a lot more than that. You know, just to remind everyone here, these officers are facing very serious charges, including second-degree murder charges, the kind of charges that can put you behind bars for the rest of your life. Most of them are relatively young, in their 30s or so. And so there's a lot for them to consider here. But what we saw was him in court very calmly, essentially admitting to his actions here. And the indication that we received from his representatives, but also from the family of Tyre Nichols, is that he's now going to play a broader role in all this, meaning he is going to be potentially testifying against the other officers, cooperating with prosecutors here, and that's going to impact not just this federal criminal trial, but also the civil case and the state cases.
I mean, the implication is that he would be giving valuable information, but the truth is, Antonia, this sadly isn't isolated, right? We're not just talking about this incident, and in fact, we're not just talking about these officers. We're also talking about the Memphis Police Department as a whole. What has this sort of told us about that situation, and what changes are they looking to make?
Right. Well, there is this big, essentially citywide investigation, the pattern and practices investigation. So it's going to be interesting to see the role that he's going to play. And one of the terms we heard Attorney Benjamin Crump use today was domino, that there could be this domino effect here, and he may just be the first domino to fall, which may be an indication of things to come. But this is pretty astounding, to see, first of all, officers held accountable in this way. Often you hear from communities like the one in Memphis, that is not how these stories tend to end. But then for him to be on the opposite side of his former colleagues and be prepared to give this kind of information. Take a listen to some of what the family's team shared today in a press conference.
I will tell you that what we witnessed was the most dramatic moment possible in American policing today. This is a monumental shift in policing today, watching another police officer who will testify against his own based upon a policy that was in existence.
So you hear the reference to policy and the word monumental here, because again, they're hinting at what you just said, Morgan, which is this may end up being much bigger than just these officers here, and what he's prepared to say may implicate more of a culture and sort of practice in the department here, which is a lot of what the family is going for. Their position is it's not just about these 5. There was a culture of rot here, and they want to root it out in the city of Memphis.
Culture of rot, yeah. All right, Antonia Hilton for us. Antonia, thank you.
Well, both sides are expected to rest their cases today in the criminal fraud trial of Sam Bankman-Fried. He's the former CEO of the crypto exchange firm FTX, which went bankrupt in 2022.
The 31-year-old has pleaded not guilty to charges including wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering. And if in fact convicted, he could face life in prison. CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney is live in New York outside that courthouse. Kate, what did we hear from the prosecution in that rebuttal today?
So, guys, the prosecution got the last word. They had their rebuttal, and they tried to poke holes in what the defense laid out in their closing arguments, one of which was that this was just bad risk management. The prosecution, though, is saying that that is not a defense and that what he did knowingly was fraud. They tried to chalk it up to greed, lies. They called it at one point a pyramid of deceit. And they said he has tricked the media in the past. He has tricked investors. he has the ability to trick you, and they said don't fall for it. They really tried to hammer that home to the jury that you may be tricked or charmed here, and they just said don't fall for it. So that was some strong words by the government, U.S. attorneys in this case, and they really tried to put a bow on this entire case and make it simple for the jury. They said he stole customer money and he knew about it. He had criminal intent, and that is key for them to prove. We're going to get jury deliberations potentially within the hour. They're reading the jury instructions as we speak.
All right, CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney live for us in New York. Kate, thank you.
Well, some sad news in the sports world. Hall of Fame basketball coach Bobby Knight has died at the age of 83. He led the Indiana Hoosiers to 3 championships, and he helped the U.S. win gold at the 1984 Olympics.
But NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch explains how it was Knight's boisterous personality and controversial coaching style that earned him both fans and critics alike.
When Bobby Knight was coaching, his sideline antics were often as wild as the action on the floor.
You got that?
The legendary college basketball coach, known for his fiery temper, got the most out of his players, but at times with questionable methods. The man who would become known as the General began his coaching career at Army, but he'll be remembered for his nearly 3-decade run at Indiana University, where his Hoosiers won 3 national titles.
My first thought is what these kids have done,
including with the last men's team to go undefeated in 1976. Despite the trophies, Knight's time at IU was marred by controversy, from repeated offensive comments to this outburst during a game in 1985.
Look at here. Bobby Knight just threw his chair clear across the free throw lane.
Multiple players also accusing Knight of physical abuse, including claims that he choked a player during practice.
I'm not going to talk about it because I'm sure that one time or another I grabbed a lot of kids.
The university eventually fired Knight in 2000 after a run-in with a student on campus. The Hall of Famer poking fun at his infamous temper in the Adam Sandler comedy Anger Management.
Well, the hell with this. I'm going home.
Knight later moved on to Texas Tech, where he became the winningest coach ever at the time. After 2 decades, Knight's frosty relationship with Indiana began to thaw. He even attended a game in 2020 where fans and former players gave him a standing ovation. Overnight, the Hoosier women's basketball team holding a pregame moment of silence. And another legendary coach, Duke's Mike Krzyzewski, who played for and coached under Knight, remembering the man who had a profound impact on my career and in my life, calling his death a tremendous loss for our sport. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
TikTok is making it easier to buy products through the app, but is it safe? Plus, what to do if you run into any problems with your deliveries. That's coming up next. We've got more NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is official. Every TikTok user now has access to the TikTok Shop tab. This coming just in time for the holiday shopping season, and analysts are expecting Americans to spend $184 billion this holiday season. It is no surprise TikTok wants in. I talked with one small business owner who is inundated with new orders after using this new platform.
So this is my TikTok shop order.
Users can now shop on TikTok with the click of a button.
I've got so many parcels from TikTok, and I've never shopped on there for clothes before.
The company adding a shop tab for U.S. users. That means they can now buy tagged products directly from videos and live streams in their For You feed.
I've been influenced. So today I got my first TikTok shop order.
TikTok says it's already signed up more than 200,000 sellers to TikTok Shop, including major brands like Revolve, Benefit Cosmetics, and PacSun, and small businesses like Karina Nielsen Thomas's personalized gift storefront.
One of my videos went viral, and I think I had about 200 orders come in just that day. I know for sure that TikTok, the algorithm in TikTok, will favor people who are promoting their TikTok shop and their products.
With holiday shopping set to kick into gear earlier than ever this year, the social media giant is also offering discounts and coupons to buyers on the platform. But it's not all smooth shopping. Even though TikTok's rules require several verification documents from sellers, some users complaining of dubious product quality or products that never show up at all.
So the things that I would be concerned about would be brand new accounts. I'd be worried about accounts that don't have much activity with their followers, because we know people can buy fake followers and fake comments.
Meanwhile, TikTok is facing bans in schools and local governments nationwide over concerns about the Chinese-owned company's handling of user data. TikTok promising users a secure checkout process, saying that all TikTok-protected U.S. user data is stored in the U.S. For seller Karina Nielsen Thomas, the surge in orders was overwhelming, forcing her to close her TikTok shop for now.
I've seen it firsthand, the success that it has. The downside is that because it is a new platform, again, it has the kinks in it. Would I open it up in the future? Yes, absolutely.
And Morgan, here's the thing. TikTok says if your order never arrives or it's significantly or not as described, you can reach out for a refund within 30 days, but you got to be proactive to get that money back. Also, be sure to read reviews and comments and always use a credit card so you have maximum protection for your money. But another new and apparently, according to Jillian here on set, very addictive shopping app.
I'm telling you, and those comments, they really are key. Vicki, that was great. Thank you so much. A Kansas City jury ordered a group of realtors to pay nearly $2 billion, yes, billion with a B, dollars in damages for inflating commissions. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans tells us how the ruling could actually transform the way that people buy and sell their homes every day.
A big win for homeowners as a federal jury in Kansas City found a system rigged against them. The jury's verdict siding with plaintiffs and against the National Association of Realtors, along with two brokerage firms. The case argued that forcing home sellers to pay the commission for the buyer's broker is an anti-competitive restraint and requires those sellers to pay an inflated amount. Jared Bright was a plaintiff in the class action suit. He understood he'd need to pay a seller's commission, but the buyer's agent too?
Someone that I had never met, I will never meet, and did nothing for me.
The jury awarded plaintiffs nearly $1.8 billion in a case led by attorney Michael Ketchmark.
It's the only system, it's the only industry in the United States where two competitors get together, they set the compensation, and they split it.
Here's how it works. When you sell your home, you agree to pay a commission to your agent and the buyer's agent, usually 6% of the home price. But this case argued that the buyer should pay their own agent and be able to negotiate that fee. The National Association of Realtors says it will appeal the verdict and that its rules prioritize consumers, support market-driven pricing, and promote business competition. But with housing now the least affordable it's been in a generation, the industry is facing increased scrutiny.
That was NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans reporting.
You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Now, you've likely heard of Duolingo, or perhaps have even spent time using it. It's a popular app that's used by millions of people to learn a new language.
Yeah, a couple of kids in my household using it for Spanish. NBC News correspondent Emily Aqueda sat down with the company's founder to discuss what motivated him to create this user-friendly learning platform.
Leaning into all of the latest trends, chances are this oversized bright green owl has flown across your social media pages. It's the mascot for Duolingo, the largest online language learning platform in the world, co-founded by...
My name is Luis Von An.
But this 45-year-old exec's journey began far from any tech hub. Von An was raised in Guatemala by a single mom who instilled the value of problem solving at an early age.
I begged her for a Nintendo because all my friends had a Nintendo, and she refused, and instead she came home one day with a computer, and I was very upset. Back then, computers were much harder to use. I mean, like, it didn't even have a mouse. It's just a keyboard.
There's nothing mobile about them.
No, there was nothing. There's a humongous keyboard that you plugged into the TV.
That clunky, unwanted computer would prove to be life-changing.
It came with a user manual. and I had to figure out how to use it, and I was 8 years old. So I kind of spent a lot of afternoons trying to figure out how to use it, and over time, I just got good at it.
He got very good at it, good enough to eventually wind up at Duke University, and after that at Carnegie Mellon University to get his doctorate, where he would help create a way for websites to tell the difference between humans and bots.
How many of you have had to fill out some sort of web form where you've been asked to read a distorted sequence of characters like this? Yeah. How many of you found it really, really annoying? Okay, outstanding. So I invented that.
That invention would come to be known as CAPTCHA.
It stands for Completely Automated Public Turing Test to Tell Computers and Humans Apart. It's a mouthful.
I see why it's an acronym.
But Van On wanted those efforts to go beyond fighting spam. So he invented reCAPTCHA, where every time you type a word in a CAPTCHA's web form, it would help digitize books. That's when one of the big tech giants came calling.
So you sold that technology to Google, and then you transitioned into language.
Yes.
How did that come to be?
It was 2009. Google bought reCAPTCHA to help digitize books. And what that meant is that I really didn't have to work anymore. And I just wanted to do a project that was related to my passion, which has always been education.
2 years later, Van On, along with his PhD student at the time, Severin Hacker, would launch Duolingo.
Each exercise is about 15 to 20 seconds, and a lesson is about 2 minutes.
Offering 100 courses across more than 40 languages, and it's all free. Even Van On has used the language app to learn French, Portuguese, and Japanese.
So I formulated this next question with the help of Duolingo.
Okay.
¿Qué te motiva? What motivates you?
Oh, wow. Positive impact to the world, and large-scale positive impact, I think. The more I hear, large numbers of users actually learning something on Duolingo, that's very motivating. I grew up in Guatemala.
Yeah.
It is a poor country. In poor countries, they barely learn how to read and write, and therefore can never make a lot of money. So I wanted to do something that would give equal access to education to everyone.
Duolingo's reach soared well beyond Van On's hopes, with more than 74 million monthly active users this year, up 50% from the year before. Van On says there are users in every single country, from refugees to billionaires like Bill Gates.
It's very rare that you see the same thing being used by billionaires and by refugees. I mean, usually billionaires have better stuff, but in here, it's kind of more money could not buy you a better education. So I was very proud of that.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
So cool.
Yeah.
Those Duolingo streaks, they're addictive.
I like
where
it.
you keep doing it every day and then you build up over time.
That sounds very cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Almost have to forgive him for creating CAPTCHAs, which are annoying.
That was pretty good.
All right, well, here is what is trending right now. All you need is love and one more Beatles song. Now and Then, featuring the voice of the late John Lennon, was released earlier today. Lennon wrote and recorded the song in the late 70s. It's being called the final Beatles song. The music video is set to be released this Friday.
Britney Spears' memoir, The Woman in Me, has already sold more than 1 million copies across the country. The highly anticipated book was just released last week. In a statement released by Gallery Books, the pop star says, "I poured my heart and soul into my memoir, and I am grateful to my fans and readers around the world for their unwavering support."
1 million copies.
I know.
And comedian Taylor Tomlinson is set to become the only female late-night TV show host in the United States. The 29-year-old will be filling James Corden's slot on CBS, hosting her own show next year. It'll be called After Midnight. Tomlinson is well known for her Netflix stand-up specials.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Good luck to her.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
congratulations.
All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. Watch us for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Becky Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, November 2nd, 2023, getting out. More people are fleeing Gaza as Egypt reopens its border for a second day. What we know about the Americans getting out of the region as President Biden, for the first time, calls for a humanitarian pause.
Campus clashes. Cornell cancels classes after the arrest of a student who allegedly made threats against Jewish classmates. And it is not the only college where students say they're feeling unsafe. The new concerns on campuses across the country.
Family matters as the cost of infertility treatment skyrockets. Some people are now picking up second jobs just for the benefits. We have one woman's story and a closer look at how companies are now offering some of those expensive perks.
Running for redemption, a former convict ran his first marathon while he was in prison and said if he ever got out, he would run the New York City Marathon. Well, now he is doing just that, the change that he's hoping to bring when he crosses that finish line, hopefully this Sunday.
It's a remarkable story, Kate.
I'm really looking forward to telling that story. He's a remarkable man and a lot of ambition and inspiration in that story.
Yeah, he wants to help others, too.
That's right. We begin this hour, though, with the news out of the Middle East again. A large group of Americans finally able to leave Gaza and escape the ongoing war.
Yeah, moments ago, a senior administration official telling NBC News at least 79 Americans and their family members have exited through the Rafah border crossing. That includes 74 just today. The crossing is open for a second straight day to allow some foreign nationals to enter Egypt from Gaza. Crowds of people are waiting to find out when or if they'll be able to get out. The Hamas-run health ministry says 2 hospitals in Gaza have run out of fuel. Their generators have also been shut down. The ministry now says more than 9,000 people have been killed in Gaza.
As the need for fuel grows in Gaza, one of our investigative senior producers spoke with U.S. officials, current and former Israeli officials, and academics who say Hamas is hoarding more than 200,000 gallons of fuel. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way to Israel right now. He will stop in Jordan as well. It'll be his second visit to the region since since the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack. Joining us now, NBC News foreign correspondents Megan Fitzgerald. She's in Cairo, Egypt, and Josh Letterman, who's in Tel Aviv, Israel, for us. Megan, we'll start with you. We're hearing from some of the Americans who were able to leave Gaza today. What are they saying about their experiences?
You know, Kate, they're saying it's absolutely devastating. It's frightening, so much so, for example, we spoke with this doctor that she said that she couldn't even think about the reality of dying because it was just too overbearing for her. She just describes this devastating and desperate situation where people are hunting for food, for clean water, sleeping conditions in a room with dozens of people. She said it's just devastating. And I asked her, this is Dr. Barbara Zind, she went there to try and help children because she's a pediatrician. And I said, is this, in fact, what you would describe a humanitarian crisis of epic proportion? And she said, it absolutely is. She also spoke to MSNBC earlier today. And I want you to listen to a little bit of what she had to say.
We were right next to a Hamas center in one of the UN sites. And so there were some bombs dropped not too far away. And you always worry about collateral damage. We had drivers that were driving around looking for food for our group and sometimes had to drive to North Gaza. And we know that roads are targeted many times. So it was scary, yeah.
Dr. Zinn saying she feels guilty that she was able to make it out because she knows so many people, especially those kids that she would treat, likely will not survive.
Megan, thank you so much. Josh, we want to bring you in here. Let's talk about the NBC News reporting that Hamas has a stockpile of 200,000 gallons of fuel. This has been such a concern Israel has raised from the start. Where did Hamas get that fuel from? And how does that play into sending fuel and aid into Gaza for these hospitals?
Well, this is presumably fuel that was moved into the Gaza Strip before the war started, when imports were still allowed. And Israeli officials have been saying for weeks now that they believed that Hamas had way more fuel than it was letting on. In fact, the IDF are releasing satellite photos of what they said were large tanks of Hamas fuel, and what they said were intercepted audio conversations of Hamas officials describing diverting fuel from hospitals. But now our colleague at NBC News, Anna Schechter, reporting that U.S. officials agree and believe that there is some 200,000 gallons of Hamas fuel that has been hidden from the rest of the population, even as they are saying that they are about to run out of fuel for all of these hospitals. Now, we heard some updates about this from Israeli officials today, including the military chief of staff, who said, look, we think they still have fuel. Once they run out, if they run out, Israel will allow fuel in, but that fuel will be brought directly to the hospitals so that it can't be diverted by Hamas. But then we also heard from Benny Gantz, a senior leader in the Israeli government, who's a partner in Prime Minister Netanyahu's wartime coalition. He says as of now, no formal sign-off has been given to bring any fuel into the Gaza Strip.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much, Josh.
A former Israeli national security advisor says a ceasefire would be, quote, a huge mistake for Israel. Those comments come after a rabbi interrupted President Biden at an event in Minnesota last night, shouting that the president should call for a ceasefire. The president responded, saying a pause in the war is needed in order to, quote, get the prisoners out. But he did not use the term ceasefire. He said pause. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, a lot of people are dissecting the language from the president. What is the Biden administration saying today about that comment?
Yeah, the administration, Kate, is trying to make this distinction between a total ceasefire that might be a little longer in duration and what the president is calling for, which had been referred to as a humanitarian pause, which we have seen one example of so far since the war started. And that was something that President Biden asked Prime Minister Netanyahu to agree to when those 2 American Israeli hostages were released by Hamas and were able to be transferred over the Gaza-Israel border. Now, when that took place for a couple of hours, there were no airstrikes, and that was an agreement. So what the president is calling for now, and what he was referring to, according to the White House, is for more of those to take place so that more hostages can get out. But the White House has said repeatedly, Kate, that they believe a total ceasefire at this point would only benefit Hamas.
And Monica, we mentioned earlier the Secretary of State is set to visit Israel again tomorrow, make some other stops in the Middle East. What's the goal of that trip?
Yeah, he's going to be continuing to talk to the Israelis about their plan here and to try to continue to implore them to consider civilian lives and to also continue to ramp up any humanitarian aid that is flowing into Gaza, at least in a better way than it was about a week ago. But they would like to see the number of trucks go up dramatically, and they would like for the Israelis to help with that. And then, of course, there is still that major issue of the hostages and that recovery and those negotiations. But overall, Secretary Blinken said just before departing for this trip that there needs to now be a larger conversation about a sustainable, durable peace.
Monica Alba at the White House for us. Monica, thank you.
Today is day 2 of former President Donald Trump's children testifying in New York's $250 million civil fraud suit against the Trump Organization. New York Attorney General Letitia James is accusing the former president and his company of exaggerating his wealth to secure favorable business arrangements. Trump's oldest sons, Eric and Donald Jr., were both on the stand today answering questions about their roles in crafting the company's financial statements. They have both worked as executive vice presidents at the company. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now from outside the courthouse in New York City, where she has been all day covering this. So, Lindsay, Eric Trump took the stand late this morning, and before that, we heard again from his brother, Donald Jr. What did we learn from each of them today?
And Nikki, we are waiting for court to resume from lunch, but Eric has a very different style from his older brother, Don Jr. Don Jr. seemed a little more relaxed, at times was even joking with the judge while on the stand, and Eric seems to be getting a little more frustrated with the questions, at one point raising his voice, appearing to get angry, saying, "I was not personally aware of statements of financial condition. I did not work on a statement of financial condition." Those are the documents that really are at the heart of this case that the Attorney General's office says contain overvaluations, so that when they would apply for a loan, the banks would think they had more cash on hand than they actually did, and thus would lower the risk and lower the interest rate. From Don Jr., we heard his testimony. He wrapped up without any cross-examination from the defense. Remember, these are the state's witnesses in their case, so they're compelled to testify. And he essentially said that Don Jr. relied on people that had more expertise in accounting and in finances than he did, people that he actually paid to do that, even though his signatures were on some of these statements. And then this is what he said when he walked out of the court today.
Before even having a day in court, I'm apparently guilty of fraud for relying on my accountants to do, wait for it, accounting. You pay experts millions of dollars to be experts. You sign off on what they give you, and you're liable.
We're expecting to hear from the former president himself on the stand on Monday. Ivanka is scheduled to testify Wednesday, but Vicki, she is appealing on both jurisdiction and relevance. Back to you.
All right, Lindsay, thank you so much.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Uber and Lyft are paying millions of dollars to settle allegations they collected taxes and fees from drivers instead of customers.
Oof, and two theme park giants are merging. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Vicki and Kate. Well, Uber and Lyft will pay nearly $330 million combined to settle claims by New York's Attorney General. They cheated drivers out of pay and benefits. More than 100,000 current and former New York drivers could be eligible to receive settlement money. Current drivers will also be guaranteed minimum hourly rates and paid sick leave. Meantime, Six Flags and Cedar Fair are joining forces. The Wall Street Journal confirming the companies are merging in a $2 billion deal. The new company will have more than 40 amusement and water parks in 17 states, Canada, and Mexico. And the Family Vacation Guide's top family-friendly airlines list is in. And the majority of the airlines have one thing in common, and that's that they're all in Asia. The ranking looked at 8 factors, including free seat selection and pre-boarding for families. Japan Airlines came in at number 1, and Korean Air and China's Hainan Airlines tied for second. Back to you.
Hey. All right, so you got to fly in Asia if you want family-friendly airs. Okay. Pippa, thank you. Well, coming up, after the triple-demic of COVID, RSV, and the flu last year, what does it look like this time around? What's happening in Australia might actually be key to keeping us healthy this season.
Plus, indicted Congressman George Santos survives a bid to expel him from Congress. Why some Democrats surprisingly came to his defense. You are watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
One of the 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the beating death of Tyree Nichols is making a plea deal. Nichols died a few days after a traffic stop in January. Former officers were seen on video punching, kicking, and hitting the 29-year-old. Former officer Desmond Mills Jr. appeared in court this morning to change his not guilty plea to guilty on federal civil rights violations. The other 4 officers have pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton's following all these developments for us. Antonia, do we know why Mills took this plea agreement and how it could impact the cases against those other 4 former officers?
Well, Kate, he took this plea agreement for the same reason that many defendants do. It looks like it's a better deal than what he might have gotten had this all gone to trial. Keep in mind here, prosecutors had a lot of evidence, about an hour or so of video footage, testimony from other members of the community who said they had interactions with these 5 officers dating before the incident with Tyree Nichols. And for anyone who did see the video, although I know many people chose not to watch it, Desmond Mills is in the video at times striking Tyree Nichols with a baton. And according to prosecutors, he did not tell the truth about his interactions with Tyree Nichols and the nature of that stop, even after it was over. And so this was all part of the case against them. You know, they were facing very serious charges, second-degree murder charges, the kind of charges that can put you behind bars for the rest of your life. Now, as part of this agreement, he is not only going to testify against the other officers, but going to talk about the culture of policing in the department. And it looks like the federal government is recommending that he get about 15 years, which is, while still bad, while still a lot of time to spend behind bars, better than the rest of your life behind prison, prison, Kate.
And what is the family, Nichols' family, saying about any of this?
Well, the family was really processing. They were in court, and his mom got the chance to talk to folks after the hearing ended this morning. And she talked about how emotional, how difficult it was to see one of the officers describing his actions that night. She actually even compared the fact that Mills is a big athletic guy and that Tyree was quite skinny, a smaller guy, and just the sort of image in her mind of what it must have been like for him to have been treated that way by so many officers. Take a listen to some of what she shared.
This is one of many things that our family has to go through. This one today was very difficult for me because this was really the first time I actually heard somebody tell and say what they actually did to my son. So this was very difficult.
We also heard from attorney Benjamin Crump, who suggested that this may just be the first domino to fall, which suggests or hints at the possibility that more people may change their pleas or may come forward with information. But as of now, the other 4 officers have not changed their pleas, and they are still set to go to trial in May of 2024, guys.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us. Antonia, thank you so much.
Controversial Republican Congressman George Santos is back to work on Capitol Hill today after a vote to expel him from the House of Representatives failed overnight. You may remember Santos has been indicted on 23 federal charges on your screen there, including wire fraud, money laundering, theft of public funds, lying to Congress, and identity theft. He has pled not guilty to all the charges. He's expected to take the stand at some point in September of next year. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sorkin joins us now. So, Julie, this vote, it was brought on by Republicans. Surprisingly, though, some Democrats also voted against expelling Santos from Congress, saying he's due his day in court.
And it's exactly because of that, because he may have been charged but not yet indicted, that those 30 or so Democrats actually voted against expelling Santos from Congress. I did speak with one of the New York Republican members who brought on this expulsion resolution, Congressman Nick LaLota, who told me that he does believe that when the Ethics Committee, the House Ethics Panel, that just hours before the vote yesterday said, hold on a minute, we'll actually have a report and potential findings to produce to you soon. When that happens, we expect it to happen around around November 17th, Laloda tells me, the congressman from New York, that he does expect another resolution to be put on the floor, another effort to kick Santos out of Congress. Remember, this has only been done about 5 times in congressional history. The last time it happened in 2002, that congressman was actually not only convicted, but also the Ethics Committee came out with a report recommending that he be expelled from Congress. So that is what lawmakers who support this effort to expel Congressman Santos expect will happen in just a couple of weeks when the Ethics Committee does release its findings. They're not going to give this effort up anytime soon.
All right, we will be watching. Julie Sorkin, thank you, Julie.
Coming up, the fate of cryptocurrency exchange founder Sam Bankman-Fried about to be in the hands of a jury. The final message those jurors are hearing before debating whether he defrauded customers. You're watching Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Israel says it's one of the biggest challenges it's facing in the fight against Hamas, a network of secret tunnels stretching below Gaza like a web. Josh Letterman explains.
As Israel fights intense ground battles in Gaza, the greatest threat may be underground. Hamas tunnels, hundreds of them, promoted on their social media, some storing weapons and fighters, others command posts, concealed from Israel's drones and spy planes. Hamas claims it's built more than 300 miles of tunnels, half as long as New York's subway, crisscrossing an area just 25 miles long.
It smells, it's dark, it's closing on you, it's scary.
It's also where many of the roughly 240 hostages are believed to be held.
We have to measure twice and 3 times that they are not in those tunnels that we are bombing.
One of the released hostages said she was held in a tunnel with 4 others.
It looks like a spider web.
In this Hamas video, fighters are seen popping out of tunnels, simulating an attack on Israeli tanks. It's a threat not unlike what the U.S. faced in Iraq, ISIS ambushing troops from tunnels under Mosul and Fallujah. Ben Milch, originally from Iowa, came face-to-face with Hamas when his IDF unit destroyed tunnels in the 2014 Gaza war.
We would fire at them, and then they would go into their tunnel and run and pop up in another location.
Israel says the tunnels have gotten more sophisticated, as deep as 230 feet. fortified by concrete, wired for electricity and ventilation, and booby-trapped. And no one knows exactly where they all are. Nobody but Hamas.
We have a good grasp of the network, but of course, it's only part of the picture.
Destroying them won't be easy. Israel says Hamas has built tunnels under homes and mosques, risking civilian lives. Experts say Israel could hit some with U.S.-made bunker-buster bombs, but likely with severe civilian casualties. Tunnels can also be flooded with seawater, and Israel could use new technology, a sponge bomb, described to NBC News by someone shown the device by the IDF. A mix of chemicals dropped into a tunnel creates a foam that expands, hardens, and seals the entrance, at least temporarily. Imperfect solutions to a lethal threat lurking underground.
Josh Letterman, NBC News.
The murder trial of a former yoga instructor is now underway. Caitlin Armstrong is accused of killing a professional cyclist. Prosecutors say it was part of a love triangle that turned deadly, but the defense is pushing back. NBC's Laura Jarrett reports.
Anna Mariah Wilson was a rising star in the world of off-road cycling.
This is Mariah Wilson.
This morning, new details of the last moments of her life captured on audio.
Those screams are followed by 2 gunshots. One to the front of the head, one to the side of the head.
Prosecutors in opening statements portraying her accused killer, Caitlin Armstrong, as a woman consumed by jealousy.
One of the things you'll hear is she was not happy with this relationship. Colin.
Not happy, authorities say, after discovering she and Wilson were romantically involved with the same man, professional cyclist Colin Strickland. Prosecutors say Armstrong tracked Wilson's location using a fitness app, and that surveillance footage puts her Jeep near the apartment where Wilson was staying. According to a police affidavit, investigators also received an anonymous tip after the shooting that Armstrong said months earlier she was so angry she wanted to kill Wilson. Armstrong, who has pleaded not guilty, now facing decades behind bars if convicted of first-degree murder. Her defense team arguing there is no proof she committed the crime.
You did not hear about any direct evidence showing Caitlin Armstrong is responsible for this crime, because there isn't any.
Armstrong's legal team also battling accusations she fled the country after the murder and underwent plastic surgery to disguise her identity. Authorities say she used her sister's passport to travel to Costa Rica. A warrant was issued for her arrest, setting off a 43-day manhunt.
While in Costa Rica, she searched her name from her cell phone. News article.
Just weeks ago, this cell phone video appearing to show Armstrong trying to escape, running from corrections officers while at a doctor's appointment, later captured a mile away. Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
Coming up, a touching new tribute to Matthew Perry from one of the directors he worked with closely on Friends. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Your news continues right after this. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden will travel to Maine on Friday to honor the 18 people killed last week in the Lewiston mass shooting. The 40-year-old gunman was found dead after an apparent suicide 2 days after the killings. The White House said the Bidens will meet with grieving families, community members, and first responders. The visit comes as critics are raising questions about the response to warnings prior to the shooting.
An Australian woman has been charged with murder after allegedly serving poisonous mushrooms at a family lunch. 49-year-old Erin Patterson is accused of serving death cap mushrooms to 4 of her in-laws this summer. They all became critically ill. 3 of them died. Patterson was arrested today on 3 counts of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder. She maintains her innocence.
And scientists are keeping an eye on 2 long-dormant supervolcanoes. They're citing a sudden increase in seismic activity over the last few months. In southern Italy, more than 1,000 minor earthquakes have rumbled near the Campi Flegrei volcano. And in eastern California, similar quakes have been reported around the Long Valley caldera. Researchers believe there's no immediate threat of eruption at either site, but they are monitoring both.
Well, tensions remain high in the U.S. over the Israel-Hamas war. We are hearing from several Jewish students who say they don't feel safe after a rise in hate crimes on college campuses. Cornell University has canceled classes Friday due to what administrators are calling extraordinary stress on campus after a student was arrested for allegedly threatening his Jewish peers. NBC's Blaine Alexander has more.
Well, I've spoken with several students who say that they have experienced a range of actions, from chants shouted across campus to troubling social media posts, even a poster with the faces of Israeli hostages being defaced. All of it, they say, makes them feel unsafe on campus. Now, all of this comes as both Jewish and Muslim leaders say they're facing an unprecedented rise in threats of violence. Thousands of miles from the escalating violence in the Middle East, the cloud of war is smothering many college campuses here in the U.S. At Emory University in Atlanta, more than 100 Jewish students gathered Wednesday, one of at least 6 schools statewide, to hold solidarity walks after a rise in anti-Semitic incidents on campuses nationwide.
We had hung up posters of the hostages in Gaza, and there were students who went and vandalized them. As someone who knows people who are a part of that group of hostages, it's horrible.
What's your biggest concern?
My biggest concern, violence, obviously. And it's not unfounded. Violent threats.
Threats like those made at Cornell University, which has canceled classes Friday, citing extraordinary stress on campus. Patrick Dye, a 21-year-old junior at the Ivy League school, made his first court appearance Wednesday after authorities say he posted online threats to kill members of the school's Jewish community. He did not enter a plea. All of it comes as tensions are rising across the country. The Biden administration is vowing to fight a sharp rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents.
We are focusing our efforts on confronting and disrupting illegal threats wherever they arise.
Similar to reports of anti-Semitic incidents, which have skyrocketed in recent weeks, the Council on American Islamic Relations says it's seen a large uptick, noting many more often go unreported.
Overall, there is a sense of anxiety, uneasiness. Our community is on edge.
As the incidents of violent threats soar, many are just hoping for a common understanding.
There's been deaths on both sides, which is a horrible thing. There should be no deaths on any side at all.
And here in Georgia, the leader of a statewide organization for Jewish college students is calling on campuses across the state to increase security, writing in an open letter that students literally are afraid to be on campus. Back to you.
Blaine Alexander, thank you. Jury deliberations are expected to begin today in the high-profile fraud trial of Sam Bankman-Fried. Bankman-Fried was the founder of the now-defunct cryptocurrency exchange FTX. Prosecutors allege he siphoned off investors' money to prop up his private hedge fund, and he knew what he was doing was wrong. Bankman-Fried's defense says FTX was never created to be a criminal enterprise and that federal prosecutors were painting him as a, quote, villain. SBF, as he's known, has pleaded not guilty and faces life in prison if he's convicted. CNBC's Kate Rooney joins me now from outside the courthouse where she's been for the whole trial. Kate, talk about the government and their rebuttal today to the defense closing arguments. What did we hear?
Yeah, so the government got the last word in this case. They tried to remind the jury of some of the evidence that they saw, really trying to tie a bow on this entire case that they've made over the last month or so. They reminded the jury that he had charmed investors, he had charmed the media and customers. They said, essentially, don't be fooled in this. They said, find him guilty, explained that he had committed fraud and that he knew about it. Criminal intent is really what they're trying to prove here. They say he knowingly defrauded investors. Right now, we're heading into jury deliberations. The jury instructions are being read. We expect them to start deliberating and start deciding Sam Bankman-Fried's fate in all of this. You've got a jury of 12, 9 of whom are women, and you've got folks like nurses, you've got hospital workers in there, postal workers as well, and the jury will really decide his fate here, but we're expecting that in the next couple of days or so.
That's what I was wondering. How long do we expect it might take them to come to some conclusion?
So very hard to tell in these cases. You know, a swift decision could come today. As soon as this evening, the judge actually extended the hours. Usually court adjourns around 4:30. He extended it until 8 p.m. and then court is actually not in session tomorrow. So as far as verdict watch, if it happened quickly, we could get something today, and we're prepared for that. You know, we're outside waiting for that. But the judge, by extending the hours, seems to be suggesting that he would like to get a decision. He's been trying to keep things moving on time here, and that extension of the hours could mean that we would get a decision tonight, although we'll see. It's very hard to tell in these cases. And I'm also told by legal experts that there's almost no correlation in how complicated the case is with the jury deliberations. It's very idiosyncratic and kind of depends on the jury's opinions in this, but we will see.
A lot of people waiting for the decision. Kate Rooney, thank you.
Well, 2 people died in North Carolina due to complications from the flu, the first deaths from the virus in the country this season. And after last year's triple-demic of flu, COVID, and RSV, many are wondering what this season is going to look like. But as David Mattingly from our affiliate in Louisville, Kentucky reports, we may have to look down under for some answers.
Last year, hospitals were fighting through waves of RSV. The respiratory virus was making a lot of kids and some adults very sick. That isn't happening this year, but this year's cold and flu season has yet to come into focus.
What do you think? Good job. Hey, sweetheart.
Sniffles, cough, fever, scratchy throats. From the common cold to stomach bugs, pediatrician Mark Brockman has seen it all in recent weeks.
We're starting to see more of the common things you see this year would be like RSV. We haven't seen very much flu, but it's coming.
So far, he's seen a seasonal jump in cases of strep, but nothing too unusual. And doctors say it's too soon to make predictions about what this cold and flu season might bring.
Not seeing what we saw a year or two ago with regards to RSV, where we were seeing not only an increase in prevalence in RSV, but very, very sick children. That's not the case at this point in the season. But again, David, it's early.
Doctors busy last year with the respiratory triple-demic of RSV, COVID, and flu are now keeping an eye on Australia, where an active flu season is just winding down. Could we see something like that happen here?
Oh, definitely. And that's why we use that model, because we know that the flu virus makes its way around each year.
2023 brought a well above average number of flu cases down under, and government numbers showed children as the most vulnerable population. The highest rate of reported cases was in the age group 5 through 9. The second highest group was newborn to 4 years. The third highest was 10 to 14. 72% of Australian flu patients hospitalized were under the age of 16. 5% of them were admitted directly to the ICU.
Our thanks to David Mattingly for that report. The 2023 New York City Marathon is this weekend. Tens of thousands of runners will take part in the 26.2-mile course on Sunday, including one man who's competing for a cause to change America's prison system. For Rasan Thomas, running feels like freedom.
My body feels pretty decent.
The native New Yorker training for the city's upcoming marathon after 22 years behind bars.
My first marathon was in San Quentin State Prison. It was 105 laps around a prison yard.
In 2000, Rasan was locked up for shooting and killing a man during a drug deal. But while facing a life sentence, he turned his own life around.
I've been a victim of gun violence. I've been a perpetrator of gun violence. Now I'm stopping gun violence.
In prison, Rasan got an associate's degree and started writing for the San Quentin News.
It's something to be really proud of.
He even co-hosted a podcast about prison life that was a finalist for a Pulitzer Prize. It's also where he met volunteer teacher Claire Gelbert.
We just got to talking one day. I mentioned that I was training for my first marathon. He mentioned that he was training for his, and we just sort of hit it off. All right, switch.
The two made a pact to one day run the New York City Marathon. So you make this deal that when you get out, if you get out, you're
We'll
going to do
run
it
it together.
together.
Yes.
And here you are.
Yes.
Yes.
How you doing? What's up, Ash?
Hey.
What's up, James? What's up?
Rasan's sentence was commuted by California's governor for dedicating himself to his rehabilitation, and he was released this February.
You aren't healed up yet?
He and Claire now running with a new mission.
Oh, okay.
They're racing for Empowerment Avenue, a group Rasan founded to help publish the work of incarcerated writers and artists.
If you give people the opportunity to be included in society instead of throwing them away, if you just treat people like human beings, you change their hearts, you change their minds.
His hope to change the American prison system one step at a time. For people that hear you're running and hear your story and think, but wait a second, he killed someone.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
First, I say I'm sorry. And then I would say, I can't pay my debt sitting in the cell. If I can make people who once harmed society love society, that's the best way I can pay for my crimes.
You can't ever undo the past.
There's no way to restore that justice. The only thing I can do is pay it forward 1,000 times, God willing.
It was so great to meet Rasan. You know, he's trying right now to get people to cheer for him on Sunday and also to raise awareness for his organization, Empowerment Avenue. He's set a fundraising goal, hoping that people will help him with the mission that he has.
I'm so glad you brought attention to this because what he said about, look, I can help a lot more people by being on the outside and being an example.
And doing the work.
It rings true and doing that work. It's very important. Okay, great story.
Thanks. We'll cheer for him on Sunday.
Yeah, and everybody running that marathon, including our Chanel Jones. All right, coming up, the choice more women are making to afford those expensive fertility treatments. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Millions of Americans struggle to start a family in the U.S. Fertility treatments like IVF can be expensive, anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 for each attempt.
And many of those costs, Kate, they come out of pocket because insurance rarely covers them. Some people are now resorting to a really unusual strategy to help fund those costs: a second job.
Ordering a visit from the store.
Wheel of Fortune turns.
If only having a baby were that easy. A common misconception, as 1 in 6 adults worldwide experiences infertility. In the U.S. alone, 1 in 7 women struggle to get pregnant or carry a pregnancy to term. Some turning to expensive fertility treatments for a chance at growing their families.
The standard of care, which is often in vitro fertilization, can cost somewhere between $15,000 to $20,000.
Betsy Campbell of the National Infertility Association Resolve says many employers do not offer fertility benefits. The gap in coverage prompting some full-time employees to take on side hustles at companies like Amazon, Starbucks, Target, and Walmart, all of which now provide fertility benefits to part-time workers.
What do you make of women who are taking on these additional side jobs just for the benefits?
I wish it weren't necessary. They should have access to all family building options, and it shouldn't matter who your employer is, what state you live in, the size of your bank account.
In 2021, more than half of employers reported providing some level of fertility benefits, with 25% now offering in vitro fertilization or IVF coverage.
I have a great party skill. I can make lattes and espressos.
Just one of the perks Jennifer Arenas Cardenas still enjoys after side hustling at this Starbucks in Tucson, Arizona. A school psychologist by day, Jennifer became a barista by night and weekends, working 20 hours a week to earn the benefits to cover a round of IVF estimated at $20,000.
Either we're going to drain our savings or we're going to have to find another way to pay for it.
How did you figure this out?
I Googled it.
Starbucks health insurance covers up to $35,000 for fertility services and prescriptions. The coffee giant also offers reimbursement of up to $40,000 for adoption and surrogacy. Employees reaching eligibility after just 5 months on the grind.
We're creating a more inclusive and equitable environment.
Sarah Kelly says Starbucks sees a venti-sized return through employee attraction and retention. And 97% of employers surveyed say offering fertility benefits did not result in a big bump to their medical plan costs.
Our employees, we believe in investing in them so that they can thrive, will enable our business to thrive.
Do you think people should be required to disclose if they're coming for those fertility benefits when they apply for a job at Starbucks?
No, I do not.
Jennifer moonlighted at Starbucks for more than a year and left once she and her husband received a double shot of their own. Last year, twins Gael and Rosalinda were born.
They are my pride and joy. I love them.
What do you say to people who might look at this and think, wow, you sort of gamed the system?
The system is really gaming us. Infertility is a medical diagnosis. This should absolutely be covered by insurance companies.
Only 21 states plus Washington, D.C. have passed laws requiring insurers to offer at least some fertility coverage.
I am forced to work multiple jobs to make my dream of being a mom come true.
In 2020, Jennifer spoke in front of an employee benefits trust board, which quickly approved fertility benefits for her entire district.
So you've changed things for the better for other women and families.
I have.
While Jennifer no longer needs a side hustle, she remains thankful to the one that helped her land the job she always wanted, being a mom, filling her cup in more ways than one.
And Kate Jennifer tells us she's going to undergo another round of IVF in January. By the way, I think some people might wonder, like, what is part-time? What counts?
Yeah.
10 to 30 hours. It depends on the company.
But it's outrageous to me that people are having to work like Jennifer did, 20 hours on top of her regular job as a school psychologist. What else can you do to talk to your company?
Go to your human resources department. Resolve has a whole template for how you can bring this up and make a case for these benefits where you work.
Love that. Thank you, Vicki.
Yeah.
There's much more ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Matthew Perry brought us so many laughs in his iconic role as Chandler Bing on Friends.
Now one of the show's earliest directors is opening up about Perry's sudden launch into stardom and his lasting bond with the cast. Here's NBC's Liz Kreutz.
Jim Burrows has directed some of the most iconic sitcoms: Frasier, Will and Grace, Cheers, Taxi, and of course, Friends, where he became like a father figure to the cast in the early years of the show. Burrows told me that he has texted with some of the cast members of Friends. They're all devastated. It's been like losing a member of the family.
He was incredibly inventive. He was inventive with how he did a line.
Could she be more out of my league?
The director of the very first episodes of Friends, Jim Burrows, says he saw something special in Matthew Perry from the moment they met.
What was your first impression of Matthew?
Wow. The reading around the table. Matthew had a certain way of turning a line.
Anybody know a good tailor?
You need some clothes altered?
No. I'm just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk.
Perry played the sarcastic Chandler Bing for 10 seasons.
I went to that tanning place your wife suggested.
Was that place The Sun?
Earning an Emmy nomination and the hearts of millions of viewers worldwide. His sudden death at the age of 54, a shattering loss to fans and his friends' family.
I had to have a couple of days to, just let it soak in. He was part of a family, and he was the first one to not be part of that family anymore.
How is the rest of the cast doing right now?
I texted the girls the day we found out, and they were destroyed. It's a brother dying.
The castmates' bond formed from the start, thanks in part to Burrows, who brought the then young and unknown actors on a trip to Las Vegas before the show aired.
I took him to dinner at Spago, and this is a true story. And I said to the six of them, put your seatbelt on, because this is your last shot at anonymity.
He was right. The show quickly became a huge success. The friends just as close behind the scenes as they were on air.
What was Matthew like on set? Was he just as funny and sarcastic as Chandler?
Absolutely. He was really funny. He was a little awkward, too. Chandler was awkward, and Matthew was awkward. It was a perfect meld.
A classic example and a Burrows favorite, the one where Chandler gets stuck in an ATM vestibule with Victoria's Secret model Jill Goodacre.
When he says, I'm not in an ATM with Jill Goodacre.
I'm trapped in an ATM vestibule with Jill Goodacre.
I have no idea what you just said.
And they said, what? He says, put Joey on. So Joey gets on the phone.
I'm trapped in an ATM vestibule with Jill.
Oh my God. He's trapped in an ATM vestibule with Jill Goodacre.
His facial expressions were amazing. And Matthew could always cut to his face. He was always aware that even though he wasn't speaking, he was on camera.
What viewers didn't see behind Perry's comedic genius was his years-long struggle with addiction. Friends say he had recently been doing better.
We were so proud of him these last couple of years that he was making a remarkable recovery.
Burrows shocked by Perry's sudden death, but heartened by the outpouring of love for the friend who brought so much joy into viewers' lives.
It's hard to believe we've lost a friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's so sad.
How do you want Matthew to be remembered?
As a wonderful actor, a funny man, and a dear friend to a lot of people.
It was so special hearing Burrows share those memories. He said nobody could have played Chandler Bing the way Matthew Perry did it. His physical comedy and timing was truly unmatched. And I asked Burrows, is there anything else you want to say about your friend? He simply said, I wish he was here. Back to you.
I think a lot of people share that sentiment.
Yeah, his legacy lives on, though, and it's so great what he's done for substance use awareness.
Yeah, he had said that that's what he wants to be remembered for, that he's helped a lot of people and wants to continue to inspire people to find recovery. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and we are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now, so you can watch us wherever you stream live. Your news continues right after this.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, November 2nd, 2023, racing to leave the Egyptian border to Gaza open for a second day as hundreds of Americans rush to get out. This comes as a former Israeli national security advisor pushes back hard on President Biden's call to pause attacks.
Trump's on the stand. Eric and Don Jr. both grilled in a New York City courtroom where they're pointing the finger as the family fights fraud allegations.
Arraigned, the man accused of killing rapper Tupac Shakur finally enters his plea. The strange situation emerging in this case and the next steps to potential justice in the decades-old mystery.
And one nation under stress. Why the push to get back to normal post-pandemic might be keeping us from recognizing the impact that the pandemic had on our mental health and how stress is a factor in our physical health, too.
Mind-body connection for sure.
Yeah, for sure. We'll talk about all of that, but we're going to begin in the Middle East.
Yeah, with new details on the rush to escape the ongoing war in Gaza.
The White House says at least 79 Americans and their family members have exited Gaza now through the Rafah border crossing. It is open for a second straight day to allow some foreign nationals to enter Egypt. Crowds of people are waiting to find out if or when they will be able to get out. The Hamas-run health ministry says 2 hospitals in Gaza have run out of fuel and their generators have shut down. The ministry now says more than 9,000 people have been killed in Gaza.
As the need for fuel grows in Gaza, NBC News has new reporting about a Hamas stockpile of fuel. U.S. officials, as well as current and former Israeli officials and academics, say the group is hoarding more than 200,000 gallons of fuel. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way to Israel right now. This visit comes as the White House is clarifying President Biden's call for a pause to get prisoners out. The president made the remarks after being interrupted by a rabbi during a campaign event last night. A White House official says it's not a new policy announcement and that President Biden was just emphasizing his belief on the issue. An IDF spokesperson said a ceasefire is not on the table. We want to bring in NBC News foreign correspondents Megan Fitzgerald in Cairo, Egypt, and Josh Letterman in Israel. Megan, first to you. An American doctor who was able to leave Gaza spoke about being stuck in the middle of a war zone. How did she describe that experience?
Well, first, Dr. Barbara Zinn is a pediatrician, and she says that she has gone to Gaza multiple times to work with children, to help them. So she is intimately connected to Gaza and has seen some of the same patients over and over the course of many years. So she described Gaza as a humanitarian crisis before the war. Now she describes it as a humanitarian crisis of epic proportion, something she has never seen before. The amount of suffering that's taking place. How people are hunting for food because they're running out. They're running out of clean water to drink. She describes a desperate situation, and I want you to listen to a little bit of what she had to say.
Local Gazans that were living adjacent to where we were, they weren't getting water. I mean, we were limited on water. We would run out of water for hygiene and flushing the toilet, and they ran out long before we did, and they were running out of drinking water.
Now, Dr. Zinn made it out, and she has some remorse for that. She feels bad about that because so many of the patients that she treated over the years are left behind, and she fears the worst for them. But she did talk us through a little bit of the process that she underwent to leave Gaza. She talks about how when she got notification, though she said it was late notification, but she was able to make her way in the early morning hours to the border. Once she got there, a bit of a chaotic scene. She said that there were people there who were desperate to move forward and to get out. She did describe some of the fights that were happening, but she waited to be called called. She gave her passport. Then once her passport was given, she then was allowed to go in through the Egyptian side where she was shuttled off. There was a medical examination that she underwent before she was able to then make her way to Cairo, guys.
And Josh, let me bring you in now to talk about the new NBC News reporting that we were talking about, the Hamas fuel stockpile. Israel has raised that concern from the start. Do we know where that fuel came from and how it got into Hamas's hands? And how does it play into aid work to try to get fuel into Gaza?
Well, before this war started, some fuel was allowed into Gaza through the checkpoints either from Israel or from Egypt. So this was presumably stockpiled by Gazan officials from Hamas. And we've been hearing this, frankly, for weeks from Israel, that they believe that Hamas had way more fuel than they were letting on. In fact, releasing satellite photos they said showed tanks of fuel being controlled by Hamas. But this is the first time we're hearing U.S. officials now corroborate that claim, with new reporting from our NBC colleague Anna Schechter saying that the U.S. believes that there's something like 200,000 gallons of fuel that Hamas has been keeping for itself, even as we've been hearing these warnings that the hospitals are just on the verge of running out of fuel. And so this is clearly playing into Israel's decisions about whether it's going to let fuel be part of any of those aid shipments through the Rafah crossing that Megan was just describing. And today we heard from the Israeli military chief of staff saying, look, we think they still have fuel. Once they run out of fuel, if that happens, Israel will allow fuel into Gaza, but it's going to have to be driven literally directly to the hospitals so that it's not diverted by Hamas along the way.
Josh Letterman, Megan Fitzgerald, thanks to you both.
The two eldest Trump sons took the stand today in New York's $250 million civil fraud suit against the Trump Organization. This is the case that is brought on by New York Attorney General Letitia James, who is accusing former President Trump and his company of exaggerating the values of all of his business assets.
Prosecutors questioned Eric and Donald Trump Jr. about their company's financial statements. Both sons have spent their careers in the family business and expanded their roles during Donald Trump's presidency. Joining us now, NBC's Lindsay Reiser. She's outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, and on set with us, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Lindsay, we'll start with you. You've been there for days now. We've heard from both Donald Jr. and Eric Trump today. What did we learn about their roles in the Trump organization?
And so Eric is on the stand right now, and at times there's frustration on his end and that of the Attorney General's office. Remember, he is their witness right now, compelled to testify in this civil case. And the Attorney General, the attorney arguing this for the AG's office, is trying to get him to answer yes or no questions about these statements of financial condition. These are the documents that the AG's office has contained overvaluations, and he's essentially expounding more on his answers than the attorney wants him to. For example, saying that this was an accounting function. It was nothing he really got involved in or knew about. He said he was responsible for building buildings and pouring concrete. Now, in his deposition, the video deposition, he had insisted he didn't know he was contributing to the statement of financial condition. But on the stand, it does admit it appears that it appears so when he's being shown some of these documents. And so we heard from Don Jr. as well as older brother earlier today. He's done with his testimony, and he also said that he relied on accountants and people with more financial knowledge than he had to come up with those statements of financial condition, even though it is his signature that is on them. And when he came out and he was talking to the cameras, he repeated a lot of what we hear from the former president, that it's a witch hunt, and essentially saying that he was relying on accounting information from, wait for it, his accountants. Now, as far as what else we can expect from this case, we're expecting to hear from the former president on Monday. We're supposed to hear from Ivanka on Wednesday, but she is appealing that right now.
All right, Lindsay, thank you. Danny, let's bring you in here. It's pretty clear that from what Lindsay's reporting, Don Jr., Eric Trump, they want to pin the blame on the accountants. They're the experts. But when you are a vice president, a senior executive, and you sign that paperwork, what is your responsibility to make sure those numbers are accurate?
Days before the Trump children even took the stand, I sat here and told you exactly what they would testify to. That doesn't make me Karnak the Magnificent. It doesn't make me a fortune teller. It just means that this was the only direction they could have gone. We have the statements of financial condition. There's testimony, including from experts, that they're inaccurate. So really the only thing left for these witnesses to be able to say is, look, I was at the top. I may have been a boss, but I relied upon my accountants. I was generally aware of statements of financial condition, but I didn't work on each one of them line by line. So that's not really my fault.
And Danny, we mentioned Ivanka Trump is appealing having to testify at all. On what grounds can she do that, and could she get out of it?
It's an interesting argument. It's really just about jurisdiction. She was dismissed from the case, so she's no longer a party, and her claim is she does not live in the state of New York. She lives in Florida. And generally speaking, the state needs to have jurisdiction over the person to bring them in as a witness. And she's essentially arguing that the state of New York simply doesn't have the power to bring her in. But Justice Engoron concluded, well, no, you have enough context here. You have you have business interests here. The AG argued that, well, we're trying to get her really as an employee of a corporation, and that corporation is here in New York, so that's another reason you should bring her in. I could see an appellate court maybe going either way, but if I were to balance one way or the other, it would be she comes, testifies.
Next week. All right. Danny Savalos, Lindsay Reiser, thank you both so much.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Disney reaches a deal to take control of Hulu.
And Toyota recalls nearly 2 million trucks over a fire risk. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Hi, Kate and Vicky. Yeah, Disney reached a deal with our parent company, Comcast, to complete its takeover of Hulu. The company agreed to buy Comcast's $8.6 billion stake in Hulu, valuing the streaming service at a total of $27.5 billion. The move comes as Disney focuses on streaming service objectives, including boosting subscriber numbers at its flagship Disney+. Toyota is recalling more than 1.8 million RAV4s due to a fire risk. Some replacement batteries in the SUV don't fit properly, meaning they could shake loose after a sharp turn, potentially causing a fire. The company said the recall specifically applies to cars from 2013 to 2018. Owners will be notified of a remedy in December. And the National Retail Federation released its holiday spending forecast. The trade group expects sales to rise by 3 to 4% compared to last year in November. In December, this would translate to between $957 to $966 billion in spending. Holiday sales spiked during the pandemic, but the NRF expects sales this year to dip back down to pre-pandemic levels. But I got to tell you, retailers are trying hard. I was just at my local drugstore. Christmas everywhere.
No, Target's got early Black Friday deals. Walmart, too. Everybody's trying to. It's holiday creep, Bertha.
And you know all of it.
She is. It really is. All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
Thanks. Coming up, swipe, click, and buy. Did I just say that Vicky knows everything about this? The ins and outs of TikTok's new shopping feature. She's going to tell us why it is not off to a completely smooth start.
But first, remembering the man affectionately called the General. The tributes pouring in for legendary college basketball coach Bobby Knight. You're watching NBC News Daily.
hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
The Texas Rangers are World Series champions. This would be a really big deal for any Major League Baseball club, but it is especially sweet for the Rangers. That's because this is the first time they won it all in the franchise's more than 60-year history. Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky.
It is a good day, a great day to be a Ranger fan because they finally made it happen. And guess what? That's exactly what ended up on the front page. Finally, this team found a way to clinch their World Series, and it has been a heck of a journey. You got to go back to 1961 when they were the Washington Senators. It has been 2 cities, 5 different home ballparks in 6 decades, but the Rangers were able to do it last night, clinching their first World Series title against the Arizona Diamondbacks in 5 games. And they did something no other team has done in baseball history, postseason history, and that is they went undefeated on the road, almost an unthinkable statistic, and that's exactly what they were able to do last night in Phoenix. They went 7 innings without a hit, and then their all-star Corey Seager got the ball rolling. They were able to put up 3 runs in the 7th, but it wasn't until the 9th inning they were able to seal the deal. Marcus Semien hitting a 2-run homer, putting the Rangers up 5-0 over the Diamondbacks. And 3 outs later, it was official. They were World Series champions, becoming part of history, part of baseball history, and also avenging history at the same time, because back in 2011, Rangers were playing the St. Louis Cardinals for the World Series. They were 1 strike, 1 out away from clinching in Game 6. Unfortunately, that World Series fell through their fingers. They lost to the Cardinals in 7 games. They didn't want to take any chances this time, shutting down the Diamondbacks in 5. Corey Seager named MVP for the 2nd time, one of only 4 Major League Baseball players to ever do that. Meanwhile, back here in Arlington, preparations are already well underway for a huge festival on Friday as everyone can welcome home their World Series champs. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Arlington.
All right, go Rangers. Well, we have sad news today in the sports world. Legendary college basketball coach Bobby Knight has died at the age of 83. He was a giant in the college sports world. Knight led Indiana University to 3 national championships, including one that capped an undefeated season for the Hoosiers. NBC's Jesse Kirsch has more.
When Bobby Knight was coaching, his sideline antics were often as wild as the action on the floor.
You got that?
The legendary college basketball coach, known for his fiery temper, got the most out of his players, but at times with questionable methods. The man who would become known as the General began his coaching career at Army, but he'll be remembered for his nearly 3-decade run at Indiana University, where his Hoosiers won 3 national titles.
My first thought is what these kids have done,
including with the last men's team to go undefeated in 1976. Despite the trophies, Knight's time at IU was marred by controversy, from repeated offensive comments to this outburst during a game in 1985.
Looky here. Bobby Knight just threw his chair clear across the free throw lane.
Multiple players also accusing Knight of physical abuse, including claims that he choked a player during practice.
I'm not going to talk about it because I'm sure that one time or another I grabbed a lot of kids.
The university eventually fired Knight in 2000 after a run-in with a student on campus. The Hall of Famer poking fun at his infamous temper in the Adam Sandler comedy Anger Management.
Well, the hell with this. I'm going home.
Knight later moved on to Texas Tech, where he became the winningest coach ever at the time. After 2 decades, Knight's frosty relationship with Indiana began to thaw. He even attended a game in 2020 where fans and former players gave him a standing ovation. Overnight, the Hoosier women's basketball team holding a pregame moment of silence. And another legendary coach, Duke's Mike Krzyzewski, who played for and coached under Knight, remembering the man who had a profound impact on my career and in my life, calling his death a tremendous loss for our sport. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Still ahead, the first guilty plea in the shocking death of Tyree Nichols, how his family's reacting, what it could mean for the other former officers charged.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Starting tomorrow, the Panama Canal will once again be slashing the number of daily ships allowed to pass through it.
The reason: extreme drought causing low water levels in the canal. The move could impact just about everything from the food you eat to the clothes you wear. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now with more. Diana, tell us more.
Well, Kate, this is just the latest in a string of restrictions on the canal that we saw last summer, and it's all part of a bigger picture of the rising risks to the entire shipping industry from climate change. In the Panama Canal this past summer, severe drought caused authorities to reduce the daily number of ships traveling through. That resulted in severe backups that hit supply chains. At the end of September, they did it again. A similar reduction in 2019 cost global shipping as much as $370 million. That same year, record low water levels in the Mississippi River disrupted transportation of agricultural goods, costing about $1 billion in losses. All of this is not lost on Maersk, the world's second largest container ship company.
We firmly believe that climate change poses a great threat to the shipping industry and the consumer overall. We are definitely seeing disruption happening all the time.
About 90% of traded goods are carried over water, and maritime trade volume is expected to triple by 2050 as demand increases. This as shipping is at increasing risk from tropical storms, inland flooding, sea level rise, drought, and extreme heat.
Well, actually imagine that if the port has an impact that we are not able to unload the cargo here, there's a downstream impact to the supply chain and also towards the upstream. So it's all connected.
The impacts of climate change on ports alone, from damage to disruption, could cost the shipping industry up to $10 billion annually by 2050 and up to $25 billion by 2100. Of all the transportation sectors, shipping is one of the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, whether it's out at sea, in canals and rivers, or even coming here into port. But shipping is also one of the slowest to cut carbon emissions. In September, Maersk unveiled its first container ship powered by green methanol, which emits less CO2 than traditional vessels. 24 more are coming, but the fuel is both expensive and scarce.
The technology, you could say it's ready, it's there, but it's a major shift that is needed, and it will take a lot of time.
Wärtsilä is a global technology and energy company building engines for the marine industry.
Even if we have engines ready for new fuels, the fuel needs to be produced. There needs to be significant investments made, and it needs to be green fuels. It means it needs to be produced by green energy.
Shipping accounts for roughly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but it took until this past July for the international industry to finally agree to a net zero goal by 2050.
It's actually a big step compared to where countries wanted to go 5 years ago. But even with this big step, it's not, the goals that has been set will not bring us to the Paris Agreement, not bring us to the 1.5 degrees. So you could rightfully so, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not enough.
And that holiday shopping is right around the corner, or it started already, depending on how early you shop. What does this mean for consumers who are all trying to get their gifts right now?
Well, it's going to be all about costs and supply chain delays ahead of the holidays. The congestion is already increasing wait times by nearly 2 weeks for the ships, and that'll only get worse. With fewer ships going through the canal, they have to turn to longer routes, which inevitably costs more. Losing volume at the canal also decreases the number of available ships globally as the ships get stuck waiting. And guess what? You know, all those shipping costs will funnel down to you, the consumer.
Yes. Yes, it will. Diana Olick, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, man on a mission. Running was his escape while spending decades behind bars. Now he's taking on the New York City Marathon, trying to highlight how people who are incarcerated can contribute to society. You don't want to miss Kate's conversation. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the places you see on your screen there, even on our website, NBCnews.com. Click Watch Live, Watch Now. The news continues right after this.
Kelly. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines right here on NBC News Daily.
A fresh face is coming to late night television. Comedian Taylor Tomlinson is set to host a new late night show on CBS next year. It's called After Midnight. It will air right after The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. The 29-year-old will be the only woman hosting a late night show on network television.
Congratulations. SAG-AFTRA and Hollywood's major studios are back at the negotiation table today. The Actors Union says the main sticking point remains the use of artificial intelligence, but both parties say they have made progress in recent days. The studios are reportedly looking to wrap up negotiations this week so they can keep next year's production schedules on track.
A desperate search is underway for a man trapped under a collapsed coal plant in Kentucky. The 11-story structure crumbled on Tuesday. His co-worker was found dead, buried beneath the rubble. The two had been helping prepare the abandoned site for demolition. Kentucky's governor declared a state of emergency to help with the search.
Well, almost 30 years after Tupac Shakur's murder stunned the world, the man who is charged with killing him finally faced a judge. Dwayne Keith Davis was arraigned today in Las Vegas. He pled not guilty to murder with the use of a deadly weapon. Prosecutors allege Davis orchestrated Tupac's murder back in 1996. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is following this for us from our Los Angeles bureau. Dana, it's good to see you. So walk us through what exactly happened in court today.
Yeah, Vicki, good to see you, too. So the judge started by asking Dwayne Davis if he had secured proper counsel. And that's part of why we've had now 2 continued arraignment hearings, because you have to have an attorney present for the hearing to continue. He told the judge he did not, so she appointed 2 special co-public defenders. They ended up having a sidebar with the judge. And then when she returned to addressing the courtroom, she asked the prosecutors if they plan to seek the death penalty in this case, and they said they do not. Dwayne Davis actually spoke out and said, "Excuse me, what does that mean?" And the judge had to explain to him they are not seeking the death penalty in his case. The judge then asked how he plans to plea. He said not guilty. Now, he'll be back in court on November 7th for a status hearing. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with now these 2 co-public defenders, how they plan to present this case and lay out their defense. Right now, investigators have laid out very significant evidence, and a lot of it comes from Dwayne Davis's own personal accounts. He's gone on podcasts. He's written about it in his book, how he had a hand in orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur. Investigators say he wasn't the trigger man, but that he helped secure the weapon and that he was the shot caller. And that was information that came out during that grand jury indictment. And that is why he is the sole defendant in this case. The other 3 men that were in that car the night that Tupac Shakur was shot and killed have all died. And investigators are pointing the blame at him now, and they hope to hold him accountable. Vicki?
After all these years, Dana Griffin. Thank you, Dana.
One of the 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the beating death of Tyree Nichols is making a plea deal now. Nichols died a few days after a traffic stop in January. Former officers were seen on video punching, kicking, and hitting the 29-year-old. Former officer Desmond Mills Jr. appeared in court this morning to change his not guilty plea to guilty on federal civil rights violations. The other 4 officers have pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is following all the developments for us. Antonia, what do we know about why Mills may have taken this plea agreement, and how could it impact the cases against the other 4 former officers?
Well, Kate, our understanding is that he has essentially acknowledged now his role in the death of Tyree Nichols, the way in which he very aggressively harmed Tyree Nichols that night. He talked a bit about it in court today. And for anyone who has watched the video, which came out months ago now, Desmond Mills was the person seen wielding a baton and striking Tyree Nichols repeatedly. And so in court, he acknowledged his role, and it looks like the prosecution is now going to be looking for about 15 years although that's ultimately the judge's decision. But what that tells you is that he must have made the calculus that saying that he was guilty and that agreeing to about 15 years would be better than what might happen to him had this case gone to trial. You know, you keep in mind, not only was there about an hour's worth of video from that evening, but prosecutors had already gathered evidence that after the beating, he also was not truthful. He and the other 4 officers was not truthful about what transpired that night, and he had a history of prior incidents of use of force and being disciplined. And so, you know, there was really a mountain here. And of course, you know, that doesn't even factor in the community outcry and some of the community testimony about the culture of policing in the city that has come forward in recent months, Kate.
Antonia, what's the Nichols family saying about all this and the legal team saying about the significance of the deal, the plea deal?
Well, they described it as monumental, and the way they spoke today was a mixture of heartbreak, but also of resolve, you know, clearly of maybe gratitude is the wrong word, but they see this as an important symbolic signal, really. And the suggestion for one of the attorneys, Benjamin Crump, was that this may just be the first of several dominoes to fall. So what that indicates to me is that he may not be the only officer to make this step, but usually what attorneys tell me is that the first person to come forward and take a plea deal is the person who gets the best deal. Take a listen to some of the family's team and Tyree's mother speaking today.
This one today was very difficult for me because this was really the first time I actually heard somebody tell and say what they actually did to my son.
Today you are seeing the tide turn. This is a monumental shift in policing today, watching another police officer who will testify against his own.
And if the other 4 officers don't change their pleas right now, then they are going to be looking at trial in May of 2024, and they are facing very serious charges, including second-degree murder, guys.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us. Antonia, thanks so much.
Well, Kate, in today's Consumer Confidential, it is easier than ever to buy viral products seen on TikTok right there in the app. The platform has launched TikTok Shop. It's a new marketplace that allows brands and users to sell directly to you in their videos just in time for the holiday shopping season. And with analysts expecting Americans to spend billions of dollars this year, it is no surprise TikTok wants in.
So this is my TikTok shop order.
Users can now shop on TikTok with the click of a button.
I've got so many parcels from TikTok, and I've never shopped on there for clothes before.
The company adding a shop tab for U.S. users. That means they can now buy tagged products directly from videos and live streams in their For You feed.
I've been influenced. So today I got my first TikTok shop order.
TikTok says it's already signed up more than 200,000 sellers to TikTok Shop, including major brands like Revolve, Benefit Cosmetics, and PacSun, and small businesses like Karina Nielsen Thomas's personalized gift storefront.
One of my videos went viral, and I think I had about 200 orders come in just that day. I know for sure that TikTok, the algorithm in TikTok, will favor people who are promoting their TikTok shop and their products.
With holiday shopping set to kick into gear earlier than ever this year, the social media giant is also offering discounts and coupons to buyers on the platform. But it's not all smooth shopping. Even though TikTok's rules require several verification documents from sellers, some users complaining of dubious product quality or products that never show up at all.
The things that I'd be concerned about would be brand new accounts. I'd be worried about accounts that don't have much activity with their followers, because we know people can buy fake followers and fake comments.
Meanwhile, TikTok is facing bans in schools and local governments nationwide over concerns about the Chinese-owned company's handling of user data. TikTok promising users a secure checkout process, saying that all TikTok-protected U.S. user data is stored in the U.S. For seller Karina Nielsen Thomas, the surge in orders was overwhelming, forcing her to close her TikTok shop for now.
I've seen it firsthand, the success that it has. The downside is that because it is a new platform, again, it has the kinks in it. Would I open it up in the future? Yes, absolutely.
So if you're on TikTok, how do you make sure it's safe?
The key, Kate, is you want to read comments and reviews. And if that seller has their comments turned off, that could be a red flag. Always use your credit card as well, because you'll have more protection if you run into any problems. And TikTok is saying, look, we'll give you 30 days. You can get a refund if that product arrives damaged or it's significantly different than how it was advertised. So they want people to have a good experience. And so far, it's been pretty positive and addictive, I hear.
Yeah, I would imagine TikTok is always addictive. All right, Vicki, thanks so much. Well, the 2023 New York City Marathon this Sunday here in the city. Tens of thousands of runners will take part, 26.2 miles. That includes one man who's competing for a cause to change America's prison system. For Rasan Thomas, running feels like freedom.
My body feels pretty decent.
The native New Yorker training for the city's upcoming marathon after 22 years behind bars.
My first marathon was in San Quentin State Prison. It was 105 laps around a prison yard.
In 2000, Rasan was locked up for shooting and killing a man during a drug deal. But while facing a life sentence, he turned his own life around.
I've been a victim of gun violence. I've been a perpetrator of gun violence. Now I'm stopping gun violence.
In prison, Rasan got an associate's degree and started writing for the San Quentin News.
It's something to be really proud of.
He even co-hosted a podcast about prison life that was a finalist for a Pulitzer Prize. It's also where he met volunteer teacher Claire Gelbert.
We just got to talking one day. I mentioned that I was training for my first marathon. He mentioned that he was training for his, and we just sort of hit it off. All right, switch.
The two made a pact to one day run the New York City Marathon. So you make this deal that when you get out, if you get out, you're
We'll
going to do
run
it
it
together.
Yes.
And here you are.
Yes.
Yes.
How you doing? What's up, Ash?
Hey.
What's up, James? What's up?
Rasan's sentence was commuted by California's governor for dedicating himself to his rehabilitation, and he was released this February.
You ain't healed up yet?
He and Claire now running with a new mission.
Oh, okay.
They're racing for Empowerment Avenue, a group Rasan founded to help publish the work of incarcerated writers and artists.
If you give people the opportunity to be included in society instead of throwing them away, if you just treat people like human beings, you change their hearts, you change their minds.
His hope to change the American prison system one step at a time. For people that hear you're running and hear your story and think, but wait a second, he killed someone.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
First, I say I'm sorry. And then I would say, I can't pay my debt sitting in the cell. If I can make people who once harmed society love society, that's the best way I can pay for my crimes.
You can't ever undo the past.
There's no way to restore that justice. The only thing I can do is pay it forward 1,000 times, God willing.
Rasan is asking for people to cheer for him on Sunday, but also more than that, to support his organization called Empowerment Avenue. He's got a fundraiser. He's trying to raise over $100,000.
Yeah, it is important for this message to get out. It's certainly a crime that was committed, but he's trying to atone for that now.
Yeah.
And he probably is more effective on the outside than the inside.
That's what you heard him say. Yeah.
All right, Kate, thanks.
Thanks.
Coming up next, how the idea of getting back to normal post-pandemic may be masking a nationwide mental health issue. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
In today's mental health check, we are talking about stress in America, especially in the aftermath of the pandemic.
According to results from a new survey by the American Psychological Association, most Americans appear to be experiencing the psychological results of what was collective trauma for all of us during COVID. And maybe we're not paying enough attention to that as we strive to get back to normal. Joining us now is Arthur Evans. He's the CEO of the American Psychological Association. Good to see you, Arthur. Let's talk about this. So life has kind of returned to normal. We're back. Some of us are back in the office. We're not all wearing masks all the time. Seems like we're all good, right? But is that masking what you're finding?
In fact, it is. You know, what we're finding in the survey is that people are reporting more stress after the pandemic than they were prior to the pandemic. And they're reporting that on a whole variety of issues. At the top of the list were money, the economy, work, and health concerns. And so what we believe is happening is that even though we feel like we're back to normal, when you really dig down and you ask people about the stressors that they're feeling, they are saying that they are more stressed than they were saying prior to the pandemic.
The money part of it makes sense with inflation and the numbers we're talking about all the time. Arthur, the survey also revealed people reported a significant increase in chronic health conditions since the pandemic, 58% in 2023 compared to 48% in 2019. That's a big jump. Is stress a driver of those chronic health conditions?
Yeah, well, we know that stress is a driver of chronic health conditions. It affects both our mental health and our physical health. What's really interesting about that is that 80% of people said that they were doing fine and doing better, that their health was okay. So on the one hand, we're saying our health is okay, but then again, when you ask people specifically about what they're experiencing, more people are experiencing chronic health conditions as well as mental health conditions.
You know, you mentioned this a minute ago that adults in the survey were more likely to mention money and the economy as factors in their stress, right? More so than the last time in 2019 before the pandemic when that study was done. What do we do? What can we do to alleviate that stress, especially at a time when the economy is hard, right? Like prices are up and things are tight for people.
Yeah, you know, there are three things that we need to do when we're experiencing stress. The first is just to recognize that we're experiencing stress. The survey really indicates that we may not be quite as aware of the stressors that we're experiencing. So the first thing is to recognize what are your own particular signs of stress. And if you're not sure, you can ask the people around you because they know when you are experiencing stress or when you're stressed. Secondly, to understand where those stressors are coming from. Is it that you have a job that is very challenging and stressful? Our survey showed that many people are reporting work-related stress. Is it your family situation? Is it relationships? But to really try to focus in on what are the things that are driving the stress. And then thirdly, to take action. We know that there are things that you can do to minimize the stress and how you're responding to that, even if you cannot control the stressors. For example, we know that social support, getting connections, making those social connections is very important. It is actually one of the strongest predictors of how we do both physically and mentally is the social connections that we have in our lives. Making sure that we are taking care of ourselves physically, getting enough sleep, getting a good diet and exercise can be really helpful in helping us to manage our stress. And then making sure that we're doing pleasurable things. One of the things that the survey also showed is that young adults or both young adults and parents are experiencing the highest levels of stress. And so sometimes we need to break away, make sure that we're doing things that are pleasurable.
Sometimes just getting outside and getting some fresh air, putting your feet in some sand can be a real
For me, it's like going for a run or a walk or something. Arthur Evans, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There's much more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Matthew Perry brought us so many laughs in his iconic role as Chandler Bing on Friends.
Now one of the show's earliest directors is opening up about Perry's sudden launch into stardom and his lasting bond with the cast. Here's NBC's Liz Kreutz.
Jim Burrows has directed some of the most iconic sitcoms, Frasier, Will and Grace, Cheers, Taxi, and of course, Friends, where he became like a father figure to the cast in the early years of the show. Burrows told me that he has texted with some of the cast members of Friends. They're all devastated. It's been like losing a member of the family.
He was incredibly inventive. He was inventive with how he did a line.
Could she be more out of my league?
The director of the very first episodes of Friends, Jim Burrows, says he saw something special in Matthew Perry from the moment they met.
What was your first impression of Matthew?
Wow. The reading around the table. Matthew had a certain way of turning a line.
Anybody know a good tailor?
You need some clothes altered?
No. I'm just looking for a man to draw on me with chalk.
Perry played the sarcastic Chandler Bing for 10 seasons.
I went to that tanning place your wife suggested.
Was that place The Sun?
Earning an Emmy nomination and the hearts of millions of viewers worldwide. His sudden death at the age of 54, a shattering loss to fans and his friends' family.
I had to have a couple of days to, just let it soak in. He was part of a family, and he was the first one to not be part of that family anymore.
How is the rest of the cast doing right now?
I texted the girls the day we found out, and they were destroyed. It's a brother dying.
The castmates' bond formed from the start, thanks in part to Burrows, who brought the then young and unknown actors on a trip to Las Vegas before the show aired.
I took them to dinner at Spago, and this is a true story. And I said to the six of them, put your seatbelt on because this is your last shot at anonymity.
He was right. The show quickly became a huge success. The friends just as close behind the scenes as they were on air.
What was Matthew like on set? Was he just as funny and sarcastic as Chandler?
Absolutely. He was really funny. He was a little awkward, too. Chandler was awkward, and Matthew was awkward. It was a perfect meld.
A classic example and a Burroughs favorite, the one where Chandler gets stuck in an ATM vestibule with Victoria's Secret model Jill Goodacre.
When he says, I'm not in an ATM with Jill Goodacre.
I'm trapped in an ATM vestibule with Jill Goodacre.
I have no idea what you just said.
And they said, what? He says, put Joey on. So Joey gets on the phone.
I'm trapped in an ATM vestibule with Jill.
Oh my God. He's trapped in an ATM vestibule with Jill Goodacre.
His facial expressions were amazing. And Matthew could always cut to his face. He was always aware that even though he wasn't speaking, he was on camera.
What viewers didn't see behind Perry's comedic genius was his years-long struggle with addiction. Friends say he had recently been doing better.
We were so proud of him these last couple of years that he was making a remarkable recovery.
Burroughs shocked by Perry's sudden death, but heartened by the outpouring of love for the friend who brought so much joy into viewers' lives.
It's hard to believe we've lost a friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's so sad.
How do you want Matthew to be remembered?
As a wonderful actor, a funny man, and a dear friend to a lot of people.
It was so special hearing Burroughs share those memories. He said nobody could have played Chandler Bing the way Matthew Perry did it. His physical comedy and timing was truly unmatched. And I asked Burroughs, is there anything else you want to say about your friend? He simply said, I wish he was here. Back to you.
I think a lot of people share that sentiment.
Yeah, his legacy lives on, though, and it's so great what he's done for substance use awareness.
Yeah, he had said that that's what he wants to be remembered for, that he's helped a lot of people and wants to continue to inspire people to find recovery. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and we are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now, so you can watch us wherever you stream live. Your news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good day to you and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Peter Alexander here in Washington, where the House of Representatives is set to vote any minute now on an emergency aid bill for Israel, a package that the White House is criticizing as both insufficient and partisan. We are going to speak with the top Democrat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee about that coming up. But we do want to begin at this moment with the latest on the ground in the Israel-Hamas war, with Israeli forces pushing further into Gaza. An IDF, Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson, now says that Israeli forces have completely surrounded Gaza City and that a ceasefire is not on the table. All of this comes as the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, left Washington this afternoon en route to Israel and Jordan, restating the U.S.'s support for Israel, but also urging restraint as the casualties increase in Gaza.
No country, not the United States, not anyone else that I can think of, would tolerate the slaughter of its civilians. So we stand behind that, and we stand behind the proposition. But as democracies, the United States, Israel, other democracies have a responsibility to do everything possible to protect civilians who may be caught in harm's way. And this, again, is a crossfire, quite literally, of Hamas's making. We will be talking about concrete steps that can and should be taken to minimize harm to men, women, and children in Gaza. And this is something that the United States is committed to. I'm not going to get into the details here, but it's very much on the agenda.
Secretary Blinken's comments come as the Israeli army says it is successfully collapsing some of Hamas's defenses, as a Hamas leader made a chilling vow on Lebanese television recently to repeat last month's horrific terror attack, quote, again and again. And as Americans try to evacuate from Gaza, we are beginning to learn more about the experience of those fortunate enough to make it out safely. Dr. Barbara Zind, a pediatrician who is working in Gaza when the war began, was among a handful of Americans to cross through Rafah yesterday. She spoke about her experience from Cairo. Take a listen.
It started out with unexpected missiles and bombing, and almost consistent when we were in Gaza City. And so that was, the room was shaking, glass was shaking. So that was all, pretty upsetting and pretty scary. We then went to 3 UN centers. The last one we were at for about 2 weeks. We were right next to a Hamas center in one of the UN sites. And so there were some bombs dropped not too far away.
Still, many people hoping to leave Gaza also face what is an agonizing decision, whether to leave their loved ones behind.
Unfortunately, I'm not even excited to leave Gaza because we have so many people that we live and care about. We love and care about. So right now I'm between ice and fire. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to see the family that I left behind or the friends that I left behind. People are dying. Everybody's dying. Nobody's safe.
You can see the emotion there from her. NBC video from earlier today shows the people at the Rafah crossing poring over lists just to determine if they could cross into Egypt today, as crowds keep gathering while they wait for permission to leave. Today, the White House told us that in total, at least 79 Americans and family members have exited through the Rafah crossing into Egypt. 5 yesterday, 74 as of this morning. That number is going to grow. Hundreds of Americans remain and are waiting to leave. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald is in Cairo, Egypt with the latest.
We've been speaking with many Americans who managed to make their way from Gaza to here in Cairo, and they describe a bit of a chaotic scene. Once they got word that they were able to make their way to the border because their name was going to be on the list, they say from start to finish, it was about 12 hours to reach Egypt. They say once they got to the Rafah border crossing on the Gaza side, they had to wait for their name to be called. Once their name was called, they put their documents forward, their passport, they went through other paperwork before they were then able to cross over. They were shuttled to the Egyptian side, and then they underwent a physical. Children were vaccinated according to the Egyptian Ministry of Health before they made their way on a bus here to Cairo. But this was a very agonizing decision for a lot of people that we spoke with. Some people remain in Gaza even though their name was on the list because their spouse wasn't on the list. It's a very difficult decision for people to leave, especially when they are leaving behind family members that are not able to escape the horror. We do know that the Gaza, the border crossing is expected to remain open for several weeks because 7,000 people, according to the Egyptian government, will be given safe passage from Gaza into Egypt. Again, this is according to Egyptian officials. So this is something that we are going to be monitoring for a very long time. As for the Americans that we've spoken with, they are looking forward to a good night's rest and getting back home. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald. You're reporting on the ground there. We want to get right to Ellison Barber. She is at the Israel-Gaza border. And Ellison, I want to get to you. We've been watching your live picture as we were listening to Megan there. We see what appear to be flares or bright lights in the sky across the border in Gaza. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, let me let you just look with us. So this area where you're seeing those flares up, if you look underneath the flares, you can see all of the smoke there. This is an area that has been getting hit pretty hard in the last few minutes. It's also an area that we have been watching really since Friday night. This is the northwest corner of Gaza City, and since Israeli forces first entered into northern Gaza to launch what is still the ongoing ground offensive inside of there right now, they entered in this general area in the city of Beit Hanun. It was kind of in this pocket here where Israeli forces entered. So there's been heavy activity here really since Friday. We're seeing it pick up again tonight. There was a bit of a lull last night, but that's some of what you're seeing there. Those flares in the sky allowing us to catch a glimpse of just the massive amount of smoke that is billowing out from that area where strikes have been carried out. We are also seeing and hearing a little more over into the direction in the distance, more so towards where Gaza City is. Explosions, and you just probably saw that flash behind me there. So when we're talking about kind of more this area, when you're seeing flashes over there, that is sort of headed more into the direction of where Gaza City would be located from where we are standing here. We're directly on the northern border. You see that flash there again, Yeah. again, back in that direction. That's more headed towards Gaza City area. And that, according to the IDF, that is where Israeli forces have currently encircled the city. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said they consider what is happening on the northern border with Lebanon to be a vigorous defensive effort. They have said what is happening in the south and inside of Gaza, they consider that to be a vigorous campaign. They are advancing forward. We have seen reports from Hamas's military wing as well describing incredibly violent clashes inside of northern Gaza. Over 300 Israeli soldiers have died since this war began. And according to what we have heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu and other Israeli military leaders and what we see every night here, there is no chance of a ceasefire, at least right now. Peter.
Ellison, it is dramatic as we see what you're seeing right now, obviously, and it also gives you a real perspective of just how close in terms of proximity everything is. These kibbutz in southern Israel, just across the border from Gaza there. It's only 25 miles from the top of Gaza to the border with Egypt right now. I want to get a better understanding about what we're hearing right now. The Israelis have reported at least 16, I think it is, Israeli soldiers who've been killed on the ground in the new fighting taking place over the course of the last several days there. Is there anything more we know about this operation? The target, obviously, not just commanders, but also those underground tunnels and the effort to try to find hostages at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting because we have seen just yesterday and again today, we've seen Hamas's military wing, Al-Qassam Brigade, released some footages of fighting inside of northern Gaza, and we've gotten to see a bit of a glimpse of how they are using those tunnels that are underneath Gaza. Remember, those are believed to be about 300 miles worth of underground tunnels, and in some of the videos we've released, you see them popping up out of the tunnels, crawling, laying flat, shooting at a tank, and then essentially just disappearing back down in that tunnel system. That is what Israeli military leaders have pointed to say that that is an extra layer of what makes this phase, this current phase of ground invasion, which they have been calling the second phase of war, incredibly difficult. Urban combat in a place like Gaza City is hard for any sort of military. When you add in the factor that there are these tunnels, it's making it incredibly difficult. And there have been quite a few moments in recent days where Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has seemed to address the toll and the difficulties of this on their soldiers, saying that the cost of it is nothing for Israeli soldiers. There are soldiers who are dying, but they also say they believe this is a fight, and he has described it as this, a fight for all of humanity, that they must rid Gaza of Hamas. They have described it in terms of light versus darkness, things like that. So from the Israeli perspective, this is going to continue moving forward, and they have told their citizens to be prepared for a prolonged war that will not end in weeks or even months, possibly, but they say will only end when Hamas can no longer operate inside of Gaza Strip and when those 200-plus hostages are found and reunited with their families.
Ellison,
Peter?
I want you to stay with us, and if you can ask your camera just to push in so we can continue to watch the live picture there on the ground. This is a unique look at the evolving situation as this firefight continues to develop, and I want to bring in my colleague Monica Alba, who is at the White House, with the latest on this as well. Monica, as we watch those flares, the smoke, and what appears to be just an intensifying fight taking place in and around Gaza City, as we understand right now. We also know that the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way to the region right now. He's going to stop in Israel, expected to go to Jordan as well. You'll remember the president, when he was in that region, was supposed to go to Jordan, but ultimately the Palestinian Authority president, Mahmoud Abbas, said that wasn't going to happen. He left, and all parties agreed that it wouldn't happen. What does Blinken hope to accomplish on this visit?
Yeah, this is going to be a multi-day effort, Peter, by the secretary to continue the conversation, but to put it into a slightly new phase. In remarks that we heard from him before departing, that first stop will be Israel, where the conversations will continue with the prime minister and with everybody in his war cabinet about what the next steps are in this offensive, and also continuing, of course, to put the emphasis on trying to get those hostages out and home while pushing for more humanitarian aid. They say that the ramp up has been encouraging in the last couple of days, but that frankly, it's a drop in the ocean compared to what actually needs to get into Gaza. And they have really asked the Israelis and the Egyptians to help with that. But then he's also going to be thanking the Israelis and the Egyptians for what they've been able to do to try to allow for some of those Americans and some of those dual citizens and foreign nationals to get out of Gaza through the Rafah border crossing. But the backdrop to all of this, according to Secretary Blinken, is to now start this conversation that's a little bit more focused on what a sustainable, durable peace would look like. And I think given President Biden's comments overnight about a humanitarian pause and why that is needed more and more here, that is a very important message that the secretary is going to be delivering to the Israelis face to face, to continue to ask them to consider and protect civilian life, but also to agree to some of these temporary pauses, because they feel that is when they've been able to be successful in potentially having arrangements to get some hostages out. Because when you see activity just like the one you're seeing on your screen now, it's obviously impossible to do most of those operations. So that's something that the U.S. president has been pleading with the prime minister in their conversations, and one that the secretary is going to deliver when he lands in Israel tomorrow. Peter.
Monica, stay with us. Ellison Barber, I know you're there staying with us as well. We'll keep looking at this live picture, and I want to bring into this conversation the retired four-star General Joseph Votel, former commander of U.S. Special Operations Command and U.S. Central Command. Notably, he is now a distinguished senior fellow on national security at the Middle East Institute. We appreciate your being with us, General. Obviously, you have a unique perspective on everything that we're seeing right now. If you can help us get a better understanding of what we are seeing in these pictures right now, multiple bright flares that appear to be raining down or floating above parts of northern Gaza right now. Can you tell us what we are witnessing?
Sure, thanks, and it's great to be with you. So, what you're looking at right here with these flares, I mean, military organizations use flares in these situations to provide artificial illumination of the battlefield so they can kind of see what is going on. One is to kind of see the reaction of the adversary, in this case Hamas, but also to help with their own targeting. If they're doing indirect fires, if they're doing airstrikes, if they're employing direct fire. This additional illumination helps them to make sure that they're directing that onto the targets that they're trying to create effects on.
General Votel, can you help us understand? The IDF within the last couple of hours said they have now surrounded Gaza City. They have said repeatedly that that is, like other parts of Gaza, a Hamas stronghold. How significant is this moment that we are witnessing in this war, this now ground offensive by the Israelis? And what should we anticipate the next several days to look like?
Sure. So, isolation of an objective area is an important step in any offensive operation, and that's essentially what we're seeing here. So they've closed in around the city and on a variety of different approaches here to gain kind of a tactical advantage, control the entry and exit points into the city, and allow themselves to to be poised for what comes next. And of course, this is the more challenging part of the operation. Most of the organizations we're seeing here are probably armor organizations, tanks, infantry, and I think in some of the footage earlier you saw the presence of some bulldozers, so some engineers and others. These are the types of forces that will be up here right around the city that will be necessary as they actually begin operations moving into Gaza City itself. And of course, this will be the kickoff point for what will be the most difficult part of this. This is the building by building, street by street, tunnel by tunnel, floor by floor clearing and movement of this through this area that will be necessary to gain control by the Israeli forces.
General Votel, stay with me for a moment. I'm going to come right back to you. I just want to take a moment for those of us who are joining us right now on Meet the Press Now. We are looking at live pictures. This is happening as we speak. This is just inside Gaza, where it is 6 hours ahead of the East Coast here, 10:15 p.m., so after dark, but the skies have been illuminated by a series of explosions, as you just saw on the left side of your screen, and what appear to be a series of different flares as well. And General Votel, who joins us, formerly the commander who headed up U.S. Central Command, he's watching with us. General Votel, we were just seeing as we watched this, and we really are relying on your expertise, when it got dark and all of a sudden we saw those bright lights heading toward the ground. Are those more of those flares? Are those targeted strikes? What are we seeing?
I think what you're looking at, the yellow light, is a flare, and they can be launched through a variety of different means, and they have a burn rate, and you'll see that they'll continue to put them up one right after the other to continue to provide them some illumination. So what you're not actually looking at there, that bright light isn't exactly
understood.
It's artificial light.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let me ask you if I can very quickly, and I appreciate your being with us as we continue with this live coverage right now. Clearly, the Israeli Defense Forces face a very unique challenge. They are going into densely populated areas, 2 million Palestinians who live inside of a land area that is only 25 miles from its southern border with Egypt to the northern border with Israel. It's only a matter of miles from east to west between the Mediterranean Sea and Israel now. And in this effort, as they come across Hamas militants, Hamas terrorists, they are also dealing with underground tunnels, and at the same time they are trying to find what is believed to be more than 240 hostages, including some Americans. How does that complicate this effort not to harm those hostages they are trying to find, while also having to deal with tunnels beneath them, some of which are more than 60 feet below ground?
Well, this is exactly the height of complexity right here. I mean, as you pointed out, this is three-dimensional terrain, and you're entering into the most dense portion of it. And of course, you've got hospitals. So the way that the Israelis will do this is to move as deliberately as they can into buildings and down streets, and as they move through the city here, always being on the lookout for where there may be locations where hostages may be, but also staying principally focused on Hamas fighters and trying to eliminate that threat. clearly the intelligence is really important here, and that will complement a lot of what they are going to be doing in the next several days, certainly.
I want to follow up and ask you a little bit more about that intelligence, but if I can for a minute, if you were advising the Israeli Defense Forces right now, given the criticism we have seen from protesters within the United States, from other certainly countries within the Arab world right now, what, if anything, would you be telling the Israelis to do differently? Obviously, so much of the focus has been on the casualties among civilians right now. Israel says that they have given warnings in those communities, including in refugee camps, that some of them were leaflets that were dropped multiple weeks ago, several weeks ago, and yet the casualty count grows. Israel says it's the only means by which they can target these Hamas terrorists in these areas where they're using these civilians as human shields.
Sure. So, another dimension of the fight here is the information domain. And, if I was to offer some thoughts or some advice to the Israeli Defense Forces, it would be to make sure you're paying attention to this. They're addressing a variety of audiences, their own citizens, the Jewish diaspora, international partners, people in the region, their adversaries. So it is really important for them to communicate clearly about what they're doing. We talked about, referenced the strikes earlier in this week, clearly highlighting the value of those strikes versus the risk that we're exposing to civilians. It's an important thing for them to address. And of course, they need to work closely with the international community as much as they can to support humanitarian efforts to help the innocent Palestinians who themselves are kind of being held hostage by Hamas not get caught up in this fighting.
Well, to the point that you make, we've heard from the United Nations, among others, saying that the hospitals and that the Gazan people right now are running dangerously low on fuel. NBC News is reporting based on information from multiple U.S. And current and former Israeli officials that Hamas has been stockpiling, hoarding more than 200,000 gallons of fuel, a lot of it to be used to help launch their rockets, also to run the generators that provide oxygen to the underground tunnels right now. So this is, as you say, this is the height of complexity in terms of a war effort. General Votel, I hope you will stay with us. Please stay with us. I do want to go quickly back to the ground. Our colleague Ellison Barber is there. She is at the border alongside this camera position where, again, we are watching live pictures from the Israeli-Gaza border right now, just after approaching 10:30 in the evening there. The sky is illuminated by these flares. As one burns out, another one is sent into the sky to help illuminate the ground operations being carried out by the Israelis right now. Ellison, you have been on the ground there since only a matter of days after that initial assault by Hamas, where more than 1,400 Israelis were killed, men, women, children, babies among them, more than 200 plus taken hostage. We have not seen anything like what we are seeing right now. This appears to be the most intense effort to this point. Is that a fair way to assess it?
I think so. I will also add the caveat that we've been reporting on this section of the border for over 3 weeks now. Since Friday, when Israel first announced that they were moving ground forces into northern Gaza and that it would be different than what they had previously described as limited raids, we did see and hear what I described from Friday on as the most sustained and heaviest amount of artillery fire into northern Gaza. But I think we have seen since Friday waves of differences, right? So some of the things that we saw on Saturday is a bit of what we're seeing right now, was just a constant barrage of rockets, other bombs, other ordnance exploding inside of northern Gaza. But I do think where you're right is that this is different in that we're seeing this lighting up in multiple pockets. This area that we're showing you on screen right now, you see that explosion in the distance. In addition to the flares, there's clearly some sort of massive ground effort in that area. This is the longest we have seen in one particular pocket constant amount of flares, the most flares we have seen to light up an area for them to move and operate since we have been out here, and also more consistent small explosions and booms in that general area. On top of that, this section that you're looking at right now, we also are still seeing in the distance, even further into Gaza, explosions and hearing again and again the sound of heavy artillery. This is certainly an escalation, and I don't think it's a coincidence that it's happening right as you have the Israeli military saying, we have encircled Gaza City and we are going to continue pushing forward. They have said that Gaza City is going to be their most significant fight because that is where they believe most of Hamas militants are so deeply entrenched. This area, this would be kind of what you're watching would be the outskirts of Gaza City. Peter.
So that was my question, Ellison. So this area that we're looking at, is it fair to say that that's roughly Gaza City, that area that, for at least from our view, appears to be shrouded by smoke?
Yes, that would be like the west outskirts kind of Gaza City. But yes, based on when we were double checking ourselves, looking at maps, this would be, I think it would be fair to characterize that as sort of the northwest outskirts of Gaza City based on our maps and where our location is. Again, we're on the Israeli side, but directly on the northern border with Gaza.
And Ellison, again, that if I can follow up a bit, and I know I may be just catching you on the fly with some of these questions. So to the best of your knowledge, obviously there are some population centers, as it were. Gaza broadly is densely populated, but some areas more populated than others. Certainly they do have some more rural areas where they allow for some of the agriculture. When the Israeli settlers in Gaza left in 2006, they left behind some of their agricultural capabilities where they had been farming in that area. How many people live in Gaza City roughly? Do we have a better assessment when we talk about the sort of dense population there?
Well, I mean, look, we're talking about an incredibly populated city, but I think one of the things that makes it difficult to get a good population estimate for right now, which is what would matter most for what we're seeing, is whether or not the amount of people Israel has claimed have evacuated the area have actually evacuated the area. So given the different numbers that we have had from pre this time to now, Israel saying the majority of people in northern Gaza have evacuated, but then hearing conflicting reports from aid groups and hospitals inside in terms of where people are sheltering, I'm a little hesitant to get into too specific of numbers just because it's hard to know for sure.
No doubt.
But I mean, this is the main city center where people live, you know.
Yeah, no doubt. Ellison, I appreciate your reporting, and I'm just so glad that you're there and in a safe place that you can help walk us through this. Please stay with us. Monica Alba's at the White House. She's going to stay with us as well as we look at these live pictures. We're going to get to Democratic Congressman Gregory Meeks in a moment as well. But I also quickly want to ask our General Joseph Votel, who led the U.S. Central Command, if you can help us better understand what we're seeing here. And obviously, General Votel, one of the real concerns for those around the world, certainly for those at the White House and for the American community at large, is the risk that this war escalates, that it expands, that Iran gets engaged. We know about the Eisenhower carrier strike group right now that is in the Eastern Mediterranean. A separate second strike group is in that region as well. What concerns you most about the potential for escalation or about this becoming a potentially wider war?
Well, we've certainly been concerned about miscalculations from groups or others along the way here that could lead to a greater escalation of this. I know there's been some reporting today that the Secretary General of the Lebanese Hezbollah is giving a public statement tomorrow. There's some expectation that he may say something about this or give some indication of how they may step into this. So maybe we'll learn more in the coming days or coming hours and coming days here. There certainly has been a lot of saber rattling by Iran and a number of other Iranian-aligned militia groups out there about the need to get into the fight. So I think we're still sitting on a tinderbox right here. I think a miscalculation can cause a problem, and we'll see how this goes, I think, in the next couple of days. But I think it's an extraordinarily dangerous situation. It's a good thing we've got these carrier strike groups and other American resources in the area to help with containing and hopefully deterring any significant action.
And if I can, General Votel, to the point you just made about Hassan Nasrallah, he, of course, as you said, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, which obviously has a much greater military might than even Hamas does. It's one of the real fears is what could happen in the northern portion of Israel if Iran is to sort of give the green light, if Hezbollah decides to take a more active effort here. What concerns you in anticipation of those comments? I think a lot of that region, and frankly, probably a lot of this country, is bracing right now in anticipation of whatever Nasrallah may say, given the sort of power he wields over so many throughout the Arab world.
Well, Secretary General Nasrallah has lived through this before with Israel. And he knows that he knows the implications of going to war and what this is going to mean. Of course, he's seen this fully on display right now, so he's got to make some very careful calculations himself with this. And of course, the Israelis, as your reporter highlighted, are on kind of the strategic defensive in the north, which means they are well prepared. We've seen them conducting exercises up in that area as recently as today. I think he's got to be thinking about these types of things too, that Israel is prepared for this and is expecting it.
General Votel, the former commander of the U.S. Special Operations Command and U.S. Central Command, we are so grateful that you've been with us for most of the last half hour for your expertise. Ellison Barber remains on the ground for us there at the Israeli-Gaza border, Monica Alba at the White House. And right now I want to bring in Representative Gregory Meeks, the Democrat of New York, as we are watching these pictures of flares and explosions in Gaza. In just a few minutes, Congressman Meeks, the House is set to vote on the Republicans' $14 billion Israel aid bill. The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, as you know well, he decided to split that money for Israel from aid to Ukraine and to add cuts to spending for the IRS as well, setting up this clash with the Democratic-controlled Senate. We've heard from Chuck Schumer saying it's dead on arrival there. The president, the White House, has said they will veto this, but it does put some House Democrats in a tough position. Congressman, what are you anticipating? You obviously are the head of the House Foreign Affairs, or the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee right now. You've accused Republicans of playing politics with national security. What do you say to those Democratic colleagues who may vote in favor of this bill, as some have indicated?
Well, I think that clearly the Republicans are playing politics with our national security, and that should be apparent to all. Never before have we conditioned support and aid to Israel, and we should not do it now. It would set a very bad precedent for the future. And so I would think that you'll see very few Democrats because what is happening here, if you look at, as you said, Senator Schumer, you look at Republicans in the Senate, Democrats here, there's only the MAGA Republicans that want to destroy precedent and condition aid to Israel. It is a bad bill that we should completely vote no on. And I would hope that some of our Republican colleagues also vote no. Many of us, Mr. McCall, the chairman of the committee, and I also talk about how significant and important Ukraine is. And to have a bill that that separates Israel from Ukraine, where we've already heard Hamas visited Russia recently, is a dangerous thing to keep them together. And I think that as the world look at us, and as we are moving forward, especially with some of our allies in the Gulf, we know that Saudi Arabia, for example, is negotiating to be a part of the Abraham Accords. What they're looking at also, what helps them, is to make sure that humanitarian aid is included therein. And that's what we need to do if we're going to get, Hamas has got to go. We're going to make sure that Israel gets rid of Hamas. And then we've got to make sure that we've got a way forward. And this is the way forward, and to save as many innocent human lives that we possibly can.
Congressman Meeks, I want to ask you about the pictures that we're seeing on the left side of our screen right now. This is the situation there in Gaza, what appears to be in and around Gaza City right now. I'm going to ask you about that in a half moment. But again, just to the point we've been speaking about, as Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate, has said it's dead on arrival, this bill, when it gets to the Senate. So how much time does Congress have to play with before aid to Israel and Ukraine gets resolved?
Not much. That's why I wish that the Republicans did not play politics. It seems that everybody is on the same page with the exception of the MAGA Republicans in the House. I've been in Congress for 25 years now, and never have I seen such games being played. It is of an urgency that we must pass the supplemental for Israel, for Ukraine, for Taiwan, and in the Indo-Pacific. They are all looking at us for leadership. And to be playing this game that the MAGA Republicans are playing is not a good thing. It is not good for Israel. You can't say that it is a good thing for Israel because we could have put a bill on the floor that would have passed on suspension immediately, getting them the aid that they need, but they chose to play political games with this aid.
So, Congressman Meeks, to the pictures that we're seeing right now, do you believe that it's time for a ceasefire, as some Democrats have called for, protesters certainly have called for, and if so, under what conditions would you support such a thing?
Well, no, I can't say ceasefire only helps. You know, people say have a ceasefire because, you know, you look at Hamas, they would, want Israel to stop moving forward, so that they never stop shooting at Israel. So we need maybe a humanitarian pause to get people into position to safety, et cetera, of that nature. We're working very hard. I believe that Egypt and others need to open up the Rafah openings so that we can put people in place, and we need to talk about how we get innocent people in a safe place. But Israel has got to do and continue to do and not give Hamas a chance to regroup and come together and then try to another attack as they did before. You know, we cannot forget what took place on October the 7th. And Hamas would love to take a break and try to regroup and try to further their destruction of Israel. We cannot allow that to happen.
Let me ask you. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize for the delay. I just want to ask you, though, as the world does see the civilian death toll grow in Gaza, obviously Israel is responding after 1,400 of its citizens were killed, some of them Americans, more than 30 of them Americans. Do you have any reservations about the way that Israel is conducting this war effort?
Well, I think that as president, I agree with President Biden, who I think have done a great job on this. We all have to abide by the rules of war. And I think that we need to make sure that we don't just go with vengeance and move forward and make some of the mistakes we made after 9/11. So I agree with President Biden 100%. However, I also agree that we have to make sure that we go after and destroy Hamas. And that's why you can't take or have a ceasefire. You know, much of what I believe, and we'll get more information in a few days, but what Israel is doing now is destroying the infrastructure of Hamas, many of what is in tunnels and under the ground. Right. And so now what they're doing is destroying the infrastructure of Hamas. And then I think and hope that, you know, as we look at the end game of this, that the Palestinian people themselves will come up with some real leadership. But Hamas cannot be a part of that. And we can try to figure out, along with the Abraham Accords, along with our allies in the Gulf, to have a Marshall Plan, if you will, to rebuild Gaza at some point with a responsible government that says, as Egypt has said, as Jordan has said, as Bahrain has said, that Israel has the right to exist.
And again,
that's what this is all about.
And
Israel
again, as you make a good point,
it
was in 2007, of course, where Hamas ousted the Palestinian Authority from its place of leadership inside Gaza. Hamas running that area, that slice of land for the last 16 years, where it has been juggling its responsibilities and the people there with its priority, which has been the annihilation of Israel. I do want to ask you, as we look at more of these live pictures right now, you see those flares above Israel, about some domestic politics as it relates to all of this and to the president. He got a 2024 primary challenger within the last several days. It's your colleague, the Democrat Dean Phillips of Minnesota. What do you think about Congressman Phillips' decision to run?
No, I think that he's making a huge mistake. There's no question about that. You know, on one side, he says and talks about the great things that President Biden has done. And history is going to record that President Biden has done a great job. I know I don't want someone who does not have any foreign policy experience in the nature that Joe Biden have heading our presidency. I want the cool hand, the steady hand, the wisdom that Joe Biden brings to a situation like this. I'm thankful that Joe Biden is the president of the United States as we're going through these horrific times in our world right now. He is a guy whose whole career was built on foreign affairs, and we got the right guy at the right time to be the president, and we will need him in 2024 and beyond.
Congressman Gregory Meeks of New York, we very much appreciate your making time to speak to us. Thanks for holding on as we've been watching this developing news, this breaking news coming out of Gaza right now with what are flares and explosions above Gaza City. Congressman, thank you. We're going to be right back here on Meet the Press Now after a very short break.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now live on Meet the Press Now. My colleague Josh Letterman is joining us from where he is, our foreign correspondent in Tel Aviv right now. We are looking at pictures on the left side of your screen from just moments ago. You can see the flares illuminating the night sky there, now approaching almost 11 o'clock in Israel, the end of this day, and it's really going out with an intense fight. We have been witnessing a series of explosions there, those flares illuminating the ground below to allow for the Israeli Defense Forces, who are telling us, Josh, as we've been reporting, that they have now surrounded and appear, at least it seems, to be entering Gaza City right now. You're on the ground. What are we hearing from the IDF and from your sources?
Well, so far the IDF has been very tight-lipped about what we're seeing tonight. They haven't described this particular series of events that we're seeing with these flares and large number of airstrikes, but we did hear just in the last couple of hours, Peter, from the IDF, as you mentioned, not only confirming that they have now encircled Gaza City, which is a major development so far in this conflict, but also saying that they were attacking Gaza over the last several hours with dozens of fighter jets, with armored forces, as well as with artillery, and of course those continuing ground raids into the Gaza Strip. And so this does appear to be an escalation, as we have heard from Israel's military saying that they have now received plans that have been approved via the chief of staff of the Israeli military for the next phase in their efforts against Hamas. They say they are making progress in their goal of eliminating Hamas completely, and they also say that they have dropped some 10,000 weapons into the Gaza Strip since the start of this conflict. And so this does appear to be moving into the phase of getting closer and closer into what Israel's military has described as really the stronghold for Hamas, Gaza City, the most densely populated part of the Gaza Strip. And it comes after we have seen for really a couple weeks now Israel's military telling all of those civilians to move south, signaling very clearly that exactly the kind of thing that we are seeing happen right now in northern Gaza would happen, that the Israel military would go in a very aggressive way into northern Gaza, trying to eliminate all of those Hamas operatives. They say thousands of them who are concentrated in northern Gaza, and hoping that they could get all of those civilians into safer areas in the south before that type of operation. Over the last 24 hours, we've seen multiple strikes on areas that include refugee camps in the northern Gaza Strip, not only the Jabalia refugee camp that we've been discussing for a couple days, but also others that are in central and northern Gaza. And so this appears to be part and parcel to what Israel has said is a difficult but necessary stage in the operation, where they have to try to wrest control away from Hamas in densely populated civilian areas where they say Hamas is now deeply embedded into the civilian infrastructure, Peter.
Josh, thank you. We appreciate your reporting from in Tel Aviv. And as you watch these pictures, you see that smoke. You just brace for when the smoke clears, the potential death toll on all sides here, how many Hamas terrorists may have been killed, how many Israeli soldiers may lose their lives, and of course the impact on civilians, so many Palestinians on the ground in that densely populated area. I want to get to our colleague, our foreign correspondent, Matt Bradley. He is just across the northern border of Israel in Lebanon. And Matt, you've been speaking with Hamas officials in recent days. You spoke with a senior official today. We know we're going to be hearing from the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, tomorrow. You are in Beirut right now. What is the situation like there, and what are you hearing and anticipating? What is going to be another significant day tomorrow?
Yeah, well, we just sat down with this senior Hamas official, and we asked him about Hezbollah, who's going to be making, well, the leader of Hezbollah is going to be making a speech tomorrow. You know, he actually said that he wished Hezbollah would be doing more, but just today we've been seeing that there were a ton of attacks by Hezbollah, some 19 guided missiles coordinated with artillery and other weapons fired across the border. This is definitely marking an uptick in the sort of low-level conflict that we've been seeing, much, much less fighting than where my colleague Josh Lederman is on the fringes of the Gaza Strip. But all the same, this situation holds the potential for an even much more explosive war. That's because Hezbollah is just so much more powerful even than Hamas. I spoke with a Hamas leader today, and he said that basically, you know, they are going to be continuing their fighting. Even as they're calling for a ceasefire, they still believe that they reserve the right to attack Israel. This was a man who last week went on Lebanese television and said that there would be a second, a third, a fourth October 2nd, what Hamas and what many Palestinians refer to as the Al-Aqsa flood operation. He said that these will continue even as Hamas, and we're hearing this from groups throughout the entire world, are calling for a ceasefire. Peter?
And Matt, as you talk about that Hamas official with whom you spoke within the last several hours there and his comments on October 24th as well, we've had conversations with top officials at the White House, the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby telling us within the last 24 hours, highlighting specifically those comments from this Hamas official, describing them as chilling, in saying that this is what the people of Gaza are up against, that the Hamas leaders, the military wing of Hamas right now, is focused on the annihilation of Israel, saying they would repeat that assault on Israel again and again, and that they vowed to do such a thing the American leadership, the White House, indicating that's why this is necessary for the Israeli Defense Forces to do everything in their power to defend themselves. I want to go back to Josh Letterman, if I can, if Josh is still with us in Tel Aviv. Okay, sorry, we don't have Josh's picture right now. So, Matt, I'll stay with you for another moment if I can. There are real concerns, obviously, about this expanding into a wider war. What have we heard within the last series of days from the Iranian leadership right now amid those fears that this could expand?
Well, I got to tell you, Peter, the really big thing we're about to hear is something we haven't heard yet. Tomorrow, we're going to hear from Hezbollah leader Syed Hassan Nasrallah. He has not spoken since this all began, and this is not a shy man. He comes out on television and speaks directly to his adoring audiences throughout the world on any occasion. He'll talk about, gas extraction from the Mediterranean Sea. He'll talk about religious beliefs. He does this all the time. He has stayed silent for the past 4 weeks, as we've heard from every leader and luminary throughout the entire Middle East. And that's why everyone, not just people in the region, but really throughout the world, are waiting on tenterhooks to hear what he says tomorrow when he finally breaks his silence and speaks. That will give us a pretty good indication of where all of this is headed, not just in the wider region, but also with Hamas and Israel. Hamas, as I spoke with this leader today, he wants Hezbollah to do more. And It sounds like some of the subtext there was that they were a little disappointed that Hezbollah hasn't pitched themselves into the war on the northern front in the way that they really would want, even though we have seen an increase in the fighting. Again, it hasn't broken out into a full-on war. And if you zoom out here, Peter, we're seeing credible threats and real attacks from Iran-linked groups in Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and here in Lebanon. So this is a threat that really could expand to include the entire region. And then we have not one, but 2 U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups parked off the coast, ready to keep this conflict from internationalizing. That could drag the U.S. into the war, not to mention Iran itself. So this is something that could metastasize to kind of include the entire region.
All of it
Peter?
a dramatic and dangerous backdrop as we anticipate the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, arriving in the region in Israel tomorrow. Matt Bradley is covering this story from Lebanon, this war from Lebanon right now. Matt, we thank you. We're going to take a very quick break, and we're going to be right back. You're watching Breaking News here on Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. Of course, we've been watching the breaking news from the Israel-Gaza border throughout this hour. And here at home, the Senate voted today to confirm 3 top-level military promotions after nominations, as you've likely heard, were held up for months by Alabama's Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville over military policy on abortions. Tensions between Tuberville and his Senate colleagues have really boiled over in the last 24 hours. Lawmakers on both sides getting frustrated, even furious that Tuberville refuses to change his position, even amid the war between Israel and Hamas.
Patience is wearing thin on both sides of the aisle over the senator's antics.
No matter where you believe it or not, Senator Tuberville, this is doing great damage to our military. I don't say that lightly. I've been trying to work with you for 9 months.
I really respect men of their word. I do not respect men who do not honor their word.
We're going to look back at this episode and just be stunned at what a national security suicide mission this became.
Joined now by our panel, Daniela Diaz, the congressional reporter for Politico, Svante Myrick, former mayor of Ithaca, New York, and current president and CEO of People for the American Way, and Sarah Chamberlain, president and CEO of Republican Main Street Partnership. All right, team, it's closing in on the end of the hour, so we're going to go around quickly on this. What does it say, Daniela, that Tommy Tuberville has somehow managed to upset both Republicans and Democrats within the last 24 hours? They were teeing off.
And it's been bubbling for months. Democrats from the very beginning didn't like that Senator Tuberville took the stance. Republicans privately were saying that they didn't like that he did this, but this is the first time that we're seeing them actually publicly come out and do something about it. They are fed up by the fact that there are lots of nominations that have not been fulfilled, and they decided to do something on this, and possibly there could be a rules change, temporary, they want to make very clear, to stop Tuberville from doing this, because he's not backing down, even though his colleagues are upset.
Sarah, it has put some Republicans in a challenging position right now. Lindsey Graham really said, hey, you are not making America safe right now. If you were allowed to do this, Democrats could do something when the tide turns in the future here. This is a dangerous precedent, they argue.
Absolutely. They forced him against the wall, and he still didn't give up. But I'm glad they went around him and got 3 confirmed today. We have to move forward. And it's a shame he's doing this. And it's really out. I mean, abortion, and we're at war now. The world is at war. We just saw that. He should not be holding up for abortion. He can fight that fight another day.
Svante, let me ask you if I can really quickly. Right now, as we've been speaking, we're anticipating that vote from House Republicans, or they have, by all members of the House, but the Republicans. Speaker Mike Johnson has put it out there right now that Israel would be a standalone bill with some cuts to the IRS as part of the Inflation Reduction Act passed by President Biden in the first 2 years of his term right now. Some Democrats are saying, hey, I got to vote for this because I got to be on the side of voting for Israel, even if I disagree with the way in which this is happening.
Yeah. I think most won't, and it does seem, unfortunately, like the Republican Party just can't get out of its own way. You know, one toxic maneuver after another, not just for the country, but I mean politically. And I think that's why Republicans are upset with Tuberville. They know that if you combine weakening the military with supporting a national abortion ban, that's about the worst thing you could do politically. The same thing with this push to say, okay, we'll only support Israel if we can also allow people to cheat on their taxes. Really bad politically. And it's not even going to work. The Senate and the White House is going to override it.
Dead on arrival in the Senate. That we've heard from the White House that they plan to veto this. So, Sarah, let me ask you about that right now, right? Because it seems like the Republicans, there are certainly some more hawkish Republicans who are like supporting Ukraine, which is to say fighting Putin, should be a no-brainer for the party right now. I know American support for Ukraine is waning at this time, right? But as many Republicans, Lindsey Graham among them, have said, hey, if you let Putin do it there, what are you saying to President Xi in China vis-a-vis Taiwan?
So we have a lot of Republicans, Republican Main Street Partnership, that are supporting the money for Ukraine and Israel. Do not like the fact it's tied. Israel's tied to the IRS funding, but they plan on voting for it because they think Israel needs funding.
So where's the pressure point? When does this break?
I have no idea. You tell me. I have no idea.
Daniela, let me ask you right now, how does this break? Because as I'm at the White House talking to sources right now, Israel, you know, they get $3 billion from the United States. Ukraine, though, the money they're getting, the flow, and the attention certainly isn't right there, though. Without the continued munitions coming in from the United States, from other partners, they could get rolled over by Russia. There's a real concern that the window is closing there in particular.
Well, and we're seeing House Republicans use the Ukraine funding as leverage to get border funding, border policy change. Now they're saying, Speaker Mike Johnson said that last night, that he wants to intertwine those two issues to have leverage over Democrats to get them to support the border changes, because that's what Republicans say is their priority. So it's all a mesh of issues that's becoming intertwined that a lot of these members on both sides don't want to see together.
So let me ask you if I can right now, obviously, Obviously, we're talking presidential politics a bit, too. Here on NBC next week, we're going to have another debate for these challengers. Sarah, to Donald Trump right now. He's not going to show up for the third straight debate. He still has double-digit, maybe 40-point-plus leads over his Republican challengers right now. Is this a driving issue? Is this a wedge issue in any way, the issue of Ukraine among Republicans? Or are they all united in their belief system, basically, that, hey, we're not as concerned about Ukraine right now?
So they're not. So Ukraine is an important issue, but I think what we just saw, Israel, I think, is going to become the most important issue. And we may get tied into a war the way this is going. And I think it will really affect next year's presidential elections. Let
me ask you, Donald, we've heard of President Biden. He has a new challenger right now. Democrats privately, you know, the president may not talk about Dean Phillips by name. He was notably in his district yesterday. But Dean Phillips, the concern among some Democrats right now, Svante, is that they say this guy, who doesn't have a chance of winning, is only amplifying concerns that voters may have about the president's age right now. In spite of his years of service, he is obviously more senior. Does that concern you, and should Democrats be upset by that?
Well, President Biden has proven to be remarkably resilient. He's tackled all sorts of comers in the last election who said he was too old. Cornel West, RFK, now Dean Phillips. I think none of them will truly stand in his way towards the nomination. He's got all eyes on November, where voters will be looking for competence and control. And I got to be honest, the Republican Party is demonstrating anything but. And global headwinds that are tumultuous, everything that they touch seems chaotic.
So let me follow up with one quick question on that. Our teams were in Michigan this week. There's a large Arab American population there. Many in the Arab American community, which has voted Democratic largely in the past, are saying, hey, we may sit this out. We may not. We may even vote Republican. One Arab American, Palestinian American told us right now. That's in the state of Michigan. Democrats can't afford to lose the state of Michigan.
We need Michigan. We need young people. And we need all people of good conscience. So President Biden certainly has work to do there.
So what do you say to progressives right now who have been in many cases protesting in the streets?
I think part of it is the president needs to listen to those folks, but also they need to judge him, as he often says, against the alternative and not the almighty, where President Trump in his first act was a Muslim ban, where his provocations in the Middle East have only inflamed tensions. And I think President Biden has a story to tell. You may not love everything he's done in this crisis, but would the alternative truly make it
Judge
better
me against the alternative, not against the almighty. It sounds like you've been covering the White House beat for a while, like I have. We hear that all the time. Sarah, Svante, Danielle, I appreciate all you guys making time to be with us as we've watched this breaking news. We're going to be back here with more Meet the Press Now tomorrow. NBC News Now coverage continues with my friend Hallie Jackson.
We are coming on the air with that desperate push to get Americans and refugees out of Gaza with, look at this, new explosions in just the last few minutes here. You're about to see them there in Gaza, even with President Biden. There they are, calling for a so-called pause in fighting to get prisoners out. We are live on the ground, live at the White House and live here at the Capitol with the first big test for the new Speaker of the House, pushing a plan to help get new money to Israel, but not Ukraine. Why that bill looks DOA and what's next for the GOP. Plus, the mayor of New York City canceling a super important meeting at the White House to rush back home. Could it have anything to do with the FBI raiding the house of his chief fundraiser? Then, in our original, the Persian version, an inside look at the new history-making movie that's trying to turn stereotypes about Iranian Americans on their head. Why the filmmaker says now is the time to rewrite the script. And Beatlemania, here, there, and everywhere. 45 years later, their newest and last song, bringing the tears and the tech thanks to AI. We'll explain how the Beatles did it and why so many people just can't let it be. Hey there, I'm Hallie tonight. And tonight, Israeli officials say they have Gaza City surrounded now and that a ceasefire is definitely not on the table, even as the U.S. now is calling for a pause in the fighting. Look at this. Want to show you the skyline in Gaza in just the last couple of minutes here. You've probably been watching it if you've been watching it live here on our air. The sky getting lit up by explosions. You're about to see some of them. What that ground campaign, too, looked like earlier today. The Israeli prime minister says the military is at the height of the battle, in his words, in retaliation for that Hamas terror attack on October 7th. That's after multiple strikes in the last couple days on a packed refugee camp on the north end of the Gaza Strip. More and more people being rushed to hospitals. People gathering at a school after it happened. And new anger now about just how many innocent civilian lives this war has cost. In Gaza, more than 9,000 people are believed to be dead. In Israel, more than 1,400. More than half of Gaza's population has now been displaced, forced out of their homes, according to one UN agency. with that danger and uncertainty, sending people in Gaza scrambling to get out to safety. Some of them are getting out. Today, a group of at least 79 Americans and their family members got through the Rafah border crossing into Egypt, as the White House says it's working to get more information about the Americans still stuck in Gaza. And you know, another priority, of course, the nearly 250 hostages Israel's military says are still in the hands of the Hamas terrorists who abducted them. Ellison Barber is near the Israel-Gaza border for us. Monica Alba is live for us at the White House. Ellison, let me start with you because I've been watching, and I know that just over the skyline where you are, we have seen in just the last 45 minutes or so a series of explosions there. Do we know anything about them? Do you know what's happening? Give us a sense of what's up on the ground.
So I can tell you what we think was happening based on what military experts have said and based on what we have been watching, reporting in this area for over 3 weeks now, and especially from this exact spot since Israel announced that they had gone into the second phase of this war and there were ground forces inside of northern Gaza, and they were going to be staying there. So what we had been watching, and we can show you some of the images from just a few minutes ago, because it's stopped a little bit right now, but we were watching in this one pocket along the border, which based on looking at maps from where we are standing, we believe that was the outskirts of kind of the northwest outskirts of Gaza City. And we were watching just a massive amount of flares put up in the air. Again, this went on for at least 45 minutes consistently. You could see underneath those flares massive amounts of smoke and then numerous explosions happening on the ground inside it, in addition to hearing the booms of heavy caliber artillery. What military experts looking at that had said is that oftentimes you will see in military operations those flares go up, a massive concentration to help troops on the ground be able to see what they are doing. What made this so striking was that we have not seen, and we have been out here same hours, overnight hours, every single night since the ground invasion, the full-scale ground invasion started on Friday night. We have not seen, we see flares all the time, but nothing that concentrated and that consistent since this ground invasion has really kicked off. So they stayed up and there was just constant military activity underneath it, massive amounts of smoke, explosions, and it went on for quite a while. And we were seeing that less than an hour after we had heard from a spokesperson with the Israel Defense Forces saying that they had forces that were encircling and had completed an encirclement of Gaza City. Israel's military, as well as Prime Minister Netanyahu, have been very clear in that they are focusing their military efforts in northern Gaza and ultimately Gaza City, because that is where they believe Hamas primarily operates out of it. So we started to see that massive amount of activity really not long after we were hearing confirmation from Israel's defense forces that their troops had, in their words, encircled Gaza City. Hallie?
Just to give people a sense of the geography here, Ellison, to the south, right, of where Gaza City is, of course, is where that Rafah border crossing is. And the expectation is you've got hundreds of people who have been able to or who are expected to get out on a daily basis to escape what's happening in Gaza, right?
Right. So right now it is only for the only people that have been able to cross into Egypt via the Rafah border crossing are Gazans, Palestinians who were injured and needed to get treatment in hospitals in Egypt, and people who have other passports. Either they have dual citizenship or they are foreign nationals of another country. For the coming days, we had been told, NBC News had been told by sources that they were expecting to let about 500 every day, up to 500 foreign nationals or those with dual citizenships out of the Rafah crossing. We saw more of it happening today. But the thing to remember when we do watch that, Hallie, is for the most part, Palestinian civilians, they do not have an option to leave. That is really just for foreign nationals at this point. And you have over 2 million people trapped inside of Gaza, and southern Gaza, where IDF has said to go to stay safe, has not really been safe at all. We've seen constant airstrikes in that area as well. Hallie?
Ellison Barber live for us there on the Israel-Gaza border. Ellison, thank you. Let me bring in Monica Alba to talk more about this, because, Monica, we've got the administration saying today, no, the president doesn't want a new policy on a ceasefire. He wants a temporary pause to get hostages out. It is a kind of fine line they're walking here, because Israel has been furious at others in the international community calling for a ceasefire. You heard Ellison report on it. Israel is like, no way we're doing a ceasefire. They believe they're defending themselves after that terror attack on October 7th. The U.S. to this point has backed up Israel. So as we look ahead to what's to come in the next 48 hours here, how does the pressure from the U.S. play into whatever Israel could do next?
And remember, Hallie, Secretary Blinken is literally on his plane right now, headed to Israel to deliver this message face to face. And we expect that to be that they still would like for Israel to continue to really consider the lives of civilians here as they're making all of these military decisions. That's one we know we've heard from the president over the last few days and weeks, but of course one that is delivered with a bit more of a punch in person from the Secretary of State. And of course, all of that is the backdrop to what you've just been discussing with Ellison, because we know that the president last night did push for this pause, and he puts it in the kind of context of a humanitarian pause. And there's an example for one that we have seen since this war started, which was when the American-Israeli hostages were released. They were allowed to be transferred over the Gaza-Israel border because Prime Minister Netanyahu at the time agreed not to do any kind of airstrikes or military activity so that they could get out safely. That's something the U.S. pushed for and was able to secure. So the president and his top national security spokesman is saying we would like to see more of that, ideally to rescue more prisoners. Listen how he put it today at the briefing.
What we're talking about are temporary, localized pauses in the fighting to meet a certain goal or goals. As I said, get aid in, get people out.
To be clear, they're saying we're not just talking about one more humanitarian pause. They would like to see a series of them potentially, Hallie, but they have maintained their position that a total and complete ceasefire stopping the fighting would only benefit Hamas.
Monica Alba, thank you very much live for us there in Washington. Appreciate it. I want to bring in now Maha El-Bana, who just crossed into Egypt out of Gaza, and her sister, Summer El-Bana, here in the United States. Maha and Summer, we're so glad to have you join us. Maha, I understand that you obviously have been in Gaza. You have not been able to FaceTime or to Zoom your sister because the reception is so bad, and this is the first time that you're seeing each other since you've been able to get out. What message do you have for your sister? I want to give you that opportunity to share anything with her.
The only message I have is for the fighting to end. We do actually want to see a ceasefire on the table. The conditions in Gaza are unbearable for everyone, and the only ones suffering are the innocent civilians, women and children.
Maha, how was it to be able to get out? Can you tell us about the process of being able to cross into Egypt? How long it took you, what that was like? So I think that Maha might be frozen there. Summer, I'll go to you.
I'm sorry to not first
go ahead. I know it's tough, this tech here between us and between Egypt, where you are.
Hi, honey.
Summer, what do you want to say to your sister?
I just want to give her a big hug, and I cannot wait for her to take a nice, long, hot shower.
Have you two, Summer, been able to talk at all? Oh.
We have, but it's been like this. So we try to do voice notes more than anything on the WhatsApp. It was a lot easier. And, you know, my heart would just stop every time I didn't see those 2 check marks turn blue. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Like, is she there? Is she okay? You know, it was a constant fear of what is happening over there. I know they told her to move to the south, but she was also still telling me that she can hear the bombing is getting closer and closer to where she was hiding. So it was definitely like a roller coaster of emotions, you know, all day. I couldn't really sleep. I couldn't eat. I felt selfish to just enjoy life here, knowing that they're all suffering there, especially with her. She told me that she was in a hideout, basically in a house with about 40 people. No, they couldn't even flush the toilet. There was no water, no food, no electricity for her to charge her phone. It was just devastating to hear that coming from her.
Maha, I think you're unfrozen now. I think you might be able to hear us. Can you tell us a little bit about the process of getting out, of being able to get out of Gaza into Egypt, what that was like, what you saw? I think we have lost her at this point. But Summer, I'll go back to you because I think we do still have you. One of the things that your sister said before we lost her connection there was just the idea of this situation being so incredibly dire. And you've laid that out as well. Based on the conversations you've had with your sister, what do you want to see happen here? And when do you think you'll be able to physically be able to give your sister that hug that I know means so much to you?
Yes, when I spoke to her, she said that they gave him 72 hours to leave Egypt. So I'm hoping that she'll be back here in the U.S. within those 72 hours. They did book them a hotel room, so she is safe now. She's in Egypt, and she just told me to stand by. We did book her the airplane ticket, so she should be here by tomorrow if there's no other delays.
And you've heard from the New Jersey governor's office, I understand, too, even about this, right? Offering to help?
Yes, I did. They said if she has any type of issues, just to give them a call. They gave me a direct line from the Governor Murphy's office, which I'm very thankful about. I've signed every petition out there. I've called every House rep, the president's office, and I've been receiving emails, letters, and everything. And they just basically they couldn't really promise anything, but they let us know that they are doing something about it. They're keeping an eye on the case, just waiting for the negotiation to go through. And we were patient enough to get her home, and hopefully she'll be home tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that.
Summer Albana, thank you so much. And our thanks to your sister, Maha Albana, as well. Obviously, coming into us there from Egypt, where she has just literally been for only a matter of hours after crossing through the Rafah crossing there out of Gaza. Summer, thank you. Our thanks to your sister as well. So meaningful to have you both here. Appreciate it. Let's talk about what's happening here in Washington, because just about an hour from now, the House is set to vote on a bill to give Israel more money, $14 billion in emergency help, essentially, in what is becoming the first big test for the new Speaker of the House. Thing is, Democrats say this bill is dead on arrival because the Senate and President Biden have both said they're not going to be down with this, partly because of the plan's proposed cuts to the IRS. Plus, Senate Democrats want some other things in this, too. They want, for example, humanitarian aid for Gaza, funding for the U.S.-Mexico border, money to help Ukraine in its war involved as well. In his first leadership news conference earlier today, Speaker Mike Johnson saying Israel is the top priority.
Israel doesn't need a ceasefire. It needs its allies to cease with the politics and deliver support now. And that's what we're doing. House Republicans plan to do that. We're going to do it in short order, and it provides Israel the aid it needs to defend itself, free its hostages, and eradicate Hamas.
Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. Sahil, in some ways, this is less about getting funding over to Israel. It seems like there is generally support in the United States Congress from the White House to be able to do that, right? The question is how. It's the process, and that speaks to something deeper, which is, can Speaker Mike Johnson, the brand new Speaker of the House, wrangle his conference together and actually get something done here?
Yeah, well, party unity here for Speaker Johnson is just phase one of the plan, Hallie. We'll find out in the next hour or so if he can get the votes in his narrow majority to pass this aid to Israel bill. We know most, if not all, Democrats are going to oppose it because of those IRS cuts, which they say is a partisan poison pill. They point out the Congressional Budget Office says it will increase the deficit by lowering tax collection. So if Speaker Johnson is able to pass this through the House of Representatives, that's also not really the assignment. The assignment is to make a law, and that requires dealing with the Democratic Senate and getting something to President Biden's desk, which he can sign. And that's where there are multiple issues here that will present a major test for the new Speaker of the House. There is government funding. The House and Senate are moving on different paths with the appropriations process. Of course, with Israel aid, the House wants to do it separately. The Senate wants to do it all in one big package, as you were pointing out. On Ukraine aid, Republicans say they want not just border money tied to it, but they want changes to border policies and immigration policies to tighten up the asylum system, make it harder for migrants to come over here and make their case. All of that kind of presents this test for Speaker Johnson. How's he going to make a law? There's a November 17th deadline, and the growing feeling on Capitol Hill is that all of these things might get melded into one together.
Sahil Kapoor, thank you very much. We'll be checking back in with you, I know, as that vote continues. Appreciate it. Also, on the other side of Congress, a tiny but significant crack tonight in a months-long blockade of military promotions. With the Senate tonight confirming 3 high-level Navy, Air Force, and Marine officers. A big deal, a big moment, because it means that the Joint Chiefs of Staff is now fully in place. And at a key time, obviously, with the war in the Mideast, of course, the war of Russia invading Ukraine. Still, some 360 plus other nominations are still being held up. That's a huge problem for the military. It's because Alabama Republican Tommy Tuberville is protesting the Defense Department's reproductive rights policy. He's been slowing things down. But now, even some of his fellow Republicans seem to have had enough. That's why you're seeing this moment. And for military families, it is a moment. The end of this blockade, that's what they want to see. That really can't come soon enough. Listen to what one advocate is telling our own Ryan Nobles.
These families have been serving for literally decades, and this is the first time where they are being used as political pawns. These are the people that just make the big decisions about war and peace and funding, and here it's at a standstill. They can't even get them confirmed for these really, really important jobs, and it just feels like a complete failure and a slap in the face for their service.
Ryan Nobles is joining us now. Ryan, I know you're going to have more of that interview coming up on Nightly News tonight, but talk to us here big picture, because this is finally some movement here and an issue that may seem kind of weedsy or may seem kind of beltway-ish, but in so many ways it is not. It speaks directly to military readiness, to military preparation, and to Senator Tuberville, it is a point that he is standing on principle, despite, frankly, a lot of pushback against him. I know his office will say his constituents seem to like it, but there is a question mark more broadly nationally on that.
Yeah, and you know, Hallie, if you talk to the leaders at the Department of Defense, right up to the Secretary of Defense, they'll tell you that this puts at serious risk U.S. national security. And there's both a short-term and long-term problem here that the military is dealing with. The short-term one is that there are 360 officers who are not in the position that they need to be in at a time where there are conflicts popping up all over the world, some of which the United States could become directly involved in. We know that there are military ships, for instance, in the Middle East right now at the ready should that conflict start to grow out of control. But there's also a long-term problem, and the long-term problem being that many of these officers who are career officials have been in this job for decades may just decide it's not worth it to sit and wait for this promotion to come through, that they'll instead retire and take more lucrative jobs in the private sector and jobs with more stability for their families. So this is something the Department of Defense has been telling Senator Tuberville for a long time, that this needs to come to some sort of resolution. But to your point, he is resolute. He is very much opposed to this policy that allows service members who are serving in states where there are abortion restrictions to travel to have those abortion services somewhere else. And he believes it's up to the administration to rescind that policy, not for him to back off these holds on these military promotions.
Now that we've seen a little bit of movement here, Ryan, an emphasis on a little bit because it's 3, right? And we know that there are more than 300 nominees still waiting. Is there any sense that there may be some momentum now for others in the Senate, including some of Senator Tuberville's fellow Republicans, to do something else, to take some more action? The Senate's got a lot of rules. It's got a lot of procedures. Is there an appetite to try to get past some of that?
Yeah, and this is where we have to try and avoid getting into the weeds, because the question is a weedsy one. And, you know, there were 60 nominations that took place last night. The problem here is the process takes so long. And really what you saw play out here over the past couple of days was an indication of just how long this process would take if they took them up one by one as a way to show the rest of us, all of us out there, how big of a problem this is, and to try to put the pressure on Senator Tuberville to lift that hold. So far, he seems unwilling to do so. So, Hallie, right now, if they want to get all these officers confirmed, they're just going to have to do it one by one, and that's going to take a lot of time, and it's also going to prevent the Senate from doing a lot of other business as a result.
True. Ryan Nobles covering all things Capitol Hill for us tonight. Thank you. We'll look for more of your reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News. So listen, in New York, it is Trump kid musical chairs in court today as the second son of former President Trump takes the stand in that big civil tax fraud case against the Trump family and their company. There's Eric Trump walking out of court literally in just the last couple of minutes here. This is coming just into us as he's wrapping up his day in court. Somebody shouting, "We love you." He didn't make any comments, answer any questions to reporters. Before that, you see both brothers here, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, at the defense table before their testimony today. Now, Eric, at one point, sounding kind of frustrated as prosecutors pressed him on his father's financial statements that the AG says were wildly inflated. Remember, the accusation at the heart of this is that Mr. Trump wildly exaggerated about how much he was actually worth. You have the former president late today on Truth Social saying, "So sad to see my sons being persecuted in what he calls a political witch hunt." Next week, it is his daughter, Ivanka Trump, who is set to testify, along with the former president himself. Lindsay Reiser is live outside court for us tonight. Sounds like things got kind of spicy here right before court adjourned in just the last maybe half hour, not even, with accusations of misogyny being thrown around. What is going on here? Bring us up to speed.
It was all about the law clerk here, who we've heard from before in this case. Judge Engoron had instituted a partial gag order against defendant former President Trump from making any comments about his staff, worried about safety and implications there, and actually has fined him twice to the tune of $15,000. Now the judge is threatening to expand that partial gag order to the attorneys, and it all started with an aside about this law clerk, and essentially the Trump's attorneys saying that the clerk keeps giving the judge information, saying she may have a different view on the case than you based on her political background. And the judge shot back saying, I have an absolute unfettered right to get advice from my principal law clerk. At one point, the attorney complaining about notes being passed. And that's when he pounded the table and said, I have every right to get notes. You are not entitled to my notes for my law clerk. During all of that, Eric Trump just sort of appeared uncomfortable in his seat. This was all before everything adjourned. And today he did testify to some of the facts of the matter of the case, essentially with those statements of financial condition. The documents that the AG's office said contained overvalued assets and appraisals. Essentially, Eric Trump has said before that he didn't have anything to do with those statements of financial condition, didn't have anything to do with appraisals. But then as the Attorney General's office would present documentation, then he would concede, well, clearly I had a little bit to do with it. So Don Jr. is done for the trial until and unless defense attorneys call him. We'll see Eric back tomorrow. Hallie?
Ivanka Trump is supposed to testify next week, Lindsay, but is she trying to get out of that?
She is appealing. She is appealing the subpoena to have her testify, which is supposed to be Wednesday. Her attorneys are also appealing for a stay of the entire proceeding. And so the Attorney General's office, they've already responded to that filing, saying that her filing contained no grounds for really such an extreme remedy here. But her attorneys are saying there's an undue burden. She would have to leave her minor children in Florida. She has been dismissed from this case. She's no longer a co-defendant because of the statute of limitations. So we will see how that plays out, Hallie.
Lindsay Reiser live for us there in New York. Lindsay, thank you. Also in New York, the fate of the former king of crypto is now officially in the hands of a jury in New York, and it's possible they could be deliberating past dinner time tonight, into the night. That's after the jury's final instructions from the judge as they determine whether Sam Bankman-Fried broke the law. He is facing a whole bunch of fraud charges, accused of taking money from thousands of his crypto customers and investors before his company, FTX, collapsed. Kate Rooney has been covering every bit of this. She is joining us now. So here we go. Verdict watch. It's possible they could go till 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. They're going to be back if they don't get a verdict by then. What is the thinking on timeline? What is the thinking on where this goes, just based on the experts you're talking to?
Yeah, Hallie, so the judge decided to extend things until 8 o'clock. Usually court gets out around 4:30. He's trying to give the jury a chance here to get this verdict out before the weekend. Court is not in session tomorrow, so there's not a whole lot you can read into that timeline. He needed to extend it because they're not in session tomorrow. I'm told by legal experts that typically it would take at least, the minimum would be 3 to 4 hours for a case like this. They got it around 2 o'clock. It's a toss-up. If there is a unanimous decision, they need 12 jurors to agree that he knew what was going on at the crypto company and that he had criminal intent. If they all agree on that, there are 7 counts here. Then it could go quickly and we would get something potentially tonight. It's more likely, based on what legal experts are telling me, that it would go into Monday. They want to make sure that they're considering all the facts. This has been a month-long trial. The other thing a legal expert just told me is that they haven't been able to talk about this trial. So there's been 12 people in a room together sitting in this courthouse, and they have been instructed to not mention this. So as he put it, there's a lot that they want to get off their chest. They probably just want to talk through the case to the fellow jurors there, and that alone could take some time.
That is for sure. Kate Rooney, I know you'll be watching it. Come back if you get any news. Thank you so much, Kate. Appreciate it. The FBI today searching a house in Brooklyn that belongs to a chief fundraiser for the New York City mayor in what appears to be a campaign finance-related investigation, according to multiple sources familiar with the matter, talking with our team at WNBC. Look at this. These are some aerials of that FBI search not too long ago this afternoon. Lots of questions here, right? Because Mayor Eric Adams canceled some high-level meetings in D.C. today to meet with White House officials, members of Congress about the migrant crisis. Remember, Adams has said that migrant crisis will, I'm quoting here, destroy New York City. But he went back to New York instead. Adams' spokesperson saying simply he headed back to, quote, address a matter. That's all we heard. Ken Delanian is joining us now. Ken, here's the deal. Just a day ago, right, the mayor told our New York station that he was supposed to be meeting today here in Washington to figure out a plan to manage the surge of migrants coming into New York. The mayor has laid out in no uncertain terms how important this issue is to him. So part of what seems to be raising alarm bells here is that he called off this meeting to go home for an unspecified matter on the same day that the house of a key aide is getting raided.
Yeah, I guess that speaks volumes, right? This is a signature issue for the mayor, and he cancels meetings about it in Washington and rushes back. I think that speaks to the significance of what happened. And, you know, the New York Times has some new reporting that, I just got a text that WNBC has confirmed this as well, that the search warrant in this case says that this is part of a public corruption investigation into whether Mayor Adams' 2021 mayoral campaign conspired with a Brooklyn construction company and the Turkish government to funnel foreign money into the campaign's coffers through a straw donor scheme. And it says the warrant sought evidence of the theft of federal funds, conspiracy to steal federal funds, wire fraud, and wire fraud conspiracy. So it appears to be a very serious matter, and we'll have to wait and see exactly how this develops, Alec.
I don't want you to get over your skis here, Ken, but I will ask you to parse this into, like, sort of plain English here, right? Does this mean, based on what you and our team are reporting here, and if you need a minute to answer this question, I get it, you'll come back. Does this mean that Mayor Adams himself could be in trouble here?
Could be is the right way to express it. I mean, they would have to have evidence linking him to the scheme. You know, there's plenty of examples of straw donor schemes into campaigns where the candidate was not aware of it and was never charged. So we'll have to wait and see on that. The jury is out. But this is a very serious matter. This fundraiser, whose home was raided today, is a longtime confidant of the mayor, has raised a lot of money for him. And if there are allegations that a foreign government was funneling money into his campaign, that does raise the question, did he know about that, Hallie?
Have there been other potentially unrelated issues related to campaign finance stuff that the administration, that the campaign for Eric Adams has had to deal with previously?
Yeah, there was another straw donor scheme where 6 people were charged in state court with funneling straw donations. That's donations made in the name of other people to subvert campaign finance rules. But Mayor Adams was not implicated in that, has not been charged. He's not been linked and culpable in that scheme. But again, you know, it's ultimately you're the CEO. You're sort of responsible for everything that happens under your campaign, whether criminally or morally. So this is a complicated problem for him.
Ken Delaney, I'm going to let you get back to work in the phones. We'll check back in with you, I know, in a little bit. Thank you. A lot more coming up here on the show, including the former gang leader charged in Tupac's murder, pleading not guilty today in court in Vegas. We'll talk about what's next. Plus, why Toyota is recalling nearly 2 million RAV4s next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The man man charged with killing Tupac more than 2 decades ago is pleading not guilty today in court. Here you see Dwayne Keith Davis, also known as Keffy D, walking in for an appearance that was delayed a couple of times after he tried to hire a pretty high-profile lawyer to represent him. That didn't work, so he has a public defender today. Remember, Tupac Shakur died in 1996 in a drive-by shooting in Vegas. Davis has previously described himself as the only person who's still alive who was actually in the car when the shots were fired. Police say the shooting was in retaliation for this fight you see here earlier in the night with Tupac at the MGM Grand. I want to bring in Dana Griffin in Los Angeles. And Dana, we've talked before how the murder of Tupac captured the country in the mid-90s. I mean, this was something everybody knew about. It was so high profile. It was such a cultural sort of touchstone for so many people. And now you have somebody actually entering a plea, not just charged, but entering a plea, not guilty, obviously, in that case. What happens next? And what happened with this whole attorney situation?
Yeah, Hallie, so this was the third arraignment date set that actually resulted in that not guilty plea. 2 weeks ago, attorney Ross Goodman appeared in court, and when the judge asked if he was going to represent Davis, he said he couldn't confirm. Well, yesterday, he issued a brief statement saying that he and Davis were not able to come to terms of an agreement and that he wished him well. Well, today, during that hearing, Davis asked if he could bring Goodman back on at a later date, and the judge said sure, but for now, he's been appointed 2 public defenders. And during the court case, during today's hearing, we learned that the state will not be seeking the death penalty. Davis will be back in court on Tuesday, and according to the district attorney, he believes that a trial date will be set on Tuesday, but it likely won't happen until next year. And you can best believe those public statements that Davis made will be part of the prosecution's presentation. He's talked openly about being in that white Cadillac that pulled up beside Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle from where those deadly shots were fired. And it's possible, likely the defense will try to get those public statements thrown out, but the prosecution has taken it a step further to say he just wasn't in the vehicle. He was the man who secured the weapon and handed it to the trigger man, and that's why he is the man who is facing these charges. Hallie?
Dana Griffin live for us there in L.A. Thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, healthcare activist Adi Barkan has died several years after he was diagnosed with ALS, according to his family. He fought for healthcare reform, and he advocated for the Affordable Care Act. He was 39 years old. Number 2, Cornell says it'll cancel tomorrow's classes because of extraordinary stress. That's what they're calling it, after a student was federally charged with making anti-Semitic threats. Tomorrow will instead at Cornell be what they call a community day. Number 3, Toyota is recalling almost 2 million RAV4s because of a battery problem that could cause fires. This is for some of the models from 2013 to 2018. Toyota says it's still working on a fix and will let owners know about it by the end of the year. We don't know if there's been any accidents related to these recalled batteries yet. Number 4, Hunter Biden out with a new op-ed today criticizing the way his history of drug abuse has been used against him and his father, the president. He says demonization of addiction has awful consequences for the millions struggling with it. Number 5, dozens of North American birds are going to get renamed. A national bird organization says all the birds named after people, so that's the Wilson's warbler, the Audubon's shearwater, for example, they're all going to get new names because some of those names reflect an exclusionary and harmful past, they say. When we come back, an NBC News exclusive, our Keir Simmons one-on-one with the UK Foreign Secretary about why they're supporting Israel, even as some others push back. Plus, new body cam video showing the dramatic moment. Look at this. The police officers lift a car. They lift a whole car off a man. That's coming up.
News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
To an NBC News exclusive now, our own Keir Simmons, one-on-one with a top UK official on that country's support for Israel in the war with Hamas, saying that the UK also backs President Biden's call for a pause in fighting to get people in and out. Listen.
We've been calling for these humanitarian pauses, temporary, localised, to facilitate the evacuation of foreign nationals, including British nationals, and to help facilitate the inward movement of humanitarian aid.
It comes as there's more anger now among some in the international community, with others wondering if Israel is following international law here as they retaliate for that Hamas terror attack against them on October 7th. Keir Simmons is joining us now with more from that interview. It's so interesting, Keir. We talked earlier in the show about this fine line that the president here at home is walking. President Biden calling for a temporary pause. That is something that Secretary Blinken is expected to call for tomorrow when he gets to Israel, while also backing Israel's desire to not even consider a ceasefire. You've seen that here. Explain our ally, the UK, sort of where they are, what you got out of this interview in this exclusive here.
Well, Hallie, you know, the UK and US foreign policies are often in lockstep, and certainly in this case. Here are the worries, very briefly. There's the worry about escalation. That's a concern of a clash with Hezbollah in Lebanon that then escalates to a clash with Iran, with Syria, and the US and countries like the UK getting pulled in. There's a worry about what's traditionally called the Arab Street. That's like places like Egypt where anger on the street erupts and there is instability caused by what's happening. And then there's the worry about the US and the UK's allies and partners. Take, for example, Jordan pulling back its ambassador from Israel, a ally and a partner of the US and the UK, long-standing. All of those things are putting pressure on the foreign policy of the US and of the UK in its support for Israel. I asked Britain's Foreign Secretary about that, and as far as we are now, this point, this hour, this day, he is still determined to support Israel. Take a listen.
We are backing a nation's right to self-defence. We are backing a nation's right to counter-terrorism. But whilst doing so, we are absolutely committed to the rule of law. We raise this. We are absolutely committed to the preservation of civilian life, and we work towards that. And we are absolutely committed to the protection of British nationals in Gaza and in the wider region.
Now, traditionally, the US and the UK have backed Israel up to a point, Hallie, when things got really difficult. But of course, October the 7th changed many things, and some wonder whether it's changed that kind of calculation too.
Based on the reporting that you've done, Keir, and your many years of experience covering this issue, what are the chances, and I don't want to ask you to handicap this, but that Israel would be swayed by pressure from, let's say, the UK, the US, from Secretary Blinken, et cetera, to do kind of a temporary pause here for humanitarian reasons?
Well, I think one thing's really interesting. You're hearing the White House and the Foreign Secretary, the British Foreign Secretary's language exactly the same. So they're talking about a temporary, localized humanitarian pause. Why are they using that language? Because they're trying to indicate to Israel, this isn't a ceasefire they're asking for. Why do they want it? They want to try and get hostages out, the hostages from around the world and the Israeli hostages. And they also want to see humanitarian aid go in, because that will help. And it also will help the US and the UK to message to the rest of the world, we're not just allowing pressure on the civilian population of Gaza without trying to do something. So there is diplomacy and politics here, particularly in the language, and the language is really important.
Keir Simmons, live for us there in London. Great exclusive, great interview. Thank you for bringing it to us here on the show, Keir. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, look at this body cam video showing police officers in Florida rescuing a man trapped under his own car. So they run in, they lift the car up, Somebody else pulls him out. He was apparently working under his car when some ramps holding it up fell. Then the car obviously collapsed on top of him. He is alive, and doctors say it is a miracle that he's doing okay, according to his family. Out of our Western Bureau, you know actor Alan Ruck from Succession and Ferris Bueller's Day Off? He was involved in a crash, apparently, with multiple cars in L.A. this week, according to police. Video shows a truck hitting 2 other cars and then slamming into a pizza shop. Police are looking into this and say one person is in the hospital. Reps for Ruck could not immediately be reached for comment. And out of our Midwest Bureau, about a dozen train cars derailed in Romulus, Michigan today. No immediate threat to the public, no reports of anybody hurt, but crews are still working to try to clear this area out. Coming up here on the show, Target's CEO says shoppers are pulling back even on groceries. We're reading the tea leaves for what this means for holiday spending because, yes, we are in the holiday shopping season. Plus, stories casting Iranian Americans in a new light, popping up on stage and on screen. How people are using art to change the way their community's seen. Later on.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it. Target tonight says shoppers are cutting back on their spending, even on stuff they need, like groceries, because people are feeling so stressed about their budgets right now. But there is some nuance in the numbers. Listen.
We look at overall retail spending, just look at the top line, you say, right, a really healthy consumer, and they are spending. But even in food and beverage categories, over the last few quarters, the units, the number of items they're buying, has been declining.
Caleb Silver is joining us now. Help us make sense of this, right? Because basically we saw in the third quarter there, not to get too CNBC-y here, but people went on a spending spree, like people spent money. But now Target's saying they're actually not buying as much stuff, as much actual stuff, including necessities, you know, groceries, et cetera. What's happening?
Yeah, you make a great point. Earlier in the year, Brian Cornell said they were spending less on the discretionary items, the toys, the apparel, the electronics. Now he's saying they're spending less on that and the things they actually need to buy, like groceries, like staples. So Target, back in August, already lowered its revenue and profit forecasts for this quarter, saying that sales were coming in pretty light. The fact that people are spending less and buying less units and actually buying cheaper products tells you where the consumer's head's at, because Target does offer pretty affordable groceries.
What about the news from Target lining up with like holiday sales, right? Because whether people want to hear it or not, it's November. We're in it. We're post-Halloween. We're in holiday shopping season, right? And the National Retail Federation is out today saying that it's expected to hit some record levels here, between 3% and 4% more than last year's spending. Is that because people are buying more, or is that just because stuff is so expensive these days?
Yeah,
or feels so expensive, even if inflation has been ticking down?
It's a little bit of both. So we actually are expected to spend somewhere around $800 on average per person this holiday season, according to the National Retail Federation. We'll see if that actually comes to pass. That doesn't mean we're going to be spending more on food per se. Holiday shopping encompasses just about everything. And Target is one of the retailers that's off to an early start with the early sort of Black Friday sales. These weekly sales leading up until Black Friday, the biggest holiday shopping day of the year, and after that into Christmas. So they're early, like a bunch of other retailers, trying to get a jump start on offering cheaper prices to make these products available to a price-sensitive consumer.
Caleb Silver, thank you very much. Still to come here on the show, how the Beatles released a new song 45 years in the making with a little help, not from their friends, but from AI. Stay with us.
Leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday at 8 p.m.
So tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight is a history-making film set to be widely released in theaters tomorrow. Look.
I dreamt about being an Iranian-American Martin Scorsese. But my parents had other ideas.
Oh, I never joke about business, Mrs. Khan.
This is from a new comedy drama called The Persian Version. It features a cast made up almost entirely of Iranians and people of Iranian descent. It's coming at a time when Iranian-American voices are trying to rewrite the narrative against the backdrop of the woman life freedom movement in Iran that swept around the world. Our Yasmin Vasugian spoke with the film's director. She has more.
Aggression, terrorism, oppression. All words many see as synonymous with Iran in Western film and media. The good versus evil depictions, leaving Iranian Americans feeling alienated.
The way it's portrayed, the chaos, it's always the headlines. And at some point, it just makes you not interested in understanding your own identity.
Lilynaz Hakemi grew up in Iran and moved to the U.S. with her family at 12. but felt the richness of her culture was missing from what she saw on screens big and small.
The poetry, the food, the history, everything, every part of it is so beautiful. It's not the country you should fear, and it's not the people that you should resent for the situation with their government.
That government, a product of the 1979 Iranian Revolution, when Iran's U.S.-backed Shah was toppled. It was the start of a decades-long geopolitical conflict, putting the country's leadership at odds.
The hostages in Iran spent their 10th day in captivity today.
And some Iranian Americans with no control over the revolution or the hostage crisis, becoming the target of American rage.
Our neighbors that were our friends end up breaking our windows and beating us up.
And popular movies released over time didn't help either.
For better or worse, Hollywood tends to follow our political kind of position. So when we see films like Not Without My Daughter, it shouldn't really be surprising.
Now, the space in American media opening up for a new narrative. Sparked by a movement that unveiled the strength, the depth, and the richness of the Iranian people to the rest of the world. 22-year-old Mahsa Amini detained by Iranian morality police for allegedly not following a dress code, dying in their custody at the hospital a few days later, prompting women to take to the streets, their bravery witnessed by millions and inspiring a new wave of expression.
There has been a little bit of an awakening that it's more than just our governments, it's what people on the ground are doing.
Playwright Sanaz Tusi winning a Pulitzer Prize for her recent play English, exploring the identities of 4 Iranians preparing for a language exam. Buzz also growing around a newly released movie.
Amazing, and congratulations.
Winning an audience award at Sundance. It's making history for uniquely capturing the Iranian immigrant experience here in the U.S.
Holy f***, I'm a lesbian. I can't be pregnant.
The Persian Version, a semi-autobiographical comedy drama made by trailblazing filmmaker Maryam Keshavarz with a majority Iranian cast.
This is the film I always wanted to see growing up. I never saw any images of anything that even vaguely represented me on the screen.
I love that you said that it needed to be a comedy, because I feel like so often, right, the plight of an Iranian American, me being one myself, is either shown in Not Without My Daughter or Argo, right, or and we're kind of characterized in a certain way.
I mean, that's kind of was my reason of wanting to do it. I thought if I have to do something about Iranian Americans, to be truthful, it has to have great food, it has to have dancing, it has to have drama, a few tears, and a lot of joy.
And a new generation of filmmakers also stepping up.
All of a sudden we saw all these exhibits or these plays or films. It inspired us to really become a part of representing our people.
Hakimi wrote, directed, and starred in the film for her, based on her own experience watching the protests in Iran from afar.
Making this film is kind of the decision not to go back to Iran until it is free, but this is the moment, and this is the moment to really step up and stand with our people, because there's no other way to do it.
A stand, using art to change the way her community is seen, while at the same time keeping her from the country that she loves. Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Our thanks to Yasmin and the team for that reporting. Beatles fans from all around the world, they're in the fields tonight, thinking they'd never get to hear a new song with John Lennon until now. That's a new song 45 years in the making, just out, despite the fact that half the members of the Beatles are not alive anymore. A short film was released on the Beatles' YouTube page on how this happened, a video that has 7.5 million views now and counting. So here's the deal. Lennon recorded a demo of the song 2 years before he was killed in 1980, but they hadn't been able to isolate John's voice enough to use it until now, until some new technology came into play.
They said, this is the sound of John's voice. A few seconds later, or however long it took, and there it was, John's voice, crystal clear.
That's the Beatles' newest